Chapter 1. Underhanded Tricks. The Diyu Dynasty, capital city. The north wind howled, snow blanketing the earth, with icicles like spears adorning the trees, transforming the entire Diyu city into a realm of ice and snow. To the north of the city stood a dilapidated wooden courtyard. Boom! With a resounding crash, the worn wooden door was kicked open, and Yang Kaitai stormed into the courtyard with a group of men, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gaze upon Jiang Fei and her foolish son, Xiao Chun. Jiang Fei, if you do not repay this debt today, I shall take your foolish son away. It is only just that a mother pays for her debts with her child. Huh? With a sinister grin, Yang Kaitai glanced at Jiang Fei before his attention shifted to her foolish son, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, once the seventh prince of the Diyu dynasty, was acknowledged as an unparalleled prodigy, his prowess instilling despair in his peers, celebrated as an once-in-a-century genius of the Diyu dynasty. Many believed that he was destined to be the next Yuang. However, all of this changed drastically due to an unforeseen incident half a month prior. Half a month ago, Xiao Chun suffered a catastrophic change. His cultivation was completely ruined, his mind shattered, rendering him a well-known useless fool, the greatest stain on the royal Yu family. Subsequently, Xiao Chun and his mother were framed and expelled from the palace, relegated to the most notorious slum in the north of the city, living a miserable life rife with humiliation. Yang Zhishur, I assure you that I will repay the 50 silver coins I owe you. Please grant me one more day, and I promise to fulfill my obligation. Jiang Fei shielded Xiao Chun behind her, forcing a smile towards Yang Kaitai. Jiang Fei, you have uttered those words no less than 10 times. Given your current state of utter destitution, what do you expect to repay with? Do you take me for a fool? As Yang Kaitai finished his taunt, a ghastly smile crept across his face as he lunged toward Xiao Chun. No money? Then let us settle the debt with your son. Though he has become a fool, there are still many in the capital interested in him. He could fetch a handsome price. Ha! Stop! Though fear gripped her heart, Jiang Fei resolutely positioned herself in front of Xiao Chun, using her frail body to shield him from Yang Kaitai. Xiao Chun was her life. No matter what, she would not allow Yang Kaitai to take him away. If death was inevitable, she would die alongside him. Jiang Fei, this is your own doing. In my eyes, you are less than a dog now. Ha! With a malevolent laugh, Yang Kaitai raised his hand to strike Jiang Fei. Just as Jiang Fei believed she was doomed, a hand suddenly shot out before her, blocking the impending blow at the last moment. In the next instant, to Jiang Fei's astonishment, Xiao Chun, who had appeared dazed and foolish for the past half-year, stood resolutely in front of her, delivering a powerful punch towards Yang Kaitai. Seventh Prince, you are no longer the unparalleled prodigy you once were, merely a useless fool. A fool dares to strike at me? What an overestimation of your own capabilities. Huh? Yang Kaitai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter, transforming his palm into a fist and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Xiao Chun. A useless fool dares to challenge Yang Zhishur. The seventh prince truly lives up to his reputation as a fool, for only a fool would act thus. Ha! The entourage accompanying Yang Kaitai erupted into laughter, their gazes filled with mockery as they regarded Xiao Chun. Yang Kaitai was a master of the third layer of the opening veins realm. Had Xiao Chun not lost his cultivation, his perfect mastery of the ninth layer of the opening veins realm would have easily dealt with Yang Kaitai. But now, the absurdity of the situation was palpable. In the next moment, boom, the two right fists collided with tremendous force. Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Yang Kaitai was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his vision swirling with stars. Ah! My arm is broken. Ah! Yang Kaitai writhed on the ground in agony, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Xiao Chun. Didn't you become a useless fool? How is this possible? Before Yang Kaitai could utter another word, Xiao Chun pierced his throat with a sword. Gurgle! Blood gushed from Yang Kaitai's neck, and after a brief struggle, he breathed his last. This scene rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. Wasn't the seventh prince a useless fool? In an instant, the gazes directed at Xiao Chun transformed entirely, filled only with terror and dread, no longer daring to harbor even a hint of contempt. "Take this corpse away and leave." Xiao Chen lifted his head, casting a cold gaze at the others. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals hastily shouldered Yang Kaitai's lifeless body and fled in panic, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Chainer, has your mind returned to you?" Zhang Fei looked at Xiao Chen, a mixture of shock and joy illuminating her face. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded at Zhang Fei. "Wonderful." Zhang Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. However, her joy quickly dissipated, replaced by profound concern. "Chainer, your actions were rather reckless just now. I have heard that Yang Kaitai is in league with the First Prince, and this matter will surely reach his ears soon. Once the First Prince learns that you have regained your senses and some of your cultivation, he and the Yuanghou will undoubtedly resort to further underhanded schemes, for they will not allow us any chance to rise again after having so painstakingly trampled us down. Especially the Yuanghou, whose heart is as venomous as a snake, employing all manner of treacherous tactics that are nearly impossible to guard against. The Yuanghou was the biological mother of the First Prince." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen interrupted Zhang Fei, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Mother, precisely because Yang Kaitai is affiliated with the First Prince, I chose to eliminate him directly. I want the First Prince and the Yuanghou to know that I have regained my strength." Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Xiao Chen. "Chainer, what do you mean by this?" "Mother, just wait. If my intuition serves me right, there will soon be movement within the palace, and this is precisely what I desire." Xiao Chen flashed a mysterious smile at Zhang Fei. Approximately half an hour later, a chillingly sharp voice suddenly pierced through the courtyard from outside. "Seventh Prince, the Yuanghou has issued an order for you to attend tomorrow's martial seal ceremony. You must not fail to comply." "So soon?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen began to laugh. Beside him, Zhang Fei wore an anxious expression. In the next moment, a sinister-looking old eunuch, flanked by a group of young eunuchs, stormed in through the door. "Here is the martial seal token, Seventh Prince. Accept it, should you defy the order and fail to attend the martial seal ceremony. The Yuanhou has the authority to execute both you and your mother according to royal decree." The old eunuch tossed a golden token into Xiao Chen's hands, his face contorting with disgust as he swiftly departed with his entourage. He found the squalor of this dilapidated dwelling utterly repugnant. The Yuan House reaction is alarmingly swift and ruthless. Zhang Fei's face paled as she quickly urged Xiao Chen, "Chainer, the Yuanhou desires your participation in the martial seal ceremony. It is clear she intends to use this opportunity to eliminate you. You must not attend." Chapter 2. A Tragic Fate. In this Kunlun microcosm, for a martial artist to reverse their fate and truly leap from a carp to a dragon, they must obtain the martial seal bestowed by the gods from beyond the heavens. Only by unlocking the martial seal can a martial artist break free from their shackles and seize the opportunity to ascend to the realm of life and death. A person who has not unlocked the martial seal is destined to lead a life of mediocrity, forever trapped in the lowest realm of physical existence, at best becoming a slightly stronger brute. In the Kunlun microcosm, the principle of martial authority reigns supreme in every dynasty and kingdom. Martial artists seeking the divine martial seal must participate in the martial seal ceremony organized by the ruling royal family. The martial seal ceremony of the Deyu dynasty is overseen by the Deyu royal family and occurs once every 4 years, allowing every eligible youth to gather at the Yu Emperor's Square to participate. However, there is a strict stipulation. Anyone who has suffered physical or mental injury within the month prior is forbidden from attending otherwise. The divine power granted by the gods through the martial seal will wreak havoc upon the body, resulting in certain death. Half a month ago, Xiao Chen was not only severely injured, but his mind was also greatly impaired. Should he participate in the martial seal ceremony, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Yuan House decree was clearly a pretext to eliminate Xiao Chen under the guise of legitimacy. Participation in the martial seal ceremony would spell certain doom for him, while refusal to comply would grant the Yuanhou a valid excuse to execute both him and his mother. It was an inescapable deadlock. The machinations of the imperial harem were indeed ruthless and treacherous, leaving one constantly on guard. Yet, in the face of his dire predicament, Xiao Chen exhibited not an ounce of trepidation, but rather a knowing, enigmatic smile. As I anticipated, the Yu Wanghao strategy is to compel me to participate in tomorrow's martial seal ceremony. Jiang Fei, unable to contain her rising anger, shot Xiao Chen a fierce glare. Chainer, is this the outcome you desired by killing Yang Kaitai? You are effectively walking towards your own doom. At that moment, Jiang Fei wore an expression of deep frustration and disappointment. Mother, I must participate in the martial seal grand ceremony this time, no matter what. Xiao Chen held on to Jiang Fei's hand, offering a comforting smile as he spoke. The martial seal grand ceremony is held once every 4 years, and after the age of 18, one can no longer attend. I'm only 15 this year if I wish to unlock the martial seal. This is my final opportunity. In truth, what I fear is not that Queen Yu will eliminate me through the martial seal grand ceremony, but rather that she will use my physical and mental ailments as an excuse to prevent me from participating tomorrow. Now, she wishes to play this game of using others as instruments to harm me, which suits my purpose perfectly, allowing me to resolve my final concerns. Rest assured, Mother, for others in such a predicament at the martial seal grand ceremony would face certain death. However, for me, there is no danger at all. Instead, it could yield tremendous fortune. Just wait for the spectacle tomorrow, haha. As Xiao Chen concluded, his smile blossomed even brighter, his eyes twinkling with a cunning glint, resembling a wily little fox. In the royal family, no one is ever to be underestimated. Queen Yu and the Crown Prince sought to use the martial seal grand ceremony to eliminate Xiao Chen, yet Xiao Chen too was utilizing their animosity towards him, ensuring his unobstructed participation in the martial seal grand ceremony. In this initial invisible confrontation, Xiao Chen clearly held the upper hand. In the next moment, biff, Xiao Chen's face suddenly paled, unable to suppress the internal injuries any longer, and he violently coughed up blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale, his body trembling slightly, as if he were about to collapse. Chen, are you all right? Jiang Fei's expression changed drastically, rushing to support Xiao Chen. Mother, I am fine. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling and shaking his head at Jiang Fei. Forcibly enhancing his strength through the ancient dragon elephant secret arts was ultimately not a long-term solution. It seemed he must take the time to recover his cultivation. Xiao Chen chuckled bitterly in his heart. Mother, I will return to rest for a while. He smiled at Jiang Fei before staggering towards the bamboo house. As soon as he stepped inside, the smile on Xiao Chen's face vanished, replaced by a chilling hatred. Recalling the scene from half a month ago, Xiao Chen clenched his fists, rage burning in his eyes. Ouyang Yunshan, Xiao Feng, Xiao Chen, vow to personally slay you two wretched beings. Half a month ago, Xiao Chen eagerly made his way to Floating Pagoda Mountain outside the city to meet his beloved fiancée, Ouyang Yunshan, with whom he had shared 3 years of affection. Little did Xiao Chen know, that night would mark the beginning of his nightmare. Ouyang Yunshan deceived him into consuming a drink laced with a debilitating powder, and at the moment his strength waned, she conspired with Crown Prince Xiao Feng to strike, plunging a sword into Xiao Chen's heart. Ouyang Yunshan, why did you conspire with Xiao Feng to harm me in the dark? Xiao Chen's heart felt as if it were being cleaved, his anguish unbearable as he glared at Ouyang Yunshan, unable to accept the brutal reality before him. Her response plunged him into an abyss of despair. Xiao Chen, my betrothed, you are about to perish. As your fiancé, I shall show you a moment of kindness, allowing you to die with clarity. You need not thank me, I am simply benevolent, haha. You must understand, the Ouyang family's Fire Phoenix bloodline is remarkably powerful, ranking 99th on the celestial bloodline list. Once awakened, its might is boundless. Yet awakening it is exceedingly difficult. No one in the Ouyang family has succeeded in awakening the Fire Phoenix bloodline for centuries. Fortuitously, I have acquired an ancient secret method that can aid in awakening the Fire Phoenix bloodline. It is quite simple. I must devour the Infernal Fire bloodline that has just awakened within you. With the Infernal Fire bloodline as a catalyst, I can be reborn from the flames and awaken the Fire Phoenix bloodline. However, to achieve this, I require the assistance of someone who shares my bloodline. Coincidentally, The Crown Prince has long desired to consume the supreme bone within you, while I seek your infernal fire bloodline. Thus, we naturally align perfectly. Now do you understand why I stand with the Crown Prince? Together, we are a match made in heaven, while you are merely a tool for my use, haha. Ouyang Yunshan's words pierced Shao Chun like countless needles, inflicting excruciating pain. Seventh brother, fear not as you descend into hell. I, your elder brother, guarantee I will ascend as the new Yu King. Oh, and I shall take good care of your fiancée, ensuring her happiness and pleasure for all her days. Haha. Crown Prince Shao Feng gazed down with a playful smirk at the fallen Shao Chun, then embraced Ouyang Yunshan, groping her with a sense of triumph as he laughed heartily. Feng Ji, stop being naughty, let's get down to business first. Once we return, I will satisfy you well, giggle. Ouyang Yunshan laughed sweetly, then bent down, wielding a sharp broken sword to methodically carve into Shao Chen's flesh, extracting his supreme bone and infernal fire bloodline piece by piece. Throughout the entire process, a radiant smile adorned Ouyang Yunshan's face, devoid of even a trace of compassion or sympathy. It seemed that before her stood not a person, nor her betrothed, but rather an inconsequential beast. Shao Chen could never forget the chilling smile that adorned Ouyang Yunshan's face at that moment, more terrifying than that of a demon. In that instant, Shao Chen felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity towards Ouyang Yunshan, so foreign it sent shivers down his spine. Ultimately, Ouyang Yunshan and Shao Feng simultaneously struck, sending Shao Chen plummeting into the depths of the cliff, before they joyously departed hand in hand, laughing. Shao Chun was fortunate the cliff base held an ancient pool, allowing him to escape death by a stroke of luck. However, although he did not perish from the fall, Shao Chen inadvertently triggered a formation at the pool's bottom, releasing a remnant soul from the ancient era, a fragment of the ancient dragon elephant. As a result, Shao Chen gained the ancient dragon elephant's recognition and acquired an unparalleled cultivation technique, the ancient dragon elephant art. Not only that, but he also inherited the memories of countless gods and demons. Yet, as the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the world. Shao Chen was also required to agree to a condition from the ancient dragon elephant, to assist in guarding the divine tomb and suppressing countless gods and demons. It was precisely for this reason that Shao Chun had spent this time comprehending the ancient dragon elephant art, digesting the memories of countless gods and demons, remaining detached from worldly affairs, and becoming a figure regarded as worthless by society. Queen Yu and the Crown Prince seized this opportunity to strike, thus expelling Shao Chun and Zhang Fei from the palace, forcing them to live a life even more miserable than that of ordinary people. Ouyang Yunshan, Shao Feng, since Shao Chun did not perish, I shall become your nightmare. Even after half a month, the hatred within Shao Chun had not diminished in the slightest. You wish to use the martial seal grand ceremony to eliminate me, but this time, you shall be sorely disappointed. Shao Chun, now fully comprehending the ancient dragon elephant art and having digested the memories of countless gods and demons, stood resolute. It is important to note that the ancient dragon elephant art is the foremost forbidden technique from the ancient era. The memories of countless gods and demons provided Shao Chun with boundless powerful secret arts and profound insights into the great Tao. This was the source of Shao Chen's confidence. Now, he merely needed to await the passage of time, gradually transforming the secret arts and insights from the memories of countless gods and demons into his own. Tomorrow marks the martial seal grand ceremony. With the memories of countless gods and demons and the ancient dragon elephant art within me, I wonder what level of martial seal I will unlock. Shao Chen's gaze burned with anticipation, filled with boundless excitement for the martial seal grand ceremony to come. The hidden dragon shall emerge from the sea, destined to soar through the 9 skies. Chapter 3. The grand performance commences. At the break of dawn on the following day, despite the swirling snow and biting cold, the Yuhuang Plaza, nestled in the heart of the city, was already teeming with people. Bustling with an extraordinary vibrancy. Surrounding the altar at the very center of the plaza, countless soldiers busied themselves, leading thousands of livestock in preparation for the impending blood sacrifice. The Wu-Yin ceremony was a ritual of blood sacrifice, dedicated to the heavens and the divine, seeking to invoke the Wu Yin and unlock the gates of martial prowess for humanity. Brother Feng, do you think Xiao Chen will attend the Wu Yin ceremony today? Draped in a snow-white robe, the breathtakingly beautiful Ouyang Yunshan tilted her head slightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with affection as they rested on her companion, Xiao Feng. Today, Xiao Feng was clad in a striking yellow python robe, complemented by a luxurious white fur cloak, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Rest assured, Sister Yunshan, Xiao Chen will undoubtedly show up, Xiao Feng replied with a smile, wrapping his arm around Ouyang Yunshan's slender waist with an air of self-satisfaction. If he dares to defy the summons, it would spell doom not only for himself but also for his mother, Jiang Fei. This game is inescapable. Whether he comes or not, his fate is sealed death. Ha-ha-as he concluded, a glint of icy malice flickered in his eyes. Despite narrowly escaping death a fortnight ago, he was resolute in ensuring that Xiao Chen would not slip away from this peril. To eradicate the roots of the problem, that is my principle. Indeed, in a contest against Brother Feng, Xiao Chen is still too inexperienced. Ouyang Yunshan chimed in, her laughter ringing like chimes, captivating the attention of many young men nearby. In the next moment, a voice of astonishment broke through the crowd. Look, the seventh prince has come to attend the Wu Yin ceremony. At this announcement, the crowd collectively lifted their gazes towards a singular direction. As they beheld Xiao Chen stepping into the Yu Huang Plaza, their expressions morphed into a strange mixture of curiosity and disdain. The seventh prince had become a mere shell of his former self, his body and spirit grievously wounded. How dare he participate in the Wu Yin ceremony? Did he still harbor the delusion that the heavens would favor him, granting him the power to awaken the Wu Yin and stage a comeback? What a farce! Ha! A voice of ridicule erupted from the throng that a fool acts without reason. Why should we be surprised? If the seventh prince seeks his own demise, we shall simply enjoy the spectacle. Others joined in the mockery, their gazes upon Xiao Chen akin to those fixated on a jester to know, the current Xiao Chen is indeed a genuine fool. My dear seventh brother, did you ever imagine that? Once hailed as the star of the royal family, you would fall to such depths? Ha! Xiao Feng smirked, his expression one of scorn as he regarded Xiao Chen, who had forever kept him beneath his heel, relegating him to the status of eternal second. The sight of Xiao Chen's misfortune was a balm to his long-simmering grievances, evaporating years of pent-up resentment in an instant. Let him be. He climbed too high and has now plummeted into an abyss of despair. This is all of his own making. He cannot blame anyone else, he chuckled. Beside him, Ouyang Yunshan smiled demurely, embodying the essence of beauty while harboring a heart as treacherous as a serpent. Indeed, Sister Yunshan is correct. His lofty aspirations have led him to this irreversible downfall, entirely self-inflicted. Xiao Feng agreed, nodding in affirmation. Amidst the jeers surrounding him, Xiao Chen maintained a facade of calm, his expression unyielding as he proceeded toward the Wu Yin altar. As he walked, throngs of people instinctively recoiled, fearing the misfortune that might befall them should they come into contact with his ill fate. In that moment, Xiao Chen traversed the vast expanse of falling snow, appearing solitary and isolated, as if the entire world had cast him aside, surrounded by festivity yet enveloped in profound solitude. This was the essence of Xiao Chen's current plight. Were these people truly so callous? The human heart. What a curious thing it is, he mused, a wry smile curving his lips as he surveyed the motley crowd. At that juncture, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, followed by a clear, melodious voice that rang in Xiao Chen's ears. Seventh brother, ignore them, that I believe that one day you will rise again. Xiao Chen turned to find a stunning young woman in purple standing quietly behind him. She was the ninth princess. Xiao Lingtong. Sister, at this juncture, how can you still stand by my side? Xiao Chen asked, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. What is there to fear? I refuse to believe that Xiao Feng and the Empress Dowager could truly bring me to ruin, she retorted, her voice laced with defiance. Xiao Lingtong added, her tone tinged with regret. Seventh brother, I am sorry. After your exile from the palace, I longed to assist you, yet mother was fearful of attracting ire and assigned a military commander to keep a close watch on me, forbidding me from stepping outside the palace gates. As she spoke, she bowed her head in apology. You were so kind to me, yet I was powerless during your time of need that I feel utterly useless. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Xiao Lingtong's voice quivered with remorse. Ninth sister, there is no need for such self-reproach. The actions of Empress Dowager are justified, given the current dominance of the Empress in the harem. You are merely a victim of circumstance that is all right, Xiao Chen said, gently lifting her chin to wipe away her tears. Her earnest gesture warmed the icy chamber of his heart. Seventh brother. With father in seclusion and the Empress Dowager and the first prince running amok, once father emerges, I shall ensure they are held accountable, avenging you. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Lingtong's eyes. Ninth sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I will resolve my matters in my own way. Best not to wade into these murky waters, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head with a light-hearted smile. I care not. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure they pay dearly, she declared, her expression resolute. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke through the air. Ninth sister, to whom do you intend to deliver your threats? You must recognize the reality. The one most poised to ascend to the throne is I, not that waste of a seventh brother. Ha ha. As the derisive words echoed, Xiao Feng, hand in hand with Ouyang Yinshan, approached without a hint of discretion. Both adorned with sardonic smiles. Xiao Feng, the ancestral trial does not commence for another month. Do not celebrate too soon. Xiao Lingtong glared at him, irritation etched across her features. Father has decreed that whoever claims first place in the trial will ascend to the throne. The outcome is far from certain. Though my seventh brother faces adversity now, I believe he will rise once more to claim victory in the ancestral trial. In my eyes, only he deserves the throne. Despite Xiao Chen's current state of disarray, for reasons unknown, Xiao Lingtong exuded an inexplicable confidence in him. That waste of a Xiao Chun, winning the ancestral trial. Ninth sister, are you trying to make me laugh? Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng guffawed, unable to contain his amusement, that I would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than that Xiao Chun could triumph in the trial. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, their expressions mockingly fixated on Xiao Chun, regarding him as the biggest joke of the day. Ninth sister, there is no need to engage in verbal sparring with such people. Seeing Xiao Lingtong prepare for another retort, Xiao Chun gently shook his head, a smile on his face. All will be revealed in the ancestral trial. Very well, seventh brother. I shall heed your words, Xiao Lingtong replied, obediently nodding, choosing not to engage with the self-satisfied Xiao Feng any further. Xiao Chen, continue to play your charade here, that I care not for the ancestral trial. My primary concern is whether you will survive the Wu Yin ceremony. Ha ha, with a triumphant laugh, Xiao Feng turned away, pulling Ouyang Yinshan along with him. Xiao Chen, last time you escaped by a stroke of luck, but this time, you have no such chance. Why should someone like you continue to exist? The sooner you perish, the better for everyone, heeded as they passed by Xiao Chun. Ouyang Yinshan let out a low, mocking laugh. Ouyang Yinshan, rest assured, in this lifetime, you shall never witness my demise, Xiao Chen replied lightly, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in the depths of his gaze. Before long, an ancient and resonant voice echoed through the crowd. The Wu Yin ceremony is officially commencing. Those who are prepared to receive the Wu Yin bestowed by the divine, please step forward to the Wu Yin altar. Huayantai is a sacred site designated for receiving the martial seal bestowed by divine beings. This proclamation resonated through the air. The gathered crowd instantly felt invigorated, and soon, all eligible young men and women began to make their way towards Huayantai. Concurrently, the Destiny National Master of the Diyu dynasty ascended the sacrificial altar, cradling an ancient animal skin ritual text, and commenced the martial seal ceremony. Under the guidance of the Destiny National Master, numerous armored soldiers below simultaneously brandished their bronze longswords, striking down thousands of livestock as a blood offering to the heavens. Martial authority granted, sovereign power divinely sanctioned. As the words of the Destiny National Master echoed, he suddenly soared into the air, extending his index finger forcefully towards the heavens. Boom! A violet beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, stretching for thousands of miles, directly penetrating the deep expanse of the sky. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of blood from the sacrificial pool seemed irresistibly drawn towards that violet beam, ultimately flowing through it into the celestial depths. Chapter 4. The hidden dragon is about to emerge. In the next moment, boom! The air crackled with thunder. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and a mysterious ancient bronze door shattered the void. Appearing majestically suspended in the depths of the sky, this bronze door seemed to connect to a terrifying realm, where the assembled multitude could vaguely witness divine beings slaying sacred mountains and mighty demons shattering stars. The martial seal ceremony had officially commenced. Upon witnessing this, the crowd surged with excitement. Their spirits lifted immensely. In the following moment, whoosh, a flurry of mysterious seals erupted from within the bronze door, racing forth like a meteor shower. Guided by that violet beam, cascading down towards the Yuhuang Square, down on the Huayantai, everyone, including Xiao Chun, gazed up with a blend of exhilaration and trepidation, holding their breath as they beheld the multitude of martial seals. Before long, exuberant screams suddenly erupted from Huayantai, a second-tier martial seal. How wonderful! I've unlocked the second-tier martial seal. Ancestors bless me. I've unlocked the third-tier martial seal. From now on, I shall soar to great heights. Ha! Heaven's protection. I've unlocked the fourth-tier martial seal. The youths and maidens who had been granted martial seals by the divine were all jubilant, leaping with joy. Yet amid the elation, there were those who despaired, those who had not gained divine approval. Unable to unlock the martial seal, hung their heads in despair, some breaking down in tears from the crushing weight of their disappointment. Shortly thereafter, a voice filled with astonishment broke through the air. My heavens, the great prince and Ouyang Yunsan actually have unlocked the 8th-tier martial seal. The seals above their heads are resplendent with colors. This cannot be mistaken. By the heavens, never before in the history of the Diyu dynasty has anyone unlocked an 8th-tier martial seal. The 7th-tier martial seal is already an insurmountable pinnacle. This is utterly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled in unison, their gazes fixed on Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan. Above their heads, 2 martial seals hovered, both radiant with vibrant colors, a dazzling spectacle to behold. The 5-color martial seal could only signify one thing: the 8th-tier martial seal. The martial seals were categorized into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. The colors corresponding to the 1st through 7th tiers were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, while the 8th-tier seal gleamed in 5 colors. As for the 9th tier, it was a magnificent 7-colored brilliance. I've unlocked the 8th-tier martial seal. Creating history. Ha! Both Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan were now electrified, their eyes sparkling with unprecedented pride. Since the establishment of the Diyu dynasty, never had anyone unlocked such a high-tier martial seal. In the next moment, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan, as if sharing a silent understanding, began to search for Xiao Chun amidst the throng. Quickly, their focus zeroed in on Xiao Chen. Others, witnessing their actions, turned their gazes towards him as well. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's current state, the crowd could not contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Oh dear! Our former #1 prodigy of the Diyu dynasty is still struggling under the divine force of the martial seal, having not even glimpsed its shadow? Ha! Once the greatest talent, now reduced to wrestling with divine power for a mere chance to unlock a seal. How utterly ridiculous! Look at him, daring to aspire to unlock a martial seal. I wager that within 10 breaths, he will succumb to the divine force of the seal. A person who had endured both physical and mental injuries within the past month attending the martial seal ceremony was clearly courting disaster amidst the divine power. Indeed, while the divine force of the martial seal posed no threat to the average person, it became a lethal presence for those who had suffered injuries within the previous month. At this moment, the crowd erupted in mockery, their gazes towards Xiao Chun rife with schadenfreude. Xiao Chun, drenched in blood, wore a pained expression, his face as pale as parchment, his body trembling violently, presenting the image of someone on the brink of collapse. As if he might vanish under the divine force of the martial seal, at any moment, it was evident that Xiao Chun was enduring immense suffering. Yet despite this, he gritted his teeth, resisting the divine force of the martial seal. At a certain moment, boom! The divine force of the martial seal exploded around him, and a martial seal materialized above Xiao Chen's head. The crowd, upon witnessing this, fell momentarily silent. The 7th prince had not perished under the divine force, but had actually unlocked a martial seal? The expressions of the onlookers were filled with disbelief. Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan, upon witnessing this, instantly lost their smiles, replaced by an icy chill. How could he not have been killed? Both felt a profound irritation. However, their spirits soon lifted upon discovering the color of the martial seal above Xiao Qin's head. White. White signified that the unlocked martial seal was of no tier. The no-tier martial seal was universally regarded as a useless seal, possessing extremely low potential, considered the most undesirable of seals. Whether one unlocked the seal or not made little difference to no-tier martial seal. Xiao Chun, even if you have unlocked a seal, what does it amount to? You are destined to be nothing but refuse in this lifetime. With a renewed clarity, Xiao Feng could not suppress his laughter, fixating on Xiao Chun with derision. Only someone forsaken by the divine would be granted a no-tier martial seal. Xiao Chun, even if you escape death this time, our paths are destined to diverge like two worlds apart. The chasm between the 8th tier and the no-tier seals is akin to the gulf between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable beside him. Ouyang Yunsan also cast cold, mocking glances at Xiao Chun, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. A no-tier martial seal? How truly remarkable! The esteemed 7th prince, once the #1 prodigy, has now unlocked a no-tier martial seal. This is utterly laughable. Initially taken aback, the others soon erupted in a hearty laughter upon confirming the white seal hovering above Xiao Qin's head. At that moment, Xiao Qin had become a complete jester in their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, as they mocked the no-tier seal Xiao Qin had unlocked, a voice rich with mockery reverberated from within the celestial bronze door above. The 10th tier martial seal, gazing down upon the heavens, is mistaken for a no-tier seal. Truly, ants will always be ants. From within the bronze door, an immense eye, as imposing as a mountain, fixated upon the myriad of mortals below. In the next moment, this divine gaze was wholly directed at Xiao Chun, a spark of intrigue flickering within. Young man, I have expended great effort to procure a nascent 10th tier martial seal for you from the Chaos Sea. I hope you shall not disappoint me and strive to break free from your shackles in the future. Until we meet again, fate shall guide our paths. That as the final words echoed, the divine eye tore through the void, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 5. The small man like a snake suddenly. As Xiao Qin sat in meditation with his eyes closed, the white martial seal above his head blazed with brilliance, its form gradually shifting to a deep crimson, transforming from colorless to red. A 1st tier martial seal? This spectacle astounded the gathered crowd. Then am I seeing things? Xiao Qin's martial seal has progressed from no tier to 1st tier. Such an event had never transpired in the annals of the Diyu dynasty. Progression of a martial seal? What sorcery had Xiao Qin employed to achieve this? The crowd was filled with trepidation. It is merely a 1st tier martial seal, Xiao Feng scoffed, fixating on Xiao Qin. Without the Inferno bloodline and the Supreme Bone, you are doomed to be nothing but refuse for life. A 1st tier martial seal merely provides you with a flicker of hope to prolong your miserable existence. Indeed, Brother Feng speaks the truth. Ouyang Yunsan giggled. A martial artist destined for only a 1st tier martial seal is destined to inhabit a realm far removed from ours. Such rubbish serves only as our source of amusement. Yet what did it matter if a 1st tier martial seal was 1 tier higher than a no-tier seal? After all, they possessed 8th tier martial seals. Within the entirety of the Diyu dynasty, no one was qualified to compete with them. Not even the once great Xiao Chun. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Chun slowly absorbed the crimson martial seal into his body. Despite Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan's disdain for him, they could not erase the memory of that pivotal moment. The transition from a non-rank martial seal to a 1st-rank martial seal marked a historic achievement for Xiao Chun within the Great Yu dynasty. 7th brother, congratulations. You can begin your cultivation anew. After concluding her inheritance, Xiao Lingtong approached Xiao Qin. Upon noticing the crimson glow above his head, her eyes sparkled with joy, even surpassing her own delight at acquiring a 7th-rank martial seal. In her eyes, her 7th brother was a formidable warrior, and even a mere 1st-rank martial seal could herald his triumphant return, trampling upon those contemptible foes. Just a stroke of luck, Xiao Qin thought, feeling warmth in his heart as he beheld the lively Xiao Lingtong beside him. While others regarded him with fear akin to that of a venomous snake, his sister still treated him as the protector who once shielded her from the storms of life. This moment would remain etched in Xiao Chen's memory. Once I restore my cultivation, I shall declare my return with the blood of these petty individuals. Xiao Chen cast a cold gaze over the crowd. Suddenly, the bronze gate trembled violently. Under the control of the National Master, clouds obscured the ancient door's presence, the monstrous intent of the beasts dissipating, and the divine spirits retreating into obscurity. The abrupt stillness enveloped the world. And that enigmatic wave vanished without a trace. The martial seal ceremony had concluded. All Shao clan warriors who had activated their martial seals were summoned to the ancestral hall to pay homage to their forebears. Awaiting the ancestral trial a month hence, the National Master descended from the altar, leading the assembly towards the ancestral hall. Before their arrival, the Yu Wangfei stood upon a high platform, clad in a phoenix robe and adorned with a golden crown. Her exquisite and frigid visage radiating an air of nobility befitting her station. The Yu Wang is currently in seclusion, striving to break through. This martial seal ceremony is presided over by me. For the Shao family disciples who can activate their martial seals, they may receive a cleansing fluid as a reward based on the seal's rank. For each rank increased, an additional portion of the cleansing fluid will be granted. In the year following the activation of their martial seals, every warrior's demand for cleansing fluid is at its peak. The cleansing fluid fortifies their meridians, allowing the martial seals to absorb the ambient energy of the heavens and earth. In previous martial seal ceremonies, regardless of the rank achieved by the Shao clan disciples, they would receive 3 vials of cleansing fluid to nourish their meridians, followed by rewards based on rank. However, under the Yu Wangfei's new decree, Xiao Chen's first-rank martial seal would only earn him a single vial of cleansing fluid, a woefully insufficient amount. This woman is indeed ruthless. Xiao Chen's cold gaze remained fixed upon the haughty figure above. Observing how the martial seal's power failed to eliminate him, she resorted to such insidious tactics to seize what rightfully belonged to him, thereby condemning him to a future of depletion, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of that very martial seal. Such a vicious heart. Xiao Chen clenched his jaw, yet felt utterly powerless against her. "Seventh brother, it's all right that I shall share my cleansing fluid with you," Xiao Lingtong said, her heart aching. Having inherited a 7th-rank martial seal, she received 7 portions of cleansing fluid as a reward. However, the higher the rank of a martial seal, the greater the demand for cleansing fluid, and even 7 portions were not abundant for her. Yet she still chose to divide it with Xiao Chun. Watching Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan carelessly toss the cleansing fluid, Xiao Lingtong's eyes brimmed with hatred. These 2 scoundrels, relying on their mother, being the Yu Wangfei, felt entitled to hoard the cleansing fluid withheld by her, compelling all Shao clan disciples to curry favor with them to procure a portion. "Xiao Chun, do you desire cleansing fluid? Come beg me. Kneel and bow twice, and perhaps I will grant you a portion." Xiao Feng laughed mockingly. Even if Xiao Chun were to crack his forehead, he would show no mercy that he wished to see this defeated hound drained by the martial seal, ultimately perishing in the streets. Moreover, the cleansing fluid awarded in this ceremony is strictly prohibited from being given to anyone else, that if you do not blame me for being merciless and sending palace guards to strip you of your martial seals," the Yu Wangfei declared, her phoenix robe swirling as she spoke with a chilling tone. "Surely, no one would be so foolish as to gift away such valuable cleansing fluid that I can hardly satisfy my own needs, let alone think of purchasing more with gold at the auction house." They replied, dismissing her concerns, that "let's hope so." The Yu Wangfei sneered, her venomous gaze fixed on Xiao Chun and Xiao Lingtong. "If I discover otherwise, no matter how your mother pleads, I shall show no leniency. Ruthless, treacherous, heartless." This decree thoroughly severed Xiao Chen's retreat. That vile woman! Xiao Lingtong's face flushed with fury. Yet with the guards watching closely, the cleansing fluid in her grasp felt like a burning coal. Neither could she keep it nor relinquish it. In the next moment, a warm hand enveloped hers, gently urging her back. "Ninth sister, fear not. This woman, in her arrogance, is foolish beyond measure." Xiao Chen smiled at Xiao Lingtong. "Cleansing fluid? I have my methods." Chapter 6. The divorce. What methods could you possibly have? Xiao Lingtong's eyes brimmed with tears, her delicate face etched with concern and confusion for Xiao Chen. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chen had encountered fortuitous circumstances during his inheritance of the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra. He had spent nearly half a month suppressing the obsessions of countless divine demons. The terrifying desires of these ageless entities nearly tore him apart. However, having persevered, the rewards he reaped were beyond her imagination. This was Xiao Qin's true capital. Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan, overhearing this exchange, only laugh more derisively that a mere waste thinks he can obtain cleansing fluid. Have you lost all dignity, preparing to sell yourself? Or perhaps you intend to send your mother, that wretched woman, out to beg, hoping I might be generous enough to spare you a portion of cleansing fluid. Xiao Feng guffawed, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. A warrior awakened with a first-rank martial seal wouldn't attract any audience in the duel arena. The only path laid before Xiao Chun was one of humiliating demise. Indeed, a waste of space like you has no right to participate in cultivation. Had you retained that astonishing talent of yours, it might have been credible. But now, you are nothing more than a pitiful remnant that a waste is a waste. You can only gaze upon our backs for the rest of your life. The crowd erupted in scornful laughter, their tones filled with derision and contempt. Xiao Chun, once an object of admiration, had plummeted from grace, and now his past glory served as fodder for their attacks. The fervor with which they had once fawned over him had transformed into a desperate desire to feel superior by belittling him. That I have made my stance clear, that if there are no objections, this martial seal ceremony is hereby concluded. The queen coldly huffed, preparing to turn away from the high platform. Wait! A sudden shout rang out from below. It was Ouyang Yunshan. The alluring woman wore a cryptic smile. As if confident of her victory, addressing the Yu Wang Fei, Your Majesty, I have good news to announce publicly, and I believe you will be most pleased. Ouyang Yunshan exchanged a coy smile with Xiao Feng, as if they had conspired together, striding towards the high platform. Xiao Feng's laughter echoed as he observed the two conspirators, his gaze filled with amusement as he focused on Xiao Qin. What is it? Xiao Lingtong, realizing their collusion, quickly grasped Xiao Qin's hand, intent on pulling him away. She understood that what was about to transpire would deliver a devastating blow to Xiao Qin. It could shatter the hard-won confidence he had begun to rebuild, plunging him back into an abyss of despair. But in that moment, Xiao Lingtong felt a firm grip tighten around her delicate hand, exuding unexpected strength. Xiao Qin smiled gently at Xiao Lingtong before turning to Ouyang Yunshan, commanding, Hold on. Since you have good news to share, I too have something to announce publicly. Furthermore, he turned to fix his gaze on Xiao Feng. It will be a matter of great delight for the people. Ouyang Yunshan, taken aback, was at a loss as to why Xiao Chun would suddenly rise up, interrupting her intent to publicly declare her wish to annul their engagement, thereby announcing her intention to become betrothed to the future crown prince of the great Yu dynasty, destined to become the second Yu Wang Fei. Yet all of this was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Qin. Do you truly believe that after enduring the betrayals of both of you, I would still tolerate your shameless antics before me? Let me be the one to speak of breaking off the engagement. However, it is not merely a matter of breaking an engagement. Rather, I, Xiao Qin, shall divorce you, this seductive harlot. Xiao Qin's words were resolute and thunderous, each one imbued with a profound hatred for Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan that he loathed. He detested himself for being blind, unable to discern Ouyang Yunshan's true nature. He despised the fact that he had once poured his heart and soul into her, only to be met with treachery as this wretched woman conspired with Xiao Feng to deliver a vicious blow against him. They had ruthlessly excised his supreme bone and hellfire bloodline. This torment was akin to enduring 1,000 cuts, a cruel and inhumane punishment. Ouyang Yunshan, as a married woman, you lack all sense of shame, colluding with your paramour to plot against your own husband. This is the first offense. You harbor a venomous intent against the very benefactor who restores your injuries each month with his vital essence. This is the second. You have plundered my bloodline and severed my supreme bone, solely for the sake of climbing the ranks of power. This is the third. Such a malicious individual is unworthy of being my wife. Ouyang Yunshan, heed my words clearly. It is I, Xiao Qin, who shall divorce you, this venomous vixen. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Ouyang Yunshan stood dazed upon the platform, her face rigid, her gaze vacant, as if she had never anticipated such words from Xiao Qin. What do these words imply? Are they suggesting that she, Ouyang Yunshan, is heartless, ungrateful, devoid of virtue, a wanton creature available to any man. What is happening? The worthless Xiao Chen dares to insult Ouyang Yunshan. No, this is not an insult. Rather, Xiao Chen intends to sever ties with Ouyang Yunshan. Divorce? No, it is a divorce. Countless astonished murmurs cascaded into Ouyang Yunshan's ears, growing increasingly tumultuous. With a shriek filled with venomous rage, Ouyang Yunshan's voice erupted. Xiao Chen, I want you dead. Xiao Feng, kill him for me. After you kill him, you can do whatever you wish with me. Dare you? Xiao Feng roared in fury, his reaction swift as lightning, leaving him no time to respond. Xiao Chen's declaration implied that Ouyang Yunshan was nothing but discarded refuse, while Xiao Feng regarded this refuse as a treasure. Such a humiliation. Boom. Xiao Feng summoned all the energy from his acupoints. Launching himself at Xiao Chen with the speed of an arrow, the air whistling around him had a pale, white radiance coalesced in his palm, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. That moment, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Having just subdued the martial imprint, he had not yet utilized it to open his energy pool, but now he faced the wrathful strike of a 7th-layer acupoint realm master that I in the past. With his astonishing prowess, he would never have regarded someone like Xiao Feng as a threat. However, now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had been rendered null, with even his supreme bone and hellfire bloodline forcibly extracted by those two wretches. If he were to directly endure this punch, he would perish. Yet, dying in such a humiliating manner was equally not his choice. Chapter 7. Severing Bonds Dragon Elephant Prajna. With a light exclamation, an immense energy surged around Xiao Chen, enveloping his limbs in a wave of searing heat. The first-grade martial imprint gradually brightened, a crimson glow manifesting above his head. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's aura transformed, becoming formidable, entirely unlike that of a newly initiated martial artist. Xiao Feng, dare you beside him? Xiao Ling Tong also cried out, revealing her 6th-layer acupoint realm cultivation, her aura instantly overpowering that of Xiao Chen, barely trailing behind the furious Xiao Feng. In that moment, Xiao Ling Tong chose to stand alongside Xiao Chen, ready to confront the advancing Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, upon witnessing this, snorted in anger. A bone within his chest faintly glowed, numerous intricate inscriptions surfacing, as a powerful aura surged beyond that of both Xiao Chen and Xiao Ling Tong. That was originally Xiao Chen's supreme bone, yet now, it was being wielded against him. Xiao Chen, let me demonstrate the might of this newly acquired supreme bone. You shall perish beneath its weight, giving you ample reason to boast in the afterlife. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, reveling in the chaos. Enough! The National Master bellowed, the animal skin ritual text in his hand suddenly radiating with brilliance. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning shot from his hand, crossing dozens of yards in an instant, striking between Xiao Feng, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Ling Tong. Smoke billowed forth. Bang! The three figures were propelled back from the cloud of smoke, retreating several dozen yards before coming to a halt. Royal prohibitions dictate that one must never harm kin in private disputes. Violators shall be banished to the frontier, never to return to the capital. The National Master's expression was grave as he addressed the two. Your Highnesses, do not assume that the royal law is lenient, allowing you to breach the royal prohibitions. The royal family of the Diyu dynasty strictly forbade its members from inflicting harm upon one another. After all, governing a nation entails immense resources and legacies. And no one could remain indifferent that if they allowed their kin to slaughter one another, the Xiao clan would find itself in a dire state of dwindling numbers in a mere few decades. But the royal law, Xiao Chen appeared to have heard the greatest joke in the world, erupting in a laughter filled with mockery and derision aimed at the National Master on that day, when my hellfire bloodline and supreme bone were excised. Where was the royal law? When my own flesh and blood drove a poisoned blade into my chest, where was the royal law? And afterward, when I was cast off a cliff, barely escaping with my life again, where was the royal law? By the end, Xiao Chen was nearly roaring, to hell with the royal law. I will kill Xiao Feng and slay Ouyang Yunshan, since the royal law could not restrain him. Let him take matters into his own hands. Xiao Feng, you shall die in the ancestral temple trial 1 month from now. A fierce expression graced Xiao Chen's face. Whoever dares to stop me shall face death. A torrent of energy surged from Xiao Chen, rivaling the 5th-layer acupoint realm. This scene caused Xiao Feng's complexion to change dramatically, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as he roared at Xiao Chun. Impossible! Your meridians are severed. You are poisoned, and I have extracted your hellfire bloodline and supreme bone. How can you possess such formidable strength? What are you, man or ghost? The power Xiao Chun had just displayed was beyond what a first-grade martial artist could wield. Kill him. No matter the punishment that follows, he must be eliminated. A fierce glint flashed across Xiao Feng's face as he slowly gathered true energy in his palm. Dare you? The National Master was furious, unleashing a purple beam of light that sent Xiao Feng flying. Xiao Feng grunted as he fell into Ouyang Yunshan's embrace, unconscious. Ouyang Yunshan propped him up, her gaze filled with venomous hatred as she fixated on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, wait for it. If you wish to kill Seventh Brother, you must first pass through me. Xiao Lingtong, equally unyielding, glared at Ouyang Yunshan. Had it not been for their mother's intervention, upon learning of Xiao Chun's plight, she would have personally confronted Ouyang Yunshan for an explanation. Even if Ouyang Yunshan had the backing of the Ouyang family, it mattered not. Daring to harm Xiao Chun made her an enemy. Seventh Prince, the Diyu dynasty can no longer afford to lose another with the Hellfire bloodline and supreme bone. The National Master sighed, aware that this statement would pierce Xiao Chun like a dagger. Yet it remained a truth. The former Diyu dynasty thrived due to Xiao Chun, allowing it to stand proudly in the vast Diyu world, attracting the favor and attention of major sects and powers. But now, with Xiao Chun's bloodline and supreme bone forcibly transplanted into Ouyang Yunshan and Xiao Feng, even though the National Master felt a chill in his heart, he could not take the action of killing them to restore Xiao Chun's birthright. For bloodlines and supreme bones could only be transplanted once. Should they be transplanted again, they would lose their original power and potential. Xiao Chun laughed heartily. What utter nonsense. The royal law is nothing but empty talk. In this world, only strength is the undeniable truth. Today you kill me. Tomorrow I shall kill you. It is the innocent who suffer for possessing treasures. Weakness is the original sin. Lacking strength, one can only endure the schemes of others. But Xiao Chun refuses to submit to this widely accepted truth. He has contributed immensely to the Diyu dynasty, yet has been treated so ruthlessly. Henceforth, Xiao Chun shall sever all ties with the royal family of the Diyu dynasty. Enough! The National Master bellowed. Xiao Chun, considering your recent recovery, I shall not pursue your reckless words. However, if you dare to go further, do not blame me for taking action and banishing you to the frontier. Now leave the royal palace at once. Begone. With a flourish of his robe, the National Master declared the martial imprint ceremony definitively concluded. Yet the ramifications of this martial imprint ceremony would not settle quietly. Xiao Chun, despite his grievous injuries, had opposed the martial imprint's power and inherited a first-grade martial imprint. Subsequently, he publicly announced his intention to divorce Ouyang Yunshan, exposing the truth of her collusion with the Crown Prince Xiao Feng to plot against him. These tidings spread with astonishing rapidity, becoming a topic of lively discussion among countless individuals during their post-meal conversations. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunshan and Xiao Feng were forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Yet, all of this was entirely unrelated to Xiao Chun, who was returning home. With the conclusion of the Martial Seal Grand Ceremony, each warrior who had obtained the cleansing elixir would seize the opportunity to break through their realms. In the ensuing month, the scions of the Xiao family would dedicate every moment to strengthening themselves, striving to achieve remarkable performances in the ancestral trials, which would ultimately determine their future standings within the Diyu dynasty. They had no choice but to take this seriously. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the Prodigy. The night sky was as dark as ink, and the sounds of breakthroughs echoed within the royal capital. After dinner, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in the courtyard, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, beginning his meditation and cultivation. Although his current martial seal was quite feeble, merely a first-grade seal, for Xiao Chun, who possessed the ancient dragon elephant art, the ability to cultivate true qi was more than sufficient. Ordinary warriors, during their cultivation, needed to establish a qi pool beneath their martial seal to accommodate the true qi they cultivated. Once this true qi accumulated to a certain level, it could traverse through the warrior's meridians under their control, making it more accessible for their use. The ability to break through several meridians with true qi was referred to as the opening meridians realm. Different cultivation techniques naturally led to the opening of different meridian pathways, with more profound techniques yielding more intricate and astonishing routes. For instance, the Xiao family's tyrant art practiced by Xiao Feng and Xiao Ling Tong was an advanced technique that could open up to 8 meridians, allowing one to condense the power of 8 pathways and step into the divine ability realm. Having once entered the divine ability realm, Xiaochen had utilized the Xiao family tyrant art to open all 8 meridians in his body, converging them into one to achieve his breakthrough. Now, as he prepared to cultivate the ancient dragon elephant art, upon seeing the number of meridians it encompassed, he felt that the Xiao family tyrant art was utterly inferior, unworthy of even a dog's attention. The ancient dragon elephant art contained a cultivation method encompassing a full 10 meridians. It was said to represent the 10th level of the opening meridians realm. Even someone as well-versed as Xiao Chun had never heard of a technique that could open 10 meridians within a person. In this world, 9 was the ultimate limit. Techniques capable of opening 9 meridians were revered as the foundational treasures of major sects nearby. Xiao Chun exhaled lightly after nearly half an hour of arduous cultivation. He had established a vast chi pool. However, merely having a chi pool was far from sufficient. He needed to manipulate the true chi to connect each of his meridians, creating a unique cultivation pathway belonging solely to him. This was a road Xiao Chun had never traversed, fraught with the unknown and peril. Taking out a jade vial containing the cleansing elixir, Xiao Chun uncorked it and gently inhaled its fragrance, confirming its authenticity before pouring the entire vial into his mouth. Boom! Xiao Chen's expression abruptly changed. The initial coolness of the elixir vanished instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. As if he were being roasted over a fire. Breathe in, hold your breath. This was the moment. The first layer of the ancient dragon elephant art. The previously weak true chi surged forth under the influence of the cleansing elixir, akin to a mighty river, relentlessly battering against his meridians. Following the impressions etched in his memory, Xiao Chun directed the torrent of true chi within him to assault the unbroken meridians that a piercing pain radiated from within, as though his meridians were being torn apart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from within his body. Boom! A meridian was breached. The true chi surged into the newly opened meridian, marking the first layer of the opening meridians realm. Xiao Chun once again stepped into the ranks of warriors. The invigorating sensation coursing through his limbs filled him with immense satisfaction. However, having experienced this all before, Xiao Chun was not distracted by this fleeting surge of power. Instead, he summoned the true chi within his meridians to once more attack the next meridian, the first layer of the opening meridians realm. He had once again become a warrior. Was this enough? No, not nearly enough. Xiao Chun understood in his heart that having humiliated Ouyang Yunsan and Xiao Feng so thoroughly during the day, he would undoubtedly face countless dangers and trials in the days to come. If he could not seize this opportunity to utilize the martial seal for his cultivation and reclaim his peak, then in the future, he would need to expend even more cleansing elixirs and medicinal pills. Time was of the essence, with more than half of the elixir's potency remaining and the true chi within his meridians surging abundantly. Xiao Chun made a bold decision to continue his breakthrough. Boom! 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 The third layer of the opening meridians realm. As Xiao Chun gazed at the dwindling true chi within the 3 meridians of his body, a hint of regret washed over him. Was this truly where it would end? Xiao Chun let out a bitter laugh. Breaking through was ultimately not something to be rushed. The efficacy of a single cleansing elixir was inherently limited, even with his previous experience of breakthroughs, which allowed him to avoid many pitfalls of resource wastage. He could not create miracles, or rather, merely breaking through to the third layer of the opening meridians realm with just one cleansing elixir was a miracle in itself. Just as Xiao Chun sighed and prepared to consolidate his meridians, intending to conclude this session of cultivation, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Quickly refine this medicinal pill. The true chi it contains is sufficient for your breakthrough. Outside the courtyard, an unfamiliar voice resounded. It was the national master. Before Xiao Chun could respond, he felt a medicinal pill being placed into his mouth, dissolving instantly as the potent energy surged into his chi pool. In an instant, the once depleted chi pool became revitalized, and the true chi roared forth into his meridians, its momentum even greater than during his previous breakthroughs. 1-2, after breaking through several more meridians. Xiao Chun, in an inexplicable manner, heard a thunderous roar from deep within his meridians. From the depths of his meridians surged an extraordinarily powerful energy, converging with the tumultuous true chi and crashing against his meridians. Boom! Xiao Chun groaned as the torrent of true chi surged like a mighty river, crashing into the 10th meridian, the 10th layer of the opening meridian's realm. Breakthrough. Simultaneously, the heavens transformed dramatically as endless dark clouds gathered. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, boom! The dark clouds formed a vortex, and within the eye of the storm, lightning rained down upon the royal capital, leaving countless individuals in a state of disarray. A torrential downpour ensued. The divine phoenix cried out, the thunder dragon roared, and various spectral beasts emerged from the clouds, exuding an aura of terror. Yet, amidst these phantoms, a colossal dragon elephant silhouette stood proudly. Trampling the thunder dragon, adorned in flames, roaring towards the heavens. It stirred the very realms. Within the royal palace, Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan, who were gathering the power of 7 meridians, utilizing an abundance of cleansing elixirs to break into the divine ability realm, looked out at the extraordinary sights and burst into laughter. Anomalies of heaven and earth. This is an anomaly of heaven and earth. When I, Xiao Feng, break through to the divine ability realm, I can even invoke the anomalies of heaven and earth. Xiao Chun, what do you have to compete with me? Ouyang Yunsan, upon hearing this, turned to Xiao Feng with a face full of joy, saying, Brother Feng, remember your promise to me. You must kill Xiao Chun to avenge me. Outside the royal capital, atop a certain celestial mountain, a high-ranking individual stood atop the peak, gazing at the apocalyptic breakthrough phenomenon within the royal capital, astonished. Such a genius exists within the royal capital. Yin Kong, quickly send someone to the royal capital. We must recruit this genius who has invoked the anomalies of heaven and earth into our fold. The Burning Heaven Sect, the Divine Phoenix City, the Golden Feather Palace. Throughout the Diyu dynasty, renowned sects were all stirred by this terrifying phenomenon, alarmed and astounded. Who could possess such formidable potential that their breakthrough would cause the heavens to shift? This was the envy of the heavens. This person's talent was so extraordinary that even the heavens envied it. Quickly, we must send someone to find this genius and recruit him into our ranks. Chapter 9. The transaction. The dark clouds loomed over the city, obscuring the sun. After opening 10 meridians, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a faint, almost imperceptible connection with the heavens and earth around him. Boom! A bolt of white lightning, as wide as an arm, suddenly struck outside the courtyard, creating a shallow crater upon impact. The figure dodging the lightning wore a helpless expression, having intended to assist Xiao Chun in his breakthrough, only to be inexplicably struck by lightning. What a turn of fate! Yet, observing Xiao Chun, who had once again entered a state of enlightenment, the National Master felt a wave of astonishment. Is he about to break into the divine ability realm? No, wait, his meridians are luminous but lack spiritual resonance. Yet the aura emanating from his body is even more formidable than that of an ordinary 9th layer of the opening meridian's realm. Could it be the legendary 10th layer? The National Master's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an incredible scene, his mouth agape. How is this possible? Since the ancient cataclysm, when the gods withdrew from the world, there had scarcely been any appearance of a warrior at the 10th layer of the opening meridian's realm. On one hand, it seemed unworthy. After all, with such immense talent capable of opening 10 meridians, expending that energy on breaking through would yield significant achievements elsewhere. That on the other hand, once one broke through to the 10th layer of the opening meridian's realm, it would invoke anomalies of heaven and earth, with divine and demonic phantoms frequently appearing. This heralded chaos throughout the realm. The National Master's expression gradually softened. Xiao Chun's performance had exceeded his expectations and even fundamentally altered the purpose of his visit. Then, amidst the swirling black clouds, a torrent of pure true qi cascaded down like a waterfall, merging into Xiao Chun's qi pool. Boom! In the realm of the qi pool, A magnificent white jade bridge ascended majestically from the ground. Adorned with intricately carved railings and towering structures, dragons danced gracefully, and an array of rare and exotic beasts, along with mythical birds of prey, were intricately depicted upon this grand bridge. Colorful clouds swirled around, and celestial cranes fluttered through the air. Just as Shao Chun stood in stunned silence, a majestic palace subtly emerged on the other side of the bridge, shrouded in mist, appearing both formidable and grandiose. The celestial bridge. The National Master inhaled sharply, realizing the significance. Ancient texts had foretold that in primordial times, human warriors could connect with heaven and earth, forming the celestial bridge. Yet, with the fall of the ancients, all records had vanished, and even the tales of the celestial bridge had become fragmented and nearly unimaginable. Yet this scene was undeniably unfolding before the National Master's eyes in that moment. He could not help but resent himself for not seizing the opportunity. Why was the celestial bridge laid out before him while he stood like a fool, paralyzed? How foolish indeed. This was the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the opening veins realm. Such supreme techniques had only existed in ancient times. With the destruction of the ancients, countless martial arts had been lost, and even those reclusive sects could scarcely possess any knowledge regarding the bridge of heaven and earth. It was no wonder the National Master's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Without a method to open all 10 meridians, how could one provoke such a phenomenon? Without such a phenomenon, how could the power of heaven and earth be summoned to uncover the deeply hidden bridge within the chi pool? Each link appeared to be interconnected, as if an invisible hand were gently guiding the unfolding events. What brings you here? After concluding his cultivation, Shao Chun observed the National Master standing before him, his expression unchanging. Shao Chun had already sensed the presence of others around him while breaking through to the opening veins realm. If it had not been for the unknown pill he had consumed, his realm would have plummeted significantly, making it difficult to evoke remarkable phenomena and reap substantial benefits that are in both reason and sentiment. Shao Chun could harbor no ill will towards the National Master. However, this morning, the National Master had personally declared that the Supreme Bone must not be lost again. Those words extinguished any lingering goodwill Shao Chun might have felt. He resolved to treat the matter with a calm demeanor. Shao Chun, shall we make a deal? The National Master's face twitched slightly as he presented what he believed to be a very amiable smile. A deal? Shao Chun furrowed his brow, questioning the nature of this proposal. I will assist you in concealing your true cultivation level, and in exchange, you will help me procure a spirit herb, known as snow dragon grass, during the religious trial in a month. Given your prowess, harvesting the spirit herb from the core of the temple should pose no challenge. The National Master explained, I have served as the National Master in the Diyu dynasty for nearly a decade. But within the temple, due to the secret techniques of the Shao family, only those of the Shao bloodline can enter without facing grave dangers. Thus, I require a collaborator to assist me in obtaining the snow dragon grass. Shao Chun scrutinized the National Master, clad in a long robe, pondering the credibility of his words. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, why seek me? In previous years, the spirit herb had not yet matured. An immature spirit herb holds little value for me. Even if harvested, the National Master hesitated briefly before explaining. Shao Feng's demands are exorbitant. His terms are unacceptable to me. So, you turned your attention to me. Shao Chun raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something, and chuckled softly. Let me guess, what are Shao Feng's conditions? Would he demand Shao Chun's life in exchange for the snow dragon grass? Under Shao Chun's probing, the National Master hesitated for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Shao Chun flicked his sleeve. Very well. I accept your deal. However, my agreement is not based on your offer to help me conceal my cultivation, but rather as a token of gratitude for the pill that aided my breakthrough. I, Shao Chun, shall never be the sort to repay kindness with ingratitude. Someone like Shao Feng, even if the National Master eliminated Shao Chun, would not willingly hand over the snow dragon grass. Instead, he would likely seize the opportunity to impose a multitude of demands, satisfying his insatiable greed. This was precisely why the National Master ultimately chose Shao Chun as an additional gift. I shall provide you with a piece of information. The Alchemist and Blacksmith Guild is currently recruiting apprentices. If you do not wish to enter the temple in a month wielding nothing but a firewood stick and various poisons, it would be prudent to enhance your alchemy and blacksmithing skills within this month. The National Master believed that having spent nearly a decade dealing with the treacherous mother and son duo, he understood them well. Consequently, he harbored no doubts that the sinister intentions of the Queen and Xiao Feng would lead them to replace all the pills and weapons Xiao Qin carried during the trial with the most inferior grade. This is a spatial ring that I have inscribed a third-tier concealment formation upon it, ensuring that even a practitioner of the Divine Passage realm cannot easily discern your true cultivation level. Upon receiving the ring, Xiao Qin slipped it on, instantly feeling the space around him constrict, suppressing his aura to roughly the 7th layer of the opening veins realm, reverting him to the pinnacle he had achieved prior to breaking through to the Divine Passage realm. Within the ring, there was a portion of cleansing liquid and a jade pendant. When visiting the Royal Capital's auction house, mentioning my name will grant you at least an 80% discount on the cleansing liquid, which should be something you urgently need at present. The National Master exhaled a breath of true energy, sensing that Xiao Chun's aura had been successfully suppressed, and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, I have not engaged in combat for many years. It appears I am still without flaw. Xiao Chun began to channel his true energy, and beneath him, 10 radiant red meridians burst forth with brilliance, unaffected by the concealment formation. From this point forward, your movements within the royal palace will become significantly easier. After presenting the vital concealment ring and jade pendant to Xiao Chun, the National Master took his leave, retracing his steps and vaulting over the wall. Outside the palace, a dozen high-ranking palace guards from the opening veins realm lay lifeless in the alley, their necks twisted grotesquely. As the National Master proceeded, he waved his hand, and the corpses vanished without a trace. Absorbed into the spatial ring. What an interesting little fellow. The National Master chuckled softly as he gradually receded into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Qin once again sat cross-legged, utilizing the remaining cleansing liquid within the ring to steadily fortify the newly opened 10th meridian. A night passed without incident. Chapter 10. Visitors from the sect look. That is Elder Han Shuang from the Burning Heaven sect. Elder Fan Zhong from the Divine Phoenix City, renowned for battling a 4th-tier monster several years ago, has unexpectedly arrived in the royal capital. And Elder Pei Hui, a prominent figure from Golden Feather City, has not traversed the dynasty for decades, yet he too has been stirred. On this day, countless once mighty figures converged upon the royal capital, all drawn by the prodigy who had invoked the phenomena of heaven and earth the previous night. With a gentle cry, the fire phoenix descended slowly outside the city gates. 2 powerful warriors dismounted from its back, one old, one young, heading straight for the city gates. Brother Han, it has been over 100 years. You are well. A hearty laugh echoed from the sky as a luxurious carriage descended gracefully, pulled by a proud and massive cloud beast, which disdainfully snorted upon noticing the fire phoenix lying nearby. Enraged, the fire phoenix opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of its fiery essence, but was firmly restrained by the diminutive Han Shuang, pinning the creature to the ground as it struggled helplessly against the hand that pressed down upon its head like a nail. With a warm smile, Han Shuang turned to face the individual descending from the cloud beast's carriage. Recognizing Elder Fan Zhong from Divine Phoenix City, that my apologies for the beast's unruliness. It nearly provoked your fire phoenix. Fan Zhong laughed heartily, though his tone bore no trace of regret. No harm done. As fellow sect members within the Du dynasty, we shall not let a lowly beast ruffle our feathers. The fire phoenix ceased its struggles, becoming docile once more as Han Shuang gently stroked its feathers, offering words of comfort. Old man, who are you calling a beast? Fan Zhong erupted in anger. Whoever speaks is who I am addressing. Unyielding, Han Shuang met his gaze, and the atmosphere crackled with the intensity of 2 barrier-breaking powerhouses. As it seemed the two were on the brink of battle at the city gates, a brilliant rainbow arced across the sky, transforming into a human form 3 feet above the ground. Ha, Brother Han, Brother Fan, it appears you two are particularly at odds this time. Umph. Han Shuang and Fan Zhong exchanged furious glares, then, in unison, turned away, refusing to grant the arriving Pei Hui any advantage. Subsequently, a formidable squad of elite guards emerged from the city gates, establishing a grand display to welcome the powerful figures of various sects that in fact, their demeanor was almost excessively humble. The commander of the guards stepped forward with utmost reverence, bowing as he spoke. Honorable sirs, have you come to recruit the prodigy who caused the phenomena last night? Indeed, the entire royal capital now knows that the one who broke through and invoked such phenomena is none other than our dynasty's crown prince and his fiancée. Ouyang Yunshan. You mean to say that the one who triggered such phenomena is the crown prince and princess of the Diyu dynasty? Precisely. Summoned overnight by the Queen Mother of Yu, the captain of the Imperial Guards. Tasked with hosting the formidable warriors who have journeyed from afar, respectfully bowed to Elder Han Shuang, stating, upon hearing this news last night, the Queen Mother, wishing to avoid any slight towards these esteemed individuals, immediately dispatched us to warmly welcome you into the palace. Was it truly the remarkable Prince Xiao Feng and his fiancée, Ouyang Yunsan, whose breakthrough triggered this celestial phenomenon? Upon receiving the captain's affirmative response, Elder Han Shuang let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha, what a stroke of fortune indeed!" In that moment, his spirits soared, and the minor disputes he had with Fan Zhong were swiftly forgotten. Leveraging his connections with the Great Yu dynasty, he realized that this trip to the royal capital would render him the greatest beneficiary. Upon returning to the sect, accolades would surely await him, and who knows, he might even glimpse the realm of Baichuan within his lifetime. Gentlemen, if that is the case, let us make our way to the Yu Palace. With that, a flash of fire enveloped Han Shuang and his attendants, propelling them like a bolt of lightning towards the royal palace. The elder's speed was akin to that of a tempest. This old fellow is trying to compete with us. Fan Zhong and Elder Pei Hui exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes. However, with all eyes upon them, to refrain from responding would be to concede that they were inferior to Han Shuang in cultivation, and more severely, to admit that their sect was lesser than his Burning Heaven sect. Such a notion was intolerable. With a cold snort, Fan Zhong unleashed his aura, enveloping himself in true energy that transformed into a magnificent phoenix of flames, which let out a piercing cry as it flapped its wings in pursuit of Han Shuang. Pei Hui sighed softly and, under the watchful gaze of the Imperial Guard captain, morphed into a streak of rainbow, shooting towards the distance, his speed hardly inferior to the other two My lords. Please wait for us. The Imperial Guard captain, looking exasperated, watched as the powerful warriors swiftly departed, hastily abandoning his subordinates, leaping across rooftops with the grace of a crane, chasing after them despite the numerous houses he trampled along the way, provoking the ire of the citizens behind him. Once the city gates stood silent, devoid of any welcoming retinue, a pair of individuals clad in white, resembling a master and disciple, slowly entered the royal capital. Is this truly the Great Yu capital? It is indeed magnificent, far superior to our humble abode, lamented a youthful attendant. What are you complaining about, little brother? Queried a scholarly young man, gently tapping the attendant's head with his jade fan. A little more or a little less makes a difference. The reason our sect, the Celestial Repair sect, has survived since the ancient cataclysm is due to this tranquil disposition towards the world. See, even without anyone to welcome us, I remain unperturbed. Why fret? If we complete the task assigned by our master promptly, we can return to the sect and report, and then you can fish while I read. What a delightful scenario that would be. The young man smiled gently. The chastised attendant dared not retort, fearing a harsher reprimand. After several attempts to speak, he merely opened his mouth, glancing at the swaying jade fan in the young man's hand, only to close it again. Finally, unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Now I understand why the master sent you out." "Oh, why is that?" the young man inquired, intrigued. "He wishes for you to return in your next life. In this one, it is best to let it go." The attendant sighed, exasperated. "Look where we are. You've led us into a dead end in the slums." "Nonsense. It is fate, undoubtedly. My cultivation of the celestial repair art has granted me a hint of divine inspiration. Guiding us here," insisted the young man, rapping the attendant's head in frustration. "The wooden-headed. Wooden-headed, do you not know what fate is?" As the attendant fled, hands over his head, he pleaded, "Lost brother, I was wrong. I beg you, do not strike me." "Humph. Acknowledging your mistake is what makes you a good disciple." The young man retracted his jade fan, swaying it gently before him. "Listen to your brother. You won't be wrong. Come, let me lead you out." After a short while, "Brother, should we not ask a household for directions?" Moments later, "Brother." Chapter 11. Competing for favor within the royal palace. Queen Mother of Yu, let us dispense with pleasantries. It is time to invite the crown prince and the princess out. Elder Fan Zhong from Divine Phoenix City stroked his long beard, chuckling that no matter how eloquently the Queen Mother extolled the virtues of Xiaofeng and Ouyang Yunsan, they would ultimately have to present themselves before the assembly. Should it turn out that their talents did not warrant such celestial phenomena, the collective ire of the assembly would surely be unleashed upon the Yu Palace. Please do not fret, esteemed elders. My son and the princess have both made breakthroughs into the realm of divine power last night, expending considerable mental energy. They are currently meditating to solidify their cultivation, and I have already dispatched someone to urge them. They will emerge shortly, the Queen Mother replied with a subtle, alluring smile. Understanding. After all, they are young and full of vitality, Elder Han Shuang remarked, subtly ingratiating himself with the Queen Mother, a broad smile adorning his aged visage. This scene caused the other two to feel a wave of nausea, that an old bull courting tender grass, and so audaciously at that. Does he truly believe the Queen Mother does not notice? Yet regardless, they had come to seek to recruit Xiaofeng and Ouyang Yunsan as disciples. To avoid returning empty-handed, they had no choice but to endure the wait. After 3 cups of tea, esteemed elders, we apologize for our tardiness. Laughter preceded their arrival, as Xiaofeng burst into the hall, wrapping his arm around Ouyang Yunsan's waist. Taking a seat beside the Queen Mother, Xiaofeng smiled at the prominent figures from various sects, all of whom were once renowned powers in their own right, that a profound sense of honor welled within him. For the Burning Heaven sect, Divine Phoenix City, and Golden Feather Palace had all hastened to send envoys to the royal palace. All for his sake. For it was on the previous night that he had harnessed the cleansing essence to break through to the realm of divine power, invoking the celestial phenomenon. Xiaofeng's joy was palpable. Allowing the elders to probe his cultivation without a hint of defense, even boldly revealing the supreme bone that rested upon his chest. The intricate inscriptions flickered, an ancient, archaic aura instantly suppressing the multitude of elders around him. It is the supreme bone. Meanwhile, the elders probing Ouyang Yunsan's aura bore expressions of shock as well. Phoenix bloodline. No, this aura. It is the true Phoenix bloodline. The true Phoenix bloodline and the supreme bone. Either signified an unparalleled prodigy. Confirmed, these two were indeed the geniuses behind the celestial phenomenon. I, the Burning Heaven sect, am willing to offer a spiritual-grade martial technique. We, Divine Phoenix City, offer 1 million silver coins. I, Golden Feather Palace, present a spiritual-grade treasure. Elder Han, do not compete with me. The next disciple shall be yours. Elder Pei, grant me this favor, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. Give it to you. With your face? Grant you face. Your face is worthless. Watching the 3 elders nearly come to blows over him, Xiaofeng could no longer contain his smile. Let them compete. The fiercer the contest, the more it would showcase his immense potential, surpassing even Xiao Chun. Yet as he smiled, his expression suddenly faltered. One sect was missing. Esteemed ones, please calm yourselves. Xiaofeng's countenance darkened as he let out a low growl, his true energy converging upon the supreme bone at his chest. An ancient, domineering aura irradiated, commanding silence throughout the hall. Silence. Xiaofeng's commanding shout, empowered by the supreme bone, caused the intricate inscriptions to glow, their unleashed might stunning the assembly into silence as they turned to face him. Wherefore is the Celestial Repair sect? This. Elder Han Shuang, closely tied to the Great Yu dynasty, furrowed his brow and replied, the Celestial Repair sect has always remained hidden in the deep mountains, indifferent to worldly affairs. Although we believed such prodigies would certainly attract the attention of these ancient sects, upon arriving here, we have yet to hear any news of the elders from the Celestial Repair sect. The Celestial Repair sect, a venerable institution that had preserved its legacy since the ancient cataclysm, boasted a handful of disciples, yet countless renowned powers in this realm hailed from its lineage that in terms of influence and reputation. No sect could rival the Celestial Repair sect. While the Celestial Repair sect remains shrouded, who can contend? If that is the case, Ouyang Yunsan slowly rose, feigning decorum as she bowed to the assembly. I sincerely apologize, esteemed elders, that as you are aware, the most powerful sect within the Great Yu dynasty is the Celestial Repair sect that in fact, His Majesty the Emperor of Yu, is also a disciple of the Celestial Repair sect. Out of respect and reason, both Xiaofeng and I ought to enter the ranks of the Celestial Repair sect. And if the Celestial Repair sect does not arrive, Fan Zhong pressed, unwilling to relent. If they do not come, Ouyang Yunshan offered a faint smile, declaring, "Then I shall depart with Xiao Feng from the royal capital, venturing into the nameless mountain range to seek out the disciples of the Bu Tian sect." After all, breaking through from the opening vein realm to the divine ability realm invokes celestial phenomena, and possessing the bloodline of the true phoenix and the supreme bone, I believe no sect would dare to turn away such a gifted disciple. Although Ouyang Yunshan did not explicitly express a refusal, it was evident that both he and Xiao Feng were resolute in their stance. They would only pay homage to the Bu Tian sect. After all, it was only the Bu Tian sect that was worthy of their prodigious identities. Esteemed elders, among the descendants of the Xiao family, there are not merely these two brilliant gems, Xiao Feng and Yunshan. Even if you do not accept them as disciples, there are still numerous stars waiting to be discovered that in a month's time, the ancestral trial of the Diyu dynasty shall commence, and at that moment, you may observe. Should any of you find a disciple among the Xiao family with commendable character, you may also consider accepting them. Once the trial concludes, I shall send a generous gift to express my gratitude for your attendance. The Empress of Diyu smiled alluringly. Although the elders had not succeeded in recruiting Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan, as the transmission elder, it was indeed their duty to recruit disciples. Now, with the Empress herself promising a generous gift, it was only reasonable for them to remain. Moreover, in their imaginations, it was not certain that the Bu Tian sect would overlook this unusual phenomenon. Perhaps a turning point lay ahead. I have heard whispers of an unparalleled genius in the Diyu dynasty, named Xiao Chun, that I wonder where he may be. Elder Pei's expression darkened slightly. But since Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan had not entirely closed the door, he hesitated to speak too harshly. Instead, he brought up a rumor he had heard during his time in the sect. Indeed, what of the legendary genius, Xiao Chun? Chapter 12. The Ice Gun Technique. Han Shuang and Fan Zhong, upon hearing this, perked up, eagerly awaiting Xiao Feng's explanation that in the eyes of the world, within the Diyu dynasty, the only genius worth mentioning was Xiao Chun. Why, then, was this celestial phenomenon triggered by the previously obscure Xiao Feng? That waste of space. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's name mentioned, a flicker of hatred flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes as he disdainfully remarked, "Half a month ago, that fool accidentally fell off a cliff, scattering all his cultivation. He has since become deranged, like a mad dog, biting indiscriminately, that he even slandered Yunshan and me, claiming we were the cause of his loss of power." As he spoke, Ouyang Yunshan's eyes brimmed with grievance, her tearful demeanor tugging at the hearts of those present, evoking sympathy. Xiao Feng's tone was filled with sincerity, painting himself as an innocent victim while portraying Xiao Chun as a frenzied beast. Mindlessly attacking as Xiao Feng recounted his tale, the elders nodded in agreement, relieved to have not followed the crowd. Thank goodness we did not heed hearsay. Had we blindly accepted a waste of space into our ranks based on mere rumor, we would have lost all face before our sect leader. No matter how renowned Xiao Chun was in the past, he is now utterly a waste. Indeed, a person deemed a waste has no right to partake in the path of cultivation and should not be courted by them. Such is the cruel truth of the world. After some pleasantries, the elders finally took their leave, escorted by handmaidens to their assigned private quarters within the palace, awaiting the upcoming ancestral trial in a month's time. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun inexplicably sneezed, trembling slightly. "Who is cursing me from behind?" he wondered, wiping his nose, that it must be that bastard Xiao Feng. No one else could it be. Nevertheless, he had no time to concern himself with that matter. He was preoccupied with the origins of the cleansing liquid he needed to continue cultivating. He must rely on the cleansing liquid and a precious resource known as Xinjing. The former was manageable. As long as you had money, it could be purchased anywhere. However, the latter was so rare that even offering tenfold or 100-fold the price would not guarantee one could procure a piece of innate Xinjing. The price for a portion of cleansing liquid required at least 200 silver coins, which was equivalent to the entire annual income of a middle-class family in the royal capital. Furthermore, after stepping into the 10th layer of the opening vein realm, Xiao Chun sensed that should he wish to break through to the divine ability realm again, the mental and financial toll would be magnitudes greater than before. Being expelled from the royal palace by the Empress meant Xiao Chun could no longer acquire cleansing liquid through the palace's channels. Thus, the only path left before Xiao Chun was clear: the auction house. Xiao Qin clapped his hands, thinking, heaven does not completely shut off all paths for people. It is worth noting that Xiao Qian inherited the ancient dragon elephant legacy, a martial memory that had existed for millions of years, all intricately inscribed in his mind. Any single cultivation technique or martial art he presented could command a staggering price. The Taiku Dragon Elephant Sutra and the Dragon Elephant Prajna were, of course, not something he could sell. These two cultivation techniques and martial arts were so extraordinary that even a hint of their existence would spell disaster for Xiao Qian, just as the state master had said. The world of the Diyu dynasty was too small to accommodate the emergence of an unparalleled genius. Xiao Qian's own experiences were the best testament to this truth. His memory still held numerous lower-tier techniques and martial arts. Even a single one of them could fetch an astronomical price. Xiao Qian immediately fetched paper and pen, meticulously transcribing a set of spiritual-level martial arts known as the ice gun technique. Spiritual level, inferior grade, that he dried the ink. Xiao Qian gazed at the complete set of the ice gun technique he had just penned, nodding with satisfaction that a spiritual level, inferior grade martial art would cause quite a stir within the Diyu dynasty. Even the prestigious Xiao family possessed only 2 sets of spiritual level superior grade masterpieces, which were considered treasured possessions for the Ouyang family. Their plight was even more dire, holding only 1 inferior grade spiritual martial art, regarded as a gem. Xiao Qian recalled how Ouyang Yunshan had approached him in the past, expressing her desire to borrow the 2 masterpieces of the Xiao family for perusal. It now seemed that this woman's cunning had been at play from the very beginning. She was only playing with fire. Xiao Qian could not help but snort in disdain. Merely possessing the entire set of martial arts cultivation methods could only be classified as human-level martial arts. It was insufficient to be deemed spiritual-level martial arts that he needed to carve matching spiritual diagrams. The cultivation method and the spiritual diagrams must work in harmony to constitute true spiritual-level martial arts. Circulating his true energy, Xiao Qian immersed himself in sketching the spiritual diagrams, his brush dancing across the paper, infusing it with a sense of vitality. With every stroke, figures sprang to life on the page, each holding a long spear and moving as if animated, their spear intent fierce and their momentum astounding. The ice gun technique comprised 2 parts, each containing 6 forms, and each form required Xiao Qian's utmost dedication in its portrayal, presenting a significant challenge to both his true energy and spirit. After completing each spiritual diagram, Xiao Qian needed to meditate to cultivate his true energy anew, ensuring he had sufficient reserves to continue his writing. Finally, he exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, a smile blossoming on his face, that it was done. The spiritual diagrams for the ice gun technique consisted of 12 illustrations, and upon completing them, Xiao Qian felt an inexplicable sensation that the already ample energy reservoir within him was subtly expanding. Nevertheless, the pressing issue at hand was to earn back the silver coins. Shaking his head, he dispelled the unrealistic illusion from his mind. There was no time to lose. He needed to set out immediately. Stepping out of the courtyard, Xiao Qian donned a large black cloak, enveloping his entire figure, and ventured into the brightly lit royal capital. The palace guards remained oblivious to Xiao Qian's presence. He moved like a wisp of black mist, seamlessly blending into the surrounding darkness as he slipped away from the palace. On the streets, children occasionally paused, curiously observing the peculiarly behaving figure in black in the shadows. No one could discern his face, nor could anyone fathom where Xiao Qian had come from, navigating through street after street. It was not long before Xiao Qian found himself stepping into the martial market the royal capital. Those with sufficient qualifications to trade in resources related to martial artists congregated in this vibrant district. At the heart of this bustling area stood a grand building, unmistakably the target of Xiao Qian's aspirations, the royal capital's auction house. Upon entering the auction house, a beautiful young maid approached, politely inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Chapter 13. Auctioning martial arts. This esteemed sir, what service may you require? I wish to meet the chief steward of your royal capital's auction house. Xiao Qian deliberately suppressed his voice, attempting to sound more robust, akin to a man in his 30s or 40s. The maid appeared somewhat bewildered. This guest was quite peculiar, demanding an audience with the chief steward upon entering. Moreover, his attire was strange. As if he feared being recognized, that it appears that this individual's manner of conduct closely resembles that of the guest who previously met with the Grand Steward, indicating that he is of considerable significance. I kindly request that the guest await momentarily in the adjacent lounge. The Grand Steward is currently engaged with a distinguished visitor and, regrettably, cannot attend to you at this time. Once the Grand Steward becomes available, I shall certainly report this matter to him. After the maid led Xiao Chun to the VIP lounge, she respectfully withdrew, vanishing behind a wooden door to inform the Grand Steward. Xiao Chun remained in place, admiring the opulent decor of the VIP lounge while awaiting the Grand Steward's arrival. Before long, the maid returned, escorting a middle-aged man adorned in luxurious robes, who gestured in Xiao Chun's direction and remarked, "Grand Steward, this is the guest who specifically requested to see you. I am Steward Zhang from the capital's auction house. That I understand you wish to speak with me, my lord?" Steward Zhang, nearing middle age, bore a hint of gray in his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with keen insight. As if he could see through Xiao Chun's facade, he scrutinized Xiao Chun from head to toe, causing the latter to feel a wave of discomfort and irritation. Prompting a soft huff upon Xiao Chun's palm, the ring embedded with the National Master's enchantment subtly glimmered, obscuring Zhang's probing gaze. This represented an exceptionally advanced and specialized martial technique, undoubtedly at the spiritual level or above. Otherwise, relying solely on one's vision could never have activated the concealed aura of the formation autonomously. The ability to cultivate such martial skills indicated that this seemingly inconspicuous Steward Zhang was, in fact, a formidable practitioner of the divine realm. Remaining calm, Xiao Chun retrieved the jade pendant from the ring and declared, "Is this how the capital's auction house treats a guest wishing to engage in trade? It seems that the establishment my friend recommended to me is no different from those disreputable places." National Master's jade pendant. Steward Zhang's expression shifted slightly, and his previous assumptions about Xiao Chun evaporated instantly. He bowed respectfully and apologized, saying, "I beg your pardon. Esteemed SI, or my lack of discernment led me to mistakenly attempt to unveil your cultivation level, resulting in my negligence towards a distinguished guest of the National Master. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The exchange unfolded rapidly, revealing Zhang's willingness to forego pride upon confirming that Xiao Chun indeed possessed the National Master's jade pendant. He promptly offered his apologies and presented Xiao Chun with a VIP card, granting him a 10% discount on all purchases made at the capital's auction house. Such promptness and decisiveness were characteristic of the Grand Steward, who had elevated the capital's auction house to its esteemed status as the foremost auction house within the Diyu dynasty. Xiao Chun nodded appreciatively, discreetly accepting the VIP card presented by the maid. The card, gleaming in golden hues, bore the elegant inscription of National. Indeed, it exuded an air of grandeur. Accepting the VIP card, Xiao Chun remarked, "There is no need for forgiveness, that I have heard from the National Master that the capital's auction house ranks first among the Diyu dynasty's auction houses. I possess a spiritual level martial technique and wish to auction it at your establishment, that I kindly request Steward Zhang to facilitate this, ideally having it auctioned before tonight, that spiritual level martial technique." Steward Zhang's eyes suddenly ignited with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it truly a spiritual level martial technique? Within the Diyu dynasty, even a first-rate human-level technique is worth its weight in gold. For an ordinary family to possess a human-level technique is tantamount to becoming a prominent powerhouse. In the capital, even the illustrious Ouyang and Shao families possess no more than a handful of spiritual-level martial techniques, that it typically takes years for the auction house to procure a single human-level technique to serve as the centerpiece of an auction. If Xiao Chun's statement holds true, it would signify that the capital's auction house is poised to reach unprecedented heights." Xiao Chun produced the detailed method of the Ice Spear technique and its accompanying 12 spiritual diagrams. Carefully laying them out on the table, Steward Zhang's gaze fixated on the 12 diagrams, and he felt the temperature in the room plummet upon their revelation, freed from the confines of the spatial ring. The true energy and mental force contained within the 12 spiritual diagrams began to emanate gradually. When Xiao Chun initially sketched the spiritual diagrams, he lacked sufficient materials, so he opted for paper as the medium. He transcribed his understanding and cultivation experiences of the Ice Spear technique into strokes, meticulously illustrating the diagrams. Each diagram depicted a figure, inked with bold strokes, confidently wielding a spear, exuding an overwhelming aura that nearly caused Steward Zhang's cheeks to throb with intensity. The chill was palpable. This was undeniably a genuine spiritual-level inferior martial technique. Steward Zhang cautiously set down the spiritual diagrams, exhaling deeply, and confirmed, indeed, this is an authentic spiritual-level inferior martial technique. However, this technique requires the practitioner to possess a high affinity for ice elements and, moreover, must be practiced by a female warrior. Otherwise, one would be unable to endure the frigid power awakened within during cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Steward Zhang offered a candid assessment. Such significant restrictions left him feeling regretful. However, he soon reconciled with the fact that if this spiritual-level inferior martial technique lacked any limitations, Xiao Chen's concerns would not revolve around whether it could be auctioned off, but rather whether the news of its existence would incite a fierce competition among the various powerful factions within the Diyu dynasty. Yet, determining a suitable price for this spiritual-level inferior technique posed a challenge for Steward Zhang. Setting it too low might displease Xiao Chun and jeopardize relations with the national master, while pricing it too high could lead to a diminished interest from potential bidders, ultimately reducing the competition and, correspondingly, the auction house's profits. My lord, please forgive me. This spiritual-level inferior martial technique is exceedingly precious, and I cannot make a decision unilaterally. That I kindly ask you to wait for a moment while I summon our chief appraiser to determine its value. After a brief wait, Xiao Chun was met by an elderly gentleman with graying hair, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, reminiscent of the martial prowess exhibited by Steward Zhang. However, the elder's gaze was even more animated and astute. Upon observing the figure clad in black robes, he refrained from employing any special techniques to assess Xiao Chen's cultivation level, clearly having received prior warning from Steward Zhang before arriving. This only deepened Xiao Chen's curiosity regarding the true identity of the national master, who had concealed his strength and emerged as the national master of the Diyu dynasty nearly a decade ago, shortly after the ascension of the king. Previously, Xiao Chen's relationship with him could only be described as a mere acquaintance, with their direct interactions being lamentably FEW. It was only today, upon entering the auction house with the jade pendant in hand, that he grasped the extent of the national master's renown. Merely being a familiar face to the national master prompted immediate apologies and generous reparations from Steward Zhang. Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted as Steward Zhang introduced. This is our auction house's chief appraiser, that I have invited him to assess your spiritual-level martial technique. Upon receiving the directive, the chief appraiser approached and meticulously examined the ice spear technique that as a martial arts expert like Steward Zhang. He quickly reached a conclusion, nodding and stating, this is indeed a genuine spiritual-level inferior martial technique. However, the restrictions are rather excessive, rendering it unsuitable for male practitioners. Xiao Chen replied, it is indeed somewhat regrettable, but my acquisition of this technique was serendipitous. Moreover, the version I possess is intricately inscribed by a powerful practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm, making it far more precious than those unrestricted spiritual-level techniques. A practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm has achieved an extraordinary understanding of martial arts, and thus, such individuals seldom disseminate their techniques that a spiritual-level martial technique inscribed by a practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among numerous prominent families. The chief appraiser nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, in that case, let us set the starting bid for the ice spear technique at 300,000 silver coins. Typically, the starting bid for a common spiritual-level technique hovers around 350,000 silver coins. However, recognizing the unique nature of the ice spear technique, the chief appraiser intentionally lowered it by 50,000 to distinguish this martial technique from ordinary spiritual-level techniques. For a specific demographic, the ice spear technique's potential might even exceed that of an ordinary spiritual-level medium technique. However, for others, its efficacy could be inferior to that of a standard human-level technique. Though the price was reduced by 50,000 silver coins, for Xiao Chun, this difference was negligible, that if my lord has no objections, we shall proceed with the auction process and secure this martial technique to prevent the rapid dissipation of its true energy and mental resonance. Furthermore, should the purchaser wish to personally confirm the authenticity of the ice spear technique after acquiring its cultivation method, according to the auction house's regulations, the esteemed individual cannot refuse. Xiao Chen nodded, affirming that the auction house's rules would be duly followed. The auction for the ice spear technique was scheduled for this evening, serving as the grand finale of the capital's auction house. Simultaneously, in a bid to maximize the potential profits, the capital's auction house dispatched personnel to inform the prominent families within the city about the presence of a low-grade spiritual weapon technique among the items up for bid tonight. Important figures from each major family arrived at the auction house, bringing substantial fortunes with them. Xiao Chun was indifferent to the proceedings of the auction. His sole concern lay with the final outcome. After nearly 2 hours of bidding, as the auctioneer's hammer fell heavily, the ice spear technique finally found a new master. Congratulations to the head of the Ouyang family, who successfully secured the ice spear technique for the price of 1,680,000 silver coins. It was indeed the Ouyang family. Upon hearing this result, Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the chief steward, Ouyang Long, the head of the Ouyang family, along with the Ouyang family's renowned beauty, Ouyang Yunsan, whom Xiao Chun had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards, entered the room together. Head of the Ouyang family, Miss Ouyang, this esteemed individual is the owner of the ice spear technique. Steward Zhang coughed lightly, gesturing toward Xiao Chun, who sat at the head of the table. Ouyang Long, with a beaming smile, surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on Xiao Chun's black robe for a moment. Realizing that he could glean no information, he lowered his posture and slightly cupped his hands, saying, "I am Ouyang Long, the head of the Ouyang family. May I ask how this esteemed individual is addressed?" Upon seeing Ouyang Yunsan and Ouyang Long, Xiao Chun grew increasingly cautious, fearing that they might recognize him. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chun's voice took on a more resonant tone as he replied, "You need not know my name. Once the transaction is complete, we shall part ways and may never meet again. There is no need for unnecessary formalities. Here are the 12 illustrations of the ice spear technique and its cultivation mantra. The head of the Ouyang family may verify their authenticity at his leisure." Had he known that this insufferable family head would secure the ice spear technique, he would have destroyed the true essence contained within the illustrations, making them a waste of over 100,000 silver coins. Lost in thought, Xiao Chun retrieved the illustrations and the written cultivation mantra, placing them upon the table. Ouyang Long, expressing his apologies, stepped forward to examine the cultivation mantra and illustrations closely. As Ouyang Long's gaze fell upon the papers, the illustrations depicted 12 inked figures wielding long spears, executing movements that exuded an overwhelming aura of martial intent. That a chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, and even Ouyang Long, who had attained the 8th level of the divine passage realm, felt a bone-deep coldness wash over him. Each spear technique contained profound martial truths, and even a single move was sufficient for an ordinary martial artist to study for a lifetime. Moments later, Ouyang Long abruptly lifted his head, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. This is undoubtedly a top-tier technique among low-grade spiritual weapons. The investment made this time was truly worthwhile. Ouyang Long's heart swelled with excitement. Since that is the case, our transaction is complete. Xiao Chun, unwilling to waste another moment, promptly rose from the guest chamber and made his way toward the exit. "Esteemed sir, please take your time." Steward Zhang hastened to catch up with Xiao Chun, respectfully following in his wake as they exited the auction house. "Esteemed sir, here is a 2-star VIP card from the Martial Markets Bank. 1,500,000 silver coins have been deposited within. As per your instructions, 60,000 silver coins have been exchanged for cleansing elixirs, and a portion has been converted into blood pills, made from the essence of demonic beast blood, which can also aid in cultivation." Steward Zhang handed a VIP card, adorned with 2 silver stars, into Xiao Chun's hands. Xiao Chun nodded, accepting the card as he left the auction house, heading into the distance. Chapter 15. Golden Core Pavilion at the entrance of the auction house. Ouyang Long laughed heartily. "My daughter, with this ice spear technique, I believe you will achieve remarkable results in the ancestral trial a month from now," Ouyang Long said with a face full of satisfaction. Although this low-grade spiritual technique cost the Ouyang family nearly 2 million silver coins, if Ouyang Yunsan could enhance her strength as a result, securing a place in the forthcoming ancestral trial, Ouyang Long would accept any financial ruin that followed. A mere 2 million would hardly cripple the current Ouyang family. "Rest assured, father, this time I will not disappoint your expectations," Ouyang Yunsan said, clutching the illustrations of the ice spear technique, her smile radiant. "Ah, indeed. You handle matters well. I have full confidence in you." Ouyang Long chuckled, reminiscing about the time when she had been poisoned and had deceived Xiao Chun, who had acted like a fool, extracting his heart's blood monthly to alleviate her affliction. But what good was that? How could a prince born of a discarded concubine compete for the position of heir against a prominent prince? Ouyang Long sneered. Killing him would be a mercy. If I were Xiao Feng, I would capture that waste and subject him to daily tortures, making him wish for life but not find it, and thus demonstrate to the world that only Xiao Feng is the rightful heir. At that point, if Xiao Feng were the heir, you, my daughter, would be the future queen. The sacrifices made by the Ouyang family would yield countless returns. Indeed, the entire Du dynasty would have a share of the Ouyang family's fortunes. Father, what are you saying in public? Ouyang Yunsan feigned reproach, yet her eyes sparkled with the joy of imminent ascension. That waste, Xiao Chun, could provide her nothing but relief from the poison that plagued her. He could not even offer a cleansing elixir or a single profound crystal to satisfy her. Such a useless person. No matter how astonishing his talent, could do nothing for her. But Xiao Feng was different. When she first sought him out, he could provide countless resources to aid her cultivation. In comparison, the choice was clear. Ouyang Yunsan believed she had made the right decision. However, why had the forces of the Heavenly Supplement sect yet to reveal themselves? Was she truly expected to traverse the nameless mountains with Xiao Feng in search of their whereabouts? Shaking her head, Ouyang Yunsan cast aside her worries. Xiao Feng had already dispatched all his subordinates to scour the capital for clues regarding the Heavenly Supplement sect. Given a little time, they would undoubtedly find it. At that moment, she could unveil her true Phoenix bloodline, surely captivating the Heavenly Supplement sect and becoming one of their disciples. Only then would her struggles be truly rewarded. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation welled up within her, prompting her to gaze at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, a strange familiarity lingering in her heart. Who was that person? Why did he seem so familiar from behind, having left the capital's auction house? Xiao Chen sought a secluded and remote place in the bustling martial market, retracting his black robe into his ring and donning a plain robe instead. In this attire, he resembled a young martial artist who had just come into a fortune, eager to spend lavishly. The martial market was exceedingly prosperous, with the vast streets divided into 5 main areas: the pill market, weapon market, beast market, slave market, and auction house. After departing the auction house, Xiao Chun made his way directly to the pill market. For martial artists, in addition to cleansing elixirs, various pills could also assist in cultivation. As he walked, he began selecting pills from the stalls. When he encountered suitable pills, he did not hesitate to spend substantial sums to acquire them. By the time Xiao Chun had browsed a majority of the pill shops, his hands were filled with 2 large bags of pills and medicinal materials, parading through the streets amid the envious glances of countless onlookers. Yet, the bittersweet feelings of his expenditures were known only to Xiao Chun himself. That a single cleansing elixir cost 200 silver coins, and when combined with the various auxiliary pills, the total expenditure easily exceeded 10,000 silver coins. After purchasing 30 cleansing elixirs and nearly 100 assorted first-grade pills, the value on his once wealthy VIP card had diminished by more than half in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of silver coins had flowed away like water. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how cultivation truly was an insatiable abyss. Even with over 1 million silver coins in hand, he could not withstand such reckless spending. Nonetheless, he continued his purchasing spree. In a month at the ancestral trial, Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng would undoubtedly go all out to eliminate each other. During this month, he had to seize every moment to strengthen himself that he aimed to return to the Divine Passage realm within this time frame. However, based on Xiao Chen's previous experiences, he knew that in order to break through the barrier between the Meridian Opening realm and the Divine Passage realm, he still lacked one crucial item: the second-grade Breaking Wall pill. Given the rarity of the Breaking Wall pill, it was even more precious than all the pills he had just purchased combined. It was, in fact, a commodity that was available only at a high price. Even within the capital's auction house, when Steward Zhang heard Xiao Chen's request, he could only shake his head helplessly. With no other options, Xiao Chen could only try his luck in this medicine shop. Hoping to find a Breaking Wall pill among the various sellers of medicinal pills, Golden Core Pavilion, Xiao Chen raised his head and beheld the sign hanging above the pill shop nestled at the intersection. A fleeting thought of melancholy crossing his mind, as he stepped inside, a lively attendant immediately approached him, greeting respectfully with a smile. "Esteemed sir, what kinds of pills do you wish to purchase?" What varieties of pills do you have? Xiao Chun inquired. Esteemed sir, you have indeed come to the right person. The pills we offer in this establishment are, without a doubt, unique even within the entire pill market. The attendant, known as Xiao Yong, spoke with a glimmer in his eyes, eagerly ushering Xiao Chun inside. He began to introduce the various pills displayed along the counter. This is the Gathering Qi pill, a first-grade pill. Consuming this pill will aid a practitioner in the opening meridian stage to save a full 3 days of arduous training. This is the Qi Training Powder, also a first-grade pill. When taken during cultivation, it significantly enhances the efficiency of drawing upon the natural energies of the world, boosting it by nearly 30% compared to typical practitioners of the opening meridian stage. And this is the Great Restoration pill. This is the abstinence pill. As the attendant continued to introduce the array of colorful pills, Xiao Chun was both astonished and impressed by Xiao Yong's profound knowledge of these concoctions. Despite being an ordinary individual, Xiao Yong demonstrated a mastery of each pill, articulating their production techniques and imperfections, even pointing out flaws that Xiao Chun had overlooked, advising him against certain purchases, having inherited the dragon-elephant legacy. Xiao Chun's mind brimmed with an abundance of knowledge, yet he lamented the lack of opportunities to organize these memories. Now, with a fortuitous opportunity presenting itself, he had no reason to decline. He relentlessly engaged Xiao Yong in inquiries about the pills, occasionally interrupting to share his own insights. After a considerable time, Xiao Chun finally exhaled a long breath, feeling an unparalleled sense of clarity. With his newfound wealth, he was more than willing to indulge in these common pills. With a grand gesture, he released nearly 100,000 silver coins, exchanging them for bags upon bags of precious pills. Furthermore, both the Qi Training Powder and Gathering Qi pill were exceptionally rare cultivation elixirs, typically unattainable for ordinary aristocratic disciples who would not dare to consume such treasures like mere candy. Xiao Yong, might your esteemed Golden Pill Pavilion possess any higher-grade pills? After placing the filled bags of pills into his ring, Xiao Chun clapped his hands and continued his inquiry. Indeed, esteemed sir, please follow me. Xiao Chun had spent a considerable fortune at the Golden Pill Pavilion, and in return, the attendant Xiao Yong was bound to receive a handsome reward. With the promise of silver coins, Xiao Yong's smile widened, casting aside any previous annoyance at being questioned by Xiao Chun, leading him towards the back courtyard. As they walked, Xiao Yong elaborated, our Golden Pill Pavilion stands as a leading establishment within the capital's pill market, not merely relying on the pills displayed at the counter, which have been sifted through countless times. The true foundation of our Golden Pill Pavilion lies in the back courtyard, where we have hundreds of alchemists. Alchemists, Xiao Chun's heart stirred slightly. In this world, the most revered individuals were indeed the alchemists and weaponsmiths. These two professions could create exquisite weapons and pills, possessing formidable mental prowess beyond that of ordinary warriors. In battle, they could exploit an enemy's moment of inattention to strike at their very spirit, vanquishing foes in the blink of an eye. Moreover, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Our esteemed second-grade alchemist, Master Han, is currently concocting the essential pill for practitioners transitioning from the opening meridians to the divine ability stage, the Breaking Wall pill. If fortune favors you, Master Han may, in a moment of generosity, bestow a pill upon you. Bestow a pill? Wouldn't that make your Golden Pill Pavilion a fool's errand? If pills could be so freely given to strangers, I could easily gather a team and collaborate with these alchemists, living off handouts each day. Of course, it is not as simple as that. Perhaps sensing Xiao Chun's skepticism, Xiao Yong smiled and explained, when we recruit alchemists for the Golden Pill Pavilion, we have our criteria. Firstly, they must be at least first-grade alchemists, and when refining the simplest first-grade blood pill, their success rate must be above 60%. Furthermore, they must consistently complete their daily refining tasks. Any excess pills produced naturally belong to the alchemist. Whether they choose to gift them or sell them privately, it has no bearing on the Golden Pill Pavilion that a second-grade alchemist is undoubtedly a significant figure, and thus cannot be bound by ordinary contracts. For someone of Master Han's caliber, as long as he guarantees providing 5 Breaking Wall pills to the Golden Pill Pavilion each month, he is free to keep any other pills he creates. How generous! Such a substantial investment. Xiao Chun marveled inwardly. This arrangement incentivized alchemists to exert their utmost efforts in pill production, serving both the interests of the Golden Pill Pavilion and their own. Consequently, Even if rival pill workshops outside the pavilion hired alchemists, none could offer such lavish conditions, rendering competition impossible. Upon entering the back courtyard, a powerful aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. Xiao Chun inhaled gently. Feeling a warm sensation spread through his body, the lingering injuries from his rapid meridian openings dissipated under the influence of this potent fragrance. What remarkable medicinal power! Xiao Chun felt a surge of reverence. Merely inhaling the aroma had healed his internal wounds. What caliber of pills could achieve such a feat? In that moment, the back courtyard was a cacophony of activity. Attendants rushed back and forth, carrying various instruments and buckets of water, their faces etched with urgency. None paid heed to Xiao Yong, leading an outsider into the courtyard. What is happening? Xiao Yong inquired, perplexed. Master Han's furnace has caught fire while refining the breaking wall pill. Without pausing to inquire about Xiao Chen's identity, the attendant hurriedly broke free from Xiao Yong's grasp, rushing toward the small courtyard engulfed in flames that of fire. But the breaking wall pill is cold in nature. Under normal circumstances, even ordinary flames could be suppressed and extinguished. How could it catch fire? Xiao Yong was taken aback, yet he too joined the fray to quench the flames, disregarding Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen strolled toward the small courtyard engulfed in flames. The closer he drew, the louder the commotion became, and the brighter the flames blazed. Standing beneath a large willow tree, he gazed at the small courtyard, which had lost its walls, astonished. Buckets of river water were poured onto the alchemical furnace. Yet it proved ineffective. The dazzling flames enveloped the 3-meter-high furnace, and over time, it seemed to grow even fiercer. If the fire could not be contained and spread to the surrounding courtyards, it would deal a severe blow to the Golden Pill Pavilion. Don't pour, don't pour. My pill is about to be completed. You cannot destroy my hard work. Outside the courtyard, an elderly man with graying hair wept as he watched the long line of people attempting to extinguish the flames. Could this be Master Han, as mentioned by Xiao Yong? As the rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air, the flames intensified, yet the fragrant scent became even more potent. A faint mist of medicinal vapor began to rise, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Attendants who accidentally breathed in the vapor immediately felt their bodies weaken, as if they were sinking into clouds, stumbling forward, and collapsing like puddles of mud to the ground, requiring assistance to be carried away from the scene. There is thunder bamboo in the pills. What? How could there be thunder bamboo in the breaking wall pill? Who knows? Master Han has always been unpredictable, with a rather peculiar temperament. Even the pavilion master cannot quell his rants. Moreover, when refining pills, he never allows anyone to record the ingredients used, insisting on handling everything himself. Otherwise, such a demonic fire would never have erupted. Having reached the unprecedented 10th layer of the opening veins realm, Xiao Chen's auditory acuity had attained its zenith, enabling him to discern even the faintest whispers of the merchants discussing old wares from several paces away. Master Han, a somewhat renowned second-tier alchemist, ranked among the elite in the myriad of alchemists within the Great Yu dynasty. However, his relentless dedication to the study of alchemy and his singular focus on revising formulas had rendered him eccentric in behavior and peculiar in temperament. Even the head of the Golden Pill Pavilion found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the irascible disposition of this eccentric old man, constantly devising ways to avoid him. That it seemed he indeed possessed foresight. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. In a typical breaking wall pill formula, not only should there be no presence of thunder bamboo, but there should also be absolutely no trace of any yang-associated herbs. The breaking wall pill, inherently cold in nature, paradoxically harbored an unparalleled ability to shatter barriers, assisting martial artists in overcoming formidable obstacles to reach the divine passage realm. According to the memories Xiao Chun had inherited, the quantity of herbs required for any elixir aimed at elevating one's realm was as numerous as the stars, with each herb meticulously layered to establish an exquisitely delicate balance of properties among them. Each herb was the result of countless trials conducted by alchemists over centuries, during which innumerable lives have been lost in pursuit of formulating a viable recipe for elixirs. Yet Master Han aspired to achieve an unprecedented feat within the confines of the second-tier realm. Attempting to modify a formula for the most commonplace, yet nearly perfect breaking wall pill, in Xiao Chen's eyes, this was nothing short of overreaching. It was utterly foolish, The amalgamation of Thunder Bamboo with a century-old Green Yang Ginseng would lead to an immediate clash of their properties, unleashing a terrifying energy that could, with a mere misstep, ignite an uncontrollable alchemical fire, consuming hundreds of precious herbs in the process. Memories of crafting the breaking wall pill surged in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could not help but mutter his discontent. While the idea was undoubtedly novel, it contravened the fundamental pharmacological principles of harmonious interactions among herbs. Focusing solely on the unique efficacy of Thunder Bamboo, without recognizing its incompatibility with Green Yang Ginseng, revealed that this Master Han was merely a name-seeker. Discerning herbs and understanding pharmacology are two fundamental skills that an alchemist must possess upon embarking on this path. That it was astonishing that a second-tier alchemist could lack even the most basic understanding of pharmacology, leading Xiao Chen to question whether he truly possessed any real skill or if he was merely a charlatan seeking fame. "What did you say?" Master Han, who was weeping beneath a large willow tree, overheard Xiao Chen's soliloquy, his tone rife with disdain and contempt for himself, inciting a fit of anger. "You wretched boy, when I was refining pills, you were but a babbling infant, you, who have scarcely grown a hair. Dare to critique my alchemical prowess?" Boom! Master Han's eyes widened, and his vital energy surged outward to the 8th layer of the opening veins realm. He could at any moment utilize his 8 meridians as a foundation to break through to the divine passage realm. Indeed, every alchemist was not merely a master of pill-making, but also possessed considerable martial prowess. However, while Master Han's display might intimidate others, it did not faze Xiao Chen, with the legacy of the dragon elephant within him. Xiao Chen's vision had long since expanded beyond the ordinary. Moreover, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already surpassed that of Master Han. With a concealed ring, his visible cultivation was merely at the 5th layer of the opening veins realm. Xiao Chen scoffed disdainfully. Every expert has their own specialty. Those who excel are the vanguards. That is no wonder your alchemical skills are so meager and you lack ambition, while others boast of their mastery. You appear to genuinely believe you are without fault. How foolish! Master Han's expression shifted repeatedly, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate a response. Indeed, after breaking through to the 2nd tier of alchemy, he had always considered himself a genius. 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and his contemporaries had all advanced to at least the 3rd tier, while he remained trapped at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, perpetually attempting to break through. Countless attempts had culminated in numerous failures, and he had begun to lose hope that as he faced the impending end of his life. Master Han's thoughts turned to leaving a legacy by intertwining his name with the formula for the breaking wall pill, achieving eternal renown. Yet, Xiao Chen perceived this ambition as nothing but folly. Master Han's gaze darted about, then suddenly fixed on Xiao Chen with a fierce glare, declaring, "Boy, I know not your intentions for visiting the Golden Pill Pavilion. However, should you fail to articulate a solution for this alchemical fire, I guarantee that from this day forth, no pill shop in the royal capital will sell you even a single elixir." What a fierce declaration! The passing merchants flinched at his words, inwardly cursing this cantankerous old man for his outburst. Xiao Chen had clearly come to purchase pills, yet Master Han's behavior seemed intent on driving away a valuable guest. Meanwhile, a young attendant, Xiao Yong, suppressed his unease and stepped forward to mediate. "Master Han, this esteemed guest is here to buy the breaking wall pill. Your words are rather burdensome for the customer." "I am indeed burdening him." Master Han glared, his formidable presence rising once more. While his 8th layer cultivation might not intimidate Xiao Chen, it rendered the untrained Xiao Yong pale and sweating profusely. Master Han continued, "If he dares to speak so arrogantly, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Boy, if you do not provide a solution today, I assure you that you will never procure a breaking wall pill again." Chapter 18. The Bet If. "However, you can extinguish this alchemical fire. I shall vow to refine pills for you free of charge from this day forward. I swear it." The promise of a 2nd-tier alchemist was exceedingly tempting. Moreover, should Xiao Chen succeed in quelling the alchemical fire, he could procure all necessary elixirs from Master Han in the future, eliminating the need for the haphazard approach of today. Yet was extinguishing that alchemical fire truly so simple? Master Han was being unreasonable. Indeed, extinguishing the fire seemed impossible. In truth, Master Han appeared to be challenging this guest, intent on reclaiming the dignity he had lost. How outrageous! In an instant, the surrounding attendants began to feel sympathy for Xiao Chun. Offending an alchemist was an exceedingly foolish endeavor, especially when dealing with a powerful second-tier alchemist. The repercussions magnified 100-fold. Furthermore, the respect afforded to alchemists stemmed not only from their potent elixirs, but also from the formidable individuals they had aided over the years. To offend an alchemist equated to offending the multitude of powerful figures who stood behind them. That it was feared that henceforth, the young man's martial journey would encounter insurmountable obstacles. The attendants looked upon Xiao Chun with pity, while Xiao Yong, despite the considerable risk, stood resolutely in front of him, pleading, "Master, please forgive this young man's unintentional offense. After all, if even someone as skilled as yourself cannot extinguish this fire, how can you expect this young man to do so? It is akin to sentencing him to death. This matter does not concern you." Master Han shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Yong. Though he favored using his cultivation to intimidate, he still hesitated to strike out at an unarmed, ordinary person. However, he warned, "If you continue to meddle, do not blame me for showing no mercy and expelling you from the Golden Pill Pavilion." Xiao Yong's face turned ashen, clearly caught in a dilemma. Yet at that moment, a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder, pushing him aside. With a light chuckle, Xiao Chun said, "Is it merely a matter of extinguishing this alchemical fire? To have a second-tier alchemist work for me as a result? I dare say I stand to gain immensely." While the reward was undoubtedly enticing, the prerequisite was that he could indeed extinguish the fire. Xiao Yong's expression grew anxious, but under Master Han's stern gaze, he dared not utter a word, his eyes filled with worry and concern for Xiao Chun. "Have you thought this through?" Master Han, taken aback by Xiao Chun's determination to extinguish the fire, had initially intended for Xiao Chun to concede, allowing him to reclaim his lost dignity, subsequently selling a breaking wall pill at a 50% markup. In this way, he could save face while profiting. However, if Xiao Chun was truly audacious enough to believe he could extinguish the alchemical fire, Master Han would show no leniency to such arrogance. Xiao Chun declared, "Old man, remember your words. If I extinguish this fire, from then on, you shall devote yourself to refining pills for me whenever I require them, provided you can survive the endeavor." Master Han replied with a snort. The temperature of the alchemical fire was astonishingly high, to the extent that even the asphalt ground beneath the alchemical furnace was melted away, forming a large pit. Drops of liquid, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, continuously dripped down, while the furnace, towering over a person, sat nestled within this molten cavity, enveloped in roaring flames. Countless assistants stood at a considerable distance from the small courtyard, holding water basins, their faces scorched by the searing heat. Even from several dozen paces away, they could still feel the oppressive heat waves rushing towards them, effectively halting their attempts to extinguish the fire. Without the protection of true energy, they found it impossible to approach the furnace. "Very well, it's settled," Xiao Chun declared as he strode toward the inferno. Had he truly agreed? Was he out of his mind? What if he genuinely possessed such abilities? This was a promise made by a second-tier alchemist. It seemed improbable. He appeared so youthful, and even if he had some knowledge of alchemy, what could he achieve? The alchemical fire did not extinguish in the presence of water. Even those alchemists situated within the courtyard could do nothing but watch helplessly as the flames raged on. Yet in that moment, Xiao Chun stepped forward, his figure quickly surpassing the crowd, advancing with resolute steps toward the small courtyard. 30 paces. Boom! Inside the furnace, the nearly shattered medicinal pills were suddenly scorched by the alchemical fire, their potent essence merging with the flames, causing the temperature to soar. "Dragon elephant protecting the body," Xiao Chun exclaimed softly, as 10 meridians gleamed brightly around him, forming an impenetrable shield within a 3-pace radius. Keeping the scorching heat waves at bay, as he pressed forward 10 paces, the temperature surged yet again. Despite activating Dragon Elephant protecting the body, Xiao Chun still felt an undeniable heat. Suddenly, above his head, a first-tier martial seal, glowing a deep crimson, emerged, seemingly responding to the intense warmth around him, its radiance intensifying as pure medicinal essence continually flowed into the martial seal. The seal grew increasingly crimson, resembling a blazing sun, drawing energy from all directions. The oppressive heat dissipated in an instant, allowing Xiao Chun to steady his mind and continue onward. with Dragon Elephant protecting the body and the martial seal shielding him. Xiao Chen advanced while continuously consuming the restorative pills he had previously purchased. The depletion of his true energy was alarming, necessitating the intake of these medicines to maintain a fragile balance. Boom! As he approached the furnace, the terrifying heat surged once more, causing Xiao Chen's expression to shift slightly, as the consumption of true energy spiked, nearly emptying his energy reservoir. But in that instant, a faint sound echoed in his ear. Ding above his head, the crimson martial seal, having absorbed an abundance of medicinal essence, suddenly glimmered with an orange light that a sudden transformation occurred. The surrounding heat waves abruptly halted, and waves of pure medicinal essence penetrated through the heat, being absorbed by the martial seal. The alchemical fire had incinerated most of the materials needed for refining the breaking wall pill. Meanwhile, the fiercely burning flames contained immense medicinal power at this moment. This essence was extracted by the martial seal, continually replenishing itself. Chapter 19. Second-tier martial seal. The orange light grew increasingly vibrant, quickly occupying half of the martial seal's surface. Within Xiao Chen's body, the energy reservoir, which had only accommodated a little over 1 cubic meter, began to expand rapidly. Once the orange light completely replaced the crimson glow, the energy reservoir transformed into a colossal entity capable of holding around 5 cubic meters. Second-tier martial seal. In just 3 days, it had progressed from unranked to first tier, and now to second tier. Achieving this remarkable advancement in such a short time was beyond even Xiao Chen's expectations. The expansion of the energy reservoir brought forth a replenishment of true energy and an accelerated rate of absorption from the surrounding space. In a nebulous sense, Xiao Chen felt a subtle shift within the grand bridge in the energy reservoir, but he found it difficult to focus his mind on exploring this anomaly, having to set it aside for later contemplation. The accumulation and depletion of true energy once again reached a delicate balance. After the martial seal's advancement, it melded into Xiao Chen's brow, settling into a tranquil state. Dragon Elephant protecting the body regained its vitality, appearing even more resplendent than before, with an enhanced capacity to repel the heat waves approaching the furnace. He peered through the crimson flames and observed that a significant portion of the residue was slowly dissolving, converting into waves of heat that fueled the flames that if left unchecked. It was likely that within half a day's time, this conflagration would spread throughout the entire courtyard. However, this left only one method to extinguish the flames: alchemy. Xiao Chen possessed a wealth of knowledge inherited from the ancient dragon elephant. In terms of alchemical theory, he surpassed the vast majority of alchemists in this world, for his understanding stemmed from the ancient era before the cataclysm. A glorious time for alchemy, where countless formulas resided in his mind. What he lacked was merely practical experience. This moment, he had a formidable furnace at his disposal. The first step in alchemy was to calm the mind. Xiao Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze gradually returning to a tranquil state. From his ring, he retrieved the precious medicinal materials he had procured during his previous visit to the alchemy workshop. Arranging them meticulously before him: frost grass, profound flower. Xiao Chen murmured, with Dragon Elephant protecting the body, isolating him from the external heat waves within a 3-pace radius. The medicinal materials remained intact upon being taken out, not reduced to ashes. He took a deep breath, having laid out over 100 varieties of medicinal materials, and slightly rolled his shoulders, a serious expression appearing on his face. For his first foray into alchemy, he intended to confront the alchemical fire produced by conflicting medicinal properties, a pressure that weighed heavily on his shoulders, demanding utmost concentration. Manipulating his true energy, he lifted a medicinal herb and summoned a spark of flame from 3 paces away. Utilizing the formidable mental strength honed from countless trials, he suppressed the flame to an exceedingly low temperature, slowly refining the herb. Patience was crucial. With a solid foundation of alchemical theory, Xiao Chen was acutely aware of the steps he needed to take and how to proceed. The assistants outside could only watch helplessly as the fire grew increasingly fierce, utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had long since concealed his form within the flames. This rascal is actually practicing alchemy. Master Han released his true energy, penetrating the flames, and upon seeing Xiao Chen sitting cross-legged, diligently refining the herbs, he was taken aback. Practicing alchemy amidst the flames? Was that even possible? Master Han felt a pang of doubt. He believed that if he were in Xiao Chen's position, He would be utterly incapable of maintaining such composure, as for refining herbs, that was simply beyond his imagination, that in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had passed. The more Master Han observed, the more astonished he became. He could not fathom how a mere fifth-level practitioner could endure for such an extended period amidst the raging inferno. Master Han struggled to comprehend the situation. Xiao Qin was nearing completion in his refinement of the herbs before him. Gazing at over 100 orbs of pure medicinal liquid hovering in front of him, Xiao Qin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sign of mental fatigue from excessive use of his spiritual energy. Yet ahead lay the most challenging step in alchemy, condensing the pills. This step not only demanded mastery over the flames, but also endurance and meticulous control of true energy flow. After gently massaging his temples, Xiao Qin steeled himself and began to cautiously maneuver the various-sized medicinal orbs closer together. Sizzle. The once placid orbs, sensing the presence of others, erupted into turmoil as if stones had been cast into a still lake. A powerful repulsive force made the task immensely challenging. Yet after nearly a stick of incense's worth of intense effort, the 100 or so medicinal materials transformed into a palm-sized, semi-solid pill. Its surface glimmered an icy blue. And as the flames intensified, the pill shrank in size. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation began to envelop his heart. That it was done. Xiao Qin's heart leaped with joy. Successfully refining a peak first-tier cold ice pill on his first attempt marked him as a qualified alchemist. All that remained was to gain certification from the Alchemist Guild, and he, Xiao Qin, would officially become a bona fide first-tier alchemist. Before he could fully revel in his triumph, he glanced down to see the cold ice pill had shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball, its surrounding chill intensifying to the point of frost forming. Now was the moment. Xiao Qin's eyes flickered, his mental energy instantly retracting, while simultaneously, he unleashed a burst of true energy that struck the cold ice pill. Boom! The pill erupted violently. A ferocious breath of icy air surged forth from the alchemical furnace, rapidly spreading in all directions. Waves of extreme cold extinguished the roaring flames, solidifying them into blocks of ice. In the blink of an eye, a massive ice block, nearly 10 zhang in size, materialized around the furnace. The fierce clash between flame and frost produced incessant hissing sounds, as plumes of white steam filled the air. The fire was extinguished. It was truly extinguished. The alchemical flame had been snuffed out. Xiao Qin had indeed accomplished the impossible. Truly miraculous. How did he manage such a feat? Quickly, we must check on that young man's condition. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the crowd marveled at the miracle Xiao Qin had wrought. Within the swirling mist, a figure slowly emerged from the now-collapsed courtyard, which had been ravaged by the alchemical flames. As a gentle breeze swept by, Xiao Qin's hair fluttered lightly, and upon seeing the gathered crowd, a faint smile graced his lips. He had fulfilled his mission. Chapter 20. Master of the Golden Pill Pavilion, he had truly achieved it. The fire was extinguished, and the remaining embers were snuffed out through the combined efforts of many. The mist from the thunder bamboo gradually dissipated, revealing the dilapidated courtyard. Master Han's expression shifted from shock to one of despondency. He was not one to shy away from defeat, but the extinguishing of the alchemical flames signified yet another failure in his attempts to improve the breakthrough pill formula. Fortunately, the second-grade alchemical furnace remained largely intact despite the intense heat. Only some inconsequential areas had been scorched, and with a bit of repair, it would continue to serve its purpose. Looking at Xiao Qin, who had approached him, Master Han let out a bitter smile. Indeed, the tides of time bring forth the new to surpass the old. In our lineage of alchemists, it is thanks to prodigious talents like you that the ancient formulas can be rejuvenated with new vitality. It seems I am truly getting old enough to be outshined by the younger generation. Master Han, you flatter me. Xiao Qin replied respectfully that in truth, as I was extinguishing the raging alchemical flames, I had already contemplated the reasons behind the failure of this breakthrough pill. What? The true reason? Master Han's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting his lament over the loss of precious materials, that he hastily inquired, is it not due to the mutual repulsion between the thunder bamboo and the century-old Qingyang ginseng? No, to be precise. It is more than that, Xiao Qin elucidated. The thunder bamboo and the Qingyang ginseng possess similar attributes. Thus, like charges repel each other. Their force fusion creates an exceptionally powerful energy fluctuation that affects a multitude of other materials. Among these, a significant portion of fire and lightning attribute materials were impacted, with their quantities slightly diminished. However, it was this almost imperceptible deviation that transformed into a catastrophic disaster at the moment of condensing the elixir into a pill. The surging alchemical flames were ignited as a result and consumed countless precious ingredients. Xiao Chen's explanation instantly resolved a lingering doubt in Master Han's mind. His gaze gradually brightened, and he slapped his thigh in realization. Laughing heartily, no wonder it turned out this way. I had calculated the quantities of materials so precisely that even if the pill failed, it should not have resulted in such a debacle. With the mystery resolved, Master Han's spirits lifted, and even his gaze toward Xiao Chen softened considerably. Xiao friend, if you do not mind, let us refer to each other as brothers from now on. As long as you visit the Golden Pill Pavilion often to exchange alchemical experiences, should you ever need my assistance, feel free to summon me. How could I dare to accept such a title? Master Han, your mastery in alchemy far surpasses my OWN that my success in extinguishing the flames was merely a stroke of luck, hardly deserving of such an honor. Xiao Chen humbly declined, after a round of mutual modesty. Xiao Chen remained resolute in his refusal. This scene left the surrounding attendants astounded. When had the notoriously eccentric Master Han ever shown such friendliness towards anyone, let alone address someone as a brother? This spectacle not only shocked the attendants, but also surprised He Hong, the venerable master of the Golden Pill Pavilion, who had come to assist in extinguishing the flames. What is going on here? He Hong, an elderly man with silver hair clad in luxurious robes, adorned with golden embroidery that signified his esteemed status as a genuine second-grade alchemist, was informed of the situation by the attendants. Upon hearing the harrowing details, even the well-versed He Hong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no one was harmed. Just in time, Xiao friend. Allow me to introduce you. This is He Hong, the master of the Golden Pill Pavilion. Master Han introduced. Seeing the kindly-faced master scrutinizing him intently, Xiao Chen quickly understood that He Hong regarded him as an obscure alchemist. Thus, he respectfully bowed. I am Xiao Chen. Honored to meet the pavilion master. Xiao Chen, descendant of the Xiao family. What is your relation to King Yu? He Hong inquired. King Yu is my father. I was the 7th prince of the Yu dynasty. But I was exiled from the palace due to the machinations and slander of the first prince's faction. Xiao Chen replied candidly. The enmity between him and the first prince was well known throughout the capital, and many present had seen his true appearance. A mere inquiry would reveal that he had indeed been here before. Thus, he did not intend to conceal his identity. Facing a seasoned expert, excessive concealment would only betray a guilty conscience. Are you the Xiao Chen who publicly divorced Ouyang Yunshan? To Xiao Chen's surprise, He Hong did not immediately recognize him by name, but instead, his face lit up with curiosity as he probed further. Yes, that is indeed me. Xiao Chen scratched his head. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he had once considered himself somewhat of a celebrity, possessing the bloodline of infernal fire and supreme bone. One would think that the pavilion master should recognize him. Yet He Hong seemed entirely unfamiliar with him, only knowing of him due to the public divorce of Ouyang Yunshan. Haha, well done. He Hong clapped his hands in approval. I have long suspected that the Ouyang family was not composed of good people. And if the father is like this, how virtuous could his daughter be? Indeed, the pavilion master speaks wisely. Xiao Chen concurred. Xiao friend has come to the Golden Pill Pavilion seeking the breakthrough pill. Master Han stated, and he even aided me in extinguishing the flames. Out of respect and reason, the Golden Pill Pavilion should express its gratitude to Xiao friend. That is only fitting, He Hong nodded. Then turned to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, your assistance in extinguishing the flames has been a tremendous help to the Golden Pill Pavilion. Speak freely of your desires, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. He Hong boldly pledged. Though Elder Han's reputation in the Golden Pill Pavilion is somewhat lacking, his alchemical skills are such that even I must bow to them, that if he willingly refers to you as a friend. You certainly possess the qualifications to make requests. Elder Han snorted coldly, maintaining a stoic demeanor, yet he did not voice any objections, fully aware of his rather poor standing among the alchemists of the Golden Pill Pavilion. Chapter 21. Bestowing true martial arts at this moment. Elder Han interjected, Xiao friend may make additional requests, excluding the breakthrough pill. As we agreed earlier, I shall present you with a premium breakthrough pill as a gesture of goodwill. Thank you, Elder Han. Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude promptly, My purpose in visiting the Golden Pill Pavilion was indeed to procure a breakthrough pill in preparation for advancing into the realm of divine communication. Although the earlier attempt to concoct the ice pill had consumed a significant portion of Xiao Qin's materials, the value of a second-grade pill far surpassed that of the resources expended. Moreover, Xiao Qin's martial imprint had also benefited, advancing him to the second-grade level, thereby significantly amplifying his internal energy reservoir and enhancing his overall strength. Even when directly confronting a powerful practitioner of divine communication, Xiao Qun felt confident in his ability to emerge victorious. Given the substantial benefits he had reaped, Xiao Qun felt somewhat hesitant to make further extravagant demands from the pavilion master. Since you have acquired the breakthrough pill, how about I gift you a weapon? He Hong mused. Within the Diyu dynasty, weapons and pills were categorized distinctly. Furthermore, they were divided into several grades, including true martial and common martial weapons, for one of Xiao Qin's prowess. A true martial weapon would be most suitable, capable of channeling the full power of his 10 meridians simultaneously. However, a true martial weapon was worth its weight in gold. Even if Xiao Qun were to purchase one himself, he would feel a pang of reluctance, let alone receiving one as a gift. That would be too much. Xiao Qun hastily declined that a true martial weapon is of such value that it may even surpass the worth of the breakthrough pill crafted in that furnace. If it were forged by a master craftsman, it might even rival a third-grade pill in value. That a true martial weapon, when wielded by a skilled warrior adept in martial arts, can unleash a power that grows exponentially. Moreover, among the various true martial weapons crafted by esteemed artisans, countless potent inscriptions are etched into them, sufficient to elevate the weapon's rank by several tiers. You can rest assured and accept it without hesitation. Master Han chuckled heartily, saying, "Do you really believe that the esteemed Lord of the Golden Elixir Pavilion would be foolish enough to gift you a true martial weapon worth over 10,000 silver coins? Fear not. Old He's daughter is renowned as one of the finest artisans in the royal capital, that if I'm not mistaken, Old He actually intends to take you along to con his daughter." Con his daughter? Xiao Qin smirked, feeling a sense of uncanny similarity between Lord He and Master Han. How could someone who intends to gift something consider deceiving his own daughter? After all, you are a steward of a pill workshop. How could you be so utterly absurd? However, among the entire royal capital, the number of artisans capable of crafting true martial weapons is less than 5, and one of them turns out to be the daughter of the Golden Elixir Pavilion's lord. Which indeed surprised Xiao Qun. Can you call it a con if it's my daughter?" He Hong exclaimed, flicking his sleeves with righteous indignation. "If it weren't for me occasionally taking people to care for her business, that girl would have been expelled from the Artisan Association long ago." Master Han, however, scoffed, mercilessly exposing, "Shin'er is now a legitimate second-tier artisan, on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. I truly wonder who is taking care of whose business here. You old fool, mind your tongue." He Hong shot a glare at Master Han, suddenly exasperated. "You've been mooching off me all day, wasting my precious materials, and I Haven Tea held you accountable. Yet here you are, undermining me while I clean up your mess. 5 broken wall elixirs a day, fed to your dog. The materials I waste in alchemy are all bought by me. They have nothing to do with you. No wonder that girl Xian or doesn't T want to return. Who are you calling an old fool?" He Hong roared in anger. "That I'm talking about you. You old rascal." Master Han's eyes widened fiercely, unwilling to yield an inch. The auras of the two instantly manifested, one at the 8th layer of the Meridian Realm and the other at the 1st layer of the Divine Passage Realm. Simultaneously, their respective colored martial seals erupted into dazzling brilliance, the blue 6th-tier seal and the green 5th-tier seal appearing above their heads, continuously swirling with true energy that it looked as if they were indeed about to engage in a fierce battle. "Elders, please cease your quarrel." Xiao Qin felt a headache coming on that if their dispute escalated into a confrontation, news would spread quickly, and the following day, countless individuals would seek to gain favor with the two alchemists by defeating him. "Old fool, I'll settle the score with you later." Upon seeing Xiao Qin's attempt to mediate, He Hong immediately reined in his aura and snorted coldly, "That I will accompany you to the end." Master Han laughed in fury, dismissive of He Hong's threats. The two parted on a sour note, with Master Han and Xiao Qin bidding farewell, seeking another vacant alchemy courtyard, where they had a second-tier alchemy furnace transported, slightly damaged from the alchemical flames, into the courtyard. Before long, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, Meanwhile, He Hong led Xiao Chen away from the Golden Elixir Pavilion, heading towards the Artisan Association. On the way, He Hong inquired, "Young friend Xiao Chen, earlier, the alchemical flames surged violently, and nearly all first-tier alchemists were powerless against it. Might I ask how you managed to extinguish the flames?" Saying this, He Hong smiled, understanding if it's too much trouble, you needn't share it with me. Each alchemist has their own opportunities and secrets. After careful consideration, Xiao Chen replied, "In truth, extinguishing the alchemical flames was merely a clever trick on my part. Though the flames burn fiercely, fueled by medicinal materials, they are ultimately rootless fires that be by chance. I possess a fragment of a recipe, which I discovered tucked within an ancient tome at the Royal Library." A new recipe? He Hong's breath quickened. Since the ancient destruction, countless alchemical treasures have been lost in the relentless fires of war. Even now, the number of recipes held by the Alchemist Association within the Yu dynasty amounts to merely a few dozen. Despite this, these recipes generate substantial profits for the association each year, amounting to millions of silver coins, and one would complain about earning too much. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded, but soon a troubled expression crossed his face. However, that recipe has suffered the ravages of time, is in tatters, and lacks several essential medicinal ingredients. Moreover, the elixir produced can only mitigate heat, and even the step of solidifying it into a pill proves exceedingly challenging. To be able to multitask amidst the alchemical flames, simultaneously wielding true energy to fend off the flames while focusing on refining over 100 medicinal materials, he was merely one step away from successfully concocting a first-tier elixir. With such strength, He Hong naturally believed in Xiao Chen's words. Nevertheless, even a damaged recipe possesses immense potential that as they walked, He Hong pondered for a moment and asked, "Young friend Xiao Chen, would you be open to selling that recipe?" Fearing Xiao Chen might misinterpret his intentions, He Hong hurriedly added, "This is not meant to pressure you into a decision, but rather to propose a transaction." Transaction? Xiao Chen was taken aback, for in the memories he inherited, the ice elixir had barely qualified in ancient times, merely a practice recipe for an alchemist apprentice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had absolute confidence in concocting a first-tier elixir amidst such blazing flames. Yet this very recipe had caught He Hong's attention, who even proposed to purchase it from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hesitated, not out of reluctance to part with the ice elixir, but pondering whether casually presenting one of the many recipes in his mind would frighten the old man into losing his hair. "I, the Golden Elixir Pavilion, am willing to offer 100,000 silver coins for that fragment of the ice elixir recipe, or 50,000 silver coins, along with a 10% profit share to you once a finished elixir is developed. How does that sound?" He Hong proposed, aiming to bind the Golden Elixir Pavilion and Xiao Chen together through the ice elixir recipe. Mutual prosperity and shared losses were what He Hong sought. He was captivated by the terrifying talent for alchemy that Xiao Chen had displayed, believing he would not be mistaken. Given time, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown across the continent. This investment was merely paving the way for the future that, of course, if the young friend was unwilling to part with the recipe, He Hong would not hold it against him. The promised true martial weapon would still be willingly bestowed. Feigning contemplation, Xiao Chen was actually weighing the significant impact of the two options on his future. Choosing the first option would yield a quick 100,000 silver coins, instantly replenishing his depleted coffers, allowing him to purchase an additional 2 months' worth of training resources, which had cost him 70,000 coins that on the other hand, while the second option offered fewer immediate coins, once the elixir's production increased. Every sale of the ice elixir would generate profit for Xiao Chen. The comparison was stark that I choose the second option. Xiao Chen's hand firmly clasped He Hong's in agreement. "Pleasure doing business." "Lord He. Haha, young friend, you truly are a straightforward person, that we have arrived," that He Hong laughed heartily, treating the recipe like a treasure as he carefully stored it in his spatial ring. Earlier, Xiao Chen had clarified that the recipe he possessed was indeed perfect, lacking no ingredients, and his claim of its incompleteness was merely a precaution against He Hong's potential greed. After Xiao Chen explained all this, He Hong, understanding and perceptive, smiled, indicating he was unperturbed. After all, in this cutthroat world of martial cultivation, the innocent can suffer for possessing something valuable. To understand the need for discretion is wise, proving his judgment was sound, and he would not take offense. As the two conversed, they arrived before an opulent and towering hall. "The Alchemist Association. We have arrived." Upon entering the Artisan Association, A beautiful young attendant quickly recognized He Hong's identity and approached with respect, saying, "Lord He, where is where is she?" The attendant hesitated. "Master," he said, "we are no longer to bring you to the back courtyard, or else we would be expelled from the association." "How dare she?" He Hong cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chun, who was curiously surveying the layout of the Artisan Association. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice deliberately, saying, "Go in and tell her that I'm not here to take her back. But I've brought a genius along, hoping she can temper this genius's pride." The maid cast a glance at the exceptionally talented Xiao Chun beside her, hesitating for a long while before finally steeling her resolve to agree to He Hong's request. She returned to the courtyard to inform Master He. Watching the maid depart, He Hong gently stroked his long beard and chuckled. "Ah, my daughter is wonderful in every way, yet there is one flaw. She is exceedingly proud. In her childhood, I painstakingly taught her the art of alchemy, envisioning a day when she would mature and take over my position. However, she obstinately chose to learn the craft of weapon forging from her mother instead. That is what vexes me the most." He Hong sighed, continuing, "As she grew older, during a quarrel, the girl stormed out and took residence in the Weapon Forgers Guild, stubbornly refusing to return." That he turned to Xiao Chun, saying, "Young friend Xiao Chun, I hope you can persuade her that I shall certainly do my utmost." Xiao Chun replied earnestly. After a brief wait, the maid returned with a grim expression and reported to He Hong. "Guild Master He. Master He has stated that you have used this excuse more than once. She says that even if you were to bring a dog as a companion, she would still acknowledge that she is inferior." Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly, revealing his discomfort, while He Hong appeared embarrassed, his face flushed, never expecting his daughter would humiliate him in front of others. Just as He Hong was preparing to attempt another visit to the courtyard, a piercing voice rang out from behind. "Who do we have here? Is it our genius, Xiao Chun?" Xiao Chun turned to see the source of the voice, Prince Xiao Yun, adorned in splendid attire with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. Entering the hall of the Weapon Forgers Guild, flanked by 8 formidable palace guards, upon spotting Xiao Chun, he couldn't help but mock. "How could the Weapon Forgers Guild allow you, a mere waste, to enter? Are you not aware of the rule at the entrance that forbids dogs from entering?" Chapter 23. Xiao Yun arrogant, utterly presumptuous. Even the guards behind him erupted into laughter at his words. Dogs are not allowed inside, and neither is Xiao Chun. Does that not imply that Xiao Chun is akin to a dog? They jeered. "Indeed, Prince Xiao Yun, what a fitting metaphor. Xiao Chun, are you not living like a dog?" Various insults and jeers rang out, attempting to provoke Xiao Chun further. Xiao Yun looked down upon Xiao Chun with disdain, saying, "I misspoke. How could I insult a dog? Dogs are far more precious than you." During the sacrificial ceremony, Xiao Yun had witnessed the fierce conflict between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng, that he had also seen Xiao Chun boldly annul his engagement with Ouyang Yunshan in front of a multitude of Xiao family members. The First Prince's faction had been thoroughly humiliated. According to their plan, when Ouyang Yunshan announced her intention to break off the engagement, Xiao Feng was to ascend the platform and formally propose to her. With the powerful backing of the Ouyang family, coupled with the existing might of the First Prince's faction, not only would Xiao Feng benefit immensely, but all martial artists from the First Prince's faction would as well. There would have been no need for Xiao Yun to personally come to the Weapon Forgers Guild to commission a mundane weapon. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly warned, "Xiao Yun, I advise you not to provoke me, or you shall meet the same fate as Yang Kaitai." Just days prior, Yang Kaitai had come to bully the now-recovered Zhang Fei, only to be slain by Xiao Chun, who had also dealt with the remaining ruffians, leaving them in a similarly grim state. Furthermore, Xiao Yun's strength was comparable to Yang Kaitai's. Previously, Xiao Chun had slain Yang Kaitai using the Dragon Elephant Prana. And now, having reached the legendary 10th layer of the Meridian Realm, killing Xiao Yun would be as effortless as crushing an ant. "Young friend Xiao Chun, do not commit murder in the Weapon Forgers Guild." He Hong interjected, furrowing his brow. "The Weapon Forgers Guild is not like the Alchemist Guild. The temperaments of the forgers here are quite peculiar. Even I, at times, struggle to gain an advantage over the guild master. If they were to seize upon any pretext, it would be quite troublesome for you that I will not kill, but I shall strike, and if it is in self-defense, that poses no issue, does it?" Xiao Chun countered. He Hong nodded. "As long as there is no loss of life, I will bear the brunt." After all, he was the master of the Golden Pill Pavilion, and within the Alchemist Guild of the royal capital. He Hong, alongside Elder Han, held the rank of elder, that he was confident that the Weapon Forgers Guild would show him some consideration. Moreover, since it was Xiao Yun and his associates who initiated this provocation, the rationale was on Xiao Qin's side, and He Hong was unafraid of their disruption. "Kill me? Xiao Chun, do you possess such capability?" Xiao Yun sneered. "Guards, seize him." Xiao Yun laughed maniacally, believing that a mere awakened first-rank martial artist could not have advanced significantly in just a few days. The 8 guards he brought were all 6th-layer Meridian Realm warriors. In one-on-one combat, Xiao Chun was surely doomed, let alone facing them all at once. "Kill him here." Xiao Yun's heart brimmed with boundless malice. As long as Xiao Chun was dead, everything would revert to the right course. Ouyang Yinshan would come to annul the engagement, and then Xiao Feng would marry into the Ouyang family, receiving the full support of another top-tier clan, leaving no one capable of obstructing their ascent to the throne. With the resources of the Great Yu dynasty at their disposal, they could continuously break through their existing boundaries. As long as Xiao Chun was slain, everything would no longer be a mere fantasy. Xiao Yun's gaze hardened once more. All together, the 8 guards exchanged glances, slowly drawing their blades. Their true energy surged, and the 8 6th-layer Meridian Realm warriors shouted in unison. Charging forward, Dragon Elephant Prana, Xiao Qin shouted, his true energy erupting as he lunged towards the 8 guards. The Dragon Elephant Prana was a unique martial skill derived from the ancient Dragon Elephant scripture, allowing true energy to be concentrated in his palm and unleashed in a rapid explosion, achieving unexpected victory. Now, with Xiao Qin's prowess, he could only manifest the Dragon Elephant Prana to the level of a mid-tier martial skill. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with these guards of lower cultivation. Beneath him, 10 meridians suddenly ignited. Within his energy pool, true energy surged forth, converging upon Xiao Qin's palms, forming a faint protective shield of true energy. Bang! With his left hand, he seized a long blade, and in the astonished gaze of the guard, Xiao Qin struck out with his palm, sending the guard flying several dozen feet before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Casting aside the broken blade, Xiao Qin transformed into a whirlwind, darting into the remaining 7 guards, his hands dancing like butterflies flitting among flowers that in an instant, a series of dull thuds echoed as the 7 figures were similarly sent flying. Their heads tilting, rendered unconscious that moment, Xiao Chun did not hold back. His terrifying strength at the 10th layer of the Meridian Realm was fully displayed, incapacitating all the guards who only possessed the 6th layer of the Meridian Realm. Quick, so fast! Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, the last guard had also suffered a blow from Xiao Chun, staggering and collapsing. Before him stood only Xiao Yun. Witnessing this scene, He Hong, who had initially prepared to intervene, felt entirely reassured and turned to the dazed maid beside him, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and find some people to drag off this trash." The maid, coming back to her senses, nodded hurriedly and dashed towards the courtyard in search of assistance. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun stood dumbfounded, his gaze blankly fixed on the guards who lay prostrate on the ground, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Xiao Chun had defeated all these 6th-layer Meridian Realm guards. How could that be possible? As he watched the figure of Xiao Chun approaching like a demon, the dazed expression on his face gradually morphed into one of terror. No, impossible. You are merely a waste. How could you possibly defeat my guards? Xiao Yun exclaimed in panic, turning to flee. Yet his legs felt as though they had lost all sensation, rendering him unable to move an inch. What is happening? Xiao Yun looked down in horror, only to discover that his feet were inexplicably glued to the ground by a viscous black substance. He had not seen this black liquid when he entered. Where had it come from? In a state of panic, Xiao Qin stepped in front of Xiao Yun, his gaze icy. Chapter 24. Yidanqian Xiao Chun. If you dare to harm me, my elder brother will not spare you. The great princess will not let you off either, nor will the queen of you. Xiao Yun's menacing warning reverberated, yet to his astonishment. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Qin simply shook his head with a resigned smile, exclaiming, "How could you be so naive as to think you could leverage Xiao Feng and those 2 wretches against me? The most amusing spectacle in the world is your desperate plea for mercy while you attempt to threaten me with my enemies." With a disdainful chuckle, Xiao Qin declared, "To eliminate trash like you would only sully my hands." His tone conveyed a profound contempt for Xiao Yun. However, upon hearing that Xiao Chun had no intention of harming him, The initially horrified expression on Xiao Yun's face suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope, an expression reminiscent of a dying man who learns he might yet live. You want to kill me? For the sake of the Alchemist Guild, I shall spare you. But while the death penalty may be evaded, the living consequences are inescapable. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Yet to Xiao Yun, it bore the chilling essence of a devil's grin. With a resounding slap, Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned, his left cheek swelling as if scorched by a branding iron, a searing pain shooting through him. Ah! Exclamation point. He clasped his face, wailing in a frenzy. Murder, murder! Help! What are you shouting about? Xiao Chun, irritated by the commotion, bellowed, his voice infused with a hint of true energy, which effectively suppressed Xiao Yun's cries, silencing him abruptly. Xiao Yun stared blankly at Xiao Chun, perplexed by his intentions. Return to the palace and inform that woman, along with Xiao Feng, to listen closely. I, Xiao Chun, have returned. Everything that was lost shall be reclaimed by my own hand. Let them await my arrival. Now be gone. Relieved, Xiao Yun glanced down to find the black liquid binding his feet had inexplicably receded, transforming back into a puddle of murky water, slowly shifting away. Jinwu? Yet, already paralyzed by fear, Xiao Yun paid no heed to the origin of this liquid. Upon realizing he was no longer hindered, he abandoned his guards and fled in a disheveled manner toward the outskirts of the martial market. But he needed to reach the palace to inform his mother and Xiao Feng that Xiao Chen's prowess had not diminished. In fact, he had effortlessly defeated his 8 guards. It was all a ruse. Every claim of being heavily injured, every rumor of his diminished strength, were fabrications orchestrated by Xiao Chun to lower Xiao Feng's guard, only to strike at the opportune moment and overturn him. Convinced he had pieced together the entire scheme, Xiao Yun sprinted forward, his once luxurious robes now tattered, and his expression a grotesque amalgamation of terror and exhilaration. Passers-by, witnessing his peculiar demeanor, recoiled in disgust from the maniac who alternated between laughter and tears, fearful of his madness. Where did that lunatic come from, laughing and crying? Isn't that the 8th Prince Xiao Yun? Exclamation point. Yes, it is indeed Xiao Yun. He sat beside the first Prince Xiao Feng during the sacrificial ceremony. Alas, what a pity! A once respectable person, reduced to madness, so suddenly that on the streets, murmurs filled the air, each laced with mockery toward Xiao Yun and sympathy for Xiao Feng. That it was indeed tragic for him to bear the burden of caring for a brother in such a state. Within the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Chun gazed after the retreating figure of Xiao Yun, then turned to a strikingly graceful young woman, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Miss He, for your assistance. It was He Danxian who had employed her unique Jinwu technique to immobilize Xiao Yun. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would have expended considerable effort to deal with him. An endeavor hardly worth the trouble. He Danxian appeared approximately 18 or 19 years old, her complexion delicate, with bright, captivating eyes and rosy lips that enchanted the surrounding men the moment she appeared. Acknowledging Xiao Chen's gratitude with a slight nod, He Danxian had only just entered the hall after receiving a report from her maid, still in a huff with her father, and thus had not revealed herself until she witnessed Xiao Yun's provocation of Xiao Chun. Subsequently stepping in to assist. My daughter, behold the genius I mentioned to you, known as Xiao Chun, He Hong announced, his eyes lighting up at her presence. I know, spare me the details. Unexpectedly, He Danxian interrupted with an impatient wave of her hand. Looking up at Xiao Chun, she quipped, so you are the legendary Xiao Chun? Not all that impressive, I must say. Xiao Chun was taken aback. What do you mean? Did this stunning beauty really hear of his reputation, only to find him lacking upon meeting him? This is complicated. Enough, I have no time for your ramblings. He Danxian, with an extraordinarily fiery temperament, cut him off. Can you refine weapons or pills? Given your cultivation, you are merely at the 5th layer of the Meridian Realm. Defeating 8 6th-layer warriors is somewhat commendable. Choose your contest. Win, and I shall grant you my Jinwu. Lose, and you'll leave without your pants to do, you understand? What? Xiao Chun exclaimed, wide-eyed. What does that mean? Wasn't this supposed to be a trap for your daughter? How did I find myself in this situation? Lose my pants. How about you take them off for me? Turning to He Hong, he suddenly noticed the latter was stealthily retreating, awkwardly chuckling when caught. Ah. Did I not mention? My daughter is obsessed with martial arts, alchemy and crafting, and she loves competing with geniuses. The prize for winning will naturally be that Jinwu I promised you. No, this is not what we agreed upon. Xiao Chun protested. You old trickster. Hand over the formula. Even if I were to toss the formula for the ice-cold pill to the dogs, I would not allow you to profit from it in the slightest. Yet it was too late. He Hong hurriedly fled, shouting as he went, Xiao Chun, do your best. Regardless of the outcome, I will increase your share of the ice-cold pill's profits by 10%, and any pills you purchase thereafter will be at a 10% discount. Bah! Just more rubbish. He Danxian sneered at Xiao Chun. So, are you capable or not? Wait, let me ponder this matter carefully. If you can do it, then fine. If not, then what do you mean by waiting? Chapter 25. The competition. A true man must never utter the words I cannot. Enraged, Xiao Chun retorted, what do you mean I can't? What are we competing in? He Danxian looked at Xiao Chun, who suddenly flared with fighting spirit, bemused yet continued. I excel at crafting, followed by alchemy, and lastly martial arts. However, given your cultivation is merely the meridian realm, the gap is too vast. How about we choose one from crafting or alchemy, focusing on refining basic materials? Refining materials is fundamental to both alchemy and crafting, yet it is also the most challenging skill for a craftsman. For both herbs and metals, high-temperature refinement is required to extract their essence. A moment's negligence could lead to total failure. Moreover, as a warrior of the divine realm, He Danxian already possessed formidable skills, making Xiao Chun no match for her. Umph. You excel at crafting. Xiao Chun's eyes gleamed with determination. Then I shall defeat you on your strongest ground. To utter such words before a second-rank craftsman was truly audacious. Did this youth truly not know the meaning of danger? The maid beside them stared at Xiao Chun in astonishment. Did I hear you correctly? You wish to compete in crafting with a second-rank craftsman who has forged Jinwu. Are you not aware that, master, he is the most gifted craftsman of our guild in a century? She continued. Moreover, she advanced from first to second rank in just 3 years. How do you plan to compete with her? This is my affair, since I dare to accept the challenge. I possess sufficient confidence. Xiao Chun asserted. Very well, let it be as you wish. We shall compete in crafting. He Danxian gazed at Xiao Chun with astonishment, letting out a sigh before commanding the preparation of materials for their upcoming contest. Half an hour later, in the backyard, 2 towering furnaces, each exceeding a person's height, stood imposing. The walls of the furnaces were adorned with intricate inscriptions that dazzled the eyes and exuded an inexplicable aura of power. Xiao Chun recognized that the majority of these inscriptions served purposes such as catalysis, fortification, and various functions beneficial to the crafting of weapons. Based on the number of inscriptions, he discerned that this was a second-grade refining furnace, perfectly aligned with He Danxuan's rank. Surrounding them were numerous onlookers who had gathered upon hearing the news, whispering in disbelief that someone would dare to challenge the now-renowned second-grade weapon refiner. Were they seeking to invite misfortune upon themselves, wishing to conjure inner demons by challenging such a formidable opponent? As word spread of the stark disparity in strength, many seasoned refiners, upon learning that one of the participants was the beautiful He Danxian, approached with eyes gleaming with greed. Is this lad truly foolish enough to challenge Master He? Scoffed one, that how audacious for a mere child to speak so defiantly. Miss He, allow me to show him what for. The surrounding admirers, eager to demonstrate their prowess, howled in anticipation. Yet before Xiao Chun could make a move, He Danxian, her expression darkening, shouted at the crowd, You bunch of useless fools. Instead of training, have you come here to embarrass yourselves? Get lost, or I shall make use of the recording stone to visit your homes and have a chat with your wives. Xiao Chun was at a loss for words, initially thinking He Danxuan's comment about losing one's trousers was mere jest. However, the reality of her grip on their weaknesses was indeed surprising. These refiners, nearly all established with families, had once, in their youthful arrogance, accepted challenges from He Danxian due to her stunning beauty, some even volunteering themselves to seek benefits from her. Yet, to this day, not a single true weapon had been bestowed by her. The thought of their weaknesses still being held in her hands rendered the surrounding refiners mute, as if their throats were constricted. To hitch a bunch of cowards, He Danxian muttered disdainfully, before shifting her focus entirely. She strode over to one of the refining furnaces and addressed Xiao Chun. If you wish to back out, now is your last chance. Though I am a second-grade refiner, many seasoned third-grade refiners are no match for me. When crafting a true weapon, I can inscribe up to 4 runes. The implication was clear. He Danxian had once forged a weapon of the 4th tier. Some third-grade refiners could barely manage to inscribe 3 runes. That it was evident that her only disadvantage was her age, not her capability, even if Xiao Chun intended to compare their material refining skills. The vast disparity in power nearly predetermined the outcome. Xiao Chun smiled broadly. A warrior must challenge their limits. How can you know I am not your match if you have never tried? Or perhaps, should you lose to me, it would leave you unsettled? Arrogance. He Danxian shook her head, no longer attempting to dissuade him. In her eyes, Xiao Chen's demeanor mirrored that of the infatuated refiners. Unbeknownst to her, she unconsciously placed him alongside those second-grade refiners. Let me clarify. If you lose, I will not show you mercy simply because you were sent here by that old man. That I will certainly record your humiliating moment with the stone. Let us hope so, Xiao Chen replied with a veiled scoff. Starfall Dark Iron, Red Moon Dew, and Broken Mountain Vine. Each person shall have 1 portion. Whoever can refine the essence of these 3 materials within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn shall be declared the victor. The maid announced the conditions of the contest with an impassive expression. Is there any objection? Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Starfall Dark Iron was a specialty of the Diyu dynasty, entirely black with varying blue speckles on its surface. Reminiscent of stars, it was an excellent material for crafting true weapons, but was notoriously difficult to refine. Red Moon Dew, on the other hand, originated from a clear pool near the Sun and Moon Mountains outside the capital, where a constantly active volcano loomed nearby. Over the years, this unique environment had given birth to the extraordinary treasure known as Red Moon Dew. However, integrating it into true weapons was even more challenging than refining Starfall Dark Iron. A moment's inattention could cause the valuable dew to evaporate into nothingness. As for Broken Mountain Vine, its reputation preceded it. A massive, resilient vine thriving on the mountainside, capable of shattering cliffs. The difficulty of refining this material was self-evident. Chapter 26. The hammer technique breaks the diamond. Xiao Chun and his opponent were to determine the outcome of this contest based on these 3 materials. Are you ready to lose your trousers? He Danxian smiled slyly, a glimmer of mischief in her exquisite eyes. These 3 materials would pose a considerable challenge, even for a second-grade refiner, and her choice was deliberately intended to place Xiao Chun in a difficult position. She never held back her disdain for such foolish challengers. Xiao Chun responded with a grin. I'm already prepared to select my true weapon. He Danxian let out a light snort, choosing not to engage further with him. As the maid issued the command, the contest begins. The moment the words left her lips, countless hands appeared before Xiao Chun, as if dancing willow branches, whisking the materials into the furnace. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted, engulfing an entire furnace in brilliant crimson flames. Xiao Chun enveloped the 3 materials with his mental energy, meticulously controlling the temperature of the surrounding flames. From the memories he had inherited, he understood that Starfall Dark Iron and Broken Mountain Vine required exceedingly high temperatures for continuous roasting, while Red Moon Dew demanded a much lower temperature to gradually expel impurities. The differing temperature requirements meant Xiao Chun needed immense mental power to maintain precise control over the flame. For any slip could result in the Red Moon Dew being incinerated. Moreover, since they had to refine the essence of the 3 materials within the span of a stick of incense, there was no room for error. This challenge was but a trivial task for someone like Xiao Chun, who had endured countless trials through the relentless grind of divine and demonic obsessions. In contrast, He Danxian, having cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chun's methods, donned a pair of exquisitely crafted soft gloves. She then retrieved a massive iron hammer from her storage ring. Boom! The hammer struck the ground with a resounding thud. It's the Howling Moon Hammer, a 3rd-tier true weapon. On this hammer, Missy had inscribed 3 unique runes, those of strength, lightning, and fire. Each casual swing wielded tremendous power. It was evident that she was destined to win this contest. Gasps of surprise echoed around them, clearly acknowledging the formidable reputation of He Danxian's weapon. Xiao Chun cast a sidelong glance at the Howling Moon Hammer, which towered above him, its hammerhead as large as a drum and weighing hundreds of pounds. Adorned with countless intricate runes, with a gentle command from He Danxian, 3 runes illuminated on the hammer, and with a sudden exertion of force, the Howling Moon Hammer descended, striking the resilient Broken Mountain Vine. Clang! A violent cacophony of metal echoed where they met. Blue lightning flickered from the hammer's surface, slithering into the vine, creating a series of crackling sounds before silence fell to in the following moment. Flames rapidly enveloped the vine. The temperature rising, yet the broken mountain vine showed no signs of change, remaining vibrantly green. Seeing this, He Danxian struck down several more times. Clang, clang, clang. An embodiment of extreme violence and exquisite aesthetics. He Danxian, already a natural beauty with a bewitching figure, wielded the massive hammer with a striking juxtaposition of strength and grace. Her slender waist formed a beautiful arc with the giant hammer as it descended with increasing speed. Clang, clang, clang. The broken summit vine began to tremble violently. As countless bolts of lightning flickered like serpents, flames seared, an immense force descended. Its originally sturdy exterior gradually revealed visible fissures, exposing its dark green core that a drop of verdant liquid slowly trickled down the crack. And before it could touch the ground, a maid who had been waiting nearby stepped forward to catch the essence of the broken summit vine in a jade vial. This liquid possessed numerous miraculous properties and was of significant value, thus would not be squandered easily. Subsequently, He Danxian proceeded to process the starfall black iron in a similar manner, almost flattening the massive stone into a large disc before nodding in satisfaction. She wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and placed 3 portions of herbs into the high furnace. The flames roared to life, after enduring countless strikes from He Danxian's enormous hammer. The two materials became considerably softer, enveloped by the fire in an instant. Under the manipulation of her formidable mental strength, the temperature of the flames surrounding each material varied distinctly at this moment. Nearly half a stick of incense had burned away. Genius. Xiao Chen thought to himself, silently admiring He Danxian's method to be why using brute force to dismantle the hard exteriors of those materials. She ensured that during the subsequent fiery refinement, the internal and external components would be subjected to the flames simultaneously, thus allowing for a quicker extraction of essence. Had Xiao Chen not inherited memories from ancient times, he might have been thoroughly impressed by He Danxian's innate talent. For not all weaponsmiths possess the patience to undertake the preparatory work necessary for forging. The ability to develop such a technique also attested to He Danxian's profound immersion in the art of weapon crafting. This method bore a striking resemblance to the techniques employed by a renowned craftsman from ancient times in that era. A master of crafting summarized ancient texts, innovated upon them, and devised a comprehensive hammering technique specifically designed to dismantle those indestructible treasures. Today, He Danxian had managed to grasp a portion of this secret technique solely through her own efforts, which explained Xiao Chen's involuntary admiration. For a weaponsmith, achieving mastery in crafting while simultaneously possessing immense strength is nearly an impossible feat. Yet He Danxian had accomplished it. Xiao Chen mused that he had thought the paths of alchemy and weapon crafting, once glorious, had been on the brink of decay since the ancient era, but he had not anticipated that someone had already begun to revive the splendor of ancient weaponsmiths. He silently etched the name He Danxian into his heart, convinced that she was destined to become a formidable figure in the future. Around them, whispers circulated as people seemed to discuss He Danxian's approach. Master, he uses a giant hammer to strike the starfall black iron and broken summit vine, making these materials easier to refine. Why didn't I think of that? Come on, while this method is effective, it is practically exclusive to Master He, who would forge a hammer-shaped true martial weapon merely to use it as a tool for refining materials. Alas, why don't I have a wealthy father? Countless voices expressed a mixture of envy and a tinge of jealousy, for weaponsmiths do not enjoy the same prestige as alchemists, and consequently, their resources are not as abundant. The opportunities to forge true martial weapons are exceedingly rare. As for He Danxian, the frequent visits from the pavilion master to purchase her crafted true martial weapons amounted to nearly 10 million silver coins in total expenses. With such an immense reservoir of experience, she naturally advanced swiftly, her cultivation not lagging behind her peers in the slightest. At this moment, the incense had burned nearly 3/4 of the way, with only a small portion still smoldering. Both Xiao Chen and He Danxian had reached the critical juncture of refining the essence. Before Xiao Chen, the crimson high furnace contained 3 liquids of varying colors, gradually transitioning towards purity, with impurities nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. This was the pinnacle achievable by an ordinary weaponsmith. On the other side, He Danxian was also at this stage. The flames in the furnace blazed fiercely, and she dared not relax her focus, fearing that a moment's inattention could result in the easily evaporated crimson moon dew being lost. If nothing unexpected occurred, it seemed this contest would end in a draw. The essence He Danxian, typically refined, could only reach this level at most. She glanced at Xiao Chun, only to find a faint smile gracing his lips. What could that mean? Did he possess a surefire method for victory? He Danxian was not surprised that Xiao Chun had acquired the art of weapon crafting. As she had mentioned, he was once a prodigious talent, and genius often equated to being well-versed in various disciplines. Achieving such a level in the refinement of materials indicated that Xiao Chun had already surpassed He Danxian significantly. However, out of pride, she refrained from declaring the competition over. Yet Xiao Chun was not satisfied with such an outcome. That a draw was not what he sought. As he observed the incense nearing its end, he shouted, "Dragon, elephant, strength." Both palms clenched in fists, true energy coiling around his fists. He suddenly thrust them into the high furnace, relentlessly striking the three liquids. Boom, boom, boom. This abrupt turn of events stunned the multitude. Had Xiao Chun lost his mind? Plunging his hands into the furnace, even with true energy protecting him, how long could he endure? Did he realize he could not win, and thus attempted to cheat by forcing the essence out of the impurities? Such foolishness. True energy is so domineering that even the slightest contact with the liquid essence would trigger an explosive reaction. Otherwise, why would crafting true martial weapons require the use of mental strength for manipulation? Foolishness and arrogance. This was the first impression the crowd had of Xiao Chun. After all, under everyone's gaze, suddenly channeling true energy into the high furnace and striking the liquids appeared to be a tacit admission of defeat. Fearing the embarrassment of a humiliating loss, he resorted to destroying all the materials instead, which was certainly better than being left with a pile of mush to be ridiculed. If only he had known this. Why would he have recklessly challenged Master He? This fellow truly embarrassed himself thoroughly. But no, something was amiss. Look closely. Something seems to be emerging. He Danxian, ever vigilant of her opponent's movements, immediately sensed an anomaly. After Xiao Chen's true energy-laden punch struck, the liquids did not explode. Instead, they seemed to meld together, continuously kneading that a surge of force intertwined with the flames, causing the temperature to soar to levels unattainable by ordinary furnace fires. In the blink of an eye, what had once been somewhat murky liquid became clear and transparent. Threads of gray impurities were expelled from the liquid due to Xiao Chen's relentless strikes. Instantly incinerated. Not only the Starfall Black Iron and Crimson Moon Dew, but also the Broken Summit Vine. All moved toward purity under the relentless barrage of punches, their colors gradually becoming singular. How could this be possible? He Danxian was taken aback, realizing that while manipulating her mental strength, Xiao Chun was also able to channel his true energy, multitasking with remarkable finesse. What manner of being was this in the moment of her astonishment? A sinister sound suddenly erupted from the furnace behind her. He Danxian clutched her face in pain, for when she momentarily diverted her attention to Xiao Chun, she inadvertently raised the temperature around the Crimson Moon Dew just slightly, causing a fist-sized globule to evaporate in an instant. Thus, she had definitively lost He Danxian's side, disregarding the remaining two materials, and directly moved to stand behind Xiao Chun, carefully observing his technique. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen's fists appeared to flail wildly, devoid of any discernible pattern, as he sent true energy into the furnace haphazardly. Yet in He Danxian's eyes, there was an underlying rhythm to Xiao Chen's every movement. At times, he would strike the liquid directly. However, he would then swiftly redirect a punch toward the furnace wall. The combination of fists and palms, with true energy entwined with flames, effortlessly expelled the impurities. This was a secret technique. He Danxian's eyes lit up as if she had uncovered a great secret. Time flew by, and just before the stick of incense extinguished, Xiao Chun exhaled a long breath. His features radiating uncontainable joy that I won. He extracted 3 portions of the essence into jade vials, a faint aroma lingering at his nostrils. Setting the vials on the table, He Danxian tiptoed to peer inside. The liquid within was clear and perfectly round, nearly devoid of impurities, flawless. A chorus of admiration erupted from the crowd, for even if they personally took the stage, they could never hope to refine the notoriously difficult Starfall Black Iron and Broken Summit Vine to such a degree in front of all these spectators. So Missy is lost? Impossible! How could Missy possibly lose? That boy must have cheated. This isn't fair, boy, if you have the guts. Compete with Missy in engraving inscriptions. A cacophony of voices rose and fell, with the assembled crowd displaying little concern for the outcome of Xiao Chen's endeavors. Their sole desire was to witness what they wished to see. The incessant noise caused Xiao Chen to furrow his brow. Had he known that the members of the Artifact Forgers Guild were of such low caliber, he would have never set foot here, that he could easily procure sufficient materials and, in the comfort of his own home, delve into the art of forging, guided by the memories he had inherited. Given enough time, Xiao Chen could even achieve the remarkable feat of advancing a grade in a single day. Why would he subject himself to the company of these detestable individuals, whose minds were filled with nothing but nonsense? There's no need for a comparison. I concede. He Danxian interjected, her hand raised to silence the surrounding clamor. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Xiao Chen, and with a slight movement of her gaze, she remarked, Xiao Chen, you are indeed a genius. Your continuous application of true energy against the flames allows the Starfall mysterious iron to withstand immense temperatures in a remarkably short span of time. This enhancement is so effective that even Qiyu Lu, standing nearby, remains unaffected, enabling the expulsion of the majority of impurities in record time. Chapter 28. The fourth-grade true martial dragon-breaking spear. He Danquan's words unveiled the secret behind Xiao Chen's potential victory in this contest. However, the only distinction was that Xiao Chen could effortlessly accomplish what others found nearly inconceivable, while He Danxian remained perplexed that a wager is a wager. As for the prize, I shall present you with a true martial weapon. Follow me. He Danxian beckoned, leading Xiao Chen into the courtyard, which belonged exclusively to her. The surroundings were picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, a long bridge with painted boats, and a gentle stream flowing from the distant mountains, all beneath a blue sky adorned with white clouds and accompanied by a lovely maiden. The maiden spoke, I am unsure of the type of weapon you excel in. Among the many true martial weapons I have forged, there exists a wide variety: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all of which are of at least second-grade quality. That a second-grade true martial weapon is one inscribed with 2 runes. For an ordinary warrior, possessing such a weapon is a stroke of fortune, as a second-grade true martial weapon in the market is valued at over 100,000 silver coins. Furthermore, each additional rune doubles the price. However, those inferior weapons are certainly beneath your notice. He Danxian continued, Did the old man send you to persuade me to return? Indeed, Xiao Chen acknowledged candidly. And what are your thoughts on that? Not my concern, he replied dismissively. Well said. He Danxian laughed heartily, giving him a thumbs up. Since that is the case, I shall be forthright. To be honest, Xiao Chen, if you teach me the technique you just employed, I will grant you a truly exceptional item, a yet-to-be-completed 4th-grade true martial weapon. He Danquan's eyes sparkled with mischief. The market value of a 4th-grade true martial weapon could reach nearly 1 million silver coins, not only due to its rarity, but also because of the multitude of runes it bore, typically representing the utmost effort of a second-grade forger. The worth was considerable, and to add to that, it was an unfinished 4th-grade true martial weapon that I in the future, both Xiao Chen and He Danxian, should they desire, could augment the number of runes inscribed upon it, thereby significantly increasing its value. Presently, this weapon could only be regarded as a mere embryo. Xiao Chen felt a stir in his heart. Are you truly willing to exchange a 4th-grade true martial weapon for the method of expelling impurities? It's nothing I am unwilling to part with. He Danxian replied, that as long as I can master the technique to extract the impurities hidden within materials, it signifies that my chances of advancing to a 3rd-grade forger will greatly increase. Trading an unfinished true martial weapon for a sliver of certainty is a deal that I see no loss in. You may not be at a loss, but why should I trade with you? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Miss He, have you perhaps misunderstood the situation? I came here seeking a true martial weapon. Yet I was first deceived by your father, and now you propose to barter for a 4th-grade true martial weapon. Pray tell, what weapon could possibly be worth such a price that it surpasses even the secret method of expelling impurities? Beauty without brains. The ancients were certainly not mistaken. He Danxian had oversimplified the matter far too much. The ancient art of forging, perfected over generations through painstaking effort, had culminated in the development of this secret technique. Now, He Danxian seemed to think she could easily dismiss it with a few casual words. A rather naive notion indeed. He Danxian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in her life that she had heard a man utter the word no. As a martial enthusiast, what she feared most was not rejection, but rather the helplessness of having a secret technique presented before her, yet being incapable of grasping it. I can exchange something else for you. He Danxian pleaded earnestly. Whatever you request, I shall comply. A fourth-grade true martial weapon was worth 1,000,000 silver coins. Yet in the face of such a secret technique, it was hardly comparable. Xiaochen would not be so foolish as to be blinded by beauty. Allowing his mind to run hot and hand over such a formidable secret technique to He Danxian, especially after her father had just swindled him of an eye for an eye, Xiaochen's gaze shifted. And suddenly an idea struck him. How about this? I will exchange a different martial technique that is on par with this secret method for that fourth-grade true martial weapon, but in addition, you must agree to one more condition to name it, and I shall agree to anything. He Danxian nodded fervently, devoid of the fiery temper she had displayed before others that in Xiaochen's presence. She appeared almost reverent. Come closer, He Danxian leaned in to whisper in Xiaochen's ear. After a brief conspiratorial exchange, her eyes began to glimmer with excitement, culminating in a sly smile and a quick nod. All right, since you've agreed. I will present you with this lower-grade spiritual level technique, the Diamond Hammer Method. Xiaochen retrieved a parchment inscribed with the secret technique from his ring and handed it to He Danxian. The latter, in turn, guided Xiaochen directly to a small courtyard. This is where I store the true martial weapons that He Danxian opened the courtyard door. A dazzling array of various true martial weapons came into view, leaving Xiaochen utterly astonished. There were swords inscribed with thunder and water runes, shoes adorned with earth and wind runes, and an assortment of others that even Xiaochen had never imagined could exist. Such a vast collection of true martial weapons, if displayed to the outside world, would surely cause quite a stir. Yet at this moment, these formidable weapons lay quietly, awaiting their master selection. Unfortunately, Xiaochen's target was not among them. Follow me inside. Outside the door, there were intricate rune seals, and He Danxian swiftly dispelled 3 layers of barriers, allowing the grand formation surrounding the building to gradually dissipate, revealing a pale wooden door. Xiaochen followed closely behind He Danxian as they entered the room. This is the fourth-grade true martial weapon I wish to bestow upon you. The dragon-breaking spear, at the sound of He Danxian's voice. Xiaochen's gaze was drawn upward, where he beheld a magnificent, imposing long spear. The spear was nearly a yard in length, entirely golden, with a fearsome dragon coiled around its shaft, its head exhaling sharp blades as if it were howling at the heavens. Dividing a fragment of his spiritual awareness, Xiaochen sensed several distinct runes etched upon the spear. Power, ice, thunder, and wind. 4 runes occupied nearly half of the spear's length, with the remaining space awaiting future inscriptions. Even with just these 4 runes, this spear became a rare weapon among the Artifact Forgers Guild. Truly a remarkable item, Xiaochen exclaimed, unable to tear his hands away from it in the future. Once his forging rank ascended, he would be able to inscribe the remaining runes himself, transforming it into a genuine weapon of destruction. Chapter 29. Life is a play, all about performance. Having achieved his goal of acquiring the 4th-grade true martial weapon, Xiaochen had no desire to linger any longer, bidding farewell to He Danxian. Before departing, he made sure to remind her of their agreement. He Danxian patted her chest, assuring him she would ensure his satisfaction. After Xiaochen left, He Danxian tidied up briefly before also departing from the Artifact Forgers Guild. Although the contest had concluded, a throng of onlookers remained gathered around the 2 high furnaces that had yet to be dismantled, observing the remnants of the forging process and murmuring in admiration. For them, the techniques of a 2nd-grade forger and the methods of refining materials were invaluable experiences, and even a slight insight could propel their forging skills forward significantly. He Danxian was unfazed. Since her elevation to a 2nd-grade forger, she had often shared her forging experiences with the crowd. Otherwise, if one were to isolate themselves, a century could pass without any breakthroughs. Xiaochen returned to the palace, while He Danxian continued on her way to the Golden Elixir Pavilion. As she stepped through the entrance of the Golden Elixir Pavilion, a familiar voice greeted her. Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with, miss? You have returned. The little attendant Xiaoyong appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, his normally quick tongue faltering. Where is my father? He Danxian inquired. The pavilion master is in the backyard. Understood. You may resume your duties. That He Danxian waved her hand, striding gracefully towards the backyard. Xiao Yong, in a daze, nodded foolishly, yet his gaze remained fixated on He Danxuan's retreating figure, as if ensnared by an inexplicable enchantment. Unable to divert his eyes even for a moment. Hey, are you daydreaming? A companion jostled him with his elbow. She is a young lady of high standing, a master alchemist in this royal city. She stands above all others. You two belong to entirely different worlds. Don't harbor such unrealistic thoughts. Haha, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Go home and look in the mirror, or perhaps ask your mother why you can only inherit a worthless martial seal. Destined to be a failure in this life. Loud, mocking laughter erupted within the Golden Elixir Pavilion, as the crowd derided Xiao Yong's impractical fantasies. That He Danxian, the only daughter of the pavilion's master, was barely over 20, yet already a formidable second-tier alchemist. Destined for a brilliant future, as for him, merely a lowly attendant in the pavilion, possessing a worthless martial seal, forever shackled to the label of failure. Xiao Yong lowered his head, a silent smile escaping his lips as he, too, scorned his own unrealistic daydreams. That he then shook his head, casting aside these thoughts, and continued to attend to the customers seeking medicinal pills. Esteemed guest, this revitalizing pill is a first-tier elixir, primarily used for. He Danxian stepped into the backyard. The backyard of the Golden Elixir Pavilion bore a striking resemblance to that of the Alchemist Guild, adorned with picturesque scenery, clear streams, and a cerulean sky dotted with white clouds. A gentle stream flowed from the horizon, winding its way into the distance. Master, he was seated beneath a willow tree, engaged in a game of chess with Master Han. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With Master he exuding confidence, his eyes narrowed slightly as he cheerfully regarded Master Han, saying, Old Han, after all these years, your chess skills remain abysmal, that I've even let you have 5 pieces, yet it seems I am still destined to win. What do you say? Will you concede and lend me that treasured volume of alchemical scriptures for my dear Xiener to peruse? Otherwise, when you pass, I would have to dig up your grave. How inappropriate would that be? Rest assured, old coot, I'll be sure to die just after you, Master Han grumbled, his irritation palpable despite his advanced age. You won't escape your fate of dying at the hands of a woman. And what about you, drinking alone under the moon, dying with resentment? He Hong retorted with a laugh. I have been blessed with a daughter in my old age, treating this precious girl as my heart's delight. Xiener has grown up under your watchful eye. Are you truly so unwilling to let her have a glimpse of your precious scriptures? Even if I were to burn them all, you would not see a single word. Master Han shot back, his eyes narrowing as he suppressed his fury at He Hong, who was considerably stronger than he'd at that moment. Grandpa Han. He Danxian beamed at Master Han. That Xiener has returned? Master Han's eyes lit up. He momentarily disregarded the chessboard, laughing heartily. You haven't visited your Grandpa Han in quite some time. I'm here now, He Danxian said as she nestled beside Master Han, exuding the charm of a granddaughter seeking affection. From now on, I will visit you every day, if that's all right. Ha, splendid. Grandpa Han wishes to see my Xiener every day. He Hong's face flushed with anger. You are my daughter, yet you call him Grandpa. What message are you sending? Are you trying to find me a father? His irritation was palpable, but He Danxian ignored him entirely, turning her attention to Master Han and sharing amusing anecdotes from recent days. Their laughter resonated, further irritating He Hong. With a sudden crash, a chess piece was forcefully slammed onto the board, nearly embedding itself within the jade-carved surface. Fury surged within him. What exactly do you intend to do? Unexpectedly, He Danxian merely cast a fleeting glance at him, letting out a soft huff, before moisture gathered in her beautiful eyes. She buried her face in Master Han's embrace, weeping. Grandpa Han, look, my father is bullying me again. Just a moment ago, he brought someone over claiming they were a novice I could easily toy with. But who would have thought that person was a genius rarely seen in a century? No, a millennium? I was humiliated before them. Master Han, his expression softening, comforted He Danxian. Then he lifted his gaze, glaring at He Hong with ire. Old coot, what do you mean by setting my Xiener up for humiliation? You shameless beast, do you have no shame? He Hong nearly spat blood in his fury. That I have no shame. What can you do about it? He Hong was on the verge of hurling the chessboard at Master Han's head. Fearing that if he lost control, the prestigious name of the Golden Elixir Pavilion would tremble. However, upon reflecting that Yi Danquan's temperament mirrored his own, stubborn and unyielding, He Hong had no choice but to soften his tone. Conceding, "My dear daughter, I was wrong. Tell me what you want. I will comply with your wishes, all right? Wouldn't it have been better to say so earlier?" Chapter 30. A sudden inspiration, He Danxian wiped away her tears. Rising before Master Han's bewildered gaze and addressed He Hong, "You brought Xiao Chen to trap me. I will remember this debt. Prepare yourself for my retribution in due time." Upon hearing this, He Hong felt a wave of headache wash over him. He Danquan's cunning surpassed even his own. Truly, she was a beauty akin to a celestial maiden, yet her heart was as treacherous as a serpent's. That if she held this grudge in her heart, it would surely make his life difficult in the future. That He Hong sighed inwardly, bracing himself to hear more of Yi Danquan's demands. "However, I made a wager with that lad and lost, so I had to give him the broken dragon spear." "What? You lost the broken dragon spear to him?" He Hong exclaimed. "My dear daughter, I will grant you anything else, but you must hurry and retrieve the broken dragon spear with money. You go fetch it." By now, he has likely returned to the royal palace. Yi Danxian huffed lightly, showing no signs of regret. Though the broken dragon spear was indeed her own crafted weapon, and her advancement to a second-tier alchemist was largely due to this unfinished spear, she understood well that nurturing it to completion and inscribing it with runes depended heavily on the mildness of the materials used. Most importantly, the spear contained a rare material known as the Binding Heaven Vine, an essential component for crafting spiritual weapons. Even He Hong, well versed in the circulation of gold and silver, had nearly been pained to death upon purchasing such a treasure. Just half a foot of the Binding Heaven Vine required nearly 10 million silver coins. Moreover, the most precious aspect was that the broken dragon spear remained incomplete. This implied that, given the right opportunities in the future, the broken dragon spear could even advance to a spiritual weapon. At that time, Yi Danxian would surely step into the realm of a third-tier alchemist. Yet now, with a mere light-hearted remark, she had relinquished such a precious artifact to another. He Hong could not help but lament loudly. Yi Danxian, however, felt no sense of loss. She knew precisely what she desired. While the broken dragon spear was valuable, it had become a source of torment in her heart. The term unfinished was but another way of saying failure. Relying on a failed weapon to ascend to a second-tier alchemist was the deepest pain within Yi Danquan's heart. That as time passed, the once clear path to the third tier began to blur. This was a form of torment. Otherwise, she would not have frantically sought every possible means to enhance her alchemical skills. Having exchanged it, it was too late for regrets. Yi Danxian waved her hand. "There is one more matter. Once I finish speaking, I will take my leave. From now on, I expect half of the profits from the ice-cold pills sold in partnership with Xiao Chen to be mine, along with his 1.5 share of the earnings, which I will oversee." Yi Hong was about to speak, considering that since the formula was now in their hands, they might as well eliminate Xiao Chen without alerting anyone, and all remaining profits could be given to her. Why not? Yet Yi Danxian seemed to read his thoughts, rolling her eyes that don't even think about resorting to underhanded means. "Xiao Chen is of royal lineage. That if you harm him, once King Yu emerges from his seclusion, he will surely turn the Golden Elixir Pavilion upside down." "What nonsense!" He Hong shot back, glaring at Master Han, who was spectating the scene. With a huff, he relented. "Very well, Shinner, you may send that half to Xiao Chen, and the remainder shall be yours. Does that suffice?" "You dare!" Unexpectedly, Yi Danxian fixed her gaze upon He Hong, her eyes blazing with intensity as she admonished. "Old man, if you dare utter a single word of dissent, I will leave right now and never set foot in the Golden Elixir Pavilion again." He Hong's wide eyes ultimately faltered under the weight of her gaze, gradually softening. After a long pause, he sighed. Fine, a daughter grows up too fast. I will comply with your wishes." That He Hong is a cunning merchant, yet Yi Danxian is not. Moreover, Yi Danxian exchanged a broken dragon spear for what could be considered a spirit-level martial technique, the King Kong Hammer method. This special technique, which can be used for both material refinement and combat, is not far inferior in value to the broken dragon spear, as its rarity may even surpass that of the Cunning Vine. Furthermore, Xiao Chen has also offered half of his profits to have Yi Danxian act as his steward, making her quite reluctant to offend him. With a light snort, Yi Danxian exclaimed, "You force me to use this move." 5 days later, as the night air turned cool as water, Xiao Chen stood silently in the cold palace of the royal palace, holding the broken dragon spear. Suddenly, a fierce glint illuminated his eyes. and a fierce expression emerged. With a soft shout, he charged forward, dragging the broken dragon spear along the ground, producing a shower of sparks and a series of friction sounds. True energy surged from his energy pool, instantly activating the 10 meridians in his body under the trajectory of the ancient dragon elephant technique. A torrent of heat flowed into his palm, enveloping the spear. With a thunderous roar, the power, lightning, and fire inscriptions on the broken dragon spear were suddenly activated, and the fierce dragon's head glowed a brilliant crimson. From a distance, it appeared as if a five-clawed golden dragon was about to soar into the sky. With the force of a dragon elephant, he stomped down fiercely, propelling himself several feet into the air. The piercing sound of breaking air echoed continuously, mingled with a high-pitched dragon's roar, as he struck a massive stone weighing over 1,000 pounds, sending it flying for several dozen feet. Boom! The massive stone instantly cracked, debris scattering in all directions, and the sound reverberated throughout the tranquil night sky, echoing across the entire royal palace. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the scorching breath formed two faint white spirals in the night, which slowly dissipated. With the assistance of the fourth-tier true martial realm, the first layer of the dragon elephant technique could rival middle-grade human-level martial techniques, effortlessly shattering a giant stone. Ultimately, solid foundations are essential for forging strength. The dragon elephant technique, inherited from the ancient dragon elephant technique, is a unique martial skill that comprises 10 layers, each with exceedingly strict physical requirements for the practitioner, to the point of being almost abnormal. Currently, Shao Chun, leveraging the power of the 10th layer of the Meridian Realm, could barely activate this martial skill, yet the results were remarkably gratifying. The mysteries of the 10th layer of the Meridian Realm are boundless. Having comprehended it for less than 5 days, he could already attempt to draw in the true energy from the surrounding world without obstruction. In contrast, others, unless they advance to the divine ability realm, must rely on vast quantities of medicinal pills to assist their cultivation daily. After returning to the Cold Palace from the Blacksmith Association, Shao Chun devoted himself entirely to refining his 10 meridians. Chapter 31. A late-night visit. After nearly 5 consecutive days of cultivation, Shao Chun, feeling inspired tonight, took up the broken dragon spear he had initially obtained and practiced the dragon elephant technique to verify his progress. As expected, his strength had indeed seen substantial improvement. True energy flowed between his arms like a rushing river, and with a slight urging, he could unleash boundless energy. It seemed that in just a few more days, he would be fully prepared to break through to the divine ability realm. Shao Chun brimmed with confidence. Ever since acquiring that 10th grade martial seal, he had felt transformative changes occurring within his meridians at every moment. The substantial amount of medicinal pills he had purchased previously had now been consumed by more than half. The robust medicinal power transformed into abundant true energy, continuously nourishing his energy pool. Now, it had evolved into a 2nd grade martial seal, and that sense of fullness was gradually rising within him, indicating that another evolution was not far off. In Shao Chun's eyes, the next evolution of the martial seal might very well coincide with his breakthrough to the divine ability realm. Remarkably, after less than half a month of recultivation, Shao Chun was already preparing to break through to the divine ability realm. Such speed would undoubtedly astonish many if revealed to the outside world. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out from outside the wall. The 7th prince truly works diligently. Even at midnight, he still thinks of cultivating. Meanwhile, that Xiao Feng has probably long since taken Ouyang Yunsan into his embrace. It was the national master. Shao Chun's expression suddenly hardened, his gaze sharp as he observed the figure approaching from afar. Walking upon the air, he moved with an ethereal grace akin to that of an immortal. Upon reaching the Cold Palace, the national master waved his hand, retracting his true energy as he gently descended. His eyes scanned the area and immediately noticed the massive stone that had been sent flying and shattered into pieces. His eyelids twitched. He was on the verge of losing his composure. This progress was indeed frightening. In just 5 days, Shao Chun could unleash an attack comparable to that of a novice in the divine ability realm, showcasing a power of considerable magnitude. The national master felt a surge of alarm within himself, but he had initially thought that after acquiring a 1st-grade martial seal, Shao Chun's confidence would be severely undermined, potentially leaving him despondent. However, it appeared that not only had Shao Chun not suffered any setbacks, but he had also become even more diligent and resolute. It is worth noting that even a martial artist at the third layer of the divine ability realm might not achieve a force equivalent to a substantial power. After all, martial artists of the Diyu dynasty typically relied on 7 meridians to break through to the divine ability realm, while 8 meridians were considered the mark of a genius that AS for 9 meridians. Such individuals were rare prodigies, seldom seen in a century. Indeed, most martial artists at the divine ability realm had their paths to martial arts predetermined from the very beginning. Without a solid foundation, no matter how high a building is constructed, it will crumble at the slightest gust of wind. However, since the ancient era's demise, the national master had never encountered anyone with a foundation as solid as Xiao Qian's. This child must not be provoked. A sudden thought surged within the national master's mind. Yet the next moment, recalling the purpose of his visit, he hesitated. Should this plan succeed, he might never again have an opportunity to speak in front of Xiao Chun. Yet, the prospect of realizing the plan he had adhered to for so long was tantalizing. Not to mention a mere Xiao Chun. Even the king of Yu standing in his way would not deter him. Resolute, he met Xiao Chen's scrutinizing gaze once more. "What do you want?" Xiao Chen asked in a deep voice. This old man, moving about the royal palace unnoticed, had been a source of unease for Xiao Chun. There had been several instances when he awoke from meditation in the courtyard only to sense the national master's presence depart. As so much mystery and eeriness surrounded the national master that it often led Xiao Chen to question whether he had unwittingly fallen into the national master's scheme and become a mere pawn. "As your partner, I come to deliver a significant piece of news," the national master said with a slight smile, disregarding the hostility in Xiao Chen's tone. After all, their relationship was merely one of collaboration, always on the verge of turning adversarial. Moreover, when Xiao Chen was previously framed by the First Prince's faction in collusion with the Ouyang family, the national master had adopted an indifferent attitude, which made it difficult for Xiao Chun to trust him easily. Seeing Xiao Chen's wary expression, the national master sighed and continued, "I must tell you that not long ago, Xiao Feng's men discovered the lost disciples of the Paotian sect in the slums of the royal capital, and they are now on their way back to the palace. The long-lost Paotian sect has finally been found, but why were they in the slums?" Xiao Chen's heart stirred. He had heard that on the night he regained his cultivation, a celestial phenomenon had drawn the attention of various forces, prompting numerous powerful individuals to rush to the royal capital, all hoping to persuade the genius behind the event to join their ranks. By a twist of fate, they came to believe that the geniuses who triggered that celestial phenomenon that night were none other than Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan, who had both broken through to the divine ability realm. This led to countless elders dispatched by top-tier forces entering the royal palace, waiting under the persuasion of the Queen of Yu for the upcoming ancestral temple trial in half a month. However, all of this was predicated on the Paotian sect not having arrived and Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan not having chosen their sect. If these two were indeed fixated on the Paotian sect and had arrived at the palace, the developments could very well exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. When they met Xiao Feng, they would likely recruit him as a disciple due to his supreme bone and true phoenix bloodline at that point. Given the formidable reputation of the Paotian sect, even if Xiao Chen wished to eliminate them, it would not be an easy task. The illustrious name of the Paotian sect was well known to Xiao Chun, and even his father, the King of Yu, once hailed from the Paotian sect. These prestigious sects are known for their fierce protection of their disciples, although their training methods are often brutal when their disciples face life and death crises. The speed at which the sects come to their aid is truly astonishing. Should Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunsan indeed join the Paotian sect, it would undoubtedly be a considerable headache for Xiao Chun. Furrowing his brow slightly, he inquired, "What do you mean? Find the Paotian sect before Xiao Feng and the others meet them. Take them in as your disciples. By then, once the deed is done, even if Xiao Feng and the others wish to act against you, they will need to ponder the consequences of their actions." Chapter 32. Malicious schemes. A glint of ferocity flashed in the national master's eyes as he spoke. The most adept at nurturing poison in the supplementary heaven sect is their cultivation of goo. When an extraordinary group of geniuses emerges in a certain region, the supplementary heaven sect only recruits one of them, then encourages the remaining talents to engage in a deadly struggle. Either the disciples of the sect emerge bloodied yet alive, or they are mercilessly slain by others, after which the sect will step in to eliminate the remaining geniuses. But you are different, possessing a mysterious technique that allows you to unlock 10 meridians. And within your energy reservoir lies a bridge between heaven and earth. Each of these attributes alone is sufficient for the supplementary heaven sect to accept you as a disciple, as a pivotal figure in these events. The National Master was nearly privy to all of Shao Chen's secrets. He urged persuasively, "You must hurry. In just 15 minutes, the carriage responsible for welcoming the disciples of the supplementary heaven sect will return to the palace. At that time, the royal guard of Queen Yu will surround the cold palace. And once Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan confirm their allegiance to the supplementary heaven sect, they will turn their hands against you." Xiao Feng's initiation into the supplementary heaven sect would undoubtedly set the entire Diyu dynasty ablaze with excitement. When the king of Yu returned from the supplementary heaven sect, he had slain the regent who sought to usurp the throne and a host of rebels with overwhelming prowess, leaving a blood-soaked path that instilled fear in all who heard of it. The former regent, with strength that nearly overshadowed his peers, had 4 formidable generals beneath him, each renowned for their military exploits. Yet, they were all systematically dispatched by the young king of Yu, who ascended the throne and beheaded them one by one, forging a monument outside the former palace. And the king of Yu himself hailed from the supplementary heaven sect. If Xiao Feng were to gain entry into the supplementary heaven sect and return as a master, he would undoubtedly be the next crown prince to be. Why then, attempts on Shao Chen's life would not even need to be explicitly stated. Those eager to curry favor with Xiao Feng would take matters into their own hands. Moreover, Queen Yu, with her calculating mind, would likely not wait for Xiao Feng's return to complete his training. She would devise ways to eliminate Shao Chen long before that. However, the supplementary heaven sect, no matter how foolish, should not fail to see that Xiao Feng's supreme bone was not innate, but rather forcibly extracted from me and transplanted into him. It was not a natural supreme bone. While initial training might seem divinely assisted, he would inevitably encounter insurmountable obstacles in the future. Seizing Shao Chen's supreme bone was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Shao Chun could hardly believe that the supplementary heaven sect was oblivious to Xiao Feng's true nature. Yet unexpectedly, the National Master shook his head in resignation and sighed. "Do you truly believe that Queen Yu is merely waiting for Xiao Feng to join the supplementary heaven sect? That is merely a bait to divert attention away from her machinations against you. Regardless of whether Xiao Feng joins the sect, Queen Yu's malicious intentions toward Shao Chun have already been set in motion. At that point, it will be too late. Even if the king of Yu wishes to hold her accountable, he cannot compel his only son, who still possesses some talent, to rebel alongside the queen. By then, even the king of Yu will have to accept this outcome begrudgingly." As he pondered, a series of faint sounds of armor scraping against one another reached his ears, as if intentionally suppressed to a low volume. The number of sounds suggested that a considerable number of guards had arrived, likely equipped with siege crossbows specifically designed to combat martial artists from the Diyu dynasty. Shao Chen's expression shifted. Could it be that the National Master's words were true? Was Queen Yu truly preparing to act against them? "Quick, if we do not leave now, it will be too late." Shao Chen no longer hesitated. He donned a black robe from his ring and activated the concealment ring to mask his aura. Then he scaled the wall and departed. Watching Shao Chen's retreating figure, the National Master grinned, a strange smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. He fell for it so quickly, I expected to have to speak at length. Yet, it is indeed true that 9/10 of what I said was accurate, but it is the 1/10 of falsehood that led Shao Chun to be so easily manipulated by me. The truth about Xiao Feng's affiliation with the supplementary heaven sect was real, as was Queen Yu's dispatch of the royal guard. The only deception lay in the notion that Queen Yu intended to act against Shao Chun. Even if Xiao Feng became a disciple, she would not dare to act recklessly with him around. Otherwise, when the king of Yu emerged from his seclusion, the first to perish would be her. When the king of Yu returned from his training and found the regent plotting against him, nearly slaughtering the Xiao family, his fury reached a boiling point, and he killed all 4 generals, leaving no one alive in the regent's estate, regardless of age. The National Master mused, alas, even though the king of Yu is unparalleled in martial prowess, he could not have foreseen that an 8-year-old child, led by a maid out of mischief, would remain hidden outside the capital. Past events lingered like smoke, rising before his eyes. The sounds of clashing armor continued, and as the guards drew closer, anxious shouts began to emerge. "Quick, surround the cold palace. Do not let a single person escape. Bring the siege crossbows to the forefront. All formations must be in place. Before dawn, no one must leave the cold palace alive. The commanding shouts echoed like that of a tiger. And formidable true energy began to converge upon the formation surrounding the area. Perhaps startled by the outside commotion, a solitary oil lamp flickered to life within the cold palace, casting a dim light that illuminated a frail figure against the window. Yet no one could have anticipated that the boy from years past had now become the national master of the Diyu dynasty, and every 4 years, he personally presided over the martial arts ceremony for the Shao family disciples. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared against the wall, the mask obscuring their face, yet failing to hide the mocking smile beneath. "What is it, my esteemed national master? Have you grown soft-hearted?" The black-clad figure paid no mind to the guards positioned in formation, but instead observed the national master with keen interest, eager to see how he would react next. "Since that rainy night 50 years ago, my heart has perished. What remains is merely a vessel driven by the desire for vengeance," the national master replied softly. "According to the plan, you, Seven-Star Tower, will ambush the supplementary heaven sect, while I shall confront the king of you at the back mountain, inciting discord, bribing, and manipulating." Indeed, the royal guards surrounding the cold palace were not Queen Yu's forces, but rather the national master's subordinates. 50 years of preparation, 50 years of meticulous plotting, all culminating in this moment. The national master turned back to gaze once more at the frail silhouette illuminated on the window paper. The last remnants of warmth in his eyes vanishing completely, the blood-soaked figure of Yor was set to re-emerge in the capital. Alas, this would be a symphony of death. The black-clad figure laughed heartily, soaring into the sky like a meteor, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 33. Outwitted, Shao Chen scaled the city wall, his form shrouded in darkness, the concealment rings array activated to its maximum, rendering his aura extremely faint. Drawing no attention from others, the slums lay in the southern part of the capital, a vast expanse of low-roofed dwellings. The only road leading from the slums back to the palace was a single thoroughfare. On the long street, a lavish carriage slowly made its way toward the palace, flanked by a dozen palace guards, resplendent in armor and mounted on fine steeds, exuding a potent aura of true energy. Each of them was a formidable warrior, at least at the 5th layer of the Meridian Realm. The leader among them had even reached the 7th layer of the Meridian Realm, poised to break through the barrier and advance to the Divine Ability Realm at any moment. Such a protective force, moving along the thoroughfare, was akin to a bright moon, drawing the gaze of the surrounding residents. Yet, the overwhelming aura emanating from them instilled a sense of fear, prompting many to hurriedly retreat into their homes, peering through cracks in the doors to watch the peculiar carriage advance. "Brother, someone is blocking the way," the young scholar within the carriage suddenly remarked. The young man, who had been meditating with closed eyes, gradually opened them, his spiritual awareness extending to encompass half a mile around him, quickly identifying Shao Chen concealed in the shadows. After a moment of calculation, recalling the elder's admonition before their departure, the young man responded with a soft hum, signaling his understanding. "Shall we not act? The elder has commanded that we must not make a move against him. If you find yourself with idle time, you may recite the supreme forgetting emotion mantra in your heart a few more times." The young man's expression stiffened momentarily, yet recalling the elder's instructions. He let out a heavy snort and resolutely closed his eyes once more to cultivate. Shao Chen's reputation had long reached even the secluded sects, heralding him as an unparalleled genius of the Diyu dynasty. Endowed with both supreme bone and the bloodline of hellfire, in merely 3 years of cultivation, he had advanced to the 7th layer of the Meridian Realm, standing just a step away from the Divine Ability Realm. Such terrifying talent had even prompted a reclusive elder within the sect to impart to Shao Chen a more advanced technique for entering the Divine Ability Realm through 9 meridians, a coveted ideal for countless martial artists. Regrettably, Shao Chen had become enamored with a woman whose heart was as venomous as a viper's. Not only did he forsake the 9 meridians, forcing his way into the Divine Ability Realm, but that very woman later conspired with the Crown Prince to carve out his supreme bone and seize his hellfire bloodline. The young man recalled the image of the Grand Elder thumping his chest and stomping his feet, unable to suppress a sigh. Life is hard enough without adding to it, especially for a young man who had been wounded to the core by a woman. However, the sect had its rules. Shao Chen's downfall was of his own making, Having his talent forcibly stripped away meant that the doors of the Butian sect would forever remain closed to him. Even if he were to block the carriage in the street, the outcome would remain unchanged. It would merely be an exercise in futility. The attendant grimaced, silently reciting the elder's emotionless mantra. The guards responsible for securing the carriage also noticed the concealed Xiao Chun. "Who goes there? Depart immediately," the leader bellowed, pointing his long spear menacingly at Xiao Chun. "This is the carriage of the disciples of the Butian sect. Anyone daring to obstruct it shall be executed." Xiao Chun remained silent, instead retrieving the broken dragon spear from his ring. With a tremor of the spear, a faint dragon's roar resonated in the surroundings, its icy brilliance refracting light, signaling his intent to kill. The leader shouted, and an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted forth as the armored steed let out a fierce neigh, charging toward Xiao Chun. Alongside him, 8 others echoed the battle cry, raising their spears and rushing toward Xiao Chun with unyielding ferocity. Though there were only 9 of them, their momentum was akin to that of an unstoppable force. One by one, they channeled their true energy, the high-level cultivators merging as one, forming a sharp formation that swiftly advanced upon Xiao Chun. The sound of thundering hooves filled the long street, resonating like the roar of a dragon or the might of a sacred beast. Xiao Chun uttered a soft command, his eyes gradually opening. In his ears, he faintly heard an ancient dragon elephant trampling the stars, letting out a resounding roar. His energy surged, and the martial imprint within him stirred. A multitude of power continuously flowed from deep within his meridians. And as he gripped the broken dragon spear, he felt as if everything before him was mere ants, an overwhelming sense of might flooding his heart. Compared to before, his strength had increased manifold. With a fierce shout, Xiao Chun glared furiously, his feet striking the ground as he shot forward like a blazing cannonball, his momentum rivaling that of the cavalry formation. "Kill!" the leader roared. "The great Yu King rides forth." Living to die, with a sudden motion, the broken dragon spear was raised, and Xiao Chun skillfully dodged the thrusting spear, the dragon's head piercing through heavy armor and plunging into the flanks of the warhorse beneath him. "Up!" Xiao Chun shouted, exerting tremendous force, transferring it to the spear, lifting the 1,000-pound steed and crashing it down violently to the side. The scene was one of carnage, with blood and flesh scattering as 6 of the 9 cavalrymen fell in mere moments. The leader, despite his high cultivation, pale and gravely injured. The 3 cavalrymen who narrowly escaped Xiao Chun's onslaught now hesitated, slowly commanding their steeds to turn back for another charge. The broken dragon spear, having tasted blood, now bore an even more sinister appearance, glinting with a deep crimson hue under the moonlight. "Quickly, depart! Inform the palace that Xiao Chun has attacked the carriage," the leader bellowed, appearing less like a cavalry commander and more like a desperate warrior resigned to death. With a fierce shout, the leader leapt up, using his severely injured body to impede Xiao Chun's pursuit. "You seek death." Xiao Chun roared in fury, 3 inscriptions on the broken dragon spear illuminating in succession as he thrust it forward with the ferocity of a dragon. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through the leader's palm and plunged into his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The leader clutched the spear with both hands, his energy waning, yet his eyes remained fixed on Xiao Chun, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. The sheer strength of a dying man was enough to withstand even Xiao Chun, who had unleashed the power of the dragon elephant, leaving him frowning, coldly observing as the man's gaze became increasingly vacant. Life force extinguished. Xiao Chun scoffed, flinging the leader's lifeless body aside, as if it were a rag that a cascade of blood droplets fell around him. Xiao Chun's gaze fixed on the corpse, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. Why was the National Master so eager for him to obstruct the convoy? Was it for the snow dragon grass? No, that could not be. Even a mid-grade spiritual treasure like the snow dragon grass would not warrant such concern from the National Master. There was certainly something amiss. "Xiao Chun," the voice of a young man pierced through the carriage. Reaching Xiao Chun's ears, that a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Yet he chose not to approach and unveil the curtain, instead standing elevated nearby, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing that something was amiss. The National Master claimed to act in his best interest. Yet if Xiao Feng became a disciple of the Butian sect, would the Yu Queen truly seize this opportunity to brazenly eliminate him? Even during the martial empress ceremony, the Yu Queen had sought a chance to publicly execute Xiao Chun. Moreover, currently, Xiao Chun had neither heired nor even met with Xiao Feng, that he knew only that Xiao Feng was tirelessly searching for the Butian sect, expending vast resources that had stirred the underground factions within the capital to action. Finally locating the disciples of the Butian sect. So why was the national master so certain that once Xiao Feng was accepted as a disciple, the Yu Queen would immediately act against him? No, the situation was far too suspicious. Xiao Chen's heart raced, an intense unease washing over him, prompting him to retreat further instead of stepping forward to converse that he had not exerted lethal force against Xiao Feng's entourage, and consequently had failed to seize control of the dozen or so guards within the carriage. Promptly, 2 or 3 had already fled, likely returning to the palace to report. Wait, report? A sudden flash of insight struck Xiao Chun. Just then, a resounding boom echoed from the heavens as a flaming meteor, trailing a long tail of fire, plummeted downwards. The surrounding true energy grew chaotic, and as the young man sensed the meteor's approach, his expression changed dramatically as he seized the attendant, bursting through the carriage, and swiftly dodged to the side. In an instant, a terrifying force descended upon the area, flames rising as a formidable aura swept in all directions, enveloping the scene in smoke. When the dust settled, a shadowy figure emerged, its eyes glinting with greed as it gazed upon the young man, its immense true energy pulsating ominously. Who are you, and why have you come to attack the Butian sect? The young man hastily shielded Xiao Chun behind him, his eyes wary as he grasped an advanced true martial weapon, his aura steadily rising, soon surpassing the realm of divine passage. Above divine passage lies the realm of mortals. The young man was undeniably a formidable human-level practitioner. Yet a hint of trepidation lingered in his gaze as he regarded the figure cloaked in black, moving through the air with lightning speed. The black-clad figure was nearly invisible to the young man's senses. This individual's strength surpassed his own. The young man's heart raced, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his being. The Butian sect? I have not erred. The black-clad figure smirked cruelly, suddenly appearing motionless. No. It was not a moment of stillness. The black figure was simply too swift, leaving behind an afterimage. This individual was a practitioner of the 100 Rivers realm. Clang, a long blade crossed before the young man's chest, a tremendous backlash coursing through him. His expression shifted, enduring the pain as he shouted, attempting to halt the black figure's advance, preventing it from unleashing its overwhelming speed. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the explosive sounds of intense combat, special true energy radiating with a strange luminescence, demolishing countless structures. The true energy erupted, a 6-tier martial imprint manifested, the fiery true energy resembling a dragon soaring through the sky. In a furious roar, the young man unleashed a torrent of flames upon the black figure, the long blade trembling in his grip, seemingly struggling to bear the weight of his formidable might. There was no doubt this was a practitioner of the 100 Rivers realm. If I hold back any longer, it will mean death. The powerful true energy converged, and the fire dragon shattered the icy crystals. The fragmented ice crystals transformed into a vast ice prison, cascading down upon the three like a torrential downpour. With a series of fierce slashes, the young man wielded his long blade with ferocity. His eyes fierce as he channeled surging true energy into the blade, the fire inscriptions igniting. The fire dragon's form suddenly grew weighty, letting out a roar that echoed through the skies. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the ice prison, both dissipating in a violent explosion. Scalding steam enveloped the area, and Xiao Chun's vision darkened, losing sight of the two combatants. Yet the deafening sounds of their fierce clash continued to reverberate around him, marking the ongoing battle between the two. This was a conflict befitting true powerhouses. Xiao Chun felt exhilarated, inspired by the thought, the sea meets the sky at its end, and the mountain peaks at its heights. Above the realm of mortals lies the 100 Rivers. The movements of the black-clad warrior seemed to draw upon the very essence of the heavens, wielding the might of the world to slay. This was the most terrifying aspect of a practitioner of the 100 Rivers realm. Had the black-clad figure not just broken through to the 100 Rivers realm, still unaccustomed to wielding the heavenly might, White Hong would have been unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of this assailant. He was a true assassin. Once he struck, it was like thunder crashing down, Boom! As the White Hawk's blade came slicing through the air. The figure clad in black did not simply surrender. Instead, with a fierce roar, he unleashed a dazzling brilliance from his hands. Suddenly, the surroundings became suffocatingly oppressive for the White Hawk, and what was once an incredibly swift motion now felt as sluggish as that of a snail. Damn it! This fellow actually knows this trick. The White Hawk cursed internally. Harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, a powerful being in the Hundred Rivers realm could even rival the Tao of heaven within a confined space. Seeing the White Hawk ensnared, the black-clad man let out a light chuckle and once more charged at him with astonishing speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair. The White Hawk struggled desperately to fend off the assault. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the countenance of Shao Qin shifted subtly after the black-clad man manipulated the heavenly forces. Within his body, the ancient dragon elephant art began to operate autonomously, drawing forth a unique energy from the void. Remarkably similar to that of the black-clad man, which was continuously absorbed and refined into his energy pool, filling it with an overwhelming true energy. This peculiar energy was immensely powerful. Even a mere trace of it suffused the previously depleted energy pool in an instant, replenishing the true energy within his meridians, akin to a swimming pool being filled with water. Remarkably, Shao Qin possessed 10 such pools within him. Once his meridians brimmed with true energy, the surging force coalesced and launched a sudden assault towards a specific point. Boom! Like a tidal wave crashing against a dam, the entire network of meridians reverberated violently, causing Shao Qin to momentarily lose his vision, nearly fainting from the pain. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. A sudden thought flickered in Shao Qin's mind. At this moment, the bridge of heaven and earth within the energy pool appeared to be loosening slightly as a veil of mist dissipated, revealing a pristine jade pillar. Surrounding it were true dragons and colorful phoenixes, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire energy pool, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Chapter 35. Breakthrough to the Divine Transformation Realm. What is happening? Shao Qin stood in stunned silence. The peculiar transformation of the bridge within the energy pool was extraordinarily bizarre, causing countless wisps of true energy to scatter like mist. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries surged forth, as an overwhelming pressure swept in all directions. The fierce winds surged, and Shao Qin's aura began to gradually strengthen. Within him, 10 meridians pulsated with golden light. That I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Not only Shao Qin, but also the young scribe beside him, gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. How is this possible? Quickly, take the breakthrough pill. The young man turned, sensing something unusual about Shao Qin. And without time for contemplation, he shouted out, motivated by a desire to nurture talent. Though many warriors could enter the divine transformation realm without the breakthrough pill, those who consumed it had a significantly higher probability of success, up to 90%. The more talented one was, the more crucial it became to seize every fleeting moment. Shao Qin retrieved the breakthrough pill from his ring and swallowed it without hesitation. Boom! An even more potent aura erupted from within Shao Qin, as the ancient dragon elephant art activated automatically, drawing in strands of true energy from the surrounding world, merging them into his body. Suddenly, the heavens transformed. Endless black clouds rapidly gathered from afar, obscuring the sun. Boom! Thunder roared incessantly from within the black clouds, and a terrifying cacophony resonated throughout the land. Countless onlookers gazed upward, mouths agape, as if witnessing an apocalyptic scene. How long has it been since this occurred? Is it possible that Crown Prince Xiaofeng has broken through to the human extreme realm? How could this be? On the back mountain of the royal palace, the previously disrobed national master donned the battle armor of yore, intricate and adorned with countless bizarre patterns. The national master sat cross-legged atop the mountain, striving to elevate his own aura to its peak while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the immense celestial phenomenon above the capital. This little brat is even faster than I anticipated, the national master mused, no longer preoccupied with Shao Qin. To him, Shao Qin was both an enemy with half the blood of his foe coursing through his veins and a child nurtured by the beloved concubine Jiang. The complexities of his emotions led the national master to regard Shao Qin with eyes that could be as fierce as a serpent's at times, and at others, tender like that of Qin. Fortunately, before he made his move, He could first lure Shao Chen out of the palace and delay the disciples of the supplementing heaven sect for a while. Whether Shao Chen could ultimately succeed in joining the sect was of little concern to the national master. His sole focus was on whether he could eliminate his adversary. Just a little longer. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled around him. Within the palace, this is a celestial phenomenon. Within the capital, yet another talent has emerged. Rivaling Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan. In just half a month, two celestial phenomena have manifested in the capital. What on earth is happening in the Yu dynasty? Is the fortune so abundant? Quickly notify the sect. This time, we must invest heavily. Countless elders from prestigious sects wore expressions of astonishment. Yet in that moment, none were foolish enough to seek verification of whether Xiao Feng had indeed broken through. In just half a month, if Xiao Feng could leap from the initial stage of the divine transformation realm to the human extreme realm, then they might as well abandon their training and find a block of tofu to die against. At this moment, the many elders sought to rush out of the palace, tracing the direction of the celestial phenomenon with meticulous intent. Yet the Queen Mother of Yu personally intervened, gently urging the elders to calm themselves and await the upcoming temple trial in half a month's time. After all, if a peerless genius were to arise, regardless of their identity, they would ultimately need to showcase their prowess during the temple trial. Only then could the elders set their own terms for that genius to join their sections. This way, it would appear fair. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Xiao Feng's countenance was as dark as water, preparing to rush into the bustling street when the sudden change in the sky halted his steps. His gaze, filled with malice, fixated on the apocalyptic clouds above. This phenomenon is not for him. Another genius has triggered this celestial occurrence during their breakthrough. Beside him, Ouyang Yunshan, who had just received the news, stared in shock at the scene, her lips parted in disbelief. Who could it be? Who, after such a lengthy interval since the conclusion of the Martial Seal Grand Ceremony, could cause a celestial phenomenon during their breakthrough? When the Martial Seal Grand Ceremony concluded, the bronze giant gate had just vanished. Yet the sacrificial power within had not dissipated, lingering in the capital skies for nearly a month. During that time, it was the optimal moment for breakthroughs. Both Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan had stepped into the divine transformation realm with the aid of copious amounts of cleansing liquid 0.8 meridians of divine transformation. With his supreme bone and infernal bloodline, Xiao Feng once believed there was no one within the vast Yu dynasty who could rival him. Yet now, with the manifestation of the celestial phenomenon, that sense of invincibility in Xiao Feng's heart wavered. Could it be Xiao Chen? Xiao Feng shook his head, hastily dismissing the unrealistic notion with a self-deprecating laugh. How could it be? A waste who has only awakened a first-grade martial seal. If he could invoke a celestial phenomenon, would it not mean that with his supreme bone, he could step forth and attain saintly status? With a cold scoff, Xiao Feng mounted his steed, intent on racing into the streets. He intended to seize this opportunity to completely eliminate Xiao Chen. Some were troubled, while others rejoiced. Above the firmament, streaks of lightning appeared, and colossal dragons crackling with electricity roared ceaselessly, bringing forth destruction as a dreadful aura gradually enveloped the surroundings. Beneath such a terrifying phenomenon, the black-clad man's expression turned grim, that he had initially believed he could swiftly dispose of the White Hawk without alarming any factions, then retreat unscathed. However, he never anticipated that his flawlessly crafted plan would be shattered by the most unlikely variable, Xiao Chen. The infamous waste of the entire capital was on the verge of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. How did he achieve this? His gaze shifted past the White Hawk, locking onto the breakthrough of Xiao Chen. As a powerful being of the Hundred Rivers realm, his vision extended far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He easily saw through the National Master's concealed formation and glimpsed the 10 shimmering meridians within Xiao Chen's body. The Meridian Realm, 10th layer. The black-clad man gasped, slowly articulating this astonishing revelation. Chapter 36. 10 meridians of divine transformation. So, there exists a 10th layer, beyond the 9th layer of the Meridian Realm. Just as Xiao Chen mobilized his true energy to assault the barrier of the divine transformation realm, the aura above continued to grow, increasingly terrifying. The enraged thunder dragons unleashed countless horrifying roars that reverberated across the sky. Divine beings shattered mountains, and ferocious beasts howled across the terrain that a sliver of divine and demonic essence suddenly emanated from the heavens, only to vanish in an instant. Above the nine heavens, the dragon elephant trampled the celestial palace. With a resounding roar, the heavens shook. Finally, with a thunderous blast from within his meridians, the barrier of the divine transformation realm shattered. A vast surge of true energy coursed ceaselessly through the increasingly expansive meridians. At this moment, the 10 meridians began to gradually transform into a golden hue. Not only did they grow more resilient, but they also became capable of sustaining a more formidable flow of true energy. Stepping into the realm of divine power signified that Shao Chun was no longer a mere soft target for others to manipulate. He now possessed sufficient strength to retaliate against the royal lineage. Everything was about to begin anew. Shao Chun silently reflected. Shao Feng, Ouyang Yunsan, did you ever anticipate this? We stand once more at the same starting line. This time, Shao Chun would not afford either of them the slightest opportunity. Should a chance arise, he would stop at nothing to eliminate them both. At that instant, a column of energy suddenly emerged from the ominous clouds, piercing through the heavens and enveloping Shao Chun within its embrace. The sensation was extraordinarily comfortable, warming him as if he were basking in sunlight, with pure energy continuously infusing his body, mending the damage to his meridians caused by his forceful breakthrough. That unique energy, after all, was not something Shao Chun could manipulate. Even the black-clad figures had to tread cautiously around it. Yet it was forcibly drawn in by the ancient dragon-elephant technique, transforming into streams of pure energy that instantly filled Shao Chun's meridians. Upon reaching the 10th level, Shao Chun had already been confident in his ability to break through to the realm of divine powers, that he never expected that his second breakthrough would occur while observing the fierce battle between two formidable warriors. Catalyzed by the absorption of that supremely pure energy, that it was indeed an unexpected delight. However, after breaking through to the realm of divine powers, Shao Chun did not rush to awaken. Instead, he continued to delve deep into his body, guiding the true energy to flow slowly through his meridians, which had expanded to over 10 times their original size. That if previously Shao Chun's meridians resembled winding paths, they had now transformed into broad avenues capable of accommodating 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. This was a qualitative metamorphosis. Before Shao Chun could fully appreciate the extraordinary changes in his 10 meridians, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the energy pool. Drawn by the commotion, Shao Chun swiftly shifted his gaze towards the energy pool and was astonished to find that the previously obscured bridge between heaven and earth had begun to dissipate some of its mist. The exposed area was just large enough to accommodate Shao Chun's form. This notion of a place to stand was, in essence, what it meant. Yet a wave of euphoric delight gradually replaced the uncertainty in Shao Chun's heart. Could he truly step onto the bridge between heaven and earth? Filled with joy, Shao Chun's avatar, formed from concentrated true energy, passed through the transparent barrier that had obstructed him for several days. And with one foot, he gently touched the surface of the white jade bridge. Boom! Shao Chun let out a suppressed groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It felt as though the bridge was suppressing a monster more terrifying than countless gods and demons. The overwhelming pressure nearly flattening him. With just that single step, Shao Chun found himself unable to advance further into other realms. Yet, even so, he could sense the immense benefits that the bridge between heaven and earth could bestow upon him. Surrounding him, the sounds of dragons and phoenixes echoed, as true dragons and divine phoenixes soared above and below, while golden rays of light cascaded from the heavens into the energy pool, causing the previously colorless true energy to shimmer with hints of golden brilliance. The aura gradually intensified. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Bai Hong, engaged in combat with the black-clad figure, sensed that Shao Chun's aura was steadily growing stronger, surpassing that of an ordinary warrior at the realm of divine powers, eventually rivaling that of a typical third-tier divine power practitioner. It was at this moment that Bai Hong, realizing the situation, decided to probe into Shao Chun's meridian condition with a sliver of his true energy. He was curious about how Shao Chun, who had just broken through to the realm of divine powers, could already match the prowess of a third-tier practitioner, even surpassing his own strength at that level. His gaze, however, began to glaze over in astonishment. 10 meridians in the realm of divine powers. the bridge between heaven and earth. The young man was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. How could this be possible? After the ancient cataclysm, a peerless prodigy with 10 meridians could still emerge in this world. At that moment, he found himself immensely intrigued by Shao Chun, even contemplating the possibility of taking him under his wing. If this young man were to survive, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Get out of my way, you brat from the Bujin sect. I shall spare your life. The black-clad figure's eyes narrowed as he clashed violently with Bai Hong, redirecting all his true energy with a fierce shout, causing a blood-red sword shadow to emerge between his hands. The appearance of the crimson sword shadow unleashed a terrifying aura that made Bai Hong's heart race. Yet he stood his ground, shielding Shao Chun behind him. Bai Hong chuckled lightly. If you dare to reveal your identity, I might consider you a man. But since you do not, even if you are a practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm, to me, you are no different from an ordinary clown. And a clown, regardless of strength, will never be a match for the Bujin sect. A brilliant array of inscriptions began to rise from the long blade in the young man's hand. Representing strength, wind, fire, thunder, and wood, 9 inscriptions in total, each manifesting. This was a 9-tier true martial weapon. After activating the true martial weapon, Bai Hong believed that although he was not a match for a practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm, it would be impossible for his opponent to defeat him in a short span of time. Within his body, 9 golden meridians surged with roaring true energy, and in the energy pool, 9 bright stars, akin to golden crows, illuminated the skies, casting brilliance in all directions. The 9 meridians of divine powers, 9 realms of human extremity. The true energy within him roared like a dragon, sending forth resounding roars towards the black-clad figure. No one had anticipated that Bai Hong was, in fact, a peak practitioner of human extremity. He was even more powerful than the elders of other sects. It was no wonder he could withstand the assault of a practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm for such an extended period. Bai Hong was already on the cusp of that realm. You are courting death, the black-clad figure snarled, his silhouette darting like lightning as a blood-red streak of light suddenly sliced through the sky. Colliding violently with Bai Hong, boom, boom, boom. Chapter 37. Truly invincible in an instant, the long blade unleashed an array of phantoms. Die. The black-clad figure bellowed, as crimson true energy blazed like flames, roaring fiercely in the night. The essence of blood transformed into a dragon, turning the air into a furnace, with dazzling blade light cutting across the heavens, igniting the surrounding temperature as if set ablaze. Bai Hong responded with a fierce shout, wielding his 9-tier true martial weapon, unleashing a terrifying wave that rapidly spread in all directions. The two engaged in battle once more, revealing the might of martial power. Countless clods of earth were sent flying, and within a half-mile radius around them, structures were obliterated in an instant. The terrifying sounds echoed throughout the royal capital, drawing the gaze of countless powerful figures, yet none dared to intervene. They were not only wary of the formidable strength of the black-clad figure, but were also observing the unfolding events within the royal palace. Within the royal capital, disciples of the Bujin sect were publicly attacked, and as the host, King Yu had to appear. How could he explain this to the Bujin sect? The battle raged on, with the two figures soaring higher and higher until they vanished into the clouds. Their forms concealed by the vast expanse of dark clouds. Between the clouds, thunder roared as lightning flashed intermittently. Countless terrifying true energies swirled about, as Bai Hong continued to roar, the surging true energy within him beginning to dissipate wildly. Yet, as the crimson sword shadow in the black-clad figure's hands became increasingly pronounced, it was evident that Bai Hong was gradually losing ground, that if you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the ability. Bai Hong shouted, his 9-tier true martial weapon radiating light. Emerging from the pressure that had forced him back, Shao Chun opened his eyes to find himself gazing upon a shattered wasteland. Bai Hong and the black-clad figure were locked in a frenzied aerial duel, with the shockwaves of their battle devastating structures even hundreds of yards away. The confrontation between these powerful beings posed great risks, even just to observe, before Shao Chun stood by Fong, a disciple of the Bujin sect, who was also a practitioner of the divine powers realm and possessed profound expertise in formations that Shao Chun was drawn into the breakthrough state by the ancient dragon elephant technique. Bai Fong had already noticed the 10 meridians within Shao Chun erupting with blinding golden light, 10 meridians in the realm of divine powers. An ancient prodigy, furthermore, there was a practitioner of the Hundred Rivers realm intent on extinguishing Shao Chun in his nascent state. In a bid for self-preservation and to protect the fragile Shao Chun, who was in the midst of his breakthrough, Bai Fong utilized a piece of demon beast crystal to set up a formation. It was this very formation that shielded them from the aftermath of the battle until Shao Chun awakened at this moment. Bai Hong's long blade flickered as he stepped into the void, unleashing an overwhelming surge of true energy from the energy pool. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted in sound as lightning clashed and he lunged forward with his long blade. Countless racing blood-red sword shadows shattered in response. Is the Hundred Rivers realm truly invincible? At this moment, Bai Hong stood proudly in mid-air like a divine being, his long blade dancing continuously, moving so swiftly that Shao Chun could scarcely discern their actions. Boom, boom, boom. The battle grew fiercer with each passing moment. Bai Hong's once pristine white attire was now marred with countless sword scars, reduced to a state more tattered than that of a beggar. The blade shattered mountains and rivers. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as terrifying fluctuations threatened to shatter the very fabric of this realm. The man in black wore a solemn expression. However, he refrained from engaging in a reckless confrontation with Bai Hong. He understood that the disciples of the Butian sect were exceptional individuals, each possessing the formidable capability to battle beyond their rank. The peak of the human extreme realm was not vastly different from the initial stage of the Hundred Rivers realm. Such a small difference implied that Bai Hong possessed the means to emerge victorious. The only strategy to defeat him was to prolong the encounter, to delay until his vital energy was depleted, until his energy reservoir ran dry. The man in black was acutely aware that these immensely powerful martial techniques exacted a significant toll on true energy, and the chasm between the human extreme and Hundred Rivers realms was insurmountable. As Bai Hong's energy reservoir began to dwindle, the man in black still retained nearly half of his own reserves. The tide was about to turn, although Bai Hong remained an unstoppable force. The disadvantages of his dwindling true energy were becoming increasingly apparent. Just as the man in black sought to capitalize on his advantage and slay Bai Hong, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the rear mountain of the royal palace, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening from the depths of an abyss. This unexpected occurrence left countless onlookers in shock, whether they were the elders spectating within the palace or the guards of the capital who found themselves powerless to intervene, all gazing in astonishment toward the mountain range that stretched behind the palace. What on earth was happening? The State Master had violated the preordained plan. The man in black's face turned pale with terror. He could no longer afford to focus on Bai Hong and the others. With a sudden flourish of his blood-red blade, countless intricate and mottled inscriptions illuminated, and a torrent of crimson true energy surged forth, instantly pushing Bai Hong back. The fear etched on his face intensified, as if the being emerging from the rear mountain of the palace were a long-sealed demon, whose emergence would unleash unparalleled calamity. He transformed into a rainbow, vanishing from sight, racing toward the horizon. Since he had arrived, he would not leave empty-handed. A resounding voice echoed from the clouds, as if a divine entity from the heavens were about to descend with retribution. From the firmament, a colossal hand slowly emerged from the clouds, reaching toward the man in black. It was King Yu. Someone's eyes lit up with recognition. They knew the owner of that voice to be King Yu, who had previously sought seclusion for a breakthrough. What the man in black feared was the King Yu who had broken through. The massive hand descended, as if it were capable of annihilating the world. No, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Seven-Star Pavilion. The man in black stood on the void, his blood-red blade erupting in an explosion, his expression frozen in shock as he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Instantly, his crimson true energy swelled dramatically, and his speed more than doubled, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air whistled. In the blink of an eye, he traversed more than half of the royal capital, reaching the boundary in an instant. Yet he could not escape that colossal hand. No! The hand clenched tightly, and the man in black screams abruptly ceased. His vital energy severed, and a cultivator of the Hundred Rivers realm was thus slain by that hand emerging from the clouds. Such overwhelming power! Xiao Chun inhaled sharply, gazing in astonishment as the massive hand slowly released its grip, revealing a figure that had been crushed into a flat form, drifting down like fallen leaves. As the gentle breeze blew, the figure was reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. The man in black was dead. Bai Hong's figure gradually descended to the ground, his countenance still entranced by the shock brought forth by that colossal hand, unable to extricate himself from its impact. Chapter 38. Above the 100 Rivers, despite the vast distance of millions of miles, the ability to manipulate true energy and effortlessly crush a cultivator of the 100 Rivers realm was astonishing. Could it be that King Yu had truly stepped beyond that threshold? No, it was impossible. If King Yu could so easily reach that final step, then how could his master remain trapped at that juncture for decades without progress? Yet, after slaying the man in black, King Yu remained motionless, his actions seemingly halted. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, another aura, equally formidable as King Yu's, emerged from the rear mountain. To King Yes? No, it was a challenger to King Yu. In that moment, the heavens changed color. The rolling dark clouds had yet to dissipate before converging once more upon the rear mountain, as a terrifying fluctuation began to rise. The two auras clashed fiercely. Merely the collision of their energies sent the world into a frenzy, shattering mountains and sending boulders flying. From the dust, a middle-aged man stepped forth, adorned with a crown and draped in a dragon robe. Exuding an overwhelming presence that looked down upon the world, as soon as King Yu appeared, he noticed the figure that had been waiting for him. State Master. Why are you here? King Yu had previously issued a stern edict forbidding anyone from stepping foot on the rear mountain, both to protect the lower-tier cultivators and to prevent assassins from rival dynasties from infiltrating the palace and endangering his safety. But now, the State Master stood before him. Why is this so? King Yu prided himself on his deep understanding of the State Master. Before hiring him, he had conducted an extensive investigation into the State Master's background. The State Master's home was in a small village in the far north of the Yu dynasty, where he had displayed remarkable talent in cultivation from a young age. He was later discovered by the Butian sect, who brought him back for training. Ultimately, it was through a series of fortunate events that he agreed to serve as the State Master of the Yu dynasty. Reflecting on this, King Yu revealed a smile he considered to be gentle and inquired with concern, "How is your village faring? Since you became the State Master, I have spared no effort in dispatching cultivators to eliminate the beasts. There is no need for your concern," the State Master replied with a slight smile. "That village was eradicated by my own hand long before your seclusion began." What? King Yu's expression abruptly changed. Disbelief etched across his face. What do you mean? The aura surrounding King Yu shifted dramatically, reverting to the domineering and decisive energy he had exuded when slaying the man in black. He could hardly fathom that the State Master had destroyed the village where he had grown up. The terrifying pressure began to bear down on the State Master. Yet he appeared unfazed, regarding King Yu with an inexplicable gentleness. King Yu's hair stood on end. At his level of cultivation, he should be impervious to such intense reactions. This change could only be explained by one thing. The State Master's strength exceeded his expectations by more than a fold. Who exactly are you? King Yu's expression turned serious, his gaze coldly fixed on the State Master. As his true energy surged like a dragon, gathering formidable energy between his palms. Today, regardless of whether this person is truly the State Master he believes him to be, punishment shall be meted out. Perhaps your Majesty has forgotten. 50 years ago, the actions you took were far more brutal than mine. The State Master chuckled, as his own true energy began to accumulate, rivaling King Yu's in speed. 50 years ago? King Yu's eyes narrowed. Upon his return from training, he had exacted revenge on the faction of the regent, leaving almost no survivors. Could it be that you are the missing 8-year-old heir from the regent's manor? King Yu's gaze turned frigid, recalling the rivers of blood he had spilled to eradicate the disaster. Yet, among all his calculations, he had never anticipated that someone from the regent's manor had survived. Training diligently to seek revenge. Your Majesty is truly perceptive. You see through the veil with a mere hint. The State Master slowly rose, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble in response to his presence. This overwhelming aura was nearly indistinguishable from King Yu's. However, the true energy surrounding him was far more chaotic and dim. What a pity, King Yu sighed, that if you had waited another 20 years, when your hidden strength surpassed mine. Your plan for revenge would have been flawless. Yet, relying on secret techniques to forcibly elevate your realm. How much authenticity can you truly possess? 3 portions will suffice. The State Master chuckled, the secret techniques draining his vitality. After all, he did not have many years left to live. That it was better to expend his final strength for those remnants still surviving. Remnants? King Yu's expression shifted. Not only you, but others also survived? Of course, the State Master replied. Or do you think I obtained such formidable secret techniques from nowhere, allowing me to reach a level comparable to yours in just 50 years, during your seclusion? The palace has been quite lively. Siblings have turned against each other, relatives have turned against one another, geniuses have fallen, and enemies have risen to power. The State Master clicked his tongue in amazement. Originally intending to make you experience the pain of losing loved ones, but later discovered that when your offspring began to regard each other as enemies, the thrill of revenge far surpassed the satisfaction of killing them. To make King Yu feel the pain he once inflicted was far less terrifying than inciting his offspring against one another, even to the point of life and death struggles. What are you saying? King Yu's face paled. Before he entered seclusion, he had entrusted the regency to the State Master and the Queen. Could it be that, relying solely on the State Master, he had torn the entire Shao clan asunder? At this moment, King Yu was hastily making his way to the royal palace to ascertain the occurrences during his years of seclusion, only to be halted by the National Master. Your Majesty, do not be in such a rush to leave. A splendid spectacle is currently unfolding, and you must not interrupt its occurrence. The National Master stood before King Yu, suspended in midair. The annihilation of the Supreme Bone, or the suppression of the true Phoenix bloodline by the bridge of heaven and earth. Either scenario would be an extraordinary performance worthy of applause. You are courting death. King Yu's fury ignited, and he struck the ground with force, launching himself at the National Master like a shooting star. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain behind them resonated with the sound of cataclysmic disaster. Chapter 39. Repelling the Supreme of the Age within the royal capital. Countless individuals craned their necks in anticipation, their gazes stretching across vast distances, as if they could pierce through the shrouding mist to witness the fierce battle between the two formidable beings. When 2 powerhouses above the 100 Rivers clashed, the resulting spectacle would be nothing short of apocalyptic. This night, the events unfolding within the royal capital were surreal, occurring at a pace too swift for observers to fully comprehend. As several formidable warriors engaged in combat throughout the city, figures of those above the 100 Rivers emerged, trading blows in a riveting display that satisfied the onlookers' thirst for excitement. In the long street, Shao Chun was about to explain his intentions to Bai Hong and relay the National Master's reasoning verbatim when a thunderous voice erupted from the opposite end of the street. Shao Chun, how dare you lay a hand on my subordinates? I shall have your life. Xiao Feng's eyes were dark and menacing as he fixed his gaze upon Shao Chun, his voice booming as he charged forward on a steed. Leaping into the air, the Supreme Bone manifesting, and torrents of potent energy surged from his dantian, enveloping his fists. The pale blue energy cloaked his iron fists, causing Shao Chun to momentarily falter as the azure radiance obscured the brilliance of the moon. Rushing towards him. Kill! Shao Chun uttered a soft command, and the breaking dragon spear instantly manifested in his grasp, for inscriptions illuminating in succession, the powerful aura of the Divine Passage realm radiating outward. Simultaneously, he stomped down, propelling himself straight into the air. This scene caused Xiao Feng's expression to shift dramatically. Shao Chen's cultivation had unexpectedly re-entered the Divine Passage realm. Terror gripped Xiao Feng's heart. He could not believe that a mere waste, who had only awakened a first-grade martial seal, could ascend back to the Divine Passage realm in such a short span of time. It was impossible. He must have employed some secret technique that made his cultivation appear nearly indistinguishable from that of the Divine Passage realm to the outside world. But in truth, Shao Chun was merely a paper tiger, easily shattered. Yes, it had to be so. Regaining his composure, Xiao Feng's resolve strengthened, and he was once again determined to eliminate Shao Chun with a mighty roar. His iron fist collided fiercely with the breaking dragon spear. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and Shao Chun shouted, unleashing a surge of golden-hued energy that propelled Xiao Feng backwards. Xiao Feng's complexion turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which scattered in the air. The overwhelming force sent him tumbling several dozen meters before he finally managed to regain his footing, his internal energy surging violently, his true energy nearly impossible to consolidate. Xiao Qian's cultivation was genuine, and it surpassed that of Xiao Feng, who possessed the supreme bone. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Bai Hong and the attendant Bai Feng had yet to react when Xiao Feng was already driven back by Xiao Chun. And Xiao Feng had activated the supreme bone. Xiao Chun had actually repelled a contemporary supreme. The breaking dragon spear was slowly wielded, and Xiao Qian's true energy continued to condense, while Xiao Feng's gaze flickered over Xiao Chun. Disbelief etched across his face. "How can it be possible for you to break through to the divine passage realm?" he shouted. "How could a mere waste with a first-grade martial seal amass enough potent energy to breach the barrier between the Meridian realm and the divine passage realm? There exists a pill known as the breaking wall pill, fool." Xiao Qin retorted with a scoff, further undermining Xiao Feng's fragile confidence. The breaking wall pill was a miraculous elixir designed to assist martial artists below the third-grade martial seal in breaking through to the divine passage realm. Since it was no longer circulating within the royal palace, how could Xiao Feng possibly know that such an extraordinary pill existed in this world? Impossible. You are a waste and shall forever remain one. Xiao Feng roared, charging once more at Xiao Chun. Then you shall die at the hands of a waste. Xiao Chun countered, brandishing the breaking dragon spear as he surged forward. Enough, Bai Hong intervened, forcibly separating the two. His voice grave, that if you wish to fight to the death, await King Yu's decree. Otherwise, if you continue this reckless behavior, do not blame me for personally escorting you before King Yu to await your fate. King Yu was the recognized sovereign of the Diyu dynasty by the Celestial Repairing Sect, and even Bai Hong had to adhere to rules and decorum when he came to the Diyu dynasty to meet King Yu. In a world where strength held paramount importance, power was the ultimate measure of all. Bai Hong could neither involve himself in nor wish to meddle in the grievances between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng. Even if their conflict escalated into madness before joining the Celestial Repairing Sect, Bai Hong would never choose to favor either side. That it was prudent to leave this matter for King Yu to ponder over. After the carriage was destroyed by the cloak figure, Bai Hong had no choice but to allow Xiao Chun and the others to travel through the skies toward the royal palace. Within the palace, King Yu, who had severely injured the national master and expended his vital essence to employ a secret technique to escape, returned with his own significant injuries. Suddenly, countless guards surged from all directions. Encircling King Yu, their expressions filled with terror, yet their hands gripped their spears tightly, unwilling to relax their hold. They were subordinates of the national master, and upon King Yu's return, they knew he would undoubtedly eradicate the national master's influence within and outside the palace. They, despite their lowly strength, sought to secure a glimmer of hope before King Yu. A troop of buffoons. King Yu scoffed, utterly unconcerned by these guards, who were merely at the 6th level of the Meridian realm. Had they been martial artists of the 7th level, he might have felt a modicum of interest. But these were nothing but ants as he walked. King Yu relied solely on his imposing aura to crush these guards into oblivion. Upon entering the palace, he noticed that during his seclusion, the palace had undergone some changes, though he could not quite articulate what was different. The surrounding maidens were timid, not daring to utter a word. Could it be that they wished to convey that within the palace, the Empress now held absolute power, suppressing the numerous concubines to the point where they could not raise their heads? Even Xiao Qin's mother, concubine Jiang, had been relegated to the cold palace, enduring relentless humiliation. Furthermore, the first prince had excised the supreme bone, plundering the infernal fire bloodline, and even the cleansing liquid meant for Xiao Chun had been unjustly withheld by the Empress under various pretenses, leaving it for the first prince to advance to the divine passage realm. Each incident, every detail, was too bizarre and shocking. They dared not speak, and could not to remain silent might spare their lives. But to speak would surely lead to their demise. King Yu's expression suddenly darkened with anger. He knew that some upheaval had transpired within the palace. However, due to the circumstances in their eyes, these maidens were too fearful to disclose such matters to him. To uncover the truth, he needed to summon the key figures involved. Empress, present yourself. Soon, the Empress, draped in splendid robes, gracefully entered the grand hall. Bowing to King Yu, lost in thought, cast a serious gaze upon her entrance and inquired, during my seclusion, what deeds have you and the national master conspired? Speak the truth, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The national master and the empress jointly governed the realm. King Yu did not believe that the national master could incite discord within the Shao clan without the empress's tacit approval. In fact, she may have been complicit in these schemes. Chapter 40. The heir apparent, a formidable aura pressed down upon the defenseless empress, causing her to lose color and hastily kneel before King Yu. Pleading for mercy, she revealed that she had acquired a secret technique from the national master that could transfer the supreme bone. Just half a month prior, she had stripped Shao Chun of his supreme bone and bestowed it upon Shao Feng. The infernal fire bloodline had been taken by Ouyang Yunsan. You wretched woman! How dare you! Upon hearing that his most cherished offspring had been reduced to a mere waste by this woman, King Yu felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, his eyes blazing with fury as his escalating aura bore down upon the empress. The latter could scarcely withstand such pressure, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Yet before a martial arts powerhouse, a mere mortal would not dare entertain thoughts of resistance, instead bowing repeatedly, beseeching for King Yu's forgiveness. Just then, a report from the guards interrupted the scene. Bai Hong, a disciple of the Celestial Repairing Sect, was leading the two young masters, Shao Feng and Shao Chun, into the Grand Hall. According to Bai Hong, had he not forcibly separated the two, one of the Shao clan's heirs would likely have perished by now. Is this the splendid performance the National Master has orchestrated for me? King Yu's heart tightened. Did I in his mind? The first prince was already the second choice for the heir apparent beneath Shao Chun. And now, possessing Shao Chin's supreme bone, his cultivation must undoubtedly be formidable, that it was even possible that he would join the Celestial Repairing Sect as a result. As for Shao Chun, whose cultivation has been rendered null, the die is cast. King Yu could never allow him to ascend to the position of heir apparent of the future Du dynasty, that a prodigy whose potential is extinguished before it can flourish bears no distinction from an ordinary warrior. Thus, the sole contender for the position of heir becomes Shao Feng. However, when Shao Feng and Shao Chun entered the Grand Hall and paid their respects to King Yu, the monarch was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Was it not stated that Shao Chun was a waste? Yet here he stands before me, possessing the cultivation of the divine passage realm, not at all resembling the pitiful state described by the queen. Reduced to mere survival by relying on others, Shao Chun's aura is even more formidable than when I first entered the divine passage realm. King Yu sent forth a sliver of spiritual awareness to scrutinize the conditions of both Shao Feng and Shao Chun. The more he observed, the more his expression tightened. What the queen had spoken was indeed true. Shao Feng bore the supreme bone of Shao Chun, and the authenticity of that seventh-grade martial seal was unquestionable, exuding an overwhelming aura as if it were an innate possession. Turning his gaze back to Shao Chun, he noted that within him lay emptiness. The Inferno bloodline and supreme bone had vanished, replaced by 10 glimmering golden meridians, pulsating with true chi like torrents of a river. Wait, 10 meridians? King Yu's eyes widened, and he crushed the armrest of the throne in disbelief. How could a divine passage realm practitioner possibly possess 10 meridians? Father, Shao Chun has wronged my mother and me, and has injured many of my subordinates. You must take action to avenge us and eliminate Shao Chun. Let this waste be expelled from the Shao family. Shao Feng glared at Shao Chun with a fierce intensity, his teeth clenched as if regarding a mortal enemy. Father, Shao Feng, in collusion with his mother, has severed my supreme bone and plundered my Inferno bloodline. They are guilty beyond redemption. I beseech you to execute these two, even if it means wasting the supreme bone and Inferno bloodline. I would rather not see them fall into the hands of these beasts. Shao Chun shouted, You filthy mongrel! Whom are you cursing? I am cursing you. I will kill you. Come on. Let us see who can slay whom. As the two prepared to clash once more, King Yu slammed his palm onto the long table before him, producing a thunderous crash that shattered the golden structure, halting their altercation. Since you both wish to slay one another, let it be decided in the ancestral trial. I had intended to preside over the ancestral trial myself before its commencement, but it seems that this trial is far too lenient. In the usual ancestral trials, participants would pay homage to the ancestors of the Shao family before engaging in one-on-one battles, with victors advancing until a final champion emerged, rewarded with precious treasures. However, The conflict between Shao Chun and Shao Feng had escalated to an irreconcilable degree. One of them must live, and the other must die. Initially, King Yu had favored Shao Chun, believing that with the Supreme Bone and Inferno bloodline, and by cultivating the Yu dynasty's premier techniques, he would inevitably become a formidable force, returning from his training to be King Yu's most capable aide. After King Yu's abdication, Shao Chun would surely ascend as the heir apparent. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. The Supreme Bone and Inferno bloodline that rightfully belonged to Shao Chun had been usurped by Shao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan, and they had thus acquired a 7th-grade martial seal, marking a historic moment for the Yu dynasty. Even the martial seal Shao Chun had obtained was merely a 6th-grade one at given time. Shao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan's martial achievements could very well surpass Shao Chun's by a margin. In an instant, King Yu found himself in a dilemma. Whichever side he favored would incite discontent from the other. He was aware that the current situation, orchestrated by the former national master, was designed to watch him grapple with the brutal spectacle of his own blood turning against one another. However, the national master underestimated King Yu, failing to comprehend the steely resolve of a monarch. There can only be one heir apparent. Thus, let there be bloodshed. The ancestral trial is far too gentle. Before the eyes of the public, direct violence is unfeasible. So let us resort to another method: the hidden realms within the ancestral temple. There, the blood of sacrificial beasts from previous martial seal ceremonies has accumulated. Over the years, a peculiar entity known as Blood Spirit has materialized within the ancestral temple's secret realm. Devoid of intellect and ferociously bloodthirsty, upon slaying the Blood Spirit, one may obtain a blood-colored crystal, which serves a purpose akin to that of a mysterious crystal, to the secret realm. In 10 days' time, are you not eager to kill one another? Then fight. To outsiders, you are all scions of the Shao family, sharing close blood ties, making it improper to engage in combat. But within the secret realm, no one's spiritual awareness can penetrate the barrier to witness the events within. There, you shall be free to slaughter one another. With a flick of his sleeve, King Yu stormed away, declaring, "Whoever survives will be the next heir apparent." The position of heir apparent. Finally, it is at hand. A glimmer of brightness flickered in Shao Feng's eyes. The title he had long coveted would soon be confirmed by King Yu after this ancestral trial. He was determined to claim it. At this moment, only 3 days remained until the originally scheduled ancestral trial. Yet, under King Yu's decree, the ancestral trial was moved forward to 3 days hence. Only 3 days. Chapter 41. Inevitable death, get out. All of you, get out. King Yu, unwilling to gaze upon Shao Feng any longer, swept his sleeve and sent everyone flying from the grand hall, in midair. He spat out a mouthful of blood, sustaining grave injuries. Shao Feng shot a glare at the queen, fixating on Shao Chun without acknowledging her. "Shao Chun, wait for me. I will surely kill you." "You're welcome to try," Shao Chun replied, no longer concerned with Shao Feng's theatrical outbursts. He pondered why King Yu had suddenly grown so irate, to the point of expelling the queen and the 3 of them from the grand hall, leaving only the members of the Butian sect. This was unreasonable. It could even be said that there were numerous inconsistencies. However, as Shao Chun observed Shao Feng's departing figure, he let out a cold laugh. What fairness! What justice! It's all a fade. Even his own father could not maintain impartiality, allowing the thief who had usurped his supreme bone to continue living. Ultimately, he was King Yu, not a father. Shao Chun's heart grew utterly cold as he departed quietly. Within the grand hall, once King Yu found himself alone. His expression softened somewhat, abandoning his former coldness and cruelty, resembling a gentle elder instead. Bai Hong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Congratulations, Master Uncle, on successfully advancing to the spirit-gathering realm. Above the myriad rivers there lies the spirit-gathering." King Yu laughed heartily, the worries on his face dissipating entirely, replaced with satisfaction. "This breakthrough owes much to my master's Qinglian Sacred Heart Point. One day, I shall return to the Butian sect to express my gratitude to my brother." With the Qinglian Sacred Heart, King Yu was able to significantly compress his training time, continuously accumulating power, thus allocating more of his focus to combating the indomitable barrier. Ultimately, he achieved a breakthrough. Bai Hong smiled slightly, seeming pleased with King Yu's words. However, he soon turned to address him. "Now that Master Uncle has broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, you rank among the most formidable powers in the entire wasteland. When the Butian sect encounters difficulties, I hope Master Uncle will lend his unwavering support. King Yu nodded, smiling. Naturally, the Butian sect is the school I once joined to pursue learning. Should the sect face adversity, how could I refrain from coming to its aid? Meanwhile, the attendant Bai Fong listened in a daze, bewildered by the mention of the wasteland and the Butian sect facing calamity. How could that be? The Butian sect was not only the most powerful sect within the Yu dynasty, but also ranked among the top in several neighboring dynasties. Yet from Bai Hong's words, it seemed an impending crisis was looming over the Butian sect. How could that be? Ignoring Bai Fong's astonishment, Bai Hong, upon receiving King Yu's affirmative response, gradually wore a smile. Thus, I can report back to the sect. After a round of mutual sentiments, Bai Hong finally took his leave, guided by a maid to the small courtyard designated for them by King Yu, waiting for the ancestral trial to commence in 3 days' time. Once Bai Hong and his companion departed, King Yu's smile vanished, returning to his former indifference. Would he save the Butian sect in its time of need? A joke. Why should he intervene? Your Majesty. The elders of the Funtian sect in Jinfeng City request an audience. Such meddlesomeness. King Yu sighed, regaining his earlier gentle demeanor. Announce them. Back in the palace, upon entering, Xiao Feng vented his frustrations. Unleashing his pent-up resentment and rage upon the surrounding objects, he is but a waste. What right does he have? Xiao Chun, how dare you bark at me like a dog? Who gave you the audacity? Kill him, I must kill him. Xiao Feng's furious roars, mingled with the sound of priceless porcelain shattering, echoed beyond the hall. The terrifying noise sent countless maids into a state of panic, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of his wrath. Xiao Chun has actually resumed his cultivation. Moreover, his speed in breaking through to the Divine Passage realm has been astonishing, within just half a month. Half a month! From nothing to the Divine Passage realm. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, after the Empress Dowager consumed several healing elixirs, she finally began to recover from her injuries and coldly remarked, "What use is it to vent one's anger?" Her schemes had been unraveled by King Yu, leading to her being gravely wounded under his furious gaze. Fortunately, the formidable power of her family provided her with an abundance of various healing elixirs. After casually swallowing a few precious pills, the Empress Dowager let out a long sigh and declared, "Since that little beast has regained his cultivation, he will undoubtedly not allow us to prosper unchecked. Once he possesses sufficient strength, he will seek revenge without hesitation. The enmity of the bones taken and the blood shed is unforgivable." As the architect of all this, Xiao Feng's expression hardened further as he recalled the feeling of being trampled underfoot by Xiao Chun. And he solemnly asked, "Mother, what do you mean? Send out assassins. Issue a bounty," the Empress Dowager venomously declared. "With a generous reward, there will surely be brave souls. What does it matter if they are in the realm of divine abilities? The capital is rife with such individuals. If the price is right, even those at the peak of human realms can be mobilized to eliminate Xiao Chun." However, Xiao Chun resides within the palace. With the king now out of seclusion, firmly established within the palace, it is as solid as a fortress, which underground force in the capital possesses assassins so formidable that they could commit murder right under the king's nose. Just recalling the imposing aura of King Yu when he met with him, akin to a towering mountain, left him breathless. Despite the king's attempts to suppress it, he was, after all, a born sovereign. Yet, he still felt the weight of oppression emanating from King Yu. It is easy to imagine just how formidable the king's strength truly is. To attempt to kill someone under the watchful eye of such a powerful figure is utterly impossible. Foolish, the Empress Dowager scolded in exasperation. Since Xiao Chun is within the palace, we must force him out. We shall take action outside the palace. Better yet, let us act beyond the capital. Xiao Feng's eyes brightened at this notion. Xiao Chun is merely a practitioner of divine abilities. Even if he encountered fortuitous events, he could at most contend with those at the 3rd level of divine abilities. Should they be willing to pay the price, it is even possible to invite a peak human realm expert to assist. After all, Xiao Chun shares a close relationship with Xiao Ling Tong. They could have Yinshan trick Xiao Ling Tong into leaving the palace, and then deal with Xiao Chun, the Empress Dowager coldly remarked. At that point, with nowhere to escape, even if Xiao Chun had 9 lives, it wouldn't suffice for his demise. This will be a true deadlock. The more Xiao Feng listened, the more feasible it sounded. and his eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Ultimately, he burst into wild laughter, echoing throughout the grand hall. Xiao Chun, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 42, A Thief's Guilt in the Cold Palace. A somewhat dejected Xiao Chun returned, only to encounter the graceful Jiang Fei approaching him, who asked with concern, "Chun'er, what is the matter?" "It's nothing, mother," Xiao Chun replied, forcing a smile despite his still grim expression. "Last night, there were rogues causing trouble in the palace. But fortunately, father emerged just in time to slay those brigands." What he did not reveal was the horrific scene outside when Bai Hong brought Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng back to the palace, where the air was thick with the stench of death and the foul odor of various ferocious beast corpses, creating a shocking sight. However, soon after, cleaning crews arrived, and after a night of diligent work, the palace returned to its former appearance as if nothing had ever happened. That's good. As long as there are no issues, that's all that matters, Jiang Fei said, somewhat apprehensively. "Last night, I heard faint noises outside the courtyard wall and got up to investigate. But I found not a single figure. Instead, I discovered a golden key in the corner, which seemed rather peculiar." Jiang Fei produced the key, which looked quite ordinary, its entire surface exuding a bronze hue, adorned with countless strange inscriptions. "What is this?" Xiao Chun took the key, equally puzzled. The memories he inherited from the dragon elephant did not contain any information regarding this key, yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the intricate inscriptions on it. Could this be a token to unlock some kind of restriction? Stowing the key away, Xiao Chun and Jiang Fei returned to the Cold Palace. Along the way, he informed her about King Yu's announcement to commence the ancestral temple trials in 3 days. "In these 3 days, the Empress Dowager and Xiao Feng will surely wish to eliminate me swiftly. I must ensure your safety by placing you in a more secure location." Jiang Fei nodded, aware of her own limited strength and status within the palace, recognizing that she would only be a burden to Xiao Chun. Thus, she resolved to follow his arrangements. The safe place Xiao Chun selected for Jiang Fei was the Artifact Refiners Guild. With a multitude of powerful artifact refiners present, and Yi Danxian personally safeguarding her, Xiao Chun was confident that even if the Empress Dowager sought to harm Jiang Fei, she would not be able to lay a finger on her. Once he emerged from the secret realm, Xiao Feng would undoubtedly meet his demise at his hands, and the power dynamics within the palace would be entirely reshuffled. Without further ado, upon returning to the Cold Palace, Jiang Fei quickly packed a few changes of clothes, leaving her with nothing else. The Cold Palace was already the most impoverished place in the entire palace, and Jiang Fei often distributed the treasures bestowed upon her by King Yu to the servants. Preferring simplicity over extravagance, it was a pity that when they were sent to the Cold Palace, not a single servant was willing to loyally follow them. Xiao Chun chuckled softly, reflecting on the unpredictability of human nature, and then led Jiang Fei to the Artifact Refiners Guild located within the Martial Market. Outside, Yi Danxian, who had already received word from Xiao Chun, had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, a hint of joy flashed across her delicate face as she approached. "This must be your mother, right? Rest assured, she is absolutely safe with me." Yi Danxian winked at Xiao Chun, then extended her hand, pinching her fingers together in a playful manner, resembling a little money-obsessed girl. Understanding her intent, Xiao Chun promptly retrieved a scroll emanating a faint aura of true energy from his ring and handed it over. "This is a low-grade spirit-level martial skill. Xin Yu finger." Yi Danxian's face instantly lit up with delight as she joyfully welcomed Jiang Fei into the Artifact Refiners Guild. Seeing this, Xiao Chun sighed in relief. With Jiang Fei safely sent away, it was now time for him to confront the life-and-death struggle with the Crown Prince. Within the palace, Xiao Lingtong, who had not slept a wink throughout the night, looked somewhat haggard. Last night, several fierce battles erupted in the capital, causing constant mobilization among the palace guards, and the cacophony of footsteps made it impossible for her to focus. She could only wander around the palace to pass the time. As dawn broke and the sun rose, the outside world finally returned to tranquility. The guards informed her that His Majesty King Yu had emerged from his seclusion and was currently presiding over the court, beginning to adjudicate traitors. Xiao Lingtong's face brightened with joy. Father has emerged from seclusion? At the martial arts ceremony, she had been the only one to stand by Xiao Chen's side, which had made Xiao Chen feel that there was still a glimmer of warmth in this world. At that moment, Xiao Lingtong had already resolved to report Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan to her father the moment he emerged from his retreat, seizing the opportunity while Lin Fei was distracted. Xiao Lingtong stealthily slipped out of the palace to make her way to the court. Just as she stepped outside, she suddenly spotted a figure lurking suspiciously nearby. Ouyang Yunshan. Umph. The mere thought of this wretched woman and all she had done to Xiao Chun ignited a fury within Xiao Lingtong. However, with so many witnesses around, and Ouyang Yunshan having successfully advanced to the realm of divine abilities, Xiao Lingtong had little hope of victory. She could only cry out, "What are you doing?" Ouyang Yunshan was startled, her entire body trembling. Her innocent face bore a look of surprise, and upon seeing Xiao Lingtong, her eyes suddenly brightened with delight. "Wonderful! Xiao sister, you have finally come out. I've been waiting so long for you." Ouyang Yunshan's elation seemed genuine, as if she were truly delighted by Xiao Lingtong's appearance. However, Xiao Lingtong's face shifted as she sensed the malice lurking beneath Ouyang Yunshan's sweet demeanor. She quickly sidestepped, her expression filled with disgust as she regarded Ouyang Yunshan's previous advance, her disdain nearly impossible to conceal. This woman, having already ensnared her seventh brother, now sought to ensnare her as well. "Speak. What do you want? If there's nothing, please leave the palace. This is the territory of the Xiao family, and outsiders are not permitted," Xiao Lingtong said coldly. "What you say is quite the contrary. Are we not destined to be family eventually?" Ouyang Yunshan replied awkwardly, her eyes flashing with resentment before adopting a facade of innocence once more. "Umph, family," Xiao Lingtong scoffed derisively. "First, you deceived my seventh brother of his supreme bone and his hellfire bloodline. And now you cling to the crown Prince Xiao Feng. With such a treacherous heart, you expect me to regard you as family. You are deluding yourself. Moreover, since my seventh brother divorced you, have you heard even a whisper of news regarding the crown prince's supposed engagement to you? Engagement? Absolutely not. What man would marry such a venomous woman? Is he merely seeking to wear a green hat? Xiao Feng's regard for her was merely a matter of exploiting their relationship. Chapter 43. Xiao Lingtong deceived Ouyang Yunshan's expression stiffened, nearly causing her to lose her composure and unleash a tirade of curses. However, upon reflection, she realized that her relationship with Xiao Feng was simply one of mutual exploitation. Moreover, she had come here on a mission. Yes, there was indeed a mission. Just as Ouyang Yunshan was about to be ensnared by Xiao Lingtong's deception, she discreetly wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead and spoke. "Sister Xiao, I understand that you harbor animosity towards me for betraying Xiao Chun. But I had no choice." Ouyang Yunshan lamented, tears welling in her eyes. The Ouyang family appeared dazzling on the surface. Yet internally, it had devolved into utter chaos. "My father is more preoccupied with indulgence and extravagance than with the family's development, squandering our resources. What can a frail woman like me do, with a heart full of grievances?" Ouyang Yunshan recounted. "Initially, the crown prince approached me, promising that if I assisted him in obtaining the supreme bone, he would not only absolve the Ouyang family of its debts, but elevate us to the status of a premier noble family within the capital. From a second-rate clan, we could ascend to become a powerful household, second only to the royal Xiao family. Such temptation was nearly impossible for me to resist. I had no alternative, yet his offers were overwhelmingly enticing." In her narrative, she vividly portrayed herself as an unwilling victim, while Xiao Feng emerged as a villainous oppressor. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lingtong's conviction wavered slightly. Ouyang Yunshan's image in her mind seemed to improve. Observing the tearful Ouyang Yunshan, Xiao Lingtong felt awkward and at a loss for words, ultimately resolving, "Come, let us seek an audience with father. I will implore him to take action on your behalf. This Xiao Feng has truly gone too far. If father learns of your ordeal, he will undoubtedly punish him severely." "What? You wish to see King Yu?" Ouyang Yunshan was taken aback, yet maintained a composed facade. Her body rigid as she stood still, desperately concocting a strategy. "Damn it, this girl dares to seek an audience with King Yu. How fortunate that I arrived in time." As Ouyang Yunshan devised her plan, she stifled her sobs and anxiously inquired, "But if King Yu asks for evidence regarding my claims, what shall I say? Without proof, simply accusing the crown prince of the Xiao clan could lead to my immediate execution." Xiao Lingtong, slowly grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, if only we had evidence. Then even if Xiao Feng attempted to deny it, he would not escape punishment. A glimmer of hope sparked in Ouyang Yunshan's eyes as she feigned hesitation, stammering, "Actually, I possess evidence." "What? You have evidence? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I can't believe I've worried for so long." Xiao Ling Tong chided, now fully convinced of Ouyang Yunshan's tale. "Yes, I have the evidence on hand," Ouyang Yunshan affirmed, fearing that Xiao Feng might eliminate me after dealing with Xiao Chun. "I secretly placed a recording stone behind a rocky outcrop to capture the entire incident, leaving no detail overlooked." Xiao Ling Tong's expression brightened, eager to urge Ouyang Yunshan to retrieve the evidence and to act swiftly against Xiao Feng. After a series of probing questions, Ouyang Yunshan hesitantly revealed, "The recording stone is hidden in a dilapidated house outside the capital. Xiao Feng has sensed my regret and has dispatched his subordinates to keep me under constant surveillance. Will you accompany me to the outskirts of the capital to retrieve the evidence?" "How could this be a problem? Leave it to me," Xiao Ling Tong confidently declared, patting her chest, upon returning to the palace. Xiao Chun sealed the courtyard doors, sitting cross-legged within. He slowly circulated the ancient dragon-elephant technique, the ambient energy converging into his body through his skin, surging through his 10 meridians, within the energy reservoir. A strand of golden energy flowed restlessly, resembling a writhing dragon. Since his breakthrough to the Divine Passage Realm, this was the first time Xiao Chun meticulously examined the changes occurring within him. The primary distinction between the Passage Realm and the Divine Passage Realm lay in the transformation of the meridians. The energy within his body, rooted in the meridians established during the Passage Realm, continuously solidified and refined new pathways, encapsulating the energy within a singular principle, thereby categorizing the once gentle energy into distinct attributes. Once the internal energy was entirely transformed and the meridians harmonized, the moment of striking towards the human extreme realm would arrive. However, for Xiao Chun, such aspirations were still premature. Previously, Xiao Chun had reached the Divine Passage Realm, and although he had later fallen in rank, he had retained the requisite insights and experiences. This was the reason he could forcefully break through the Divine Passage Realm in a mere half-month. For him, as long as the energy sufficed, he could even achieve this in a span of 7 days. Yet, such haste would render his foundation unstable and invite unnecessary complications in future advancements. Even now, after absorbing that peculiar energy and ascending to the Divine Passage Realm, Xiao Chun's primary focus remained on consolidating his foundation, repeatedly fortifying it, the first light of the moon, as the stars twinkled overhead. Xiao Chun's concentration was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Xiao Chun, open the door quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss." The melodious voice revealed the speaker's intense urgency. It was Lin Fei, Xiao Ling Tong's mother. Lowering his guard, Xiao Chun approached and opened the door. "Something terrible has happened. Xiao Chun, you must save Tong. She has not returned since being taken by Xiao Feng's men." Lin Fei's anxious voice struck Xiao Chun with astonishment. "Xiao Ling Tong has been abducted. Has Xiao Feng truly descended into madness, targeting those around him? Yet Xiao Ling Tong is not only my sister, but also his sister." "Lin Fei, do not panic. Xiao Tong will surely be fine." Xiao Chun comforted Lin Fei while contemplating where Xiao Feng might have taken Xiao Ling Tong. However, he could not fathom why, given Xiao Ling Tong's intelligence. She would fall for Xiao Feng's ruse and so easily be lured out of the palace. Among the Xiao family's many offspring, aside from Xiao Chun, the one most likely to threaten Xiao Feng's claim to the throne was none other than Xiao Ling Tong. Possessing a 6th-grade martial seal, her talent was nearly indistinguishable from that of the former King Yu, which is why she garnered such favor. Did Xiao Feng truly believe King Yu would turn a blind eye to his actions? Chapter 44. Provocation at the door. At that moment, a piercing voice echoed from the end of the long street that I took away the 9th sister. "Lin Fei, one can indulge in a meal, but one must not speak carelessly." It was the 9th sister who willingly left the palace with me. How can it be twisted into a tale of abduction? Xiao Feng approached Xiao Chun with a smug expression, exuding arrogance that my 9th sister is my own flesh and blood. How could I possibly harm her? "You beast, return my Tong to me. Otherwise I shall go to King Yu and report you." Lin Fei wept bitterly. Yet her fear of Xiao Feng and the queen had rendered her submissive, nearly devoid of the will to resist. Xiao Feng gazed at Lin Fei with disdain, mocking her. Go ahead and report. After you do you believe you will live to see the sun rise tomorrow? Or perhaps you'd rather not see your ninth sister alive again? This was a blatant threat. Xiao Qin's expression hardened as he coldly retorted. Xiao Feng, where have you taken Xiao Tong? Is it not your intention to lure me out of the palace? Very well, I shall comply. Tell me where Xiao Ling Tong is, and I will go myself. This was an inescapable trap, leveraging the close bond between Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong to force him out of the palace, distancing him from King Yu. Xiao Chun had previously worried for Jiang Fei's safety. Yet he now realized that the most vulnerable one was himself. If Xiao Ling Tong was captured and he did nothing, what would Lin Fei think of him? What would his mother think? Failing to act would render him no different from King Yu or Xiao Feng. Delightful. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, relishing the humiliation he inflicted upon Xiao Qin. Currently, Xiao Ling Tong is located in a house 10 miles outside the capital. You must hurry, for if you delay even a moment, I cannot guarantee what she may endure. After all, the place is filled with a band of ruthless outlaws. Xiao Qin's expression darkened as he stepped out of the palace into the capital. Knowing it would take at least a moment to reach her, he was being thrust into a meticulously laid trap without any preparation. Yet he had no choice but to leap forward. Haha, what's the matter? Xiao Qin, are you having second thoughts? You could choose not to go. If you don't go, nothing will happen. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. What a wretched beast. Xiao Qin had no time to engage in idle chatter with him. Letting out an angry huff as he activated the ancient dragon elephant technique, in an instant, his figure surged towards the palace gates, unwilling to delay for even a moment, that he was oblivious to what had truly befallen Xiao Ling Tong. Yet he was acutely aware that this journey would undoubtedly be fraught with countless ambushes and assassination attempts, even risking his own demise. But he had to go. If he did not, no one else would. Xiao Qin's figure darted like lightning, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary person, resembling a bolt of lightning as he streaked through the streets, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Suddenly, Bai Feng, the young scholar who was about to leave the palace, caught sight of Xiao Qin. Just as he intended to greet him, he was taken aback by the latter's anxious demeanor. What was going on? Bai Feng was about to inquire, but in the next moment, Xiao Qin had vanished like a whirlwind, charging straight out of the palace gates. All that remained was a voice, fading into the distance. Please summon Brother Bai Hong on my behalf. Once I join the Butian sect, I shall express my profound gratitude. Bai Feng, somewhat bewildered, obediently retraced his steps, relaying Xiao Qin's message to Bai Hong to owe him. Xiao Qin's display that day had been overwhelmingly brilliant, nearly overshadowing Bai Hong, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the dark-clad assailants. At the 10th layer of the Meridian Realm, he had nearly become a designated disciple of the Butian sect. However, the results of the ancestral trial had yet to be revealed, making such discussions premature. Whether Bai Hong would intervene remained uncertain. Ultimately, everything hinged on Xiao Qin himself. The long street lay deserted. Although Xiao Qin's spiritual awareness was not exceptionally strong, it was more than sufficient to envelop a radius of 15 zhong. Activating his spiritual perception, the consumption of true energy within his energy pool surged dramatically. Despite having advanced his martial seal to the 2nd rank, increasing the capacity of his energy pool by over 5 times, it still resembled a mere child's toy compared to those of higher ranks. Consequently, Xiao Qin had always avoided protracted battles. Whenever he encountered an opponent, he would strike with lightning speed to conclude the fight. Otherwise, if he were ensnared by the enemy for even a moment, the limitations of his small energy pool would become glaringly apparent. Within the area covered by his spiritual awareness, several warriors with auras similar to his were lurking on the 2nd floor of a building, lying in wait for Xiao Qin to enter their trap. Boom! The Killing Heaven Pavilion. The walls of the tavern suddenly exploded, and amidst the flying debris, 2 figures clad in black emerged. One at the 6th layer of the Meridian Realm, the other at the 5th layer. Utter trash, Break Dragon Spear. With a sharp exclamation, the fierce Break Dragon Spear was swiftly in hand. True energy surged between his palms, and as he swept the spear horizontally, its tip arced through the air like a crescent moon. The 2 warriors widened their eyes in disbelief, but in reality, the Break Dragon Spear sliced smoothly through their waists, cleaving them in 2. Blood sprayed into the air. Having dispatched these two appetizers, Xiao Chun did not even pause to verify their identities, sweeping through the long street like the wind. The Break Dragon Spear continuously swept forth, reaping one life after another. Blood Hand Prison, Soul Extinguishing Workshop, Heaven's Evil Sect. The long street echoed with the sounds of explosions and screams. One after another, assassins from the notorious underworld of the royal capital fell beneath Xiao Chen's spear, their speed so swift that they had scarcely any time to react. Looking back, the ground was littered with devastation. Numerous corpses of assassins lay shattered into pieces, blood flowing from the remnants, converging into a river. Xiao Chun panted heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. Among these assassins, two were genuine martial powerhouses, one at the first layer of the Divine Ability realm and the other at the 8th layer of the Meridian realm, presenting significant challenges for Xiao Chen. The number of meridians they possessed indicated their potential. That a martial artist capable of opening 8 meridians was undoubtedly a prized asset within any major sect. Yet now, they had perished before even making their debut. They might have had a bright future ahead, but now, lured by the bounty set by Xiao Feng, they had met their demise, rendering any discussion of regret moot. It was merely a matter of insufficient strength. From his ring, Xiao Chun retrieved a handful of recovery pills, swallowing them down. Feeling the surge of true energy rising within him, he steadied his breath and once again charged towards the city outskirts. On this long street, he had faced 32 ambushes, eliminating nearly 100 elite assassins. Wait for me, Xiao Tong. I am coming. Chapter 45. Someone approaches kill. Xiao Chen's gaze turned fierce, the Break Dragon Spear in his hand resembling a bloodthirsty, vicious weapon as it relentlessly harvested the lives of these assassins. Under the heavy bounty offered by Xiao Feng, even those with only the 1st or 2nd layer of the Meridian realm dared to band together to trouble Xiao Chun. This was something Xiao Chun found utterly perplexing, that he had no idea what kind of price Xiao Feng had offered, compelling them to recklessly charge forward, even if it meant their deaths, just to leave a scratch on Xiao Chun. Did these people not fear death? The assassins employed various means. Traps, poisons, formations, and countless unfamiliar tactics that Xiao Chun had never encountered, all aimed at him. Their eyes were filled with madness. Did they fear death? Of course. Yet in this world, there existed things far more terrifying than death. Some among them had risen from the depths, enduring unimaginable hardships, and had only now reached their current heights. Living on the edge of a knife was no easy feat. They desired to complete a single mission that would secure their fortunes for the rest of their lives, allowing them to retire from the martial world. The treasures offered by Xiao Feng were enough to provide a common person with wealth and luxury for 10 lifetimes and more. Wealth stirs the heart. This truth was an undeniable reality in the martial-focused Yu dynasty. The Meridian Realm and Divine Ability Realm were, after all, merely foundational levels in the martial arts hierarchy. Without sufficient resources to expend, to purchase weapons and elixirs, no matter how exceptional one's talent, one would ultimately fade into obscurity. Xiao Chen carved a bloody path through the royal capital, standing atop the city gate. Turning back to gaze at the blood-soaked long street, that a flicker of hatred crossed his fatigued visage. Xiao Feng, I will surely kill you. Once, his feud with Xiao Feng had been a mere personal grudge. But now, Xiao Chun had firmly etched the act of killing Xiao Feng into his heart. As long as Xiao Feng lived, the Xiao family would never know peace. Retrieving his gaze, Xiao Chun charged straight out of the city gates. Heading towards the location Xiao Feng had ominously hinted at, that he raced onward. Beyond the royal capital lay an endless expanse of towering mountains, their peaks piercing the clouds. This area was sparsely populated, as few would venture here. Countless powerful demon beasts inhabited the mountain range, and ordinary people who encountered them would likely find no chance to escape. Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief, retrieving several elixirs from his ring and consuming them. Noticing that the sky remained dark, dotted with countless stars, he felt reassured enough to recuperate his injuries. Even though he had employed various means against those assassins, he had still sustained considerable injury. Though all were minor wounds, that Xiao Chen began to heal, preparing to confront the trap set for him by Xiao Feng on the opposite side of the mountains. A voice inquired from within a cave, "Boss, is anyone coming?" "Not yet," the leader replied irritably, shaking his head. "That damn Xiao Feng said someone would arrive today, but dawn is approaching, and there isn't even a shadow in sight. Could it be that kid is playing us?" Another voice chimed in from the darkness. This remark elicited a chorus of murmurs in response. Yes, boss, Xiao Feng's reputation isn't exactly stellar, but he murdered his own brother, forcibly took his sister-in-law, and even wants us to kidnap his own sister. Can such a person truly be trusted to honor his word and deliver the reward? Exactly. In my opinion, that bastard Xiao Feng is just fishing for something. He first told us to wait in the cave, claiming someone would come, and once we kill that person, we could collect our reward from him. Who knows if he'll just eliminate us to cover his tracks. In the darkness, a cacophony of voices erupted. The cave housed not just a couple of individuals. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 10.5 were at the Meridian Realm, and 3 at the Divine Ability Realm. Such strength was sufficient to uphold a faction in the royal capital. Yet, having accepted Xiao Feng's commission, they found themselves waiting here for Xiao Chen's arrival. However, the prolonged waiting had depleted the last remnants of patience among these desperate assassins. And some greedy gazes turned towards the innermost part of the cave, where a beautiful figure lay in unconsciousness. Even if they could not obtain that vast fortune, enjoying the company of this beauty would still make the trip worthwhile. Moreover, as their leader had mentioned, this beauty was a princess, a member of the Xiao family. Just this identity alone was enough to stir their inner desires that don't bring trouble upon yourselves, the leader warned coldly. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from him, revealing him to be a formidable warrior at the 5th layer of the Divine Ability Realm. Faced with such a formidable leader, these individuals could only chuckle awkwardly. Suppressing the lewd thoughts that lingered in their hearts that provoked Xiao Ling Tong would invite not only Xiao Feng's wrath, but also the relentless vengeance of King Yu, who would ensure they experienced a fate worse than death. The leader was acutely aware of the precarious balance of power, yet such thoughts could only serve to restrain him. Confronted by these desperate outlaws, the fearsome reputation of King Yu held little sway. The only universal language was that of brute force. Once the night had passed, they would share the treasures of heaven and earth, parting ways thereafter. Whatever they wished to pursue, he would not impede. However, in this moment, they were obliged to heed his commands. Anyone who dared to dissent was welcome to step forward and engage in a contest of strength to determine whose fist was the mightiest. The leader's words immediately quelled the rest of assassins, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke the enmity of a godly realm warrior. This was not a game, but a surefire path to demise. Suddenly, the leader exclaimed, "Someone is approaching." At last, they had arrived. Kill him, and we shall revel in the most renowned brothel of the royal city for 3 days and nights. Be careful not to kill the wrong one. Xiao Chun is not the one to pay us. With that, the 8 sprang to their feet and made their way toward the cave entrance. Xiao Chun lifted his gaze to the 8 figures before him. Offering no response, his brow slightly furrowing. Was it truly only these 8? 5 warriors at the 6th level of the Meridian Realm, 2 at the 3rd level of the Godly Realm, and 1 at the 5th level. Were these the final means of Xiao Feng's painstaking plot to eradicate him? It was not that they lacked strength. Rather, Xiao Chun felt that Xiao Feng had underestimated him. Did he believe that merely a handful of 7 Meridian warriors could bring about his demise? Xiao Chun suddenly experienced an odd sensation, akin to exerting all his strength, yet striking only at empty air. "Hey, we're asking you a question. Are you Xiao Chun? Don't perish at our hands without us even knowing your name." One of them shouted, Chapter 46, Execution Enough Chatter, come at me all at once. Xiao Chun waved his hand in exasperation at a ragtag bunch. How foolish of me to activate the Dragon Elephant Prajna against you. The Dragon Elephant Prajna was a secret technique that complemented the ancient Dragon Elephant art, capable of unleashing 3 times 1's inherent strength, immensely powerful. However, once its effects waned, Xiao Chun would be plunged into an extended state of weakness. At the very least, he would not recover before entering the Ancestral Temple's secret realm. The thought of enduring that peculiar weakness for the next 2 days sent a chill through him. Thus, Xiao Chun resolved to be audacious, beckoning the assassins with a flourish. "Come at me all together. I have little time to waste. You arrogant punk. Let me have a go at you," a corpulent figure clad in black. A 6th-level Meridian Realm warrior roared in fury as he brandished twin blades and lunged forward. "Kill," he bellowed, his twin blades carving a smooth arc through the air, reminiscent of a crescent moon. With a thunderous clap, the blades slashed through the air, their momentum crackling like lightning. Within his palms, dense true energy materialized, wielding the twin blades as he brought them crashing down relentlessly. Foolish clown. Activated with the Dragon Elephant Prajna. Shao Qian's reflexes and strength soared to a level that could rival a 5th-level Godly Realm warrior, but he unleashed a forceful strike, his terrifying power equating to 5 oxen that in an instant. He pierced through the corpulent assassin's chest. In the wake of the latter's astonished gaze, life ebbed from him, and he was flung aside like refuse. Shao Qian's eyes cast a disdainful glance at the remaining 7, his expression one of indifference. Either come at me together, or I shall take you down one by one. His dominance was unparalleled. Yet, Shao Qian possessed his own advantages. Kill him. The leader shouted, enraged, charging forth that a fearsome aura surged, emanating a faint azure glow as true energy roiled around him. His 7 meridians resonated in unison, forging a direct conduit to the outside world, and a torrent of true energy erupted from his energy pool, coalescing upon his long blade. Spirit blade slash, the leader roared. Unleashing his blade. The blade's radiance streaked across the sky, akin to a thunder dragon descending to devour Shao Qian in the next heartbeat. Shao Qian retaliated with a single fist. Boom! Dragon Elephant Fist. Unremarkable, seemingly ordinary. This was the accompanying martial technique bestowed by the ancient Dragon Elephant art. The ancient Dragon Elephant Fist. In ancient times, the ancient Dragon Elephant was a being forged of iron, impenetrable and possessed of an extraordinary strength that few could rival. The leader's arm collided against an impenetrable wall, twisting grotesquely as if beads had formed beneath his skin. This fellow is rather peculiar. All of you, attack together. The leader, clutching his arm, retreated hastily, calling out to his comrades. Just a kid who has recently broken through to the godly realm. What could be so special about him? Yet, witnessing the leader's pale visage, they sensed it was no mere an undercurrent of anxiety rippled through their ranks as they cautiously encircled Shao Qian. However, observing their apprehensive demeanor, Shao Qian took action. The inscriptions on his dragon-breaking spear ignited, torrents of true energy converging upon the spear, the dragon's head fierce and imbued with an indomitable momentum, instantly piercing one individual. Blood gushed forth. 4th brother. A bald giant nearby shouted in disbelief, unable to fathom how his closest brother had been so easily slain by Shao Qian. You bastard, I'll kill you. The bald man shouted, unleashing a wave of true energy, flames of rage surging forth. This bald figure was indeed a godly realm warrior, 3rd level. In the past, Shao Qian might have hesitated to provoke such a powerful opponent. But now, his strength had undergone a monumental transformation. With the Dragon Elephant Prajna activated, his immense power could reach 2 oxen. Ordinary godly realm warriors could typically exert 1 oxen's strength every 3 levels. As the enraged bald man charged forth, Shao Qian merely scoffed. His form vanishing in an instant, he appeared to slip away like a wily fish, evading detection. Behind you. The leader yelled in horror. Behind me? The bald man whirled around but found no trace of Shao Qian. Had the leader deceived him? No, that was impossible. It was precisely because they trusted the leader that they had chosen to join him. And now, his best brother had perished in this mission. With thoughts of his brother's tragic demise igniting his already volatile temper, the bald man was consumed by rage. Yet, Shao Qian evaded him like a slippery eel. Leaving no trace, that a shriek of agony erupted as the bald man turned to see a 7th-level Meridian Realm companion collapse, blood pooling around him. Damn it. That bastard did this, the bald man seethed. But Shao Qian offered no opportunity for retaliation, darting through the fray like a bolt of lightning, striking down his foes that in mere moments. Only 3 godly realm warriors remained, backed against one another. They were engulfed in terror. How could this be possible? A mere newcomer to the godly realm possesses such strength. Even our numbers cannot match him. What kind of monstrosity has Shao Feng entangled us with, behind the bald man and the leader? A slender godly realm warrior trembled, fear evident in his voice. None among them had managed to gain an upper hand against Shao Qian. Even the pride they once held had morphed into sheer terror. They wished to surrender, hoping for mercy from Shao Qian. Yet, the last remaining Meridian Realm warrior who attempted to do so met a swift end as Shao Qian crushed his neck, that surrender. The leader gritted his teeth that if they dared to harm Shao Ling Tong, they must pay in blood. Run. The leader commanded that if we cannot win, we must escape. As long as we can flee, even if Xiao Chun is truly formidable. He cannot chase down all three of us at once. Run. With the mission unfulfilled, they could not venture to the royal city. Otherwise, the assassin forces behind them would not spare them. The slender warrior nodded. Fully concentrating, ready to flee at the slightest sound, he possessed a speed secret technique that could incinerate his meridians for an overwhelming burst of speed, though this would likely mean bidding farewell to the godly realm forever. Chapter 47. Suing Xiao Feng. Alas, a meridian realm is still better than death. The young warrior's eyes shone with resolve. The leader inhaled deeply, murmuring, "Run." With that, they vanished into the night. The young warrior, swift as lightning, vanished from his original position in an instant that I in the next moment. He astonishingly reappeared 10 zhang away, his body engulfed in a peculiar flame. He sprinted forward with his head down, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Fixated solely on the hope that Xiao Chun would choose to pursue the other two rather than him, a gamble with a mere 1/3 chance of success. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. It felt as though a foreign object had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him voiceless, unable to utter a single word. Glancing down, he beheld a dragon's head bursting forth, its fearsome visage thirsting for blood. Vitality inexorably draining away. "Fool, you have been deceived." Xiao Chen's soft sigh echoed, tinged with a sense of pity for the young warrior. The leader and the burly man remained utterly unmoved after the young warrior's flight. They were merely biding their time, waiting for the young warrior to lead Xiao Chen away before making their own escape. As anticipated, upon witnessing the ghostly figure of Xiao Chun, the two immediately fled in different directions with remarkable speed. The distance between them was substantial. Even with Xiao Chun activating the dragon elephant prajna, he found it challenging to keep pace. Today, as humiliation, will be remembered by the 7-star pavilion. "One day, you shall pay the price," the leader proclaimed from a distance before vanishing. The 7-star pavilion? Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This was the second time he had heard that name. Previously, in the royal capital, Bai Hong and others had encountered an assassin from the 7-star pavilion, that a practitioner from the Baichuan realm. It appeared that the 7-star pavilion harbored formidable assassins, indicating that this organization was not to be trifled with. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun realized that the leader and the burly man had been thoroughly intimidated by his prowess, harboring no thoughts of resistance. Moreover, the duration of the dragon elephant prajna had reached its limit. Forcing it further could easily leave hidden injuries within him, detrimental to his future martial cultivation. Thus, he decided to let them go for the time being. Xiao Chen's figure gradually descended into a cave halfway up the mountain. At this moment, the formidable power bestowed by the dragon elephant prajna began to dissipate, replaced by an unimaginable fatigue and emptiness. Yet, he could not rest until he had found Xiao Ling Tong. Dragging his weary body, Xiao Chun entered the cave. "That I found her." A surge of joy welled up in Xiao Chun's heart as he discovered Xiao Ling Tong. He hoisted her onto his back and slowly made his way back to the royal palace. Step by step, now, the sky had brightened considerably. The news of Xiao Chen returning, bloodied and carrying Xiao Ling Tong, reached Xiao Feng's ears, leaving him incredulous. What? Xiao Chen actually returned alive? Xiao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, there were 3 practitioners at the Divine Ability realm and 5 at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm. Even he found it challenging to defeat them. How had Xiao Chen accomplished such a feat? As Xiao Feng grappled with his confusion, Xiao Chun, bearing Xiao Ling Tong, made his way back to the cold palace. Throughout the journey, countless onlookers emerged to witness the spectacle. This return had attracted considerable attention. Upon hearing the news, Lin Fei would undoubtedly rush over. Otherwise, Xiao Chun was apprehensive that other factions within the palace might attempt to harm Xiao Ling Tong again. Half a day later, Xiao Ling Tong's eyelids fluttered slightly. "Seventh brother, how did you end up here?" Slowly regaining consciousness, she blinked in confusion upon seeing Xiao Chun before suddenly recalling something. She sprang up, exclaiming, "Where is that wretched Ouyang Yinshan? I shall kill her." How does this concern him? Xiao Chun felt a moment of bewilderment. Through Xiao Ling Tong's recounting, he finally grasped the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the conclusion, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Shaking his head, that my foolish sister. How could you believe that Ouyang Yinshan would suddenly have a change of heart? A venomous woman with the heart of a viper would never repent, even if all the wicked in the world perished. All she harbors is regret for not having gained more during her betrayal. Having witnessed Ouyang Yunshan's true nature, Xiaoqun could not bring himself to trust a single word she uttered. This woman could outshine even the best actors in her deceit. That it was truly foolish of Xiao Lingtong to still believe in her, that I'm merely concerned for you, Xiao Lingtong said with a sheepish smile. Concern breeds chaos, Xiaoqun replied sternly. Fortunately, his strength was formidable. The power of the 10 Meridians' divine ability had nearly crushed those who sought to harm Xiao Lingtong. Had any part of the plan faltered, Xiaoqun would have been doomed to live in regret and anguish henceforth. Yet despite their escape, Xiao Lingtong remained relentless, insisting, "Seventh brother, we must seek father and have him take charge." She could not fathom why Xiao Feng and his ilk had been so brazen. Especially after their father had returned from seclusion. Xiao Lingtong intended to report Xiao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan for plotting against members of the Xiao family. However, Xiaoqun could only shake his head in resignation. Sighing, Father wanted to take any action against Xiao Feng. The more he aligned his thoughts with the king, the more he felt a pang of sorrow, that in his eyes, familial bonds paled in comparison to enhancing one's strength. Otherwise, during his initial confrontation with Xiao Feng over the supreme bone, the king would not have exhibited such indifference that he had only promised Xiaoqun a chance to battle Xiao Feng to the death. But what of fairness? What of justice? In the martial-centered Du dynasty, these ideals were hardly believed, even by the children playing by the roadside. Xiaoqun understood this, yet it did not imply that Xiao Lingtong would share the same insight. Ultimately, Xiaoqun was still dragged by Xiao Lingtong to confront the king and report Xiao Feng's actions that as anticipated, upon hearing that Xiao Feng had kidnapped Xiao Lingtong and sought to eliminate Xiaoqun. The king erupted in fury, vowing the most severe punishment for Xiao Feng. However, shortly thereafter, he shifted his tone, urging both to return to the palace and recuperate in preparation for the upcoming ancestral trial. Xiaoqun could not suppress a cold laugh within. What punishment? What familial affection? It was all a fade. Before this monarch, he suspected the king might not even care how many children he had. Xiao Lingtong, looking somewhat dejected, parted ways with Xiaoqun. Upon returning to the cold palace, Xiaoqun consumed a medicinal pill to regulate his energy, preparing for the ancestral trial. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days slipped by. Chapter 48. The Ancestral Trial. Today marked the day of the ancestral trial. Following a night of chaos, the king had yet to send any word regarding Xiao Feng. However, Xiaoqun understood that, in the king's eyes, this matter paled in comparison to the ancestral trial. After all, this was a conflict that would determine the future heir of the Du dynasty. Countless eyes were fixated on this event. Should the king choose to punish Xiao Feng, it would likely incite discontent among various sects. That to offend so many prominent families for no reason would not be something a ruler could afford to do. Thus, he could only choose to raise the issue high and then gently set it down, like using a cannon to swat a fly. Standing on the platform, Xiaoqun observed the surrounding high seats filled with guests. Hoping to find a few familiar faces among the crowd, as expected, Higu, Elder Han, and Yidan Xian, all individuals Xiaoqun recognized, had been invited to the grandstand. The king, seated at the highest position, beamed as he introduced the Xiao family disciples to the attending elders. Xiao Feng, at merely 20 years old, has already reached the 7th level of the Meridian realm, just a step away from breaking through to the divine ability realm. Look at my Xiao Yu. She is truly a martial prodigy, having awakened a 4th-grade martial seal just half a month ago. Her future is boundless. The disciples of the Xiao family are indeed promising, the elders from the Xiao family, who had survived the family massacre years ago, stroked their long beards, chuckling as they introduced their outstanding disciples to the surrounding guests. For them, these young individuals represented the future strength of the Xiao family. Once they entered a sect, it would mean that the Du dynasty would gain yet another formidable warrior in the human realm. Generations of Xiao family members had thrived on such a legacy, enabling them to become the masters of the Du dynasty. Xiaoqun's gaze traversed the crowd in search of Xiao Feng. The latter, sensing Xiaoqun's scrutiny, flashed a sinister smile and slowly drew his finger across his neck. Today, it is either your death or mine. Xiaoqun, witnessing this, silently cracked a smile. This was the outcome he had long desired. Otherwise, if he were to merely flee within the secret realm, even with the intention of killing Xiao Feng, he would be powerless to do so. The ancient dragon-elephant technique was renowned for its might. Yet regrettably, it was not particularly adept at speed. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, accompanied by a voice as melodious as a nightingale. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoling Tong had appeared at Xiao Chen's side, her face radiant with a smile. "Seventh brother, this time at the ancestral trial, I will certainly help you secure the championship. Do your best." Xiao Chen replied modestly, aware that this ancestral trial not only featured disciples from the Xiao family, but also invited eligible youth from all families within the royal capital to gather in the plaza. The ancestral temple trial is not merely a test organized by the Xiao family. It is a grand event within the entire royal capital. Countless martial artists aspire to gain substantial benefits from this secret realm. After all, according to the original plan, the ancestral temple trial was not intended to open a secret realm. If we were to follow the customary rules, the participants should have engaged in duels, ultimately vying for victory. Although the rewards for the victor are enticing, they bear little significance for martial artists from other families. That it is only within this secret realm that the royal family truly stands to lose greatly. The auspicious hour has arrived, disciples. Enter the ancestral temple and honor our ancestors. A voice from the stands, having taken the place of the national master, resounded loudly. Xiao Chen entered the temple with the crowd. He suddenly felt an inexplicable solemnity enveloping him upon stepping through the grand entrance. Majestic and ancient, before him lay an expanse of towering memorial tablets, each honoring the esteemed ancestors of the Xiao family, who had contributed immensely to the establishment of the Diyu dynasty in ancient times. Now, revered by their descendants, it seemed as though their gazes lingered upon the world, watching over their progeny. Xiao Chen bowed respectfully, his demeanor filled with reverence, devoid of any hint of disrespect. In contrast, Xiao Feng wore an arrogant expression, boldly proclaiming that there was no need to bow to the ancestors, for in the future, he, possessing the supreme bone, would undoubtedly surpass these ancestors. Such arrogance, such hubris. Nevertheless, the act of honoring the ancestors was merely a ritual, and Xiao Feng's reluctance to comply went unchallenged. Once the ceremony concluded, King Yu cleared his throat and declared, "Esteemed youths of the Diyu dynasty, as you embark on this journey into the secret realm, it is imperative that you refrain from harming one another, for we all bear the responsibility of contributing to the Diyu dynasty in the future. Refrain from conflict," he stated, though it was merely a formality, not to mention the numerous grievances that existed among them. Even between Xiao Feng and Xiao Chen, one could easily foresee a tempest of bloodshed within the secret realm. This reality was apparent to all. King Yu, aware of the lack of credibility in his words, soon articulated the winning criteria for this ancestral temple trial. The champion of this trial shall be the one who collects the most blood crystals. The victor will be awarded a spirit-level low-grade martial technique, Thousand Mountain Palm, personally inscribed by me, along with 10. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. King Yu's generosity was truly remarkable, setting aside the spirit-level martial technique. The mere prospect of the 10 was enough to incite fierce competition. In this world, no martial artist could remain indifferent to the allure of. This announcement ignited a fervor among the crowd, and even Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing King Yu's words. 10. If Xiao Chen were to utilize them himself, he would have no need to worry about resources until reaching the 7th tier of the Divine Passage realm. Seeing the enthusiasm stirred among the people, King Yu nodded in satisfaction, gesturing grandly. "Now, everyone remain in place and await the trial's teleportation." As Xiao Chen stood still, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. When he regained his senses, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. The secret realm. Before him lay a shroud of faint blood-red mist. Xiao Chen sensed the thin aura of true energy in the air around him, laced with an unknown violent element that could easily incite a bloodlust if absorbed in excess. The ancient dragon-elephant technique began to circulate, dispelling the remnants of the violent element within his meridians. Looking around, he could only perceive the scenery within a 10-zhang radius. Beyond that, he was shrouded by the enigmatic blood mist. According to prior information, the ancestral temple secret realm was divided into 3 layers: inner, middle, and outer, each possessing ample space that could span the entirety of the royal capital. Scattered within were blood spirits of varying strengths, and a moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury or even death. The individual who amassed the most blood crystals and various rare materials would emerge as the ultimate victor, yet no regulations dictated how one might acquire them. Slaying blood spirits and collecting blood crystals was one method, but seizing the achievements of others was equally viable. With Xiao Feng having obtained the supreme bone, his reputation among the Xiao family disciples soared. Consequently, many willingly relinquished their chances of ranking to safeguard Xiao Feng during their entry into the ancestral temple's secret realm. After all, no one wished to forfeit an opportunity to curry favor with the future crown prince. Xiaochen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. These individuals, not long ago, had bowed and scraped before him, displaying utmost humility. Yet the moment he was perceived as a waste, their demeanor shifted instantly, hurling harsh words as if to reclaim the respect they had previously offered him. Such is human nature, Xiao Chun mused silently. Fortunately, the teleportation into the secret realm was random. Otherwise, the moment he passed through the portal, he might have faced an onslaught from hundreds. Even if Bai Hong were present, he would surely feel a shiver run down his spine. Amidst the swirling crimson mist, indistinct figures emerged upon the ground. The overwhelming blood mist obscured Xiao Chen's vision, rendering even the once azure sky akin to a polluted pool of water, instilling a sense of oppression within his heart. Within the ancestral temple's secret realm, there were no specific maps. Everyone was randomly transported to various locations within the realm, with no knowledge of their surroundings. Additionally, peculiar creatures like blood spirits inhabited this domain, making it evident that the competition was fraught with peril from the outset. The closer one approached the center, the greater the concentration of the violent element in the atmosphere, requiring more time to cleanse. Without the option to meditate for recovery, one could only rely on medicinal pills. Fortunately, with his ties to the Golden Pill Pavilion and as a stakeholder in the provision of ice-cold pills, Xiaochen enjoyed a significant profit share from the pill formula. Obtaining some medicinal pills from the Golden Pill Pavilion was nearly effortless for him. With the mass production and sale of ice-cold pills, Xiaochen garnered substantial wealth daily, alleviating his concerns regarding general cultivation resources. Thus, while navigating this secret realm presented certain challenges, it had little impact on him overall. However, where should he proceed next? Xiaochen raised his gaze, surveying the indistinct surroundings, uncertain of his next destination. The secret realm comprised 3 layers, and currently, Xiaochen found himself at the outermost edge, where the blood spirits were the weakest, and the blood crystals they yielded were of inferior quality. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation level, the effects of low-tier blood crystals were negligible. Even if he were to present them, King Yu might not acknowledge their quantity. The only option was to move forward towards the center, to slay several divine passage-level blood spirits and acquire blood crystals. Each divine passage-level blood spirit was worth at least 10 high-tier blood spirits of the lower realm, as long as he managed to slay more than 10. No matter how many followers gathered around Xiao Feng, they could never surpass Xiao Chun. Suddenly, a roar akin to that of a wild beast echoed from not far away, and Xiao Chen felt a gust of wind sweep toward him. A bloodied claw tore through the mist, lunging at him. It was a blood spirit. Xiao Chen's expression tightened, and the scene before him shifted abruptly. The ancient dragon-elephant technique began to circulate slowly, channeling immense power into his palms, forming a formidable whirlwind that dispersed the blood mist. The form of the blood spirit materialized, resembling a blood-soaked executioner, its figure blurred, yet exuding a terrifying strength that sent chills down one's spine. The blood spirit roared, its claws akin to 2 blades of shattered rock, simultaneously striking toward Xiao Chun. That a mere 6-tier blood spirit dares to show off before me. Xiao Chun scoffed softly, his hands transforming from palms to fists, rich true energy enveloping them as he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! The dense true energy erupted violently, almost obliterating the blood spirit's claws entirely, leaving only a few mangled remnants clinging to its arms. The blood spirit howled in pain, its eyes suddenly glowing red, a frenzied aura emanating from it as the surrounding blood mist converged. In an instant, the 2 claws that Xiao Chun had destroyed restored to their former state. Can it truly do that? Xiao Chun was left agape in astonishment. Blood spirits, originally sacrificial animals used in the martial seal ceremonies, had evolved into these peculiar life forms over countless years. Moreover, The Shao clan had limited knowledge about the ancestral temple's secret realm. Otherwise, they would not have been unaware of the absence of a map within the realm. Since blood spirits are birthed from the secret realm, they naturally possess a subtle connection to this very environment. Should an unprepared martial artist encounter them, or if their strength were comparable, the blood spirit's abilities could catch them off guard. However, for Shao Chun, even if the blood spirit could absorb the surrounding blood mist to heal its wounds, it would merely serve to buy time. With a fierce shout, Shao Chun summoned the power of the dragon elephant. His fists ignited with luminescent meridians as surging true energy coalesced. He then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The blood spirit let out a piercing howl as a gaping wound tore open in its chest. Countless wisps of blood mist coalesced above the gash, as if striving to mend this grievous scar. Its claws swiped forward in a frenzy, yet Shao Chun deftly evaded each assault with remarkable agility. Following this, a second punch was unleashed, then a third, and a fourth. A multitude of fist shadows converged, each imbued with terrifying force, crashing down upon the blood spirit. Limbs scattered, flesh flew in all directions. With the might of the dragon elephant's strength, Shao Chun shattered the blood spirit, which possessed the ability to heal its wounds. In its place, only a blood-red diamond crystal remained. Blood crystal. Shao Chun held it in his palm, examining it closely, and discovered that the true energy contained within this crystal was extraordinarily pure, even surpassing that of a mysterious crystal he had once purchased out of curiosity. It was indeed a rare treasure for cultivation. Alas, upon exiting the secret realm, it would have to be surrendered to the King Yu. Shao Chun sighed, recognizing that the King Yu had opened a secret realm for his own interests. A single blood crystal of the Meridian realm might seem inconsequential, but what if there were 10, 100, or even 1,000? Had the secret realm's formation not been unable to accommodate an unparalleled powerhouse? The King Yu would have long since scoured the entire secret realm to pave the way for his future cultivation. Nevertheless, Shao Chun could not help but admire the King Yu's cunning strategy, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts and continued onward. Regardless of the King Yu's actions, they were beyond his purview. As he traversed through the blood mist, Shao Chun wandered aimlessly, his instincts telling him that the higher the concentration of violent particles in the air, the closer he was to the center. Chapter 50. The Treasury 3 days later, while Shao Chun wandered upon an unnamed mountain range, a sudden shift in his demeanor occurred as he pulled an item from his ring, a quaint key that had been entrusted to him by Princess Jiang. At that moment, myriad intricate inscriptions upon the ancient ring illuminated, pulsating with an inexplicable urgency, attempting to escape from Shao Chun's grasp and racing toward another location. This spectacle rendered Shao Chun momentarily transfixed. Where was he? Why did the key exhibit such peculiar behavior? The key, as Princess Jiang had claimed, was found haphazardly in the courtyard, yet Shao Chun sensed that it was far from a mere trinket. On that fateful day, he had been deceived by the National Master and had rushed to prevent the Butian sect from entering the palace to Ayin the Cold Palace. Only the National Master remained. If Shao Chun's suspicions were correct, this demon beast had been deliberately left behind by the National Master. However, he could not divulge to Shao Chun why the National Master had ventured to the back mountain to confront King Yu after leaving this key behind. Furthermore, with the key now exhibiting odd behavior, what could be the reason? Was the direction indicated by the key favorable or perilous? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shao Chun resolved to follow the key's lead, soaring into the mountain range. Regardless, he yearned to uncover more truths about this world. The key danced in midair, spiraling for a moment before plunging straight down into a hollow of the mountain. Observing this, Shao Chun hastily pursued. Yet the key abruptly halted midway up the mountain, surrounded by towering peaks, cloaked in blood mist, with distant furious roars from blood spirits echoing nearby. Shao Chun stepped forward, cautiously grasping the key. This time it did not resist but smoothly settled into his hand. Before him lay an expanse devoid of any substance. Yet, as Shao Chun curiously placed his palm upon it, a ripple akin to water spread through the air, endlessly, as if seeking to envelop the entire mountain. Could it be a formation? Shao Chun's heart raced. The art of formations was profoundly intricate. Those who mastered it could harness the very elements to vanquish formidable foes, truly terrifying. And now, a colossal formation was manifesting before him, concealing its secrets. The National Master had not only entered the ancestral temple's secret realm, but had also possessed the capacity to arrange such a vast formation. Xiaochen could not help but draw a sharp breath. The National Master's power was exceedingly enigmatic. Previously, he had claimed to be unable to enter the secret realm due to his cultivation level. In hindsight, that statement seemed ludicrous. How could one set up a formation in such a place while being unable to enter? Xiaoqin's gaze gradually steadied, his true energy flowing as he extended the key forward slowly. As if it were being embedded within something that in the air, a series of cracking sounds resonated. The formation began to gently stir, and before him, a pitch-black entrance emerged as if a curtain had risen. A chilling wind gusted forth, instantly dispelling Xiaoqin's fatigue, revitalizing him. There were surely treasures within. Xiaoqin's eyes gleamed as he exhaled lightly, stepping inside. Simultaneously, the broken dragon spear fell into his grasp, ready to defend against unknown dangers. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. After advancing several paces, glimmers of dim starlight appeared, akin to fireflies illuminating the expanse. Xiaoqin released his spiritual sense, probing within a 15 zhang radius and detecting no trace of danger. Moreover, he could vaguely discern the fragrant aroma of medicinal pills wafting through the air. Upon discerning the scene before him, even Xiaoqin couldn't help but exclaim in wonder at the National Master's wealth. Upon an expanse the size of a residence lay a multitude of precious resources, towering like small mountains. Silver coins, medicinal pills, and true martial arts. The more he looked, the more astonished Xiaoqin felt. He found himself apprehensive, questioning whether the National Master had emptied the entire treasury of the Diyu dynasty. Otherwise, how could such an immense fortune be amassed? As he walked, Xiaoqin mused that compared to the National Master, he felt akin to a freshly arrived country bumpkin, utterly incomparable. Among the medicinal pills, some were of varieties rarely encountered in the outside world, even classified as forbidden substances. Yet now, Xiaoqin found himself within the National Master's private treasury, gazing upon an astonishing heap of medicinal pills. Continuing onward, Xiaoqin suddenly felt as if he had kicked something. Glancing down, he discovered an unremarkable iron plate lying at his feet. What could this be? Xiaoqin picked up the iron plate, noting that it bore numerous peculiar patterns, devoid of any trace of true energy. Additionally, he sensed an ancient, primordial aura emanating from it, despite its pristine appearance, reminiscent of a child's erratic scribbles. However, could something that the National Master had brought into his treasury be so trivial? Unsure of the value of this nameless iron plate, Xiaoqin decided to cast it into the depths of his ring, awaiting a future opportunity to study it further. Meanwhile, outside the realm, on the viewing platform, a young man suddenly changed countenance, casting an odd and helpless glance toward the formation. This fellow discovered my hidden treasury so quickly? Too swift. At this moment, only 3 short days had passed since everyone entered the secret realm. Yet within this brief span, Xiaoqin had traversed nearly the entire outer secret realm, arriving at the unnamed mountain where the middle and outer secret realms intersected. Uncovering the National Master's secret, the young man's gaze returned to normal as he resumed his light-hearted banter with others, revealing not a hint of his previous turmoil that on that day, countless individuals believed he was gravely wounded and could only rely on secret techniques to escape. From then on, he became a pariah, hunted by all. Yet no one anticipated that the National Master had not only returned to the royal capital, but had brazenly approached King Yu without revealing a single flaw. Just wait, King Yu. The show is about to commence. The young man grinned widely, no longer concerning himself with the situation within the secret realm. Inside the treasury, although limited by the spatial constraints of the ring, Xiaoqin could not carry away all the treasures. Yet for him, these riches, while splendid, held little significance. After all, he possessed the ancient technique, the ancient dragon-elephant art, and had opened 10 meridians, with true energy flowing through him like a mighty river. Scarcely depleting DAS for the true martial arts, they were even more superfluous. The broken dragon spear, though merely a 4th-tier true martial weapon, remained an unfinished supreme treasure. Once he exited this time, Xiaoqin intended to visit the Artisan Guild to attempt forging a true martial weapon. Though this was his first encounter with forging, the memories inherited in his mind would allow Xiaoqin to swiftly elevate his rank as a forger. Chapter 51. Advancing to the inner layer once he felt sufficiently confident in inscribing the inscriptions. Xiao Chun would reforge the broken dragon spear, elevating it to the pinnacle level. In comparison, he still felt that the broken dragon spear was the most suitable weapon for him at present. Thus, with such a vast treasury before him, Xiao Chun ultimately took only a nameless iron plate. After all, a treasury is inanimate, while a person is alive. Once the trial concluded, Xiao Chun would undoubtedly find a way to return to the secret realm and extract the resources within the treasury to bolster his strength. Since the national master had been driven away, did this treasury not represent a divine gift left for him? The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared, and Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly before stowing away the key and departing from the area. Moments later, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Kill Xiao Ling Tong, and the Crown Prince will reward us. He, my beauty, as long as you yield to me, I assure you, I will grant you a swift end. If there is blame, let it be directed towards your previous closeness with Xiao Chun." Several piercing cries suddenly echoed across the plain before me, as a beautiful figure, somewhat disheveled, fled in terror, her countenance pale with fright. This individual was none other than Xiao Ling Tong, who had been separated from Xiao Chun. Upon entering the ancestral temple's secret realm, Xiao Ling Tong displayed no signs of panic, quickly calming her mind. Harnessing the volatile elements in the air, she discerned her direction and then rose to venture deeper within. Along her path, she encountered several formidable blood spirits, and after a fierce struggle, she barely emerged victorious. Although equally astonished by the remarkable regenerative abilities of these peculiar beings, the formidable Xiao Ling Tong ultimately dominated them and acquired several blood crystals. However, this left her energy reserves somewhat depleted, prompting her to consume a medicinal pill in preparation for meditative recovery. Just as she was about to restore her energy, she suddenly found herself besieged by a large group of disciples from the Xiao family. Intent on pursuing her, Xiao Ling Tong recognized some of these individuals, yet she had never anticipated that one day she would find herself the target of such a relentless hunt. Having not yet broken through to the divine passage realm, she was merely at the 7th layer of the meridian realm, her energy reservoir insufficiently vast, and her meridians somewhat immature, rendering her strength comparable to these assailants. However, after her encounters with the blood spirits, Xiao Ling Tong had sustained considerable injuries, and she was naturally no match for these pursuers. She could only flee. Yet at that moment, she encountered Xiao Chun. Suddenly, the pursuers spotted Xiao Chun standing atop a high mountain. "Look at Xiao Chun! Kill him! Xiao Feng is the only rightful heir," they shouted, abandoning their pursuit of Xiao Ling Tong and charging toward Xiao Chun, their eyes ablaze with fervor that if they could eliminate Xiao Chun without anyone knowing, surely the Crown Prince would reward them handsomely, allowing them to break through to the divine passage realm and elevate to the human extreme in no time. Within the secret realm, isolated from the outside world, even the King Yu himself would find it exceedingly troublesome to investigate the happenings within. It was precisely for this reason that they harbored no fears of their actions against Xiao Chun leaking to the outside. After all, this secret realm, while framed as a means to provide opportunities for young talents within the royal city to establish themselves in the sect, was transparently a battleground for the mutual slaughter between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng. Faced with the approaching crowd, Xiao Chun bellowed, and the dragon-breaking spear manifested instantly. His figure darted like a bolt of lightning through the air, crashing down amidst the pursuing Xiao family disciples, without wasting words. The spear in his hand, resembling a dragon, swiftly pierced through the life of one nearby. The dragon-breaking spear drank deeply of blood, and all present seemed to hear an ominous dragon's roar, fierce and terrifying. Before the surrounding individuals could react, Xiao Chun swung the spear again, akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Xiao family disciples that in an instant, fear replaced all expressions in their eyes. "No, Xiao Chun, you cannot kill me. How could a worthless fool like you become so powerful? It must be a trick. I am a disciple of the Xiao clan. If you kill me, King Yu will not spare you when you go outside." Silence. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, his long spear showing no hesitation as it continued to harvest lives. Since they wished to hunt Xiao Ling Tong, they must be prepared to face death. He, Xiao Chun, was no weakling to be trifled with. He was a prodigy akin to a dragon. With the last scream echoing, no figure remained standing. All had been slain. Coming to her senses, Xiao Ling Tong realizing she had been saved, could not help but cover her astonished mouth. Her beautiful eyes sparkling as they gazed at Xiao Feng, filled with disbelief. "Seventh brother, you have regained your strength?" "Indeed, I have recovered," Xiaochen replied with a slight smile, yet inwardly he vowed to himself that he was now even stronger than before. The 10 meridians of the Divine Passage existed only in legends. With all his meridians opened, the power he could unleash was at least several times that of an ordinary warrior of the same level. Although the benefits of the 10 meridians had yet to fully manifest, as his martial prowess continued to rise, the gap between him and those with merely the 7 meridians would only grow wider until he completely left them behind. Xiao Ling Tong, although astonished by Xiao Chen's strength, which had allowed him to break through to the Divine Passage realm in just half a month, realized he must have encountered a unique fortuity that belonged solely to him. Yet, she refrained from asking how he achieved this breakthrough. Instead, she turned to him and said, "These people are utterly despicable. Why did they seek to kill me from the very beginning?" Even now, recalling her earlier desperate flight, a wave of fury surged within her. She knew that supporting Xiao Chun would inevitably provoke Xiao Feng's ire, but she had never envisioned that Xiao Feng would send people to attack her. The secret realm was fraught with peril, both from the blood spirits and others. And this time, the victor required a sufficient number of blood crystals to claim victory, with the overwhelming forces of Xiao Feng. He had no need to worry about such matters, as he had an even more pressing goal awaiting his conquest, to venture deeper and slay the Blood Spirit King. Xiaochen could not help but exclaim that among the numerous blood spirits, there would certainly be a king, and its strength, constrained by the Great Formation, could only hover around the Divine Passage realm. However, the richness of its blood crystals would undoubtedly exceed that of any Divine Passage warrior. If he could obtain such a blood crystal, no matter how many blood crystals Xiao Feng acquired at the Meridian Realm, they could never compare to his. Xiao Ling Tong, understanding this logic as well, nodded in agreement. Naturally astute, she recognized that Xiao Chen's proposal to hunt the Blood Spirit King was not made lightly. He was genuinely prepared to confront the Blood Spirit King. Chapter 52, Blood Spirits of the Divine Passage, since Xiao Ling Tong had encountered Xiao Chun. It was only natural that she chose to accompany him deeper into the inner realm. After a brief period of rest, Xiao Chun collected the blood crystals carried by the several pursuers. And together they amounted to merely 5 crystals. This quantity revealed that these individuals had exhausted themselves over the past 3 days. Now, combining their blood crystals, the total number Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong possessed exceeded 10. However, all were of the Meridian Realm variety, and now, the only path laid before Xiao Chun was to venture into the inner realm and slay the Blood Spirit King. Once they had finished their rest, the two began their journey deeper, guided by the volatile elements in the air. After several days of travel, Xiao Chun suddenly changed expression, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching. Boom! A blood spirit of the Divine Passage realm. Xiao Chun warned loudly, before being forcefully propelled backward, tumbling into the blood mist. "Seventh brother!" Xiao Ling Tong exclaimed, drawing forth a third-tier true martial weapon from her spatial pouch as her true energy erupted. She shone like a radiant sun, drawing the blood spirit's attention away from pursuing Xiao Chun down on the true martial weapon. The patterns of strength, speed, and fire ignited, unleashing tremendous pressure that cascaded toward the blood spirit. Yet, the latter merely swayed slightly before swiftly charging forward, so fast. Xiao Ling Tong's eyes narrowed, and with a sharp cry, she immediately executed her movement technique to evade the blood spirit's assault. Simultaneously, she thrust her weapon forward, managing to inflict even the slightest wound upon the blood spirit. For Xiao Ling Tong, this was already sufficient. Although the blood spirit was naturally inferior in strength to an ordinary warrior of the Divine Passage realm, it was not far behind. Moreover, lacking meridians, it possessed astonishing power and defense. For Xiao Ling Tong to inflict any damage was an exceedingly difficult feat within the blood mist. Xiao Chun steadied himself and shouted, seizing the dragon-breaking spear. His figure darted like a flash of lightning through the blood mist, charging straight toward the blood spirit. With the power of the dragon elephant, he unleashed the ancient dragon elephant technique. And within his energy reservoir, vast true energy surged forth, coalescing into a dragon elephant phantom that enveloped his meridians. The immense force struck the blood spirit, causing the surrounding blood mist to dissipate significantly. and a large chunk of flesh was sent flying from its waist. The blood spirit howled in pain, its claws slashing forward, creating a series of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. The sound of slicing air echoed. Xiao Chen dared not be careless and quickly pulled Xiao Lingtong back. Then, activating the patterns on the dragon-breaking spear, the symbols of strength, speed, thunder, and fire lit up in succession. The previously light spear suddenly grew heavy, followed by weak flashes of lightning and flames swirling around it. Xiao Chen shouted, and the dragon-breaking spear shot forth, plunging into the blood spirit's chest, creating a gaping hole. The sounds of thunder and fire erupted, scorching a large area of flesh, and the blood spirit emitted agonizing howls. Yet, the next moment, it charged toward Xiao Chen and Xiao Lingtong with even greater fury. Not enough. Having long been aware of the formidable vitality of the blood spirit, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity after losing the dragon-breaking spear, charging forward as if an ancient dragon elephant was treading the earth. An inexhaustible might coursed through his fists, and subsequently, countless iron fists rained down from the heavens. Boom! 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 The resilience of the blood spirit at the Divine Passage realm exceeded the expectations of both Xiao Chen and his companion. Even after countless strikes, Xiao Chen could still sense the blood spirit's formidable life force within the grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Not dead yet, a look of astonishment flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. If a blood spirit at the Divine Passage realm was this difficult to extinguish, how much more troublesome would the even stronger blood spirit king be? At that moment, Xiao Lingtong beside him suddenly interjected, suggesting that the blood spirit thrived in the mists of the secret realm, and perhaps the surrounding blood mist granted it an almost immortal ability. The blood mist was saturated with an abhorrent, violent aura. However, it was precisely this environment that birthed such extraordinary beings as the blood spirit. But if they could disperse the blood mist, leaving this space devoid of it, might they then weaken the blood spirit's regenerative capacity? A theory worth testing. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Xiao Lingtong then summoned her entire essence, unleashing a torrent of true energy that swept in all directions, dispersing the nearby blood mist. Between the two of them, a space emerged that was nearly free of the blood mist. After completing this task, Xiao Lingtong immediately sat cross-legged, consuming a medicinal pill to begin replenishing her true energy. Within this space, the blood spirit, which had just begun to recover, suddenly let out a wretched scream, its life force ceasing to grow and instead plunging into a temporary state of rigidity, reminiscent of a hibernating turtle, remaining motionless to conserve its vitality until the surrounding area was once again engulfed in blood mist. Yet, how could Xiao Chen allow it the chance to recover? His fists continued to rain down, each blow like a meteor crashing, reducing the blood spirit's already mangled form to an even more unrecognizable state. Wails echoed from the mire. Moments later, the blood spirit's body reluctantly began to dissipate, leaving behind a palm-sized crimson diamond crystal. This was a sight far more powerful than any blood crystal from the Meridian realm. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, even though they currently possessed 10 blood crystals. They paled in comparison to this singular gem. The two belonged to entirely different tiers, akin to a small pond versus a vast lake. No matter how much water the pond contained, it could never be compared to a lake. Moreover, the violent factors contained within a blood crystal of the Divine Passage realm were far inferior even to a single Meridian realm blood crystal. The marvel of the blood crystal left Xiao Chen in astonishment and admiration. At that moment, as Xiao Lingtong sat in meditation to recover, a faint sound resonated within her body. All 7 of her meridians trembled simultaneously, causing beads of sweat to form painfully on her pristine forehead. A breakthrough was imminent. This scene mirrored Xiao Chen's own breakthrough into the Divine Passage realm. Back then, he had similarly surged forward unexpectedly in the midst of a street, unguarded, had it not been for the assistance of 2 members from the Butian sect. Xiao Chen might have already met his demise, falling victim to the blade of the cloaked figure. Lost in thought, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality, observing Xiao Lingtong's attempts to channel her true energy to strike at her meridians. A wave of concern washing over him. Chapter 53. The Ruin of Xiao Lingtong. This was hardly an ideal location for a breakthrough. The air was thick with the volatile blood mist, and lurking within the haze were blood spirits poised to pounce. Furthermore, Attempting to break through here would yield little to no replenishment of true energy, as her meridians solidified and began to expand. The surrounding violent aura would directly ravage Xiao Ling Tong's internal channels. This was no jest. Xiao Ling Tong was evidently aware of the gravity of the situation. Her delicate form trembled, her true energy flickering in and out of existence as she struggled to control it, trying to return it to her energy reservoir. However, the sheer magnitude of true energy within her reservoir was overwhelming, and the power of her sixth-grade martial imprint was astonishingly potent. Xiao Ling Tong's grasp over her internal reservoir remained tenuous, preventing her from redirecting the true energy back. That if Xiao Qin's internal reservoir resembled a swimming pool brimming with water, then Xiao Ling Tong was akin to a river with its gates wide open, torrents of water surging forth, remapping the pathways of her meridians. Once this transformation was complete, it would signify that Xiao Ling Tong's martial journey had prematurely reached its conclusion. No, this must not happen. Xiao Qin positioned himself before Xiao Ling Tong, seating himself cross-legged as he spoke earnestly. Ninth sister, I know you can hear me. The situation is perilous, so I shall be brief that if you choose to break through here, I will utilize all the blood spirit crystals to help you stabilize your meridians. Even if the true energy within your reservoir becomes tainted by the blood mist, you can still ascend to the Divine Passage realm. The Divine Passage and Meridian realms represent two entirely different worlds. The former will receive concentrated resources from the Diyu dynasty, aimed at ensuring they occupy significant positions within their sects and subsequently contribute back to the dynasty. In contrast, the latter can only play the role of a mere ordinary individual in the esteemed Diyu dynasty. However, should you choose to forego this opportunity, I possess means to halt your breakthrough. But the cost will be your entire cultivation. To have one's entire cultivation nullified. Xiao Ling Tong's eyelids fluttered violently, her delicate shoulders trembling in fear. She had commenced her cultivation at the tender age of 8 and had only recently, with the aid of her sixth-grade martial imprint, entered the seventh layer of the Meridian realm, establishing 7 meridians. Xiao Ling Tong was now fully qualified to advance to the Divine Passage realm. And in the days leading up to the opening of the secret realm, she had been diligently preparing for this breakthrough. Some individuals, brimming with ambition, aspired to open all 9 meridians before advancing to the Divine Passage realm. Yet upon breaking through to the 7th meridian, the inundated channels began to solidify and expand on their own, rendering them indistinguishable from the masses. Others, cautious in their approach, opted to maintain a half-full reservoir even as they approached the 7th meridian, fearful that an unguarded moment might trigger their internal channels to solidify, thus squandering the most precious time of cultivation and subsequently experiencing a slow progression in martial arts, regretting it for a lifetime. Yet Xiao Ling Tong, believing herself to be prudent, had still fallen prey to the onslaught of the blood mist, a strand of violent true energy infiltrating her being. When the reservoir overflowed, the true energy surged forth, expanding her meridians with an unstoppable force that if she were to advance to the Divine Passage realm solely with 7 meridians, she would thereafter be no different from the ordinary martial practitioners. Fear not. I once encountered a fortuitous event and acquired a technique capable of opening 8 meridians, along with countless precious medicinal pills. Given a few months, I will surely aid you in reclaiming your position in the Divine Passage realm. Xiao Chun declared with utmost conviction that if you agree to nullify your cultivation, simply blink. If you disagree, remain still. Grasping the Divine Passage realm blood crystal in his hand, Xiao Chen's expression was grave. Within his mind lay memories from the ancient dragon elephant that contained a method to forcefully diminish one's cultivation at the cost of their current powers. However, this was fundamentally different from what Xiao Chen had experienced when his own cultivation was nullified. The primary distinction was that Xiao Chen had been compelled, while Xiao Ling Tong was required to make a choice. This notion bore an even greater cruelty. To choose to forsake one's entire cultivation, even with Xiao Chen's assurances, still demanded significant resolve. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Ling Tong finally mustered all her strength. Her eyelids trembling slightly. 7th brother, I trust you. Very well, I shall commence. Xiao Chen nodded silently, his face a mask of tension and gravity. He could not afford to be careless if it were a matter of combat. He would charge forward without hesitation, spear in hand. Yet this time, he was tasked with saving his own sister. Anxiety gripped him. Should anything go awry, Xiaoling Tong's future would be irrevocably marred by his actions. But given the urgency of the situation, Xiao Chun could not afford to hesitate. The ancient dragon elephant's legacy included a unique high-grade spiritual martial skill originally belonging to a dark sect from ancient times. Utilizing this technique could forcibly nullify an enemy's cultivation with merciless efficiency. During a cataclysmic purge of demons across the realms, the ancient dragon elephant had once descended upon this dark sect's battlefield, trampled countless powerful figures underfoot, its indestructible form obliterating foes without fail. That Ayesa departed, the dragon elephant had etched the sect's techniques into its memory, passing them on to Xiao Chun to in subsequent memories. It became evident that this technique had not been eradicated. Rather, it had gradually spread, becoming the sole method employed by noble families to salvage their prodigies' breakthroughs. Should one wish to forego their advancement, they could simply choose to nullify their entire cultivation and start anew. Although this was Xiao Chun's first attempt at employing this martial technique, the formidable power of the ancient dragon elephant's art allowed him to grasp it with relative ease in a matter of moments. Now, it was time for practical application. Martial imprint. With a soft reprimand, Xiao Chun summoned the second-grade martial seal within him, gradually emanating a radiant glow. The vibrant orange light was so brilliant that it seemed to dispel the surrounding blood mist. Carving out a pristine space for the two, as he circulated his true energy, the 10 meridians within him began to resonate with a thunderous sound. Xiao Chun abruptly raised his palms, and in the blink of an eye, they met those of Xiaoling Tong. Boom! A surge of golden-hued true energy surged forth like crashing waves, instantly flooding into Xiaoling Tong's meridians. Wherever it flowed, her original true energy seemed to cower like a mouse confronted by a cat. Losing its former bravado, boom, with a flicker in his gaze, the true energy that had entered Xiaoling Tong's body began to systematically disperse her original energy within the energy pool formed by the 6th-grade martial seal. Her true energy evaporated almost entirely. Even Xiaoling Tong's formidable 6th-grade martial seal could not withstand the onslaught of Xiao Chun's true energy. Chapter 54, Journey to the Inner Circle. Boom. Boom! Boom! Xiaoling Tong let out a pained grunt as her meridians were nearly obliterated. With only a fraction of her true energy remaining, even that slowly dissipated, she had become an ordinary person. As Xiaoling Tong gradually awakened from her meditative state, an indescribable melancholy clouded her expression. With her true energy completely depleted, she found herself unable to fend off the encroaching blood mist, and her once vibrant face grew increasingly pale under the oppressive atmosphere. Upon glancing up, Xiao Chun exhaled deeply. His true energy returning to the energy pool, he opened his eyes, meeting Xiaoling Tong's gaze, which was tinged with disbelief. That he comforted her. Sister Jiao, do not be disheartened. Through rebirth and renewal, we shall start afresh. That I possess a technique known as the Phoenix True Classic, a legendary method that opens 9 meridians and advances one to the divine realm. And in 9 meridians? Xiaoling Tong gasped in astonishment. Within the Diyu dynasty, even the Xiao family's clan technique, the Xiao family overlord strategy, could only open 7 meridians to progress to the divine realm. A feat that was already a coveted opportunity for other families. The Xiao family overlord strategy, a high-grade spiritual method left by the ancestors of the Xiao family thousands of years ago, was exceedingly rare in this era. Techniques that could assist warriors in opening meridians were scarce, even within large sects, where such teachings were considered invaluable and rarely shared. Now, with Xiao Chun so nonchalantly claiming to possess a method capable of opening 9 meridians and advancing to the divine realm, how could Xiaoling Tong not feel astonished? She even began to doubt the veracity of his words. That I in this era, how could that be possible? Noticing the uncertainty in Xiaoling Tong's eyes, Xiao Chun realized she had misunderstood. He promptly retrieved an ancient tome radiating a faint red glow from his ring and handed it to her. Is it truly so? Xiaoling Tong exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy flooding her features. She had initially thought Xiao Chun's claims were unfounded, yet here he was, presenting a supreme technique that surpassed even the Xiao family overlord strategy. The more she examined it, the more she felt like a toad confined to a well, utterly ignorant of the vastness of the sky above. 7th brother, I'm sorry. I hindered your progress, Xiaoling Tong. Overwhelmed with excitement, clutched the Phoenix True Classic tightly, her face alight with joy. With a stronger foundation of meridians, her future as a martial arts practitioner seemed assured, igniting her enthusiasm. However, the harsh reality quickly tempered her excitement. Xiao Chen was still embroiled in the struggle for the position of crown prince against Xiao Feng, and he was already at a disadvantage, isolated and without allies. Now, having almost advanced to the divine realm due to her momentary lapse, it struck Xiao Lingtong as a significant setback. Even Xiao Feng had only broken through to the divine realm after mastering 8 meridians, while she was left with merely 7, that would she not be crushed under Xiao Feng's might in the future. Now, with a technique that could open 9 meridians in her possession, Xiao Lingtong felt a surge of pride. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze toward Xiao Chen faltered. Without her cultivation, she could no longer accompany Xiao Chen further. And even when she had her powers, she could not have journeyed alongside him entirely. Progressing into the most inner sanctum was tantamount to courting death for someone of her cultivation level. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had already devised a plan for Xiao Lingtong's safety from the outset, and I have encountered a fortuitous event, as you know. Xiao Chen cleared his throat, continuing, due to this event, the former national master and I developed a close relationship. And he even divulged the location of his treasure vault to me. Are you suggesting? Xiao Lingtong's eyes began to brighten, realizing that Xiao Chun was implying the national master's treasure vault was hidden within the secret realm. But how did the national master gain entrance? I have yet to thoroughly investigate that matter. I simply did not have the chance to inquire. After a fierce battle with our father, the national master burned his essence to escape. Xiao Chun refrained from elaborating further, for since that fateful night, countless individuals had been executed in the royal capital, and even the name of the national master had become a taboo, seldom spoken of. Understanding, Xiao Lingtong refrained from pressing further that at this moment, they were not far from the mountain peak where the treasure vault lay. Xiao Chen lifted Xiao Lingtong onto his back, activating his movement technique to swiftly make their way forward. After leaving the nameless mountain range, they advanced toward the area thick with blood mist, requiring constant navigation and vigilance against the lurking blood spirits. However, this journey back did not take long. Once Xiao Lingtong was safely placed within the treasure vault and the key left behind, Xiao Chen turned to leave, but he still needed to reach the inner sanctum before Xiao Feng and vanquish the Blood Spirit King to acquire the Blood Crystal. There was little time to waste. After all, the National Master had laid down an intricate concealment array here, alongside countless medicinal elixirs and resources. When the 15-day duration of the secret realm concluded, the array would transport them back to the outside world, alleviating any concerns for Xiao Lingtong's safety. Pressing onward, Xiao Chen wasted no time, skillfully avoiding the blood spirits he encountered along the way. For those he could not evade, he dispatched them with the swiftness of a thunderclap. Hastening his journey toward the inner sanctum in less than a day, he traversed the entire outer perimeter in a day and a half. He crossed the middle layer and arrived at the threshold of the inner circle. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiao Chen inhaled sharply. The blood mist here was more potent than in the previous 2 layers, both in its density and the frenzied aura it contained. Moreover, he sensed an oppressive force looming ahead, reminiscent of the pressure exerted by the Yu King himself. Xiao Chen's expression grew grave, yet the thought of Xiao Feng ascending to the position of crown prince, with the subsequent retribution threatening his friends and family, reignited his resolve. Steadfast and burdened, he advanced further into the inner sanctum. The roars of powerful blood spirits echoed in his ears. This was the area where animals were sacrificed, their blood flowing down, attracting the blood spirits that had been waiting in ambush to seize the fresh blood. The Blood Spirit King was birthed in this very place in the distance. Xiao Chen heard an ear-splitting roar that reverberated like thunder, soaring into the heavens. This was the cry of the Blood Spirit King. Xiao Chen's heart stirred, and he lifted his gaze to discover an enormous blood spirit launching skyward, aiming directly for the firmament. Roar, Chapter 55. Encounter with Xiao Feng. The Blood Spirit King roared furiously, its claws slicing through the air, unleashing 2 crimson blades of energy. Yet its form seemed ensnared by an invisible hand, unable to advance even an inch. Is this the secret realm's array? Xiao Chen discerned clearly that the colossal array blocking the Blood Spirit King from ascending was indeed vast and nearly boundless in its scale, that it exerted an overwhelming force, forcefully repressing the agitated Blood Spirit King back to the ground. Boom! The earth cracked as the Blood Spirit King was slammed back down. The terrifying roar echoed throughout the inner sanctum, its unwilling growls reverberating in every direction. Shao Chun felt his scalp prickle. For a moment, he contemplated turning back, abandoning the idea of slaying the Blood Spirit King, that it was tantamount to courting death. This Blood Spirit King had likely lived for countless years and had already developed sentience. Even if it were trapped within the array, its strength remained formidable. Yet, even so, who could withstand the fury of an ancient powerhouse of the divine realm? A tremor coursed through Shao Chen's heart as he resolved to linger on the periphery for a while. For 3 consecutive days, he meandered around the outskirts, endeavoring to devise a method capable of vanquishing the Blood Spirit King. Within the inner sanctum, the pervasive blood mist exerted a significant influence on the martial artists, impeding their vision and causing considerable hindrance to their movements. That on the 3rd day, just as Shao Chun had circumnavigated the inner layer, he suddenly stumbled upon a pool of blood that a dense chill mingled with the blood mist, perpetually wafting outward, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Surrounding him were several formidable blood spirits of the divine passage realm, indicating the presence of treasures. Shao Chun was certain of this. Otherwise, these mindless blood spirits would not have congregated here, and their aura was significantly stronger than that of their counterparts, reaching the mid-tier of the divine passage realm. Before Shao Chun could contemplate his next course of action, an enraged roar and the sound of human screams echoed from afar. Damn it! How could this beast be so much stronger than the other blood spirits? Its power is nearly on par with that of His Highness Shao Feng. Exercise caution and swiftly eliminate it. We must not create too much commotion and attract the attention of the other blood spirits. After nearly 10 days of arduous journeying, Shao Feng, accompanied by a group, finally arrived at the outer layer. In terms of power, Shao Feng was undoubtedly superior to Shao Chun. Around him were a dozen figures, all possessing cultivation above the divine passage realm. However, judging by their appearances, it would be an exaggeration to say they were merely in their 30s or 40s. They appeared considerably older. Shao Chun furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a thick aura of murderous intent emanating from these individuals, clearly indicating they bore the weight of numerous lives lost. These could not possibly be disciples from the noble families within the capital. They resembled assassins dispatched by a certain faction, specifically tasked with protecting Shao Feng. That moment, Shao Feng, with an air of arrogance, embraced Ouyang Yunshan and addressed the group. Your ability to travel thousands of miles to the capital shall not go unappreciated by this prince. Should you assist me in securing the position of crown prince, the Diyu dynasty will grant you anything you desire from the Qixing Tower in the future. Qixing Tower again. Shao Chen's expression darkened at the mention of this assassin organization, a name he had heard more than once and even investigated. However, the information he gleaned was scant, that he only knew one thing. The headquarters of Qixing Tower was not located within the Diyu dynasty, indicating that those by Shao Feng's side were sent by another dynasty to assist him. Shao Chun decided to bide his time, opting to observe the situation further. Upon hearing Shao Feng's words, several assassins exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Your Highness Shao Feng, you truly are a prodigy of this generation, exceptionally astute. Excellent. We hope for a pleasant collaboration this time. That a collaboration must indeed be enjoyable. Ouyang Yunshan smiled alluringly, adding, in order to allow you to enter the secret realm, my Ouyang family has allocated a considerable number of slots to replace those martial artists you discarded. However, I do not require your gratitude. I have but one request. Eliminate Shao Chun and assist Shao Feng in claiming the crown prince position. That is a given. One assassin nodded, stating, currently, the only one who can rival His Highness Shao Feng in the secret realm is Shao Chun. Unfortunately, after searching for 10 consecutive days, we have found not a single trace of him. Moreover, once we locate him, Qixing Tower shall seek revenge for the 8 assassins he previously slain. Seems our goals align. Shao Feng laughed heartily. However, that coward Shao Chun dares not show his face before me, and with this bounty of blood crystals, he cannot possibly match my wealth, including the tributes they offer me. I now possess over 100 blood crystals. Such a staggering quantity. Concealed in the shadows, Shao Chun could not help but click his tongue. Over 100 blood crystals, if placed at an auction, would fetch a price equivalent to nearly 10 inferior grade spiritual techniques. Enough dawdling. Let us eradicate these blood spirits and seize the blood spring, then proceed deeper into the inner layer. The leader of the assassins shouted. Since Shao Chen has not appeared in the mid-layer or outer layer, he must be intent on slaying the Blood Spirit King, that we must act swiftly to slay it, claim the blood crystals, and then utilize the remaining 2 days to wait for Shao Chen to come to us. The blood spring. Shao Chen felt no surprise at their conjectures regarding his intentions. After all, relying solely on himself and Xiao Ling Tong to slay the blood spirits would be time-consuming and laborious. Rendering the blood crystals they accumulated insignificant compared to Xiao Feng's haul, that it would be far more efficient to eliminate the Blood Spirit King. Yet, why had he never heard of the treasure known as the Blood Spring? What purpose did it serve? Ransacking his memory, Shao Chen found no trace of the Blood Spring. The memories he inherited were primarily from the ancient era, spanning nearly 30,000 years since the ancient collapse. During that time, he could hardly ascertain what treasures the world had birthed anew. For Shao Chen, the blood spring appeared merely as a pool of frigid water, yet in the hands of the assassins from Qixing Tower, it seemed to transform into a coveted treasure. How peculiar. Shao Chen continued to observe. The assassins from Qixing Tower exhibited remarkable combat prowess and were particularly adept at dealing with foes like the blood spirits, powerful yet lacking in speed. Their daggers were coated in a venom specifically designed to counter blood spirits, rendering the latter's defensive capabilities as fragile as melting ice. Chapter 56. Confrontation in mere moments, the blood spirit's figure dissipated, leaving behind several palm-sized blood crystals that my blood spring is gone. I shall retrieve it to be cautious. Remember, do not let your hands touch the surface of the lake. The assassin nodded, producing a porcelain vial from his bosom. Approaching the blood spring, and preparing to channel his true energy to siphon the spring water into the vial. Suddenly, the assassin felt a chill at his neck, as if an alien object were blocking his throat, causing him to whimper and collapse. Not even half of his true energy had been utilized before his life was snuffed out. Seizing the porcelain vial, Shao Chen's countenance betrayed surprise. The blades wielded by the assassins were smeared with a crimson liquid, as cold as ice, slicing effortlessly through the blood spirit's body, akin to harvesting wheat. The cuts were remarkably clean and smooth. Even the surrounding blood mist could not mend the wounds. Shao Chen observed everything with clarity. The instruments they wielded were precisely the small vial of blood spring he now possessed. Where is the fourth one? Xiao Feng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding and looked up, as if struck by lightning, toward the blood spring. Shao Chen? On the opposite side, the leader at the lake's edge raised his head and was astonished to discover Shao Chen's presence. Did it truly Shao Chen? What a serendipitous encounter! Kill him! Xiao Feng bellowed. Beside him, the dozen assassins who had infiltrated the secret realm under false pretenses exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of alarm. After all, he was merely a martial artist who had just stepped into the Divine Passage realm. These individuals were all at least in the third tier of the Divine Passage realm. Their combined strength, when unleashed, could exert a force of 2 bulls, far beyond what Shao Chen could withstand. However, they had just witnessed Shao Chen's audacious ambush that resulted in the death of a powerful being in the Divine Passage realm, a scene that left them profoundly shaken. What the hell are you all standing around for? Get him! Kill him! Xiao Feng's eyes burned with fury as he shouted. They're all a bunch of cowards. Why not send those 2 harlots at him together? Xiao Feng half squinted and scoffed. The assassins from Qixing Tower were undoubtedly powerful. Yet their behavior was indeed unbecoming of an assassin. Not only Xiao Feng, but even Shao Chen looked down upon them. The leader of the assassins hesitated momentarily, but after a moment's reflection, he steeled himself and declared, "Together, attack him! Kill him!" In an instant, Shao Chen sensed a surge of resistance in the surrounding space. Even the flow of true energy within him felt heavy and cumbersome, becoming challenging to control. Xiao Feng roared, and the supreme bone on his chest radiated a hazy glow, exuding an aura of nobility and age. A wave of powerful true energy instantly emanated from around Xiao Feng, causing the blood mist to retreat as if sensing danger. Revealing the once pure sky, Shao Chen's gaze narrowed gradually. Each supreme bone inherently possessed a unique ability. The one he bore could suppress the true energy flow of martial artists. This was a power that should belong to a sovereign. Yet at this moment, it was being wielded against him by Xiao Feng. Huh, Xiao Chun, how does it feel to be suppressed by your own supreme bone? Xiao Feng laughed heartily at the same time. Ouyang Yinshan conjured a long spear in her hand, its shaft inscribed with 3 runes, an artifact of the 3rd rank. The runes illuminated sequentially, causing the temperature around Ouyang Yinshan to gradually drop. And one could vaguely see frost swirling in the vicinity. That it is the frost spear technique. Ouyang Yinshan remarked coldly, Xiao Chun, to perish beneath this inferior grade martial skill would be a stroke of fortune for you in this lifetime. Is that so? I beg to differ. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and then, with the broken dragon spear in hand, the inscriptions began to glow. 1 by 1.4 inscriptions slowly emanated a dazzling radiance, showcasing the ice gun technique once again. However, the ice gun technique wielded by Xiao Chun was even more formidable than that of Ouyang Yinshan. This is impossible. How could you possibly master the ice gun technique? Ouyang Yinshan's pure visage was now filled with shock. So much so that she scarcely noticed the surrounding ice crystals beginning to affect the environment. Incredulously, she shrieked at Xiao Chun, You thief! You have stolen the clan's martial arts from the Ouyang family. I shall report to King Yu and have you, the scoundrel, executed. Want to kill me? Should I dig out your infernal bloodline as well, and return it to its rightful owner? Xiao Chun snorted coldly. And in an instant, the broken dragon spear let out a dragon's roar, piercing forward with lethal intent. Kill! A killer charged toward Xiao Chun, the ferocious dragon head roaring past, instantly sending the assailant flying. Brain matter splattering, blood gushing forth. Initially, having opened 10 meridians within his body, Xiao Chun's full-force strike was potent enough to rival the strength of an ox. After breaking through to the divine passage realm, his martial physique underwent a transformative change, instantly elevating his power to a terrifying degree, comparable to 2 oxen. Coupled with the power inscriptions on the broken dragon spear, a full-force strike could shatter the skull of a killer at the divine passage level. Even with Xiao Feng suppressing him, Xiao Chen's strength was still somewhat unstoppable. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. Xiao Chun, is he truly this formidable? Wasn't it said that he had only awakened a first-grade martial imprint, making it exceedingly difficult for him to advance to the divine passage realm? Yet how could one explain the spectacle before them? A secret technique. He must be employing a secret technique. Xiao Feng shouted, as if in disbelief. Hold him down until his secret technique runs out. By then, he will be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. The leader of the assassins quickly recognized this explanation as plausible, for it was the only way to justify Xiao Chen's overwhelming might. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly at a secret technique. Allow me to show you what a true secret technique looks like. Dragon and elephant wisdom. Unleash. With a sudden inner cry, the atmosphere around Xiao Chun transformed, becoming oppressively heavy. Xiao Feng's face turned pale as his true energy rapidly depleted, nearly spiraling out of control over his supreme bone. This is what you call a secret technique. Boom! With a powerful stomp, Xiao Chen's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. Then he became like a bolt of lightning, frantically weaving through the assassins, the broken dragon spear continuously drinking blood. The wails of the dying echoed, yet these assassins could not even catch a glimpse of Xiao Chun's shadow. Flee. Finally, after yet another assassin fell, the leader's courage shattered, and he squeezed out words between clenched teeth. Your Highness Xiao Chun, if we can survive this, let us discuss cooperation. With that, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Feng and the others, the leader and his companions transformed into shooting stars, racing towards the inner sanctum. Xiao Chun, if you dare to kill me, my father will never let you off. Xiao Feng threatened, his countenance fierce yet cowardly. Do not be hasty in seeking death. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, that smile resembling the whispered words of a demon. I intend to let you feel the depths of despair and agony as I personally end your lives, that I want you to experience what true suffering is. Chapter 57. Compassion, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Ouyang Yinshan gritted her teeth, her delicate brows furrowing as her long spear suddenly radiated 3 bright formations. The true energy of the second layer of the divine passage erupted, and within her body, 8 meridians glimmered with brilliance that I end the energy pool forged by the 7th grade martial imprint. Mighty true energy surged forth like a torrential river, within which a phantasmal divine phoenix soared. Divine phoenix bloodline. Ouyang Yunshan exclaimed, as the true energy emanating from her body contained a trace of ethereal divine phoenix energy. Xiaochen chuckled lightly, and the broken dragon spear in his hand trembled violently. Four formations lighting up in succession, the fearsome dragon head seemingly roaring as the spear, imbued with tremendous true energy, swung with ferocity, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Ice gun technique, Xiaochen called out, as his true energy transformed into an extreme chill, surging along the 10 meridians. Boom! Xiaochen forcefully stomped the ground, the immense recoil propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. A blood mist swirling around him, the sound of breaking air rushing towards him. Everything you did to me before, I shall reclaim with interest. With a mighty shout, the broken dragon spear, carrying immense weight, charged violently towards Ouyang Yunshan. First form of the ice gun technique, Swallow returns to nest. The icy true energy rapidly enveloped Xiaochen, transforming him into a swift and lethal swallow, the spear in his hand gleaming with a chilling light as he dove downward with a fierce swoop. Boom! The two swallows clashed violently in midair, a series of intense sparks erupting with each encounter. The more they fought, the more apprehensive Ouyang Yunshan became. How can his strength be so overwhelming? Her teeth clenched tightly. Ouyang Yunshan's eyes fixated on Xiaochen, a second-layer powerhouse of the Divine Passage realm. With the Divine Phoenix bloodline enhancing her, her strength had reached a terrifying 1 ox in power. Capable of effortlessly pushing a 1,000-pound boulder nearly 10 zhang away. Yet, before Xiaochen, she still felt utterly inadequate. Suddenly, Ouyang Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion pale, her form resembling a kite with its string cut, drifting downward. The long spear shattered, precious third-grade, true martial fragments scattering in all directions. Even at this moment, though Xiaochen had sent her flying, her expression remained one of utter astonishment. The divine phoenix true energy within her had not gained an inch over Xiaochen. She had actually been defeated by Xiaochen. The drawbacks of the ice gun technique were rendered a mere joke in Xiaochen's hands. In fact, one could assert that when Xiaochen had sold the ice gun technique, he had not chosen to sell the complete martial art. How could the true ice gun technique possess such significant drawbacks? You wish to defeat me with something taken from me. Xiaochen scoffed disdainfully. The ice gun technique is yours. Ouyang Yunshan's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe Xiaochen's words. This was a rare low-grade spiritual technique even within the Great Yu dynasty. Yet, Xiaochen had unhesitatingly submitted it to the auction house for sale, and her Ouyang family had treated it like a treasure, purchasing it back. Enough, Xiaochen. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Xiao Feng pulled Ouyang Yunshan, who was lost in self-doubt, into his embrace, shouting loudly at Xiaochen. You worthless fool, do you truly believe that your recent rise to power makes you invincible? He continued. Having survived that cliff, you should have learned to keep your tail tucked between your legs. Your existence is merely a stepping stone for me to ascend to the throne. At this point, Xiao Feng could not help but sneer. Without the Supreme Bone, you are nothing but a defeated dog. The Supreme Bone, the very symbol of supremacy. Whoever possesses it shall be the future ruler. But that Supreme Bone should have belonged to you. Who is the true ruler? Xiao Feng's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Xiaochen, unwilling to mention how, when Xiaochen possessed the Supreme Bone, he had kept him underfoot. Even without the Supreme Bone, I shall still be supreme in the future. If one can only ascend with the Supreme Bone, then they do not deserve to possess it. But you, without the Supreme Bone you stole from me, what can you still be? In the past, Xiao Feng had been thoroughly suppressed by Xiaochen, not due to luck, but sheer strength. Xiaochen's talent had instilled despair in countless hearts. Even the forces behind the Crown Prince felt a tremor of fear. Given a certain amount of time, who could say where the position of heir would ultimately land? Xiao Feng chuckled mockingly. Do you truly believe that surviving this secret realm means you shall become the future heir of the Great Yu dynasty? Let me tell you plainly, that position is not one I desire, but one King Yu has forcibly bestowed upon me. If it were not to silence those noble families, there would not even be this trial. Xiao Feng looked down upon Xiaochen, saying, Do you think that when I call you a dog, I am insulting you? Wrong. I am praising you. Even the dog I raise understands that in the Great Yu dynasty, opposing me leads to only one fate, death. And you have lived this long solely out of my mercy. But why must you persist in being a thorn in my side? Why not cherish the wretched life I have allowed you to keep? Live. Xiao Chen paused, seemingly unable to comprehend Xiao Feng's words, shaking his head with a smile. To seize my bloodline and supreme bone. How can you have the audacity to speak of mercy in letting me live? Utterly shameless and equally arrogant. Even now, facing Xiao Chen, neither of them displayed a hint of remorse. All they felt was regret for not having personally beheaded Xiao Chen. The Crown Prince's extreme confidence bred contempt. As he proclaimed that once the trial concluded, regardless of the outcome, the position of heir would undoubtedly and solely belong to him, for the forces behind him were not to be trifled with, nor dared to provoke. However, when Xiao Chen heard this news, he could not help but chuckle. Are you implying that in this trial of the ancestral temple, it can only be my demise while you survive? But how do you intend to escape from my grasp? Relying solely on your ineffectual subordinates, they cannot even withstand a single round against me. What hope do you have? Xiao Chen shook his head in resignation. You have erred in one regard. It is not your pity that grants me life, but rather my mercy towards you. Within this secret realm, no one knows what transpires, yet when the trial concludes in 3 days, should the forces behind you discover that you have perished within this trial, their expressions will undoubtedly be most entertaining. Chapter 58. Lies you dare. Xiao Feng bellowed, though it was evident that he harbored some trepidation. Is this not what you have yearned for day and night? Regrettably, it appears that the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. Xiao Chen slowly approached the two, declaring, 1,001 blades, each cutting deep. I remember every strike in my heart. Ouyang Yunshan, you seize my infernal fire bloodline merely to awaken your true phoenix bloodline. The bloodline lies deep within the meridians, and only by inheriting the martial seal and advancing to the divine ability realm can one gather spirit and manifest form. With a light laugh, he continued, if I were to establish a chi pool, would that not bestow upon you a formidable bloodline without effort? You overestimate your infernal fire bloodline. Ouyang Yunshan huffed. My Ouyang family's true phoenix bloodline ranks as the 99th strongest among the celestial bloodlines. Were it not for your infernal fire bloodline assisting me in awakening my true phoenix bloodline, do you truly believe I would regard you with any favor? Had it not been for Xiao Chen possessing the infernal fire bloodline, how could Ouyang Long have considered marrying his daughter to him instead of the exceedingly formidable Xiao Feng? Genius may indeed command respect, yet how many of those unanchored by support can truly ascend to the peak of power? Such odds are minuscule. With such a low probability of success, how could Ouyang Yunshan feel secure that Xiao Chen could elevate her to the pinnacle of martial prowess, standing beside Xiao Feng? However, she could glimpse the vast horizon of martial ambitions that I in comparing the two. The choice was clear that if you look down upon me, then allow me to return the sentiment. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, as if recalling something. Oh, right, the true Phoenix bloodline devours the infernal fire bloodline to evolve, awakening its potential immensely, thus allowing you to acquire a 7th-grade martial seal and etching your name into history. Xiao Chen spoke softly. As if recounting an inconsequential matter, though, it appears that Miss Ouyang is unaware that although the compatibility between the infernal fire bloodline and the true Phoenix bloodline is exceedingly high, it harbors numerous flaws. One of which is the inability to bear offspring. No next generation can be produced. This is one of the defects of awakening the true Phoenix bloodline using the infernal fire bloodline. Observing Ouyang Yunshan's face turn pale in an instant, Xiao Chen's mood suddenly lifted. Revenge is like savoring a grand feast. Though it may be exhilarating in the moment, it leaves nothing behind. One must savor and chew slowly to truly appreciate the pleasure of vengeance. The inability to bear offspring implies that should Xiao Feng marry Ouyang Yunshan, they will never produce a next generation capable of inheriting the resources of both parents. That if Xiao Feng were to become the king of Yu, the successor would surely not be Ouyang Yunshan's child. Xiao Chen suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, it seems even the wicked cannot outmaneuver the will of heaven. I will kill you. I will kill you. Ouyang Yunshan shrieked, charging forth like a shrew, only to be sent flying by a single kick from Xiao Chen, who coldly regarded her. Ouyang Yunshan, having learned from some source, understood that should the infernal fire bloodline be devoured by the true Phoenix bloodline, it could lead to bloodline awakening, enhancing not only strength but also potential. However, all gifts in this world come with a hidden price. Ouyang Yunshan felt the immense power granted by the true Phoenix bloodline. She must also bear its consequences. The inability to bear children means that the position of queen in the future Yu dynasty could never belong to her. Thus, her schemes and the ambitions of the Ouyang family would be rendered utterly ridiculous. Reduced to mere folly. Moreover, what of Xiao Feng? If he were to learn this information, how could he possibly proceed with the engagement to Ouyang Yunshan, binding the Ouyang family to his fate? The news Xiao Chen shared was too shocking. Xiao Feng could not accept it, and Ouyang Yunshan utterly rejected the notion of its truth. Have you not already discerned the truth of the matter? Noticing Xiao Feng's grave expression, Xiao Chen suddenly erupted into laughter. Fool! You have been deceived. Xiao Chen, I will see you dead. Xiao Feng roared. Do you think you are strong? In my eyes, you are nothing but a waste-seeking validation. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a torrent of true energy from his chi pool. The supreme bone radiated a hazy glow, and ancient inscriptions emerged, filling the surrounding space with an ancient aura. The blood mist receded, as if surrendering to a born supreme being, swiftly forming a clean space. In the distance, the roars of several blood spirits could be heard as the supreme bone emerged. It clashed with the surrounding environment. Powerful and invincible, its ancient aura rapidly spreading outward. Xiao Chen's expression turned slightly cold. But he merely snorted, retracting the breaking dragon spear into his spatial ring. As he gathered true energy in his fists, the 10 meridians within him trembling in unison. The surging true energy erupted forth as Xiao Chen charged towards Xiao Feng. Supreme Bone! Xiao Feng shouted, and suddenly, the supreme bone on his chest glowed ominously, a terrifying pressure descending upon Xiao Chen as if a colossal divine mountain had landed upon him. Do you think I will fear you? Xiao Chen shouted, as the second-grade martial seal in his chi pool erupted with a fiery orange light, akin to the divine light of creation, fiercely colliding in midair with the invisible pressure. Sparks flew. The pressure on him diminished instantaneously as Xiao Chen raised his fists, charging fiercely toward Xiao Feng. You must pass my trial first. Even if she were to be defeated in midair by Xiao Chen using her most cherished technique. Ouyang Yunshan still gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand before Xiao Feng. Raising her fists, the true phoenix within her cried out, engulfing her in flames that ignited all her true energy. The flames enveloped her, making Ouyang Yunshan resemble a phoenix dancing amidst the fire, noble and powerful. Die for me. Xiao Chen roared, Dragon Elephant Guardian. With a howl, all 10 meridians trembled. A colossal dragon elephant, as if shattering the stars, let out a piercing roar that reverberated through the air, shaking the very soul. How could a leaping phoenix display might before a dragon elephant? Boom! A punch was unleashed, akin to the dragon elephant shattering the earth. The spear technique had never been his forte. Possessing the ancient dragon elephant technique, Xiao Chen's body was his most fearsome weapon from the beginning. Each strike contained immense power. Ouyang Yunshan was once again sent flying. Blood trickling from her lips, clearly injured. Yet Xiao Feng did not spare her a glance. His gaze was fixed intently upon Xiao Chen. Chapter 59. The first clash. With a mighty shout, 2 flames suddenly erupted from his palms. Ethereal white fire seeds burning fiercely, instantly transforming into an endless sea of flames. Standing at one end of the fiery expanse, Xiao Feng resembled a fiery monarch, the terrifying heat incinerating the surrounding blood mist. Producing piercing sounds, Dragon Elephant Guardian, Xiao Chen murmured, as true energy surged through his meridians like a roaring river, forming an ancient dragon elephant that protected him entirely. Boom! A punch shattered the approaching flames. And Xiao Chen stood amidst the inferno, his expression serene, feeling no pain from the scorching fire. Xiao Feng's countenance shifted. The temperature of the fire sea suddenly soared, and his true energy surged forth. Fissures began to appear in the surrounding space. The stability of the space was compromised. After all, this was a secret realm that had endured the ravages of time. The great array guarding it had long since fallen into disrepair. With only a single focal point barely holding on, the collapse of this place was merely a matter of time. Dragon Elephant Power. With a light command, Xiao Chen's palms were rapidly enveloped in a hint of golden true energy. With the elevation of his cultivation, Xiao Chun could now wield the dragon elephant power at a level comparable to mid-grade human martial techniques. Facing the oncoming Xiao Feng, Xiao Qin's expression remained unperturbed. The dragon elephant guardian steadfastly resisting the surrounding searing heat. The martial seal radiated light, firmly blocking the pressure of the supreme bone. Xiao Chun raised his fists and suddenly collided with Xiao Feng. Boom! A formidable hurricane suddenly swept away countless patches of soil that in midair. Ouyang Yunsan clutched her chest, struggling to rise, her gaze fixed upon the two figures above. She had long recognized the might of Xiao Feng. Yet what she had not anticipated was the astonishing strength of Xiao Chun, who, even after she had stripped him of all his cultivation, proved to be so tenacious. Xiao Chun must have encountered extraordinary fortuity. Ouyang Yunsan firmly believed that Xiao Qin's resurgence could not possibly stem from her own leniency. She was acutely aware that when she severed his supreme bone and infernal bloodline, she had done so with lethal intent. No one could survive such grievous injuries. Yet not only had Xiao Qin survived, but he had also, in a remarkably brief span, restored himself to the realm of divine powers, his combat prowess nearly on par with what it had once been. If it indeed was a stroke of fortune, could she too benefit from it? Ouyang Yunsan pondered, convinced that Xiao Qin's serendipity must be of considerable magnitude. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a gravely wounded individual to emerge unscathed. Yet, compared to the forces backing Xiao Feng, which was superior, this was a gamble that in the past. Ouyang Yunsan had placed her bets on Xiao Feng, allying with him to seize Xiao Qin's bloodline, not only awakening the true Phoenix bloodline, but also acquiring a 7th-grade martial seal, etching her name in history. Clearly, she had triumphed in her wager. Now, Ouyang Yunsan found herself at another pivotal juncture, with Xiao Qin's triumphant return, set to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xiao Feng. The victor would undoubtedly become the heir to the future Diyu dynasty. Once again, upon whom would she stake her claim? After a prolonged contemplation of the two figures in the sky, Ouyang Yunsan finally retrieved a communication talisman from her bosom and commanded, "All forces assemble in the inner sanctum of the secret realm to lend assistance." She had chosen Xiao Feng once more. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon, akin to a legion mobilizing. The sound deafening. "You have reinforcements?" Xiao Qin's gaze flickered as he observed the throng surging toward him from afar, a sense of astonishment swelling within him. This trial of the ancestral temple had only several hundred individuals meeting the criteria to enter the secret realm. And those within the formation had been randomly teleported to various outskirts of the secret realm. Gathering a force in the outer perimeter was no small feat for Xiao Feng to achieve this. He must have exerted considerable effort. With merely 100 communication talismans, if he could slay you here, it would all be worth it. Xiao Feng scoffed, manipulating the sea of flames to surge once more. Boom! 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 The battle between Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng was nothing short of fierce. The destructive force unleashed by the two divine realm warriors was astonishing, leaving no living creature in their wake. Countless disciples of the Xiao clan, drawn to the battlefield, stood at the periphery, watching the fervent clash above, hesitating to advance. Was Xiao Qin truly this powerful? Then why had he suddenly fallen to the level of a cultivation cripple? "Look, that is the supreme bone of His Highness Xiao Feng. Truly formidable," the crowd murmured, filled with in terms of sheer momentum. Their battle rivaled even that of ordinary extreme realm warriors, and compared to that, it was even more intense and captivating. The supreme bone, shrouded in mystery, possessed unfathomable abilities. Each time Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng collided, an overwhelming pressure enveloped their hearts, causing what should have been a decisive advantage to falter. If Xiao Qin's martial seal were still a 1st grade, his energy reservoir would have been depleted by now. However, his martial seal had successfully advanced to the 2nd grade, and his internal energy pool had expanded to over 5 times its original capacity, brimming with vitality. Even when wielding the martial seal, to counter the pressure exerted by the supreme bone, the energy expended was minimal, having virtually no impact on his strength, with both fists thrust forward. Xiao Qin bellowed, unleashing a force akin to mid-grade human martial arts, the dragon elephant might. The tremendous power erupted, tearing through the void, and struck fiercely against the sea of flames. Boom! The sea of flames was rent asunder, revealing the crimson earth beneath. Within the secret realm, this was the very visage of the land. Xiao Feng let out a furious grunt, his energy surging within, merging into the sea of flames, his arms ablaze, enveloping his entire form in an astonishing heat. Raising his iron fists, Xiao Feng charged forward, colliding violently with Xiao Chun. Boom, boom, boom. The life-and-death struggle between the two reverberated with astounding ferocity, each punch resonating with a clash of iron and stone. Fiery sparks erupted instantaneously, in the blink of an eye. The two had exchanged hundreds of blows, leaving the onlookers in a daze, their hearts filled with disbelief. They marveled at Xiao Chen's might, capable of standing against the third level of divine realm, Xiao Feng, while simultaneously gaining a clearer understanding of the supreme bone adorning Xiao Feng's chest. Only upon reaching the divine realm could a warrior fully harness the potent bloodline within. Yet now, the third level of divine realm, Xiao Feng possessed an understanding of the supreme bone no less than its former master. The thunderous sounds echoed around them. Chapter 60. Blood Spirit King. From the depths of the blood mist, powerful roars of blood spirits suddenly resounded. They, too, had sensed the formidable fluctuations in this locale, lost in their battle. Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng were oblivious to the happenings surrounding them. Suddenly, within the inner sanctum, a formidable aura began to rise, enveloping the area. The thick blood mist gradually spread, rendering the previously dim sky utterly obscured. Why can't I see clearly? What is happening? What is going on? Look! It seems there are several times more blood spirits surrounding us. Someone cried out in terror amidst the blood mist out of the nearly 100 members in their ranks. A significant portion had yet to attain the divine realm. Logically, they should not have ventured into the inner sanctum, but at Xiao Feng's behest, they had come to demonstrate their loyalty. Yet now, this reckless decision might cost them their lives. For the Blood Spirit King was coming. Roar! From afar, a towering figure several men high howled, charging straight toward them. The dense blood mist surged beneath it, expanding uncontrollably, shattering the very ground beneath its weight, nearly collapsing the entire formation. The Blood Spirit King raised its razor-sharp claws, aiming for Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng. "Get back!" The two shouted in unison, their flames and iron fists pivoting simultaneously, striking toward the Blood Spirit King. The clash between them would not permit any interference. Xiao Chen's fists, empowered by the ancient dragon-elephant technique, embodied a peak application of his strength. Boom! In an extraordinary display of unity, they struck together, unexpectedly sending the towering Blood Spirit King flying. It tumbled back hundreds of feet, stirring a wave of crimson earth. They had, astonishingly, combined their forces to send a peak divine realm powerhouse reeling. Roar! The Blood Spirit King roared in madness. The viscous blood mist expanding outward, consuming all. Run! The Blood Spirit King has gone berserk. It seeks to bury everyone. Scatter! Be cautious not to touch even a trace of this ominous blood mist. Otherwise, no one can save you. Countless individuals fled in panic, dark spots appearing on the ground, racing away. Suddenly, the blood mist enveloping the surroundings boiled violently, and crimson figures emerged, their auras fluctuating unpredictably, the weakest among them possessing the first level of divine realm cultivation. A cursory glance revealed that there were indeed hundreds of them, hundreds of divine realm warriors. This was undoubtedly a shocking sight, leaving all present in disbelief, unable to fathom such a terrifying scene unfolding within the ancestral temple's secret realm. The entire royal capital contained merely this many divine realm powerhouses. Roar! The blood spirits summoned by the Blood Spirit King howled, brandishing their claws as they pursued the crowd, in almost an instant. Several individuals were caught, brutally torn apart beneath the blood spirit's vicious claws. Even the surrounding blood mist possessed a sinister ability. Should one become tainted by even a trace, they would be instantly eroded, leaving nothing but bare bones. A truly horrifying sight. The Blood Spirit King roared in frenzy as the endless blood mist surged forth, sweeping in all directions to the blood spirits. This dense blood mist was a bountiful feast, far more delectable than ordinary blood. Yet for those who had not reached the divine realm, this blood mist was the scythe of death. Interwoven within the blood mist, it was nearly invisible and colorless, exceedingly difficult to guard against in mere moments. Nearly half of the individuals had perished beneath the blood mist and the onslaught of hundreds of divine realm blood spirits, Xiao Chun and Xiao Feng. Two sensed the shift in their surroundings, ceasing their battle to survey the area, their expressions filled with confusion. What is happening? Where are the reinforcements Xiao Feng summoned? Before him, the panicked crowd fled in all directions, desperately evading the onslaught of the blood spirit. At the same time, they summoned their inner energy, striving to disperse the surrounding crimson mist, fearing that the blood spirit king would drain their lifeblood and leave them to perish. A glance around revealed that the once numerous disciples had dwindled to fewer than 50 at this moment. The blood spirit king let out a thunderous roar, its form darting forward with the swiftness of lightning, charging towards two individuals. Xiao Feng barely registered a fleeting crimson figure before an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him, prompting him to raise his arms defensively across his chest. In the next instant, the blood spirit king's razor-sharp claws tore into his arm, blood splattering forth. Xiao Feng cried out in agony, retreating as his arms fell limply to his sides, clearly grievously injured and unable to continue the fight. With a single strike, the blood spirit king incapacitated Xiao Feng, a display of power that even Xiao Chun found alarming. The blood spirit king stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Pulse Connection realm, just one step away from transcending into the human extreme realm. Yet confined by the formation, even after eons, it remained trapped in this state. Moreover, due to the brutal blood mist surrounding it, it had yet to develop true sentience. Having effortlessly defeated Xiao Feng, the blood spirit king redirected its attention toward Xiao Chun. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Chun, and he activated the ancient dragon elephant technique, summoning a phantasmal dragon elephant that roared skyward before him. In an instant, the blood spirit king appeared before him, raising its claw to strike. Feeling vulnerable, Xiao Chun dared not confront the blood spirit king's claws head-on. Instead, he grasped the breaking dragon spear, for runes illuminating its surface. Utilizing this 4th-tier true martial weapon, he barely managed to parry the blood spirit king's strike. Even so, he felt a surge of blood and energy rising within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Nearly overwhelmed by the force of the blow, run. This beast is far more formidable than anticipated. Xiao Feng, having been flung back by the blood spirit king, rose from the ground with the assistance of Ouyang Yunshan, and, filled with trepidation, shouted, "Flee as far as you can. In 3 days, the formation will activate automatically and release us." The remaining warriors, momentarily stunned by Xiao Feng's words, quickly rallied, utilizing their movement techniques to flee into the distance. Casting a glance at Xiao Chun, who was spitting blood from the onslaught of the blood spirit king, Xiao Feng let out a cold laugh before turning away, leading Ouyang Yunshan in their escape, leaving Xiao Chun to contend with the blood spirit king alone. Chapter 61. Human Shield. Seeing Xiao Chun entangled with the blood spirit king and suffering under its blows, Xiao Feng laughed heartily, saying, "Useless. Let this beast play with you. It would be best if it beats you to death." Alleviating my own resentment, with a disdainful snort, Xiao Feng set off towards the distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, wielding the breaking dragon spear, struggled to fend off the blood spirit king's claws. The 4 runes on his spear dimmed, and even his reinforced body bore several cracks. The rampaging blood spirit king exuded an aura of despair that was almost palpable. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's scornful remarks, an inferno of rage ignited within Xiao Chun. He bellowed, "Do you think you can escape? Today, no one leaves alive. We all must perish here." With a thunderous crash, the breaking dragon spear shattered under the blood spirit king's claws. The materials within, capable of forging profound insights, were instantly activated, unleashing a massive wave of runes that detonated violently. The tremendous shockwave forcibly separated the 2 figures that in midair, stabilizing his form. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth and propelled himself towards the direction where Xiao Feng had fled. His speed so great that even the blood spirit king momentarily failed to keep up. "You bastard, Xiao Chun." Hearing the violent commotion, Xiao Feng turned to discover that Xiao Chun was being relentlessly pursued by the blood spirit king. Quickly closing the distance, "That scoundrel has led the blood spirit king right towards us." Xiao Feng seethed, nearly choking on his own fury, yet he found himself powerless to act against Xiao Chun, who was making his escape. As the blood spirit king drew nearer, Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and retrieved a precious pill from his spatial ring, swallowing it whole. Instantly, a potent surge of medicinal energy coursed through his meridians, rapidly healing his bloodied arms. restoring them to their former state. Consumed by rage at Shao Chun's retreating figure, he muttered, "You'd better wait. Once I escape, I will send the strongest assassins after you to ensure your demise." With a fearsome roar, the Blood Spirit King's surrounding blood mist condensed fiercely, its speed increasing as it closed the gap between itself and Shao Feng. Supreme Bone. Shao Feng glanced back, nearly losing his composure as he realized how close the Blood Spirit King had become. Its scent of blood, almost palpable, he shouted, and a hazy light enveloped his chest that a noble, powerful aura emerged, causing the Blood Spirit King to halt, sensing an overwhelming danger, gazing at Shao Feng in disbelief. Seizing the moment while the Blood Spirit King was momentarily stunned by the Supreme Bone, Shao Feng and Ouyang Yunshan fled with great haste. However, even the longest moment must eventually end. The Blood Spirit King regained its senses and noticed the distance separating it from Shao Feng. It roared in fury, realizing it had been deceived. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Spirit King unleashed a torrent of blood mist, exposing its emaciated form. Boom! The air crackled with explosive sounds as the Blood Spirit King propelled itself through the air, rapidly closing in on Shao Feng, its claws glowing with a sinister, dangerous blood light. "Your Highness," No, a warrior from the Ouyang clan, seeing Shao Feng pass by, felt a surge of hope and attempted to approach him. Yet his expression shifted dramatically as he found himself seized by Shao Feng, who yanked him backwards with astonishing force, propelling him towards the Blood Spirit King. In a desperate act, Shao Feng intended to use the Ouyang clan warrior as a human shield to buy himself a moment's respite. The Blood Spirit King showed no regard for the warrior standing before it. Its innate bloodthirst compelled it to act without hesitation, its claws striking with lethal precision, effortlessly shredding the unfortunate soul to pieces. Useless, Shao Feng glanced back, his spirit crushed. The Blood Spirit King's speed remained undiminished, and after consuming fresh blood, it became even swifter. Damn it. Why is that fool so useless? Shao Feng cursed under his breath, scanning his surroundings only to find the surviving warriors had scattered far from him. Terrified of becoming his next shield, that a bunch of worthless cowards, he scoffed, yet he refrained from drawing closer to any of them. Having already resorted to such measures once was pushing his limits. A second attempt might provoke their latent resentment. Once they escaped the secret realm, he would deal with them one by one. With a roar, the Blood Spirit King rapidly caught up to Shao Feng, raising its claws to strike. Supreme Bone! Supreme Bone! Supreme Bone! Repeatedly activating the Supreme Bone drained Shao Feng's inner energy significantly, and the intricate runes upon the bone dimmed, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary bone. Shao Feng's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, a sense of imminent exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Yet, the relentless Blood Spirit King clung to him like a leech, refusing to relent even as Shao Feng teetered on the brink of collapse. Damn it. How can Shao Chun run so fast? Shao Feng glared at Shao Chun with a vengeful intensity that in a bid to prevent Shao Chun from escaping unscathed, he had kept pace with him, which now meant that should the Blood Spirit King catch up to Shao Feng, its next target would inevitably be the nearby Shao Chun. The two were akin to grasshoppers bound by the same string, unable to break free from one another. Damn it. Why is that scoundrel like a stubborn leech? Shao Chun glanced back, only to find Shao Feng and the Blood Spirit King hot on his heels, not far behind. The surrounding warriors had long since scattered, fleeing without a trace. Even Ouyang Yunshan had vacated the area, hastily making her way to the periphery, waiting for the conclusion of the secret realm in 2 days. Shao Chun, wary of drawing the Blood Spirit King to the outskirts and potentially disrupting Shao Ling Tong's seclusion, chose instead to lead Shao Feng in endless circles around the inner layers. Time passed, and nearly half a day slipped away. Observing Shao Chun sprinting ahead, Shao Feng was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He bellowed, "Shao Chun, how long do you intend to keep running? When you stop bringing the Blood Spirit King after me, I'll stop running." The distant voice of Shao Chun echoed, filled with disdain for Shao Feng. Chapter 62. The Collapse of Heaven and Earth. What a jest! Does he truly believe I am foolish enough to remain and assist you in confronting the Blood Spirit King while being pursued by a peak Transcendence Realm beast? Shao Chun scoffed inwardly. After all, I possess an ample supply of medicinal pills, and the formidable endurance granted by my 10 meridians far surpasses anything Xiao Feng could muster, that I have no fear of an attrition battle. Moreover, the Blood Spirit King, enveloped in a mist of blood, is constantly regaining strength and will not tire. The first to perish shall undoubtedly be Xiao Feng. Xiao Chen was convinced that the Blood Spirit King would slay Xiao Feng. Yet he was also contemplating how he might escape. Unless he could severely injure the Blood Spirit King, forcing him to retreat to the innermost sanctum of the secret realm, there was simply no alternative. What does the Blood Spirit fear most? As Xiao Chen pondered, a flash of insight struck him. The Blood Spring, previously, a killer under Xiao Feng, had easily slain a blood spirit at the Divine Connection realm by utilizing the unique properties of the Blood Spring. That scene remained vivid in Xiao Chen's mind. Thus, it follows that the effects of the Blood Spring on blood spirits must be extraordinarily potent. Even a mere drop of its water could potentially harm the Blood Spirit King. So, what if there were an entire Blood Spring? Firm in his resolve to find an escape route, Xiao Chen chose to ignore the incessant curses of Xiao Feng behind him and began to change his course. Gradually making his way towards the blood spring located on the outer periphery of the inner circle, that at last, after several hours of relentless pursuit, a bubbling spring exuding a hazy blood aura came into view before Xiao Chen. It was indeed the blood pool. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, utterly exhausted and panting, trailed behind Xiao Chen, while the Blood Spirit King drew ever closer to him. Just as Xiao Chen was about to cross the blood pool and continue forward, Xiao Feng, too, reached the edge of the blood pool. Suddenly, a drastic turn of events unfolded. Xiao Feng, drawing upon a reserve of strength from who knows where, let out a thunderous roar, channeling the last remnants of his true energy into a single punch. The terrifying force struck the Blood Spirit King, who roared in fury but was forced to retreat repeatedly until he staggered to the edge of a cliff, barely managing to stabilize himself. However, at that moment, Xiao Feng was completely drained of energy. The Blood Spirit King howled in rage, seemingly infuriated that this insignificant creature dared to attack him. With a swipe of its claws, it tore through Xiao Feng's chest, exposing bone, as a faint, gentle glow, inscribed with intricate runes, lay quietly upon Xiao Feng's chest. Just as despair washed over Xiao Feng, preparing him to meet his demise, a powerful gust of wind swept past him from above. "Get down!" Xiao Chen bellowed, unleashing the might of the dragon elephant strength with a formidable punch that collided with the Blood Spirit King. The latter let out a wail as its towering figure plummeted over the cliff and into the blood pool below. A piercing scream echoed through the air, overwhelming the ears of both combatants. The Blood Spirit King's body gradually sank into the blood spring, vanishing from sight. Xiao Chen, having momentarily overcome the Blood Spirit King, stood at the cliff's edge, gazing down at the bubbling blood spring with a feeling of dread. Should a person fall into that pool, their fate would likely be no better than that of the Blood Spirit King. In that instant, as he dealt with the Blood Spirit King, an ominous feeling surged within Xiao Chen. He abruptly turned his head to find Xiao Feng stealthily approaching from behind, hands outstretched, his expression icy. "I saved you, yet you still contemplate my demise. You merely sought to save yourself. It has nothing to do with me." Xiao Feng scoffed softly that he had already consumed a precious medicinal pill, rapidly restoring his true energy. Even as the wound on his chest began to heal, had Xiao Chen not perceived this as the opportune moment to confront the Blood Spirit King, he might have watched Xiao Feng perish without a hint of compassion. But upon reflection, how could such a fortunate turn of events occur solely due to his own presence, bringing the Blood Spirit King to the cliff's edge? Under these circumstances, Xiao Chen ultimately resolved to intervene. Boom! Xiao Chen unleashed a powerful punch, and as Xiao Feng attempted to counter, he realized that facing Xiao Chen's colossal fist rendered him as defenseless as a limp shrimp. Damn it, I must have ingested a fake pill. A thought flashed through his mind. Another tremendous roar reverberated as Xiao Feng was sent flying over 10 feet, tumbling over the cliff and landing on the ground before the blood spring. Cough, cough. Blood poured from Xiao Feng's mouth as he lacked the strength to escape, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Chen approached, effortlessly slicing open his chest to extract the supreme bone. Boom! The mysterious orb, radiating an ethereal glow, shattered instantly under Xiao Chen's strike, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the air, suppressing the encroaching blood mist. The supreme bone was shattered. Xiao Feng's face turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His essence waning, even his vitality beginning to fade. The supreme bone, connected to its master's life force, would cause irreparable harm to its owner upon destruction to AT that moment, having liberated himself from the Blood Spirit King. Shao Qin called out, "Dragon Elephant Protection." An illusory dragon elephant materialized within his meridians, shielding him from the overwhelming energy released by the exploding supreme bone. Just then, a howl erupted as the Blood Spirit King emerged from the dense blood mist, a terrifying aura radiating from it. The droplets from the blood spring continued to fall to the ground, sizzling as they made contact. The Blood Spirit King slowly advanced, gathering a tempestuous energy that surged forth. Peak Transcendence Realm? No, it has ascended to the human extreme realm. The Blood Spirit King has taken that fateful step. Shao Qin's expression shifted. It was the blood spring. His gaze narrowed as he observed the pure droplets of blood manifesting on the Blood Spirit King's form. It was unexpected that this blood spring, lethal to ordinary blood spirits, served as the key to the Blood Spirit King's advancement. Suddenly, a hazy beam of light descended from the heavens, forcibly enveloping the Blood Spirit King within its grasp. This was the secret realm's great formation, forcibly suppressing the Blood Spirit King's breakthrough to the human extreme realm. Roar! The Blood Spirit King let out a shrill cry, enveloped in the mysterious light. As if it had been doused with acid, writhing in agony, the ground quaked violently, and the very earth began to tremble. The heavens are collapsing. Glancing upward, the murky sky above the endless blood mist split open, revealing numerous massive fissures. A terrifying force began to consume the blood mist, and within moments, the sky began to clear. The earth crumbled, the firmament shattered, and spatial rifts filled the secret realm. Then an one could have anticipated that the emergence of a human extreme Blood Spirit King could transform the entire secret realm into a scene of impending collapse. Chapter 63. A Slap in the Face. Outside the formation, countless individuals sat in the makeshift stands erected in the plaza, channeling their consciousness into the suppressive formation of the secret realm. Although they could not witness the real-time events within, their auras were unmistakably perceived by the gathered crowd. Xiao Ren's aura has vanished. He has perished. Furthermore, Ouyang Chun, Jiang Yan, and nearly all the renowned young leaders of the younger generation have met the same fate. Wait, look, that glow belongs to Xiao Ling Tong. Her aura has undergone a tremendous transformation. She's at the 8th layer of the Transcendence Realm. No, she is on the verge of breaking through to the Divine Ability Realm. A chorus of astonished voices filled the air, marveling at Xiao Ling Tong's extraordinary evolution, which surpassed all expectations. In their eyes, for a martial artist to transition from the Transcendence Realm to the Divine Ability Realm typically required at least half a month's arduous training following the acquisition of a martial seal, along with countless rare materials to facilitate such rapid advancement. Those who could leap directly into the Divine Ability Realm were universally recognized as unparalleled geniuses, a rarity seen once in a century. Yet this rarest of occasions had unfolded before their very eyes. Moreover, Xiao Ling Tong's aura had plummeted to near the level of an ordinary person just days prior, in a mere 3 days. She had transcended from nothingness to nearly completing a significant realm leap. This scene inevitably evoked memories of the cataclysmic events following the completion of the martial seal ceremony, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. Alas, what a pity! Had Xiao Ling Tong chosen to break through outside the secret realm, it would have undoubtedly sparked a phenomenon rivaling that of the past. One lamented, when His Highness Xiao Feng broke through. He drew the jealousy of the heavenly Tao, unleashing boundless calamities. This served as a warning to Xiao Feng that one must not cultivate too rapidly, lest the heavenly tribulation descends to annihilate any potential threat to the heavenly Tao. As martial artists, we battle against heaven and earth. We have never feared the heavenly Tao. Even though His Highness Xiao Feng received a warning from the heavenly Tao, in our eyes, this is an immense honor. To be remembered by the heavenly Tao is a mark of greatness among the few formidable warriors throughout the annals of time. One person countered, but was that extraordinary phenomenon truly caused by Xiao Feng? Doubts arose, as someone questioned. Though the Supreme Bone is formidable, it is not an uncommon entity. Historical records also recount numerous innate supremes who, during their breakthroughs, did not evoke such terrifying celestial anomalies throughout the endless ages. There have indeed been innate supremes, yet despite their immense power, they remained within the bounds of the heavenly Tao's tolerance. Among them were individuals whose talents surpassed even that of Xiao Feng. Yet none triggered such a dreadful phenomenon. The accumulation of these speculations led the speaker to begin questioning Xiao Feng's actions at that time. Ladies and gentlemen, who among you has personally witnessed the celestial anomaly that occurred when Xiao Feng made his breakthrough? Indeed, the information we possess seems to stem from Xiao Feng himself, subsequently relayed through his attendants to So. Are we to conclude that this celestial anomaly was propagated by Xiao Feng himself? On the high platform, the three elders, Han Shuang, Fan Zhong, and Pei Hui, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing the discussion below. King Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly unable to grasp the essence of what these martial artists were deliberating. Elder Pei Hui respectfully interjected. After the conclusion of the Martial Seal Grand Ceremony, several prodigies within the royal capital who acquired the Martial Seal experienced breakthroughs to the Divine Passage realm overnight. Among them was an unparalleled genius who, during his ascension, astonishingly triggered a celestial anomaly, causing a transformation in the heavens. The stars in the night sky altered their courses as a result. Each of our sects has specifically dispatched us to recruit this prodigy. We initially believed that this anomaly was instigated by His Highness Xiao Feng, but it seems that now, Pei Hui sighed bitterly, falling silent. Xiao Feng had audaciously deceived them. It is important to note that their journey was not solely to recruit the prodigy responsible for the celestial anomaly. Their primary aim was to attract the talented youth of the Diyu dynasty to nurture within their sect. However, Xiao Feng's recent extraordinary actions not only ensnared the three elders, but also left the entire royal capital in the dark. Should they bring him back to the sect, would not his actions lead to their own disgrace? Beside them, Bai Hong of the Butian sect chuckled lightly, stating, I believe this matter cannot solely be blamed on Xiao Feng. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? King Yu inquired with newfound interest, as his eldest son faced an onslaught of criticism, and the surrounding elders of the Xiao clan, who were observing the secret realm, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, unable to meet the gazes of others. The surrounding eyes were rife with sympathy and mockery. Look, the Xiao clan has produced a genius. He boasts that he could invoke celestial anomalies during his breakthrough. Yet in the end, he is nothing more than a blatant fraud. Had Xiao Feng not proclaimed that he triggered the celestial anomaly the moment it appeared, the backlash would not have come so swiftly. At this juncture, even King Yu's expression faltered, and he could only turn his head slightly to inquire of Bai Hong. Bai Hong continued, in the current royal capital, the only individual with sufficient potential to invoke celestial anomalies during a breakthrough to the Divine Passage realm is none other than His Highness's seventh prince. Xiao Chun, how could it possibly be him? No, that is utterly impossible. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, for the public's impression of Xiao Chun lingered on the memory of him as a once great figure who had fallen into utter ruin. Incapable of believing that the genius responsible for the anomaly could be Xiao Chun. How could it be Xiao Chun? Even the three elders, upon hearing Bai Hong's assertion, were equally taken aback. They too had sent individuals to investigate Xiao Chun, and they were well aware that he had devolved into a complete failure, even losing his mental faculties, incapable of coherent communication. Thus, how could he possibly be the genius who triggered the celestial anomaly? Were it not for the speaker being Bai Hong from the Butian sect, the three elders might have stormed out in disdain, unwilling to participate further in the discussion. In response, King Yu pondered thoughtfully, nodding slightly as he continued. But why is that? A genius capable of invoking celestial anomalies is a rarity throughout history, that if it truly is Xiao Chun, how could he have achieved such a feat? As the three elders listened intently, Bai Hong explained, have you not noticed that during the upheaval in the royal capital, numerous formidable warriors above the 100 Rivers realm engaged in fierce battles overnight, coinciding with the appearance of a celestial anomaly? Moreover, compared to the first occurrence, this second anomaly was even more terrifying, with divine and demonic apparitions emerging from the dark clouds, seemingly intent on tearing apart the very fabric of the heavens. The two anomalies were merely days apart. Could it be that Xiao Chun, after breaking through to the Divine Passage realm, achieved yet another breakthrough to a higher realm. How could that be possible? Elder Pei Hui and the others, filled with excitement, tightly gripped the arms of their chairs, causing the precious redwood to splinter into fragments, as if the chair itself expressed the owner's fervor. But if that were the case, then Xiao Chun would not be human. His talent would be akin to that of a demon. Such an individual, even if perceived as foolish, could only belong to our sect. Otherwise, should he fall into the hands of a rival sect, it would spell endless trouble. Bai Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the elder's reasoning that a normal martial artist, upon breaking through to the divine passage realm, requires a lengthy period to strengthen, widen, and stabilize their meridians. Without these steps, how could one possibly achieve another breakthrough? Do you really believe that the heavenly Tao is merely idle? Should such a martial artist truly arise, I would keep my distance, wary of any association. To defy the laws of the heavenly Tao is to invite certain death. That is an immutable rule. I only hope that when the time comes, my distance from Xiao Chun is great enough. Otherwise, if divine retribution strikes, it matters not whether I am familiar with him or not. Fortunately, Bai Hong reassured them, Your Highness, you should know that Xiao Chen's realm is said to exist only in legends, the 10th layer of the passage realm. The 10th layer? He has opened 10 meridians? Before King Yu could respond, Elder Han Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Though Han Shuang's voice was not loud, it still drew countless gazes, and upon comprehending his words, expressions of astonishment spread across many faces. The 10th layer. Is it not said that the limit of the passage realm is the 9th layer? 9 is the ultimate number. It is common knowledge that there are only 9 meridians in the human body. How then could Xiao Chun have opened a 10th meridian? Do not speak of things you do not understand. In ancient times, the prodigies of humanity relied on 10 meridians to battle against the heavens and the earth. In ancient times, the prodigies of humanity were the most formidable martial artists on this continent, and they could face any beast without fear. Against a prodigy who has opened 10 meridians, no creature stands a chance. Regrettably, with the demise of the ancient era, most of its history has been lost, leaving only a few fragments that have evolved into today's martial arts. King Yu's expression revealed a contemplative acknowledgement of Bai Hong's assertions. So, are you suggesting that Xiao Chun truly opened 10 meridians? In that instant, a tidal wave of excitement surged through the hearts of the crowd. The ancient rumors were indeed true. Within the human body exists a previously undiscovered 10th meridian. And Xiao Chun not only discovered this hidden meridian, but also ascended to the divine passage realm because of it. This makes everything coherent. After receiving confirmation, Han Shuang and the others exhaled deeply, collapsing back into their chairs. When the 10th meridian was opened, the heavenly Tao was enraged, for someone attempted to recreate the glory of the ancient era, which led to the celestial anomaly we witnessed. Subsequently, on the long street, he absorbed a fragment of the unique energy harnessed by the 100 Rivers Realm warriors using the power of the heavens to break through to the divine passage realm. As Bai Hong spoke, he marveled at Xiao Chen's audacity in absorbing the energy of the 100 Rivers Realm warriors. Not only did he survive the violent backlash, but he also turned misfortune into fortune, achieving an unprecedented 10 meridian breakthrough. This young man was truly suited for the Butian arts. Look, it seems the Grand Formation is exhibiting abnormalities. Someone shouted at in the square. The mottled formation flickered erratically, as pure chi continuously surged forth from the towering piles of mysterious crystals. Merging into the Grand Formation, the ancient Grand Formation appeared unstable, as wisps of blood mist began to seep out, swirling ominously in the air. Not good. The Grand Formation is about to collapse, King Yu bellowed. Rising swiftly into the air, gathering immense chi between his palms to suppress the trembling areas surrounding the Grand Formation. The consumption of the mysterious crystals accelerated dramatically, with streams of chi pouring into the Grand Formation like a torrent. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your strength. Should the Grand Formation collapse, it would not only spell disaster for the current disciples of the Shao clan still within the secret realm, but it would also lead to their total annihilation. At this moment, King Yu paid no heed to anything else. His entire being surged with true energy, unleashing a terrifying might that suddenly suppressed the surroundings. Bai Hong and the others, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hesitated no longer. They all cried out in unison, rising into the air to assist King Yu in stabilizing the grand formation. In this instant, regardless of their positions, their inner conscience spurred them on, resolutely determined to prevent the collapse of the secret realm. What, indeed, had transpired within the secret realm? Han Shuang shouted loudly, his true energy flowing ceaselessly as he diligently repaired the long-neglected formations of the array. Among the four, he alone excelled in formation techniques. Even though the secret realm's array was a relic from millennia past, he could barely manage to maintain the integrity of its patterns. Yet something monumental must have occurred within the secret realm. Otherwise, such a scene would not have unfolded. The long-neglected array was on the brink of collapse, and the lives of Xiao Chun and the others hung perilously in the balance. Everyone, leave at once. To avoid innocent casualties when the array crumbles, cold sweat beaded on by Hong's forehead as he shouted loudly, urging countless warriors whose consciousnesses had intruded into the array to vacate the area immediately. Under the resounding cries of the five powerful figures, countless individuals began to flee from the square. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the Ouyang family's camp, hurtling toward the array. Ouyang Sun, what are you doing? The family head, Ouyang Long, sensed the anomaly and rushed out in haste. However, upon seeing the cold indifference in Ouyang Sun's eyes, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Noise. Ouyang Sun turned back and, with a single punch, sent Ouyang Long crashing to the ground, creating a shallow pit as he spat out blood and instantly lost consciousness. This person was certainly not Ouyang Sun. Yet, after dispatching Ouyang Long, Ouyang Sun pressed on relentlessly, dashing toward the grand array like a streak of lightning. King Yu blocked his path, bellowing, "Who dares to create chaos in my palace?" Chapter 65. Reinforcements. Boom, with a single punch. He unleashed a violent storm, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if affected by King Yu's strike. Terrifying true energy radiated outward, and the sound of explosions echoed continuously in the heavens above. The figure of a divine general seemed to materialize, coldly observing the scene below, a powerful warrior at the spirit realm, even if only newly ascended, could still unleash a fearsome power when enraged, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Ouyang Sun's expression suddenly stiffened. At this moment, facing the mightiest warrior of the dynasty, any thought of concealing his own strength would be an act of recklessness toward his own life. With a flash, Ouyang Sun pushed his speed to the limit, his figure resembling a phantom lightning bolt as he almost instantaneously crossed nearly Tianzhong, arriving beneath the grand array. Channeling his true energy, he thrust upward, executing the dragon claw technique. Around them, a faint sound resembling a dragon's roar emerged. Boom! Two iron fists, both imbued with overwhelming force, collided with tremendous impact, sending powerful shockwaves that swept in all directions, toppling countless individuals who had yet to retreat. Subsequently, King Yu's expression grew grave as he sensed another surge of immense power emanating from the other's palm, one that was not in the slightest inferior to his own. This was also a warrior of the spirit realm. A serious expression settled on King Yu's face. It was clear that the individual before him was not Ouyang Sun, but rather a likely usurper who had long since assumed Ouyang Sun's identity, lurking within the Ouyang family. Unlike the national master, who had forcibly ascended to the spirit realm at the cost of his own vitality, this person's aura appeared deep and profound, almost indistinguishable from his own. Using the tremendous recoil, he leaped into the air above the grand array. A flash of blood surged past as Ouyang Sun seized this fleeting opportunity to enter the secret realm. Before King Yu could react, the grand array suddenly emitted a catastrophic sound of crumbling under immense pressure. The intricate patterns of the array were swiftly extinguished, and what was once a solid foundation began to weaken, swaying precariously. The grand array could not accommodate the presence of a blood spirit beyond the divine realm, nor could it tolerate the intrusion of a powerful warrior of that caliber. This posed a formidable challenge to maintaining the array's stability. Had it not been for Elder Han Shuang's desperate repairs, this vast formation would have likely collapsed instantaneously, with unimaginable consequences. Yet allowing that individual to breach the grand array was equally untenable. Everyone, hold the array steady for now. I will enter the secret realm and expel this intruder. With a mighty shout, King Yu's figure surged after the shadow, vanishing from the square. King Yu's presence disappeared. The collapse of the array's patterns accelerated dramatically, and the surrounding mystical crystals were almost instantly depleted in considerable quantity. However, the rate of collapse far surpassed Elder Han Shuang's repairs, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he dared not relent. Within the array, nearly 100 disciples from various prestigious families in the royal capital remained. Any misstep would spell the end for the young generation of the Diyu dynasty. The entire martial lineage of the Diyu dynasty would face utter annihilation. The consequences were beyond their imagination. Why did I have to encounter such a calamity? Elder Han Shuang muttered inwardly, then suddenly grasped a mystical crystal nearby and swallowed it, feeling the pure true energy coursing through his veins. As the fresh true energy surged through his meridians, Han Shuang's eyes suddenly shone with brilliance, akin to a wild beast released from its long confinement. Boom! The speed at which Elder Han Shuang repaired the formations multiplied, his figure almost becoming a blur of afterimages. Both Fan Zhong and Pei Hui, witnessing this, felt a sense of astonishment. When had they ever seen Han Shuang exhibit such formidable prowess at this moment? It was Bai Hong who remained perceptive, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly fetch mystical crystals and channel all their pure true energy to Elder Han Shuang." This was a unique martial technique. Bai Hong understood clearly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Elder Han Shuang to suddenly become so powerful, managing to keep pace with the destructive force of two spirit realm warriors. How many hidden cards does this fellow possess? A sense of shock filled Fan Zhong and Pei Hui's eyes, yet they felt little emotion beyond that. They had known each other for decades. Although they belonged to different sects, they had mutual respect for one another. And moreover, they understood formations. While they could not reach the terrifying level of Elder Han Shuang, they possessed some proficiency. They could only hope that King Yu and that mysterious individual would not escalate matters too far. Otherwise, even with their combined efforts, it would merely be a drop in the bucket. Pei Hui sighed ruefully, saying, "The secret realm is currently far too tumultuous. First, there was the Blood Spirit King bathing in the blood spring, coincidentally taking steps toward advancing to the human extreme realm. As a result, the ancient secret realm began to collapse, with a significant portion of the formations responsible for suppressing the blood spirits of the divine realm crumbling first. Shortly after, another mysterious individual suddenly burst forth, clashing with King Yu and proving to be evenly matched, subsequently tearing a gap in the grand array and forcefully invading the secret realm. King Yu would not allow a spirit realm warrior to wreak havoc within the secret realm, and with only him present among the spirit realm warriors, he chose to follow that mysterious individual into the depths of the secret realm. Thus, the entire secret realm began to collapse entirely. Terrifying spatial gales surged around them, growing increasingly powerful as countless blood spirits and warriors were swept into the tempest, instantly turning to ash roar. The Blood Spirit King's furious roars had, unbeknownst to them, grown significantly weaker. Xiaochen turned to look back and was shocked to find the previously towering Blood Spirit King surrounded by dissipating blood mist, now rendered almost invisible, even though the secret realm slowly crumbled. The hazy beam of light showed no signs of waning. Instead, it grew increasingly ominous over time, intensifying the pressure upon the Blood Spirit King. Roar! The Blood Spirit King, corroded by this beam of light, was left in a state of utter weakness, perpetually roaring and struggling, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it were destined to perish alongside the Blood Spirit King. "Xiao Chun, someone will come to kill you." Xiao Feng lay on the ground, coughing blood, his aura gradually fading, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. His supreme bone was destroyed, compounded by the pervasive corrosion of the blood mist surrounding him, resulting in his injuries deteriorating to a critical state within mere moments. Should he fail to receive treatment soon, it was likely he would not survive much longer. "Just come. I shall bear it all." Chapter 66. The ancestor Xiao Chen suddenly felt a profound sense of relief. Above the secret realm, streams of chaotic space surged forth from the pitch-black rifts, rendering the entire domain akin to a precariously swaying chassis. Approaching the enigmatic pillar of light, Xiao Chen sat down beside it, his countenance devoid of any fear regarding his imminent demise. Rather, it exuded a tranquility akin to that of a wish fulfilled. Having slain Xiao Feng and obliterated the Supreme Bone, the long-sought vengeance that Xiao Chun had relentlessly pursued was finally realized. The intoxicating sensation of vengeance fulfilled indeed enveloped him, but as for Ouyang Yunshan, he was likely long since consumed by the chaotic currents of space, reduced to mere dust at Ayan Xiaoqin's eyes. Even life and death held little significance. Having already traversed death once, what fear could he possibly harbor of facing it again? Now, as the secret realm crumbled, those outside the Grand Formation were undoubtedly devising myriad methods to rescue them. The hope was scant. Xiaoqin sat on the ground in a most unceremonious manner, observing the Blood Spirit King, whose breath grew progressively feeble. Without turning his head, he inquired, "Do you truly believe that King Yu would confer the position of heir upon you out of fear for the power at your back? Is your backing truly mightier than that of King Yu? Why should I divulge anything to you?" Xiao Feng grinned silently, the smile tugging at the wounds upon his chest, prompting another bout of violent coughing. As blood erupted forth, "That if you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. I am not one to pry excessively." Xiaoqin shrugged in resignation, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the support behind Xiao Feng. To him, such matters were trifles in the face of impending death. After all, what concern did a dying man have with such trivialities? Death brings a lightness of being that a dreadful silence ensued, with only the anguished roars of the Blood Spirit King and the terrifying sound of the earth merging with the void echoing around them. "It is the Panlong sect at last." Breaking the silence, Xiao Feng's voice emerged, feeble as if he might expire at any moment. With the destruction of the Supreme Bone, his energy reservoir had nearly collapsed. His time was fleeting, that I in the face of death, words become kind. The Panlong sect. Xiaoqin was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. The Panlong sect was a prestigious hidden lineage within the Great Xia dynasty, its status rivaling that of the Butian sect within the Great Yu dynasty, that in the Desolate Realms. They were both competitors and allies. The Panlong sect concealed innumerable formidable martial artists, including many of the King Yu tier. If indeed the Panlong sect stood behind Xiao Feng, it could undoubtedly sway King Yu's decisions. But why would the Panlong sect support Xiao Feng? Just as Xiaoqin contemplated this, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated through the air. Boom! 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 Countless terrifying muffled sounds echoed, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. Two figures emerged from the spatial rifts, one after the other, their bodies enveloped in the dreadful aura of chaotic currents. As if they had burst forth from the Grand Formation, traversing the void for an extended duration before finally reaching the secret realm. The moment the two appeared, an intense desire for survival surged within Xiao Feng's eyes. "It is someone from the Panlong sect. King Yu, have you forgotten the pact you made with the Panlong sect?" Ahead, a figure seemingly pursued suddenly bellowed back. "Before me, numerous sparse spatial rifts emerged, though minuscule. They were sufficient to shred a person into fragments, blocking Ouyang Sun's path. A series of shadowy fists imbued with terrifying power surged forth, forcing Ouyang Sun to alter his trajectory lest he suffer grave injuries." Recalling the solemn promises made previously, Ouyang Sun felt a wave of regret wash over him. "How dare you? I am now the sovereign of the Great Yu dynasty. Would I ever condescend to associate with scoundrels like you? Cease your wild proclamations, or I shall not hesitate to unleash my iron fists upon you." King Yu's thunderous reprimand silenced Ouyang Sun's words. "You old ghost, have you no shame left?" Ouyang Sun nearly spat blood. His attempts to vociferously chastise King Yu for his lack of righteousness thwarted by a series of powerful blows that left him reeling, unable to articulate a single word, forced to retreat in self-preservation. "Stop right there!" King Yu roared, a spatial rift materializing before him, and in the next instant, he vanished, reappearing thousands of feet away, shattering the void in his wake, almost catching up to Ouyang Sun. Ouyang Sun cried out, channeling immense energy, as the terrifying aura surrounding him surged, as if an ancient god was awakening from the depths of an abyss. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the previously imposing presence shifted. King Yu's gaze became unfocused, and he sensed an intoxicating fragrance wafting through the in a moment of distraction. He inadvertently inhaled the scent. Instantly, he experienced a peculiar sensation before him, that an illusion. The scene before King Yu transformed. The once ominous surroundings morphed into a realm of captivating beauty, where countless enchanting women adorned in exquisite attire encircled him, eroding his reason. Unmoved by the king of illusions, in the next moment, Countless intricate runes surged forth from King Yu's being, as if he stood as an invincible deity, impervious to the influence of those around him. With a single punch, he shattered the illusions before him, scattering the beguiling visions into fragments. Ouyang Sun's expression shifted, and without a backward glance, he fled into the distance, propelled by the speed of a spirit realm cultivator, traversing the secret realm in the blink of an eye, entering its inner sanctum. Even while pursued by King Yu, Ouyang Sun's gaze fell upon the fallen Xiao Feng, and he shouted, "Ancestor Xiao Feng, are you all right?" "Ancestor." Xiao Chen's expression froze, an ominous premonition rising within him. The ancestor he referred to? Was it you? No, I cannot allow Xiao Feng to survive. A sudden clarity struck Xiao Chun. If the Panlong sect was indeed a hidden lineage, it meant that this sect had preserved its legacy since ancient times, undoubtedly possessing means unknown to Xiao Chun, capable of resurrecting Xiao Feng. Villains perish through excessive chatter. At last, Xiao Chun comprehended this principle. Grasping the severed blade beside him, he lunged fiercely towards Xiao Feng, determined to extinguish his life before Ouyang Sun could arrive. "How dare you?" Ouyang Sun's voice erupted, echoing like a lion's roar, instantly propelling Xiao Chun away. Chapter 67. Deceived Xiao Chen's figure crashed straight into the dimly glowing pillar of light, penetrating the feeble blood spirit king and ultimately colliding with the yet uncollapsed precipice, rendering him unconscious. The blood spirit king let out a tortured cry, as his entire being shrank violently, transforming into a blood-red crystal the size of a grinding stone, which plummeted to the ground. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Ouyang Sun's expression shifted to one of alarm as he noted the silence from Xiao Feng. His formidable spirit sense flared to life, discovering with a shock that Xiao Feng's life force was rapidly dissipating. His breath nearly extinguished. "This is bad." Ouyang Sun's eyes widened in horror as King Yu surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Clang! Ouyang Sun pivoted to block King Yu's strike, feeling as if he had been struck by an overwhelming force, his expression abruptly changing. Though Ouyang Sun had yet to reach the realm of void shattering, he was still a genuine spirit realm powerhouse, capable of contending with ordinary spirit realm cultivators for numerous exchanges. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched by the Panlong sect to protect Xiao Feng. Yet before King Yu, he felt utterly feeble, his form sent flying. Stabilizing himself in mid-air, Ouyang Sun wasted no time tending to his wounds, hastening towards Xiao Feng's location. "Xiao Chun, if you dare lay a finger on Xiao Feng, I will kill you." Ouyang Sun roared, channeling powerful energy into his palm as he charged at Xiao Chun. Boom! The violent clash echoed, yet Xiao Chun remained unconscious, while a formidable figure stood proudly before him, neutralizing Ouyang Sun's assault. "King Yu, what is your intention?" Ouyang Sun's countenance darkened, bewildered by King Yu's sudden and uncharacteristic behavior, especially as he unleashed his true power to obstruct him. Every strike aimed to kill. Ouyang Sun struggled to comprehend why, upon arriving in the royal capital to protect Xiao Feng, King Yu had initially agreed so readily. In fact, to rid himself of the Butian sect's influence, he had even ceded a portion of land within the Great Yu dynasty to the Panlong sect. Once, that land had been a refuge for the remnants of the 7 fallen kingdoms within the Great Yu dynasty. Now, it was inhabited solely by warriors from the Great Xia dynasty. Yet, why had King Yu suddenly reneged on their agreement, launching a frenzied assault on Ouyang Sun while obstructing his attempt to eliminate Xiao Chun? "I require no explanations for my actions," King Yu snorted coldly, resolutely blocking Xiao Chen's path. "You may take Xiao Feng with you. Since the Panlong sect has set its sights on him, he may go. But if you intend to harm a single member of the Xiao clan, do you truly believe there are none left to resist? I am still here." With a furious huff, the King of Yu unleashed a terrifying aura that surged in all directions. Countless horrific spatial turbulence violently shook, madly sweeping through the remnants of space within the secret realm. Ouyang Sun's expression grew increasingly grim. "Does this mean you are unwilling to designate Xiao Feng as the Crown Prince?" The position of Crown Prince is the most coveted within the Panlong sect. It could even be said that had Xiao Feng not been the Prince of King Yu, they would have long since brought him back to the sect for meticulous training. The reincarnation of an ancestral figure is not something one can easily forsake, that I have already stated at the onset of the trials that whoever collects the most blood crystals will be the unequivocal choice for the Crown Prince. The king of you chuckled, but regrettably, the creature in your arms has not collected as many blood crystals as that little one behind me. Impossible! Ouyang's son exclaimed, considering the blood crystals collected for Xiaofeng. The count in his hands had nearly reached 300. This is almost half of all the blood spirits within the secret realm. How could Xiao Chun, relying solely on himself, possibly compare to Xiaofeng? Prior to entering the secret realm, the Panlong sect had made ample preparations for Xiaofeng's ascendance. Not only did they hire dozens of assassins in the Seven Stars Pavilion, exchanging positions with warriors from the Ouyang family, but they also exerted tremendous effort to rally nearly every family in the royal capital to their side. How could Xiao Chun, all by himself, contend with them? Indeed, he was incapable of undertaking such a task alone. The king of Yu explained leisurely, but fortunately, Xiao Chun has you by his side to me. A disquieting thought surged within Ouyang's son. Yes, without you, how could Xiao Chun have possibly slain the Blood Spirit King and claimed victory? Slaying the Blood Spirit King? Ouyang's son's eyes widened. It was not that he cared about the Blood Spirit King's strength, but he suddenly remembered how, in his eagerness to save someone, he had shouted loudly, inadvertently sending Xiao Chun flying. His figure crossed through the air, ultimately resulting in the forcible demise of the Blood Spirit King, that a massive blood crystal, akin to a grinding wheel, lay before the king of Yu. Narrowing his eyes, the king deliberately remarked, "Initially, I too believed that within our clan, no one could rival Xiaofeng. However, it appears that yet another extraordinary talent has emerged from the Xiao clan. Why should I neglect my own genius and instead use yours?" The king of Yu was acutely aware of the intentions behind the Panlong sect. If Xiaofeng were to be made crown prince, once he abdicated, he would undoubtedly face retribution from the Panlong sect, followed swiftly by the encroachment of the Daxia dynasty's forces, leading to the Great Yu dynasty's incorporation under the immense pressure of Xiaofeng. Such disgrace, even if he cared little for his own bloodline. Upon hearing that Xiaofeng was a reincarnation of an ancestral figure in the history of the Panlong sect, his mind was momentarily befuddled. He could not comprehend whether the world had gone mad or was simply foolish enough to refer to a 20-year-old youth as an ancestor. With vast resources from a clandestine sect pouring towards Xiaofeng. Excellent, splendid. No wonder you are so resolute. Your Highness, I shall remember this day. Upon my return to the sect, I will undoubtedly report this matter and await the retaliation from my Panlong sect. I would be glad to accompany you. The king of Yu responded with a cheerful laugh, adding, "And you should also return the territories of the 7 nations that you have been managing for me. Have you borrowed them for so long that you now believe they belong to you? It is one thing to kill those remnants of the 7 nations, but you have even slain the officials I sent to manage the towns. Do you truly think I am unaware of everything?" The king of Yu said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. As his aura began to rise slowly, he commanded, "I give you 5 days to withdraw from the territories of the 7 nations. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. All who do not leave shall be my enemies." Boom! A formidable aura surged forth, instantly suppressing the soon-to-erupt Ouyang's son. After carefully assessing the disparity in strength between them, he quickly reined in his combative spirit, swallowing this message with great indignation and departing with Xiaofeng. Chapter 68. The Trials Conclude. Yet this time, the king of Yu did not pursue. Glancing back at the unconscious Xiao Chun, he sighed and beckoned, enveloping the gravely injured Xiao Chun with dense true energy as he traversed the shattered secret realm. With each step forward, the king's expression darkened further. This secret realm, nearly the size of several royal cities, had collapsed so easily. Countless individuals were thus drawn into the chaotic spatial turbulence, their remains obliterated. Even the king of Yu could not walk in the void for too long. The unknowns in the void were far too many. Returning to the main topic, the secret realm had collapsed under the force of the Blood Spirit King's assault. The grinding wheel-sized blood crystal was placed into the king's spatial ring as he walked alongside Xiao Chun, aiding the remaining surviving members of the Xiao clan. "Your Majesty, the king of Yu has come to rescue us. Look, everyone, we are saved." Countless surviving members of the Xiao clan, barely clinging to life amidst the terrifying spatial turbulence, shouted excitedly upon seeing the king, rejoicing in their newfound chance at life, that in a certain location, amidst the unnamed mountain range, Xiao Ling Tong, who had just broken through, appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend her current whereabouts. Where am I? Shouldn't I be within the secret realm? Yet why does it feel so dark and perilous around me? The National Master had once been a formidable figure in the spirit realm, and although he had forcibly ascended through sheer vitality, he still possessed insights regarding that realm. The formations he had set up were far more robust and concealed than the imagination of ordinary individuals could fathom. However, in the eyes of the King of Yu, they were easily discernible. Tong is here. The king's gaze flickered, and he shattered the void, arriving amidst the great formation. The spatial turbulence here was exceedingly chaotic. A moment's inattention could lead to severe injuries, even for him. After the series of battles, the wounds sustained during the previous night's conflict with the National Master had begun to show signs of worsening. The snow-white collar of his robe was already soaked with blood, yet he still displayed no hint of fatigue. He was the King of Yu. To outsiders, he was the absolute powerhouse of the Great Yu dynasty. And a strong individual does not require rest. Steadying his mind, the king exhaled lightly, then gathered boundless energy in his palm, striking fiercely at the great formation. Boom! The formation shattered in response. The rich scent of medicinal herbs instantly filled the air. And the King of Yu quickly understood why Xiao Ling Tong had managed to break through to the Divine Passage realm in such a short span of days. The name of this treasure trove's owner was on the verge of surfacing. Yet, at this moment, the king's thoughts were not on this, and he had to temporarily forego the unnamed mountain range. However, the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred from all directions of the unnamed mountain range. Waves upon waves of formations surged forth, stacked atop one another, amounting to hundreds. Without exception, they were all lethal arrays. Outside the secret realm, the National Master, who was following the Ouyang family's team in retreat, smiled faintly, parting his lips to utter a single word softly. Explode. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal roar instantly reduced the once magnificent mountains to dust. The terrifying shockwave raced towards the King of Yu. The latter instinctively sought to rise and evade. But recalling the dozens of young Shao clan members trailing behind him, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to withstand the shockwave. Ugh, the King of Yu grunted, his injuries nearly reaching the bone. Blood gushing forth in torrents, instantly soaking his pristine garments. His aura began to waver precariously. Within, he harbored a deep-seated desire to retaliate against the one who had drenched him in blood, yearning for swift vengeance. Subsequently, the king divided a sliver of his consciousness to suppress the endless spatial turbulence surrounding him, rescuing Xiao Ling Tong. After thoroughly inspecting the secret realm, confirming that no surviving disciples remained, the King of Yu intended to tear through the void and return to the royal capital. Suddenly, he heard a faint, desperate cry for help. Save me. The King of Yu, suppressing his grievous wounds, scanned the area and unexpectedly recognized a familiar face. It seemed to be a member of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Yunsong. The king nodded, waving his hand to bring the fortunate Ouyang Yunsong, who had narrowly escaped calamity, along with him back to the palace. Outside the great formation, Elder Han Shuang, already drenched in sweat, suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes, gazing at the increasingly potent formation, and shouted loudly, "Attention! They are about to emerge. They are finally coming out." Bai Hong and the others' eyes blazed with intensity as they distanced themselves, ultimately halting in midair, urging the last remnants of the formation to open the exit. Swish, with a single step, King Yu extricated himself from the tumultuous currents of space, his countenance bespeaking profound discontent. Initially, after his breakthrough to the spirit realm, he had yet to fully comprehend the nuances of this new state before engaging in a fierce battle with the National Master. The latter, employing an array of bizarre techniques previously unheard of, had nearly inflicted grievous injury upon King Yu. Subsequently, in pursuit of Ouyang Sun, he traversed the void, further exacerbating the strain on his body and exacerbating his wounds. Soon after, he encountered the National Master yet again, who unleashed a myriad of low-tier formations, their cumulative effect resulting in a catastrophic oversight on King Yu's part, leaving him drenched in his own blood, but as he led dozens through the chaotic spatial currents. There were multiple instances when he nearly succumbed to the terrifying maelstrom. Fortunately, he returned to AT this moment. The returning group, overwhelmed with emotion, wept for their surroundings, feeling an intense gratitude for their survival. The trials they had faced were unprecedented, with casualties surpassing those of previous ancestral temple trials combined. King Yu abandoned the rescued members of the Shao clan and hastened toward his secluded retreat to recuperate and heal. He recognized that since the national master had anticipated his journey to the Nameless Mountains, even orchestrating hundreds of explosive traps, it was evident that there lay a far grander scheme unfolding behind the scenes. The trial has concluded, Elder Fan Zhong remarked. Your survival through such horrific spatial turbulence signifies that you possess ample talent and fortune. With this assurance, I believe your journey in the martial arts will be smooth sailing ahead. Those wishing to join my Burning Heaven sect, gather here. Those desiring to enter my Golden Phoenix City, come forth. The three elders continuously beckoned the surviving disciples to choose the sect they wished to join. Throughout these days, while observing each disciple, the disciples too covertly scrutinized the three elders that in the Great Yu dynasty. A formidable sect is the most crucial foundation for cultivating martial artists. Within the sect, numerous powerful warriors and an abundance of invaluable manuals exist, alongside countless blessed lands that can significantly aid martial practitioners in their training. Almost every martial artist in the Great Yu dynasty joins a sect to hone their skills. Even the royal Shao family is no exception. Just as the crowd was following the elder summons to pledge allegiance, an unexpected voice resonated, filled with incredulous excitement. 9 meridians? True Phoenix Chi. Elder Fan Zhong from Golden Phoenix City nearly sparkled with delight in his eyes. Having spent years recruiting disciples for Golden Phoenix City, he had never encountered such a unique situation as the one presented before him. You are Shao Ling Tong? Ling Tong, would you like to join Golden Phoenix City? Should you choose to, our sect's foundational techniques and training realms will be unconditionally accessible to you. I can assure you that within 5 years, you will break through to the human extreme realm, and within 10 years, you will attain the same level as King Yu. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. Did I hear correctly? Elder Fan Zhong is so humble, all to recruit Shao Ling Tong into Golden Phoenix City. Could it be that Shao Ling Tong is an undiscovered genius? Yet, why did the other two sects not vie for her attention? Given that their strength was no less formidable than that of Golden Phoenix City. Upon hearing the term True Phoenix Chi, it should have been clear that Elder Fan Zhong's humility stemmed from the fact that this True Phoenix Chi harmonized splendidly with Golden Phoenix City's cultivation techniques, something the other three sects could not offer. The True Phoenix and Golden Phoenix are two branches of the same root. Thus, even though Shao Ling Tong had just broken through to the Divine Passage realm and her aura was still stabilizing, Elder Fan Zhong had already recognized her uniqueness in an effort to win her over. He even proposed astonishing terms. Upon hearing this, Shao Ling Tong gently shook her head, a hint of regret in her voice. I am sorry, Elder Fan, but I only wish to join the same sect as my brother. Shao Chun. It was Shao Chun who had provided her with everything. Whether it was rescuing her from the clutches of several assassins, or preserving her cultivation talent within the secret realm, where he generously bestowed upon her a true Phoenix scripture, aiding her in reaching her current realm. Such a profound favor was akin to a rebirth. Shao Ling Tong was no mere beast unworthy of recognition. She understood the importance of reciprocation. Joining the Supplement Sky sect would be a waste of your talents. Elder Fan Zhong exclaimed urgently. Though the Supplement Sky sect is the foremost sect in the Great Yu dynasty, it is not adept at cultivating warriors with true Phoenix Chi as we are in Golden Phoenix City. Furthermore, upon joining my Golden Phoenix City, even the City Lord will personally emerge from seclusion to take you as his disciple. That is a peerless powerhouse of the Supreme Realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively held their breath, afraid to utter a sound. The Supreme Realm. It felt so distant, akin to the stars in the sky. Utterly unattainable. However, upon witnessing the earnest expression on Elder Fan Zhong's face, the whispers of doubt among many were silenced, as if grasped by an invisible hand around their throats. Elder Fan Zhong is serious? But is Shao Ling Tong's True Phoenix Chi truly rarer than the True Phoenix bloodline? At this moment, Ouyang Yunshan, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped back to reality. She rushed forward, exclaiming loudly, I possess the True Phoenix bloodline. You must accept me as your disciple. I also want to be a direct disciple of a Supreme Realm warrior. Fool! Elder Fan Zhong roared in fury, an explosive surge of true chi erupting from his body, sending Ouyang Yunshan crashing to the ground. You, a shameless person, dare to aspire to join my Golden Phoenix City? I'll tell you plainly. As long as I remain in Golden Phoenix City, you and that Xiao Feng will never step foot within. He was utterly disgusted by the shamelessness of Ouyang Yunshan. Even if she possessed the true Phoenix bloodline, what of it? A martial artist of such dubious character would ultimately bring suffering to the sect. Regardless of her talent, then no, I possess the true Phoenix bloodline. I am the most suitable disciple for Golden Phoenix City. If you refuse to accept me, do you not fear I will seek out Golden Phoenix City and have your sect master expel you? Arrogant, presumptuous. Not to mention that Golden Phoenix City was thousands of miles from the royal capital. Even if Ouyang Yunshan managed to reach it through sheer determination, how could she possibly meet a supreme realm powerhouse at her whim? This only illustrated how foolish Ouyang Yunshan had become. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in such an odious display. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Feng's abrupt rescue, leaving her alone within the royal palace, that she desperately sought a refuge. For reasons unknown, she fixated on begging the very Golden Phoenix City elder she had previously scorned to accept her as a disciple, that if she could once again become a disciple of Golden Phoenix City, she might reclaim her standing and disdain those who had once looked down upon her. A mere rabble. Elder Fan Zhong was utterly speechless in the face of this exceedingly shameless woman. Even as he unleashed his true chi to send her flying, she persisted in trailing him like a pesky fly in her quest for stability. She had cast aside all semblance of dignity. Foolish wretch! Elder Fan Zhong scoffed disdainfully, choosing to disregard Ouyang Yunshan's futile struggles. Turning his attention back to Xiao Chun, he urged, Xiao Chun, I understand your aspirations do not lie with Golden Phoenix City. But for the sake of your sister, you must realize that in the entire Great Yu dynasty, only Golden Phoenix City can successfully aid those with true Phoenix Chi in cultivating the true Phoenix body. Elder Fan Zhong's words were imbued with an air of authority. Yet the other elders present did not dare to refute him, silently observing as he eloquently persuaded Xiao Qin. Should you choose to join Golden Phoenix City, I cannot guarantee much, but with your talent, you will undoubtedly become a direct disciple of a spirit realm powerhouse. Moreover, all resources required for your cultivation will be provided by Golden Phoenix City. Elder Fan Zhong earnestly counseled. Such an enticing offer, even if not quite on par with the city lord's direct discipleship, was hardly lacking. It is important to note that within the entire Great Yu dynasty, talent is not confined solely to the royal capital, in the southern territories of what was once the Seven Kingdoms. Many talented individuals would also seek to join Golden Phoenix City. This moment, the discussion turned to the topic of heavenly grade martial techniques. As Elder Fan Zhong's words settled, the already restless Pei Hui chuckled lightly and remarked, What grandiosity from Elder Fan! You presume Xiao Chan would care about such trivial resources? Pei Laogo, what do you mean? You intend to cultivate without resources, surviving on mere air while contending with others. Do you dare to clash with someone else's true martial prowess or even their spiritual weapons? Elder Fan Zhong is equally unwilling to back down, that if you can produce a spiritual weapon on the spot, I will turn and leave without contesting a single piece. Pei Hui provocatively remarked. What is the matter? The esteemed Elder Fan, could it be that you cannot even present a single spiritual weapon? This particular spiritual weapon is valued at no less than 50 million silver coins. And given Elder Fan Zhong's financial situation, he is indeed somewhat stretched. Fan Zhong momentarily found himself in a difficult position. Putting on a brave front. Pei Hui scoffed disdainfully and turned to Xiao Chun, saying, Xiao Chun, if you were to come to our Golden Feather City, I assure you, our city lord will personally step forward to accept you as a disciple. The Lord of Golden Feather City is also a formidable supreme realm expert. In addition, all the conditions that any direct disciple should have, we will double for you. The audience was left somewhat bewildered, feeling as if they had just heard the names of all the powerful figures in their lives. Golden Feather City and Golden Phoenix City. These two great factions are actually vying to recruit Xiao Chun as a disciple. Such a scene was truly surreal, leaving many momentarily unable to accept it. IVE got it. I possess the bloodline of the true Phoenix, a powerful lineage ranked 99th on the celestial bloodline list. If you accept me as a disciple, you are essentially securing a future top-tier powerhouse for your sect. Ouyang Yunshan suddenly jumped up, eagerly trying to promote herself to Elder Pei Hui. Guards, take this raucous woman away. Elder Fan Zhong coldly ordered, signaling two nearby attendants to step forward and escort the unruly Ouyang Yunshan away. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Xiao Chun and Xiao Ling Tong while being led away, marking the end of this farce. Once the commotion ceased, the crowd's attention shifted back to Xiao Chun. What sect would he choose? At that moment, Bai Hong, who had remained silent for a long time, surprisingly revealed a rare smile toward Xiao Chun beside him. His attendant Bai Fong also gave Xiao Chun a simple grin. Bai Hong extended an olive branch, saying, "Xiao Chun, if you join my Butian sect, although with your talent, you would quickly stand out. Initially, no one will teach you anything. You must explore and find your own way, after which Butian sect will formally accept you as a direct disciple to learn our sect's signature martial art, Butian technique." To the ears of the onlookers, this offer felt strikingly disappointing. Golden Phoenix City was offering conditions of direct disciple status and substantial resource allocation to recruit Xiao Ling Tong. Yet why did Butian sect present such a mundane, even somewhat harsh, proposition to the more talented Xiao Chen? However, upon reflection, the crowd found some understanding. Since Butian sect is the foremost sect within the Diyu dynasty, they certainly possess their unique methods of nurturing disciples. Every disciple who joins Butian sect is resolute and extraordinarily gifted. Such talents require no guidance from others. They have their own unique growth paths. And before they mature, they are not worthy of learning the sect's signature martial arts. This is an unbreakable rule that even Bai Hong cannot alter. This condition is no different from having none at all. Why should one choose Butian sect? Do they truly believe themselves to be so significant? Foolishness. There is undoubtedly a rationale behind Butian sect's actions, or else why would those renowned prodigies within the Diyu dynasty strive so fervently to enter Butian sect? As the crowd continued to bicker, I pose a question. Even if you wish to join, does Butian sect even desire you? They are inquiring about Xiao Chun. Indeed, the spectators jolted back to reality. Awakening from their gossip, the Butian sect seeks Xiao Chun, not them. Regardless of how much they argue, what purpose does it serve? The true power of decision lies within Xiao Chen's hands. The latter, however, fell into deep contemplation. His brow furrowed as he pondered Bai Hong's proposal. Finally, he lifted his head with a smile and said, "I'm afraid not. Although Butian sect is renowned, it does not align with the path I wish to take. Therefore, I must respectfully decline." Not joining Butian sect, the crowd erupted in astonishment. In the history of the Diyu dynasty, this was the first time a prodigy had rejected an invitation from Butian sect, and even did so without a hint of remorse. This was an utterly reckless course of action, leaving no room for retreat. As the crowd remained in shock, some even began to secretly curse Xiao Chun for his foolishness in turning away from such a powerful sect. What followed was even more astonishing. Furthermore, from this moment on, I also do not intend to join any sect. He simultaneously declined the invitations from 4 sects. At this point, the onlookers were left speechless, utterly stunned by Xiao Chen's audacious actions. What does this mean? Is he planning to venture alone into the vast wilderness, or does he intend to languish within the Diyu dynasty for the rest of his days? Are you serious? Bai Hong raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Chen's response, instead growing more intrigued. Xiao Chun, think it through, that if you change your mind now, I will disregard everything that has transpired. You can still join my Butian sect. But if you are certain, from this moment forth, Butian sect will part ways with you. Bai Hong's tone turned grave. The signature martial art of Butian sect, the Butian technique, is legendary. Renowned throughout the wilderness for being a low-grade heavenly technique. Low-grade heavenly technique. The crowd had long heard of the formidable nature of the Butian technique. When it was unleashed, who could rival it? However, they never expected it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. A low-grade heavenly technique, a rarity in the world. Yet, Xiao Chun smiled and declined once more, stating, "I apologize, I have my own path." Still refusing, Bai Hong's gaze bore into Xiao Chun. While the latter met his look without a hint of fear that it last, Bai Hong conceded, sighing, "Xiao Chun, you are indeed proud. However, one day you will realize that today's choice will be one of the most foolish decisions of your life. The last foolish decision was when you single-handedly infiltrated the assassin's lair, and no matter what, I am still alive and have grown stronger than ever. That is sufficient." Xiao Chun replied with a smile. Infiltrating the assassin's lair to rescue Xiao Ling Tong is an action that no one could deem unworthy. Family bonds are invaluable. Moreover, the relationship between Xiao Ling Tong and Xiao Chun had long since deepened. Becoming kin. This is not a choice to be debated. Even if a mountain of blades or a sea of flames lies ahead, Xiao Chun would still venture forth to save Xiao Ling Tong. Bai Hong sighed, saying, "Very well, the path of genius is always fraught with challenges. Should you ever feel regret in the future, you may seek me out at Zhongnan Mountain and join Butian sect." With another sigh, Bai Hong, along with Bai Fong, turned to leave. Their visit was solely for Xiao Chun, and if he was unwilling, Bai Hong would not waste further time and would return to the sect. Upon exiting the palace, Bai Fong curiously asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you persuade Xiao Chun to stay? Didn't you think highly of him? A genius must tread his own path. No one can persuade him otherwise. To do so would not be to help him, but to harm him." Bai Hong sighed. It is a pity that this young man's talent is almost surpassing that of senior brother Dao Ning. If he were to join Butian sect, he would begin cultivating the Butian technique within 3 years. "Senior brother," Bai Fong said with a pained expression. "What is it? Are we lost again?" Within the palace, the departure of Butian sect seemed to signal the conclusion of this secret realm trial. Elder Fan Zhong sighed, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Xiao Chun, causing the latter to feel an unsettling chill. "What have I done to you? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Xiao Chun, the gates of our Golden Feather City will always be open for you." Elder Pei Hui sighed, patting Xiao Chen's shoulder before turning away with his newly recruited disciple. Elder Han Shuang had remained silent, having the closest ties to the Crown Prince's faction, now witnessing Xiao Chen's rise. His mood was naturally not pleasant. He snorted lightly before departing with the new disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. Elder Fan Zhong turned back, asking, "And you, Ling Tong, how about joining my Golden Feather City?" Initially, Elder Fan Zhong assumed that Xiao Chun was foolish, but surely Xiao Ling Tong would not follow suit. At least one of them would surely enter Golden Feather City. However, the next moment, Xiao Ling Tong's response nearly sent him into a fit of rage. "I stand with Seventh Brother. If he does not seek a master, then neither will I. Seventh Brother is my master." "Nonsense." Elder Fan Zhong exploded in anger. It was one thing for Xiao Chun to be foolish. But why would she follow suit? Before Elder Fan Zhong could properly showcase his strength, Xiao Chun interjected, saying, "No, you should go to Jinyu City. Cultivating alone is my path, which is not suited for you. The path that best fits you, as Elder Fan Zhong has mentioned, is that of the city lord of Jinyu." Fortunately, Xiao Chun had not yet descended into utter folly. Elder Fan Zhong, stifling the urge to strike Xiao Chun down, gently stroked his long beard, a smile gracing his face. "Well, very well." Xiao Ling Tong nodded with a hint of melancholy, inquiring, "Will you come to see me in the future, Seventh Brother?" "I will definitely come." Xiao Chun affirmed with a smile and a nod. "All right, time waits for no one. We must set off immediately." Elder Fan Zhong, fearing further complications, waved his grand sleeves, summoning over a dozen individuals to swiftly charge into the distance. This old man is truly passionate. Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle that as time passed swiftly, the ripples caused by the earlier great battle gradually subsided. King Yu returned with the majority of the resources left by the National Master in the Secret Realm. Without alarming anyone, the other major sects, having chosen their favored disciples, bid farewell to King Yu and embarked on their journeys back to their respective sections, having been crowned and officially recognized as the Crown Prince of the Diyu dynasty. Xiao Chun immersed himself in his daily life, diligently practicing the ancient dragon-elephant technique. Before heading to the Alchemist Guild to train alongside, He Danxian in honing his true martial skills. After half a month, He Danxuan's small face bore a grave expression, her body enveloped in blazing fire attribute true qi, resembling a goddess of war bathed in flames, exuding an air of valor. She stood sternly beside Xiao Chun, ready to point out any mistakes he made, without the slightest mercy. The 300-year-old green lotus should have been integrated into the blood crystal during its melting in the Thunder Abyss. Not while it was still half melted. Wrong, start over. The temperature of the flames rose too rapidly. The medicinal liquid of the seven spirit flower has evaporated instantaneously. Start over. Her stern reprimands echoed as He Danxian continuously highlighted Xiao Chun's errors. Even though Xiao Chun could concoct ancient recipes long thought lost, In He Donchuan's eyes, he resembled a novice with no experience in alchemy, clumsily attempting to inscribe formation patterns. The ancient inheritance he had received granted him memories that surpassed countless others. Yet if Xiao Chun wished to transform this inheritance into his own strength, he had to start from the very beginning, step by step, steadily learning the techniques of alchemy and artifact crafting. He Danxian was the teacher he had chosen for himself, as a second-tier artifact craftsman and the daughter of the head of the Golden Pill Pavilion. Her understanding of both alchemy and artifact crafting far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, making her guidance for Xiao Chun effortless. Particularly after Xiao Chun had provided her with nearly half the profits from the cold ice pills, He Danxian grew increasingly eager to instruct him in the techniques of artifact crafting. During this half-month period, Xiao Chun's alchemical skills progressed rapidly, evolving from initially refining the essence of materials to eventually mastering the complete concoction of an entire batch of pills. The alchemical furnace before him blazed red with scorching flames as Xiao Chun steadied his mind, extending his spiritual energy into the furnace, carefully maneuvering a mass of medicinal liquids that emitted a peculiar fragrance closer together. Boom! A tremendous repelling force surged between the two contrasting liquids, compelling Xiao Chun to concentrate even more, forcing the two substances into a single mass. The sound of crackling echoed continuously, even causing He Donchuan's heart to leap to her throat. This was the most challenging step before forming the pills. Any misstep could lead to failure. Fortunately, Xiao Chun's spiritual energy was exceptionally strong, and within a short moment, he successfully suppressed the violent repulsion between the liquids, amalgamating them into a spherical mass the size of a fist. But it was not over yet. Although he had navigated through the most perilous phase, this final step was equally prone to errors in alchemical crafting, removing impurities. Having come this far, Xiao Chun was completely focused on the process, oblivious to He Donchuan's approach. The latter, however, quietly retracted her fire attribute True Qi and stealthily moved closer to Xiao Chun, her beautiful eyes fixated on the vibrant flames of the alchemical furnace, which glimmered enticingly. Chapter 72. The storm reignites finally. After nearly half an hour of intense struggle, Xiao Chun let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. I've done it. This was his first time independently refining pills, and he had not anticipated such a smooth success. Overjoyed, Xiao Chun stood up, only to suddenly hear an exclamation from behind him. Turning around, he discovered He Danxian covering her delicate nose, looking discontentedly at him. Did I bump into you? Xiao Chun scratched his head. My apologies. My excitement got the better of me. He chuckled, disregarding her somewhat resentful gaze, and approached the alchemical furnace. A rich, faintly green medicinal aroma wafted towards him. Just a whiff revitalized his weary body, which had spent hours concocting pills. I've successfully concocted a first-tier medicinal pill, the revitalizing powder, he declared triumphantly. From this day forth, I am officially a first-tier alchemist. Xiao Chun reveled in his accomplishment, feeling even more delighted than when he had acquired the Breaking Dragon Spear. That really something to be so happy about. Xiao Ling Tong shot Xiao Chun a bemused glance, seemingly perplexed as to why he was so thrilled over successfully crafting a batch of first-tier pills. The crown prince of the Diyu dynasty, so elated over such an achievement. Xiao Chun rolled his eyes, pretending not to hear He Donchuan's teasing. By the way, Xiao Chun, I heard that you rejected all the sects publicly, claiming you want to carve out a path uniquely your own. Is that true? Indeed, Xiao Chun nodded as he collected the revitalizing powder into a porcelain vial for future use. Have you lost your mind? He Danxian exclaimed in shock. It's one thing to refuse those 3 sects, but why would you turn down the Buitian sect? Their reputation in the wasteland is formidable. For an ordinary martial artist, entering such hidden great sects was a coveted dream. However, for Xiao Chun, such sects would only serve as a burden. Firstly, the myriad of extraordinary experiences he carried had already garnered constant scrutiny, and now, as the Crown Prince, he was acutely aware of the countless gazes observing him at all times. This unsettling feeling was profoundly uncomfortable. If he were to become a disciple of the Buitian sect, that intrusive feeling would only intensify. Furthermore, endowed with the dragon-elephant inheritance, the ancient dragon-elephant technique was one of the most superior cultivation methods from ancient times. With the ancient era's collapse, most cultivation methods have been lost, making the ancient dragon-elephant technique the most formidable. Why would Xiao Chen forsake a watermelon for the sake of picking up sesame seeds? Besides, the resources he needed for cultivation did not require the assistance of the Buitian sect. With the cold ice pill formula in hand, he could generate a monthly income exceeding 100,000. Moreover, recently, Xiao Chen had produced 2 ancient pill recipes, which he handed over to He Hong. The latter's face lit up with ecstatic joy, nearly embracing Xiao Chen in gratitude. This Xiao Chen was truly his benefactor. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen requested He Hong to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of rare materials, instructing him to inform him immediately upon any news. That He Hong patted his chest, assuring Xiao Chen that he would leave no stone unturned. Just as everyone believed that matters were gradually falling into place, and Xiao Chen was about to embark on his wandering cultivation journey in a certain hidden area outside the royal capital, Ouyang Sun laid Xiao Feng down on the ground and assisted him in consuming a pill adorned with 7 spiraling patterns. Cough, cough. After swallowing the pill, Xiao Feng's complexion visibly improved. The deep wounds on his chest began to sprout flesh and rapidly heal. Moments later, he coughed violently and regained consciousness. "Ancestor, you are awake," Ouyang Sun exclaimed with joy, then suddenly knelt on one knee, remorse evident on his face. Disciple is at fault for failing to protect the ancestor's safety in time, resulting in such severe injuries. Xiao Feng's expression still bore the traces of shock, as if he had yet to return from the brink of despair, but he waved his hand, signaling Ouyang Sun to rise, and then quite naturally said, "I am thirsty. Pour me a bowl of water." "Yes." Ouyang Sun nodded slightly, stepping out of the cave. Soon, he returned with a bowl of clear water from the outside world, supporting Xiao Feng as he drank it. After quenching his thirst, a faint transformation appeared on Xiao Feng's despondent visage. Yet his gaze still bore an air of despair, as if he were indifferent to everything in this world. Ouyang Sun understood that this was a manifestation of profound sorrow. The expedition into the secret realm had initially seemed to guarantee victory, but unexpectedly, Xiao Chen emerged halfway through, not only seizing the rightful throne meant for him, but also ruthlessly shattering the supreme bone that had once belonged to Xiao Chen himself. Just recalling Xiao Chen's ruthless demeanor sent a chill through Xiao Feng. That fellow's heart was as cold as ice. Was he truly a match for such a person? At that moment, Ouyang Sun, seemingly sensing the underlying worries within Xiao Feng, offered words of consolation, saying, "If the ancestor wishes to eliminate Xiao Chen, allow me, your disciple, to take action and slay this wretched scoundrel. You cannot accomplish such a feat." Xiao Feng replied with a resigned shake of his head. And one understood better than him how formidable Xiao Chen was. The idea of a powerful being of the spirit realm brazenly invading the royal palace, slaying Xiao Chen, and departing unscathed sounded heroic. Yet the truth was that should Ouyang Sun attempt such a breach, the severely injured king would likely emerge from his seclusion, unleashing the palace's formidable defenses, capable of obliterating Ouyang Sun in an instant. Ouyang Sun could not perish. He still needed to guide me back to the Panlong sect. Xiao Feng swiftly dismissed Ouyang Sun's proposal. However, the next moment brought forth a more pressing concern. His mother and Ouyang Yinshan were still within the palace. Thus, he resolved, let us return once more. It is far better to leave with dignity than to be driven out like a stray dog. Firm in his decision, Xiao Feng, alongside Ouyang Sun, made their way back to the royal capital and settled in a tea house just outside the palace. Seeking information. Have you heard? This year, the royal palace has become the stage for numerous amusing incidents that What sort of incidents? That night during the martial seal ceremony, the celestial phenomena were not instigated by Xiao Feng, but rather by Xiao Chen. With this revelation, was Xiao Feng not utterly humiliated? Not only that, today, during the ceremonies where sects were recruiting disciples, Ouyang Yinshan pretended to be mad, lamenting and pleading to be accepted as a disciple by the once despised Jinfeng city. And what was the outcome? Naturally, she was driven away. With these 2 incidents alone, the lineage of the eldest prince has been thoroughly discredited within the Diyu dynasty. Chapter 73, Conspiracy Ancestor. Ouyang Sun's expression shifted, as Xiao Feng's hands suddenly tightened around his energy, dissipating it into the surroundings. These individuals, unaware that they had unknowingly treaded near the gates of death, continued their jovial banter. Xiao Feng's countenance darkened. Yet, for him, That significant defeat had imparted invaluable experience and lessons that a small lapse in patience can disrupt grand strategies. Xiao Feng remarked, "If we were to act in anger now, it would undoubtedly alert King Yu. Should he emerge from his seclusion, our chances of escape would vanish." As a former prince of the Yu dynasty, Xiao Feng understood all too well the extent of King Yu's control over the palace. Had it not been for the prior betrayal of the national master, King Yu would not have needed to emerge to maintain order. The previous disturbances would have dissipated on their own. Xiao Chen silently sipped his tea, pondering how he might deal with Xiao Chen going forward. Now, Xiao Chen had become the heir apparent, nearly standing at the pinnacle of the Yu dynasty. Once King Yu entered seclusion, the entire dynasty would fall under Xiao Chen's dominion to slay him. One would need to compel powerful individuals like Ouyang Sun to forcibly invade the palace and eliminate Xiao Chen. Otherwise, success was utterly unattainable. But was such a course of action truly worth it? Xiao Feng fell into deep contemplation until an elderly man entered the tea house, instantly capturing both of their attentions. The elder, with a kind demeanor and white hair, resembled a wealthy gentleman enjoying his twilight years. Upon entering and surveying the surroundings, he suddenly noticed the two individuals on high alert and inwardly mused that he had indeed come to the right place. With a smile, he approached and said, "Innkeeper, bring me 2 servings of the finest Ingshan tea. Today's tea bill is on my account." "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment." Ouyang Sun felt as if facing a formidable opponent. His energy still recovering from his battle with King Yu, slowly circulating as a faint, indistinct aura began to rise. The elder cast a sidelong glance at him and leisurely remarked, "If I were you, I would not be foolish enough to engage in combat so near the royal palace. Even if you could escape from me, can you ensure that King Yu would not take matters into his own hands to trouble you? Your presence in the royal capital is already a transgression." The elder chuckled, saying, "Or perhaps you wish to escalate this affair. After all, fortune often favors the bold. That I, for one, am not opposed to that approach. However, being old, I find it increasingly difficult to control my impulses. Things can easily escalate. What if, by chance, I were to accidentally kill a martial artist of the divine realm?" His amused stare fixed intently on Xiao Feng. "You dare!" Ouyang Sun exploded with rage, ready to unleash his might to confront the elder. Yet in the next moment, Ouyang Sun abruptly sensed several presences of comparable strength, even slightly superior, locking onto him from across the royal capital. More powerful beings. Ouyang Sun's body stiffened as Xiao Feng gradually pulled him back into his seat. Did I end the royal capital? There were indeed other powerful individuals accompanying this elder, and in terms of cultivation level, they were entirely equal to him. Are you not afraid that I might turn around and inform King Yu, revealing your true identity?" Xiao Feng maintained his composure, unfazed by the elder's conjectures, having endured these experiences. His temperament had undergone significant refinement. "What do you know about me?" The elder sighed. "Ah, the naivete of youth, that I truly miss the old fellow. Do you think my appearance here is without preparation?" Ouyang Sun's eyes widened in shock as he scanned the surroundings, suddenly realizing that a layer of hazy white mist had enveloped the tea house. This mist severed spiritual perception and isolated the 3 of them from the outside world. It was an array. Since the elder's arrival, Ouyang Sun had felt a growing sense of unease and hesitation. For someone of his caliber to experience such feelings in the presence of the elder was indeed somewhat terrifying. The elder's enigmatic abilities sent a shiver down his spine. "Speak plainly. There is no need for such theatrics. That I presume you are not here merely to kill me." Xiao Feng spoke with a grave tone. "If you continue to linger here, the peculiarities of this place will inevitably attract the attention of the royal palace. At that point, none of us will be able to escape. Wouldn't you agree?" "National Master?" The National Master laughed heartily, stroking his long beard. "Indeed, discussing matters here carries certain risks. However, in the entirety of the royal capital, it is not easy to locate you. To be direct, Xiao Feng, I want you to join the 7 Stars Tower." "So it is true." A glimmer of unusual light flickered in Xiao Feng's eyes. He no longer raised his head to regard the National Master, but instead lowered it, contemplating the implications of this statement. The 7 Stars Tower was a clandestine organization of assassins operating within the underground world of the royal capital, its influence spanning nearly half the dynasty. Within it, numerous experts lurked, and its assassins were ruthless. Yet, most crucially, the Seven Stars Tower was far more complex than it appeared to summarize. It was a coalition of the remnants of the original Seven Kingdoms, united in a rebellion against the Diyu dynasty. The remnants of the Seven Kingdoms harboring ambitions to overthrow the Diyu dynasty, Xiao Feng scoffed, a bunch of delusional fools. Even though he was no longer a prince of the Diyu dynasty, he possessed a clear understanding of the disparity in power between these petty clowns and the might of the Diyu dynasty. Should these individuals attempt a rebellion, they would be eradicated within 3 days. When had the National Master become entangled with such individuals? Even if they were fools, once their numbers grew, they could yield unexpected results. The National Master smiled slightly, adding, moreover, compared to the news of the reincarnation of an ancestor from the Panlong sect, my rebellion with the Seven Stars Tower seems rather inconsequential, does it not? You dare. Ouyang Sun's gaze turned fierce as he glared at the National Master, seemingly on the verge of striking. Xiao Feng's identity as the reincarnation of an ancestor from the Panlong sect implied that upon returning to the sect and undergoing a ritual cleansing, he could very well regain his former cultivation and memories, thus bestowing the Panlong sect with a formidable new power. However, should this news reach outsiders, regardless of its veracity, no one would permit the sudden emergence of a peerless powerhouse from the Panlong sect, disrupting the delicate balance of power among the various sections. If the National Master were to disseminate this information, it would not be long before the Panlong sect found itself besieged from all sides. In essence, the path laid before Xiao Feng was singular. What advantages would I gain by joining? After much hesitation, Xiao Feng finally shifted the conversation and began to inquire about more pressing matters. Haha, my young friend Xiao Feng is indeed straightforward. Chapter 74, The Iron-Skinned Rhinoceros. The National Master smiled slightly. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal anything further that I will dispatch someone to assist you in eliminating Xiao Chen. This is a task I can undertake by myself. Xiao Feng scoffed. Do you truly believe that I am incapable of taking down Xiao Chen? When a spirit realm expert makes a move, even a gust of wind could rend him asunder. That if you wish to persuade me, you must present a different rationale. Indeed, the National Master responded with a faint smile. However, aside from rebellion, the Seven Stars Tower also undertakes assassination missions. Every trade has its specialization, a concept you should comprehend. You must recognize whether exchanging 2 spirit realm experts for the assassination of one Xiao Chen is a worthy transaction. Nonetheless, even if I cannot persuade you this time, the Seven Stars Tower welcomes His Highness Xiao Feng to issue a bounty for Xiao Chen's assassination to as long as the price is right. No one can evade the clutches of the Seven Stars Tower. I can guarantee this. Xiao Feng nodded. The assassins from the Seven Stars Tower are not only formidable in strength, but are also willing to risk their lives to accomplish their tasks. This reputation was one Xiao Feng could trust. Moreover, I can facilitate the escape of Queen Yu and Ouyang Yunshan from the palace to the old territories of the Seven Kingdoms. Xiao Feng's expression gradually shifted. Ever since he was led out of the secret realm by Ouyang Sun, he had been recuperating in the mountains, only recently awakening from the brink of death. However, Queen Yu and Ouyang Yunshan had been placed under house arrest in the palace before King Yu's seclusion, awaiting his return to announce their punishment. This was the most enticing aspect for Xiao Feng. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded heavily. I accept. However, with my current strength, I can only mobilize the forces of the Panlong sect in the old territories of the Seven Kingdoms. The Panlong sect within the Diyu dynasty is merely a branch, with its strongest members no more than spirit realm experts of the same tier as Ouyang Sun. Even the Burning Heaven sect, Jinfeng City, and other sects pale in comparison. That is sufficient, the National Master declared. Thus, we are allies. He laughed heartily as he clasped the hand extended by Xiao Feng. 3 days later, in the rear mountains, Xiao Chen awaited the tardy He Danxian. 3 days prior, they had agreed to hunt in the rear mountains, where their quarry would not only satisfy their hunger, but also yield precious demon cores for crafting inscriptions. Xiao Chen, riding a spirit steed and bearing a great bow, charged into the rear mountains. The terrain was steep, with towering peaks, cliffs, waterfalls, deep valleys, and dense forests. The demon beasts inhabiting this region were predominantly first-tier beasts comparable to Pulse Realm warriors, with only a handful of second-tier beasts that He Danxian, equipped with a spatial ring filled with materials, followed closely behind Xiao Chen as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them from the dense underbrush, swiftly crossing the narrow path and vanishing into the distant woods. The spirit steed reared in fright, and Xiaochen swiftly knocked an arrow to his bow, releasing it with a crack like thunder. The bolt shot forth with incredible speed, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as it pursued the black shadow into the thicket, disappearing from sight. By the time Xiaochen arrived, the thunder arrow had struck true, piercing the head of a small black beast. The creature let out a pained wail before collapsing. It was merely a first-tier young bull demon, comparable to a third-layer Pulse Realm warrior, and held little value. He Danxian, having rushed over, glanced at it and remarked, "Though this young bull has little worth, its meat is quite delectable, so we have indeed made a gain that first-tier bull demons were not uncommon in the rear mountains." A significant portion of the territory belonged to them. Their formidable defenses and astounding strength made them a formidable presence. An adult bull demon could weigh over 1,000 pounds, capable of lifting massive boulders with ease, rivaling even high-tier spirit realm warriors. Faced with such a beast, even a peak human realm expert would be hard-pressed to remain unfazed. The strength gained by a typical spirit realm warrior at every 3 layers could be likened to that of these iron-skinned bulls. "Then let us feast upon it at noon," Xiaochen decided, tossing the young beast into his ring before continuing onward. The rear mountains spanned vast expanses, teeming with countless demon beasts. The duo's initial target had already been set, a herd of iron-skinned rhinoceroses located beneath a cliff. Adult iron-skinned rhinoceroses were the most fearsome giants in these woods. However, their demon cores could be refined into potent elixirs, ideal for crafting formations. The formations inscribed with iron-skinned rhinoceros cores were not only enduring, but also possessed numerous gentle traits, enabling warriors to wield their true martial powers with greater ease. This was precisely the demon beast Xiaochen sought to capture. As they pressed forward on horseback, the sound of rushing water began to resonate, growing louder until it resembled a torrent crashing to the ground. The mist from the waterfall gradually enveloped the area. A thunderous bellow from a bull echoed not far ahead. "Found it!" Xiaochen's heart surged with joy as he hurried towards the sound, soon spotting 3 adult iron-skinned rhinoceroses gathered at a waterfall, drinking deeply, accompanied by several smaller young rhinoceroses. The 3 adult iron-skinned rhinoceroses possess combat prowess on par with third-layer spirit realm warriors. Furthermore, with the presence of the young ones, they would fight fiercely, unwilling to retreat even unto death. Danxian spoke gravely. "If we wish to slay them, it will require an immense exertion of effort. We might as well retreat and seek another herd of iron-skinned rhinoceroses. But I cannot afford to wait that long," Xiaochen exclaimed, launching himself down the waterfall like a soaring eagle. The unusual sound drew the attention of the 3 iron-skinned rhinoceroses. Upon realizing an intruder had invaded their territory, they erupted into a frenzy. With a fierce bellow, the 3 rhinoceroses charged, their eyes aflame, hooves pounding the earth and kicking up clouds of dust as they raced toward Xiaochen. Chapter 75. The Female Warlord. Dragon Elephant Strength. Xiaochen shouted, drawing forth his long bow and knocking a thunder arrow. He pulled the bowstring taut, releasing the arrow with great force. The thunder arrow surged forward with tremendous momentum, striking the forehead of one of the beasts. In an instant, the arrow exploded, unleashing a cascade of lightning that danced across the massive creature's body, emitting a crackling sound. Yet it did not succumb to death. It could not even be grievously injured. What an extraordinary defense! Previously, Xiaochen had channeled the dragon elephant strength, his veins resonating with power, and the arrow, imbued with the force of 3 bulls, should have pierced through any first-tier demon beast with ease. Yet before this iron-skinned rhinoceros, it proved futile. Surprised, Xiaochen forced himself to regain composure. Losing focus during battle was a grave mistake. Though the iron-skinned rhinoceros's defense exceeded his expectations, in Xiaochen's eyes, it was not unbeatable. "I shall assist you," Danxian declared, descending from the cliff with a fierce aura emanating from her. Her presence was unmistakably powerful, instantly capturing the attention of the 3 rhinoceroses, especially as she drew closer to the young beasts. The sheer intensity of her fury erupted, and the 3 rhinoceroses let out a resounding roar, turning to charge at Danxian. Just in time, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Danxian's eyes as a massive hammer materialized in her grasp. The hammer towered over her, appearing rather incongruous in her hands. However, as she swung it, the air whistled past, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily awestruck, forgetting his purpose for being there, and instead watching in rapt attention as He Danxian engaged the beasts. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck down, halting the charging iron-skinned rhinoceros in its tracks, forcing it to stagger back, blood flowing from its mouth in evident agony. With a thunderous crash, the iron-skinned rhinoceros collapsed heavily to the ground. Almost immediately thereafter, He Danxian let out a sharp cry, vanishing as swiftly as a breeze. Boom! With another resounding strike, He Danxian at this moment resembled a wrathful goddess of war, her fearsome aura causing a fleeting glimmer of trepidation to flash in Xiao Chen's eyes as he watched from the sidelines. He silently rejoiced that he had not provoked this formidable woman. Otherwise, he too would have succumbed to the overwhelming force of her blow, a force capable of flattening even an iron-skinned rhinoceros, leaving him no choice but to kneel. Boom! At last, with a thunderous roar, the final iron-skinned rhinoceros crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust around it. What are you still dawdling for? Do you expect me to dissect the demon core myself? He Danxian shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen, sheathed her colossal hammer, and strode to the side to consume a pill, commencing her meditative practice. Unlike Xiao Chen, who had been raised in a harsh environment due to the disdain of Queen Yu, He Danxian, the sole daughter of the Golden Pill Pavilion's master, had always indulged in the precious elixirs regarded as mere candies by her peers. The countless rare materials that aided cultivation were at her disposal, and though He Hong, the master of the Golden Pill Pavilion, was known for his frugality, he had never skimped on nurturing his daughter. Thus, she attained a remarkable level of cultivation before even reaching her 20s, a feat that left many in a WS realization dawned upon Xiao Chen. He retrieved a dagger engraved with 3 runes, approaching to extract the demon cores from the 3 iron-skinned rhinoceroses. Holding the 3 dark green orbs in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Once, he had heard that slaying beasts to obtain their demon cores could be a rapid means of enhancing one's cultivation. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's interpretation, He Danxian scoffed derisively, declaring, "Anyone who tells you that one can cultivate using demon cores is either deluded or a complete demon cultivator. Why do you say that?" Xiao Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. She explained that demon cores contained the accumulated demonic energy of the beasts over the years. This energy fundamentally differed from the true qi cultivated by ordinary martial artists and was inherently incompatible, akin to fire and water with no possibility of conversion. Attempting to absorb it would lead to a violent clash within one's energy reservoir, resulting in catastrophic consequences. One's cultivation could be utterly destroyed, and their meridians would collapse, rendering them a complete invalid. Xiao Chen nodded, having grasped the distinction between these 2 malevolent paths and martial artists. "Let us tidy up. We shall depart at once." The day was still young, and to have slain 3 adult iron-skinned rhinoceroses in such a short span was indeed astonishing. Consequently, the 2 decided to continue their exploration into the depths of the back mountain after lunch. As they ventured deeper, they drew closer to the secluded meditation spot of King Yu. Where the number and strength of the surrounding beasts gradually escalated, it was said that King Yu had traversed the back mountain for nearly half a month in search of a fitting place to meditate, ultimately carving out a cave with his iron fists at the very heart of the mountain range. Xiao Chen had heard this tale before. However, following the betrayal of the national master, a fierce battle erupted between 2 formidable beings in the back mountain, unleashing an overwhelming force that ravaged the central area into ruins, and thereafter, Xiao Chen knew not where King Yu secluded himself. Yet upon entering the back mountain, Xiao Chen felt an almost imperceptible gaze upon him. Filled with affection and concern that he understood this to be the aura released by King Yu during his meditation, creating an intangible connection between them. If an emergency were to arise, Xiao Chen could harness his true qi to connect with this ethereal sensation and ascertain King Yu's meditation location. However, doing so would inevitably disturb the king's seclusion. Thus, Xiao Chen refrained from such actions unless absolutely necessary. As they rested in a valley, Xiao Chen retrieved 2 pieces of rhinoceros meat from his ring, kindling a fire to roast them. Soon, a large piece of succulent meat glistened with a golden hue, sending a rich aroma wafting towards He Danxian, whose eyes sparkled with delight as she nestled beside Xiao Chen. fixated on the increasingly fragrant roast, saliva trickling down her chin. Wipe your mouth. You're drooling. Xiao Chen reminded her, though she unabashedly wiped away the drool, her gaze unwavering on the roast as if ready to pounce and snatch it away. Here, eat up. Xiao Chen, resigned, handed the roasted meat to He Danxian, who sprang up to receive it, devouring it voraciously without a care for her image. It's delicious, absolutely divine, He Danxian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she marveled. I've never tasted such exquisite roasted meat. Is it truly that remarkable? While being praised was undeniably gratifying, Xiao Chen found it hard to believe that He Danxuan's reaction was akin to someone who had never encountered roasted meat before. Yes, it's simply amazing. He Danxian repeatedly nodded, her gaze glued to the piece of meat that Xiao Chen had just prepared for himself. In no time, the substantial chunk of roast vanished into her mouth. You've finished it all? Xiao Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. That piece of meat must have weighed nearly 30 pounds. While martial artists indeed had larger appetites, this was beyond anything he had ever heard. A faint blush crept onto He Danxuan's delicate cheeks, yet her gaze remained fixed on the roast that Xiao Chen had just cooked. With a sigh, Xiao Chen conceded, fine, you can have this one too. This girl truly had an insatiable appetite. After their meal and a brief rest, the two resumed their journey. Within the dense forest, an eerie tranquility enveloped them, not due to a lack of sound, for the roars of fierce beasts and the cries of eagles echoed all around, but rather a strange stillness settled over Xiao Chen. He Danxian, do you sense something unusual around us? She suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, she continued, I can't shake this uncanny feeling. My heart feels unsettled. Perhaps we should turn back. Xiao Chen nodded, having felt an inexplicable sense of danger since earlier. Proceeding further might invite peril. Just as he contemplated retreating, he abruptly spun around, shouting, Who goes there? Whoosh, drawing his iron bow, he unleashed a thunderous arrow, which plunged into the underbrush with a resounding crash, unleashing a tempest of lightning. Leaves rained down as if a storm had descended, yet silence reigned in its wake. Could it be that I misjudged? He pondered, observing the calm behind him with confusion. He Danxian, equally puzzled, glanced at him, unsure of his sudden outburst. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Xiao Chen drew his bow again and released another arrow. Whoosh! This time, the thunderous arrow was caught firmly in a hand. Boom! Lightning crackled like a dragon. Suddenly, it was as if a sun had risen in the dense forest, illuminating several figures. Xiao Chen's heart grew heavy with apprehension. I can't believe we were so well hidden. Yet this fellow still discovered us. From the depths of the forest came a light chuckle, that a shadow rose slowly, facing the two brothers. Come forth. Let Lord Xiao Chen witness our strength, lest he meet his demise in ignorance. Ha! The boss remains unchanged. Like him, I too relish the despair of prey before their demise. Xiao Chen, do you remember me? I have returned. In the shadows, a somewhat stooped figure rose from the crouching grass, his left arm eerily vacant. Severed at the shoulder, with a gaze filled with venomous resentment, he looked toward Xiao Chen. Hong Sam let out a malicious laugh. Didn't he expect this, did you? I told you one day you would face retribution. And now, retribution has arrived. This man turned out to be the leader among the 8 who had once kidnapped Xiao Ling Tong and had managed to escape. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, his heart racing with alarm. Gradually, a dozen figures emerged around them, each exuding an aura that surpassed the realm of divine passage. A full dozen formidable beings of supernatural prowess. They formed a tight encirclement, trapping Xiao Chen and He Danxian together. What a pity! If only we had a moment longer, these two would have walked right into the trap. We set'd at that point, without lifting a finger. We could complete the bounty task. How splendid that would be! A series of raucous laughter erupted around them. The leader, ignoring the mocking jeers, arrogantly raised his chin and pointed at He Danxian. Miss He, you may leave. Your name isn't on the assassination task, so there's no need for you to remain here to accompany this dead man in his burial. His arrogance was, of course, backed by his own prowess. For he was a peak warrior of the 8 meridians of divine passage, just a step away from the terrifying realm of human extremity. Yet He Danxian stepped forward defiantly, silent but resolute in her stance. She would stand with Shao Chun in life and death. Indeed, there are those who fear nothing. The leader chuckled lightly. Although the Golden Pill Pavilion wielded immense power, their seven-star tower still occasionally relied on the Golden Pill Pavilion for acquiring elixirs. Yet, in the face of assassination tasks, no one could resist their murderous intent. "If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish," Di Xian commanded sharply. "Charge, kill." Hong San led the charge with a thunderous roar. The surrounding aura surging violently as columns of energy, akin to dragons, surged forth, swiftly assailing Shao Chen. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Shao Chen could no longer afford to contemplate the cost of using forbidden techniques. Almost as soon as Hong San lunged at him, Shao Chen bellowed, instantly activating his secret technique. His aura surged like a dragon, clang. A resounding crash echoed as Shao Chen's hands clamped down on the descending long sword like iron pincers. With a mighty shout, he exerted force, flinging Hong San away, his body colliding with the ancient towering trees nearby, which crashed down in a thunderous roar. Hong San spat blood, wiping his mouth before charging back with renewed fury. With the long sword in hand, Shao Chen's threat escalated. He advanced rather than retreated, his true energy surging violently, instantly suppressing the movements of the several figures before him that a flash of cold light erupted as a head was severed, blood spraying like a fountain. After employing Dragon Elephant Prajna, Shao Chen's battle prowess soared. His fists, once able to exert 2 units of force, now surged with nearly 3 units of power, comparable to an ordinary 6-layered warrior of the 7 meridians. With a single, overwhelming strike, he became unstoppable to end just one exchange. Several figures encircling Shao Chun were reduced that Dan Xian, equally undaunted, summoned a brilliant glow as a massive hammer, inscribed with 3 runes, thundered into her grasp. This was her own crafted true martial weapon, which she had hoped to refine further upon returning to the Artifact Refiners Guild after this excursion to the rear mountains. But little did she anticipate an ambush. Activating the runes, 2 force-related inscriptions glowed, instantly enhancing the hammer's weight to over 3,000 pounds. Merely holding it, one could feel its terrifying momentum as she swung it, creating a howling gale and charging towards the others. Boom! One opponent's precious true martial weapon was instantly shattered, along with his entire form, reduced to a bloody pulp by a single strike from Dan Xian. Such might instantly intimidated those around her, causing them to hesitate that a bunch of worthless fools. The leader scoffed, swiftly summoning a 4th-tier true martial longsword. His true energy surged as he infused it into the sword, inscriptions gradually illuminating, and the sword's momentum shifted dramatically, its weight soaring to 316 pounds. Not everyone possessed the monstrous strength of Dan Xian, yet neither did everyone need to rely solely on brute force to engage in battle. Clang! The sword met Dan Xuan's descending hammer, and the leader's footwork shifted fluidly as he thrust his long sword like a specter, the blade's shadow flickering before Shao Chun, aiming straight for his brow. Alarmed, Shao Chen's heart raced. However, he was not swift enough. The speed of a peak warrior of divine passage was something Shao Chun could barely keep pace with. To his eyes, the leader's figure blurred into an afterimage, the long sword merely glimmering with a flash of cold light in the air. With his heart pounding, Shao Chun instinctively leaped aside, narrowly evading the deadly thrust that in the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded. The ground where Shao Chun had stood was instantly ravaged by a flurry of sword light, slicing through the air like liquid mercury, sending dust flying. The rising dust obscured their vision, yet could not evade the divine sense possessed only by warriors of divine passage. Whoosh! The sword tip pierced through the dust, aiming straight for Shao Chen's face. Shao Chen raised his sword in defense. True energy surged from his dantian, pouring into the long sword. 3 inscriptions lit up one by one, causing the sword to sink, the sturdy inscriptions activating simultaneously as he clashed with the leader. In that moment, blades clashed and sparks flew. For the first time since embarking on his journey, Shao Chun faced a foe vastly superior to him. This leader, who orchestrated the ambush against Shao Chun, appeared both cunning and valiant, resembling not merely an assassin, but rather a gifted talent born from a sect. Otherwise, it would be near impossible to master such a plethora of martial techniques. The long sword he seized erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, and with a resounding explosion, the sword shattered, the splintered fragments resembling a flurry of daggers, piercing through the air. hurtling towards both combatants. The leader, wielding his long sword, parried the shards effortlessly, while Xiaochen appeared somewhat beleaguered, dodging the erratically flying debris that in the next moment. A sharp pain flashed across his face. Touching his cheek, he found a thin line of blood seeping from a cut inflicted by a fragment.